Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 150, Returning to the Summit. Chapter 150, Returning to the Summit. Since Murong Sinyu didn't have any cultivation, her walking speed was simply too slow. In order for them to quickly reach deeper into the cave, Chu Feng could only carry the beautiful female on his back and run. But, it had to be said that she felt quite nice. Why is this place called as the Lifeline? As Chu Feng used the Imperial Sky technique and quickly ran with flying speed, he pretended to be curious and asked. I'm not too clear as well. However, it already existed when the White Tiger Villa was first created. Murong Sinyu replied. Oh. Obviously, Chu Feng could hear that Murong Sinyu was saying things half-heartedly as the Lifeline must have some secrets that could not be said to others. Murong Sinyu was a bit cautious against him, so she was unwilling to say the full truth. But even so, Chu Feng still understood that if the Lifeline was created at the same time as the White Tiger Villa, it could be seen that there was an extremely huge secret. Chu Feng's speed was extremely fast as he rushed forward. Even Fergana horses could not match his speed. The center of the Lifeline was at the bottom of the White Tiger Villa, so after a short moment, Chu Feng arrived in the core area of the Lifeline. At that instant, the tunnel was stretched extremely wide open and it was like an underground castle. Chu Feng and Murong Sinyu saw many corpses there and the blood was even radiating faint heat. Clearly, those people died fairly recently. Also, the further they went forward, the more corpses there were, and the cultivation of the dead bodies became stronger and stronger. They rose from the origin realm to the peak of the origin realm. To know that cultivation could be counted as being at the peak even in the Azure Dragon School. Continuing on, there was even a Profound Realm corpse. Although it was only at the first level of the Profound Realm, it was still a Profound Realm expert. Even Profound Realm experts were killed. Wah, Profound Realm. Quickly, help me absorb his source energy. Eggy was still there, but she just kept her silence. However, when she saw the remains of a Profound Realm expert, she couldn't help but speak. Eggy, who already entered the Origin Realm, had no interest in the source energy of Origin Realm cultivators, however, she was still greatly attracted to Profound Realm experts. Chu Feng did not stay idle and he went next to the remains of the Profound Realm expert and silently absorbed his source energy for Eggy. But compared to Chu Feng, Murong Sinyu could not stay calm. She cried with sorrow all over her face, "It's Grandpa's sixth protector. I never would have thought even he got caught in this problem. What kind of person is he?" After absorbing the source energy, Chu Feng asked. "He is one of the 6 protectors of my White Tiger Villa and he is the most loyal subordinate of my father. He guarded in this Lifeline and protected my father's safety. I did not think that he would have been killed as well. It seems that they've really attacked the Lifeline. My father may be in danger right now." Murong Sinyu got more and more worried. Rumble rumble. Just at that time, deep within the Lifeline, a thunder-like huge boom resounded out. Although the distance was very far, that noise still clearly entered Chu Feng and Murong Sinyu's ears. Even the ground under their feet shook. It could be seen what level of attack was needed in order to create such might. Rumble rumble. After that, the huge sounds constantly sounded out. Chu Feng could endure it, but Murong Sinyu was already shaken by the ground as she swayed left and right, unable to stand still. But even so, she still said to Chu Feng, "Quickly bring me there. I cannot let them harm my father." "Are you an idiot? With this kind of sound and might, it is certainly the clash of Profound Realm experts. If you go over there, you will only be cannon fodder." Chu Feng fiercely glared at Murong Sinyu and then paid no attention to her. He took out the World Spirit Compass and wanted to find some instructions. "That's a World Spirit Compass. You really are a World Spiritist." Looking at the World Spirit Compass in Chu Feng's hand that was radiating light and all sorts of symbols, Murong Sinyu was startled. Although she never seen a World Spiritist before, she had heard of the methods of World Spiritists. So, the current her could confirm that Chu Feng was a World Spiritist. It was just that it was too impressive to be a World Spiritist at that age. Chu Feng ignored her and focused on analyzing the situation in front of him with Eggy. Finally, he got some excellent results. The lifeline could very possibly be the entrance to an emperor tomb. However, the direction of the entrance was the direction in which Profound Realm experts were fighting at. That put Chu Feng in a difficult situation because the White Tiger Villa people certainly knew the secrets of the lifeline. Right now, they were exchanging blows at the entrance of the emperor tomb. So, they were most likely fighting over something. It could be treasures, or it could also be the right to enter the emperor tomb. However, with Chu Feng's current strength, even if he knew that there were treasures ahead, he could not rashly continue forward because after being chased by Shangguan Tian, he deeply understood the distance between him and Profound Realm experts. It's fine if you don't go. If you don't go, I'll go. Just at that time, Murong Xinyu coldly snorted and while stumbling and tripping, she ran deeper into the lifeline. Are you looking to die? Seeing that, Chu Feng dashed, arrived in front of Murong Xinyu and grabbed onto her. Let go of me. Murong Xinyu tried her best to struggle. When she thought that her own father was possibly facing dangers to his life at that moment, she had no way of staying calm. You, calm down. You have absolutely no cultivation, so when you arrive there, how can you help him? Not only will you not be able to help your father, you will even distract him and cause him to be severely injured by others. Chu Feng loudly reminded. What can I do? Do I just stare as my father is being attacked and not do anything? Murong Xinyu cried without sound. She felt extremely helpless as she cried, and it could be seen that she was really worried about her father. Just at that time, the deafening booms finally stopped. In response, Chu Feng carried Murong Xinyu on his back again and gravely warned. Without my permission, you are not allowed to yell for no reason. If your father gets disturbed, you are the criminal who killed him. I'll listen to you. Murong Xinyu obediently nodded because at that moment, she was really helpless. On the other hand, that young man could calmly analyze the situation in front of his eyes and he became her backbone. That forced Murong Xinyu to listen to Chu Feng's words. At that situation, Chu Feng hid his aura and slowed his footsteps. He gradually walked deeper into the lifeline. He did not dare to use his spirit power because he did not know if there were world spiritists in front of him. If there were, he would be discovered and things would not go well. However, luckily, after walking for several miles, there were no abnormalities. Rather, an extremely clear voice entered Chu Feng's ear from nearby. Murong Yingguan, what are you doing? Do you want to destroy 500 years of my Murong family's foundation? That sound was extremely clear, yet extremely heavy. That person should have been heavily injured. However, after hearing that voice, Murong Xinyu on Chu Feng's back couldn't help but twitch. Clearly, that person was her father, the master of the White Tiger Villa, Murong Yunluan. When Murong Yunluan's words came out of his mouth, a smug voice also rang out as well. My younger brother, you really have mistaken me. I am not destroying the foundation of my White Tiger Villa. I am letting my White Tiger Villa return to the pinnacle. Chapter 151, Mysterious Greycloaked Person. Chapter 151, Mysterious Greycloaked Person. Within the lifeline, there were tunnels that went everywhere. However, the destination of all the tunnels gathered there. It was the core area of the lifeline, and also where the lifeline was located at. At that place, corpses formed mountains. Blood formed rivers. The stench of blood spread to every single corner, but no matter how much more soul-shocking that scene was, it was not as terrifying as the object in the middle of the hall. It was a oval rock. 10 meters long, 7 meters wide, 5 meters tall, and blood-red colored. It had symbols all over it and it endlessly made puffing sounds. If one looked more closely, they could discover that it was throbbing. How was that even a simple rock? It was just like a huge heart. A heart of a monster, as how could humans have such an enormous heart? There were dozens of people surrounding that heart and they formed a circle. The positions they were standing on was in a certain pattern and it was like a defense formation. Their strength was extremely strong as well. The weakest were at the peak of the origin realm, and 6 of them already entered the profound realm. That male who had a well-built body had the cultivation of the 6th level of the profound realm. However, at that moment, his face was ghastly white. His left hand was covering his chest as blood slowly flowed out. His aura was extreme unstable. Although he had the cultivation of the 6th level of the profound realm, it seemed like a portion of his power was sealed and he only had the cultivation of the 5th level of the profound realm at that instant. That was the master of the White Tiger Villa, Murong Yunwan. Surrounding Murong Yunwan were several hundred people who were confronting him. Although the personal strength of the group was not as strong as Murong Yunwan's group, their cultivation was not weak, and their total strength could be said to be fairly equal to Murong Yunwan's group. Within the group of people, the male who was the leader had a pretty similar face as Murong Yunwan, but clearly older. That person was Murong Yunwan's elder brother, Murong Yingguan. He was the second expert of the White Tiger Villa and had the cultivation of the 5th level of the Profound Realm. Other than Murong Yingguan, there was another powerful person who was at the 1st level of the Profound Realm within the several hundred people. However, that person's figure was quite short and he wore a gray-colored cloak. That gray cloak was extremely bizarre. Not only did it conceal the appearance of that person, there were even many symbols printed on them. The patterns of the symbols were even more profound than Zhuge Liuyun's white cloak. It was quite unfathomable, but with a glance, they could feel that it was not simple. My younger brother, trust me. I am thinking for the White Tiger Villa. Murong Yingguan held a black-colored longsword. There was blood dripping from the sword, and it was evident that the person who wounded Murong Yunwan was his own elder brother. Rubbish. This lifeline is the foundation of the White Tiger Villa. If the lifeline perishes, the villa will die. You want to destroy this lifeline today. It means that you want to destroy the White Tiger Villa and become a traitor, yet you dare to say things so righteously. Cough cough. Murong Yunwan's voice was extremely furious, and from that, he spat a mouthful of blood out. He then violently coughed and it truly tore his heart and split his lungs. It could be seen that he was not injured lightly. Brother, don't be so stubborn. You should know that the current White Tiger Villa exists only in its name. It no longer has the flourishing might back in our ancestors' years. Right now, it cannot even be compared to the Azure Province's first-rate schools. It can only be compared to the trash-like second-rate schools. With the appearance of some random power, they could annihilate the White Tiger Villa. What use is there in leaving the White Tiger Villa like that? It would be better to open this lifeline and enter that dead zone. As long as the dead zone can be entered, we can have everything that our ancestor had that year. At that time, us two brothers can grasp a martial skill that slaughters everything. We can have power that break the heavens and our White Tiger Villa can become the overlord of the 9 provinces. Murong Yingguan said. You are speaking rubbish. The ancestor has clearly left words behind. The secret of the dead zone cannot reappear. Or else, the world will be chaos. This lifeline cannot be touched. If it is broken one day, everything will instantly perish within the circumference of 10,000 miles. All living matters will become charcoal, and the 9 provinces will be destroyed in a single day. Murong Yunwan pointed his fingers upwards. On the ancient cave walls, there were indeed words that stated that. The words themselves were engraved deeply and powerfully, and it was as though they were inscribed with a finger. However, every stroke was several meters long, and over 1 meter deep. The strength that was used was extremely terrifying. Look. This is the teachings of our ancestor, and this is also the reason why our ancestor guarded this place. If you dare to touch it, he will certainly reappear, and at that time, even I won't be able to save you. Murong Yunwan warned. Murong Yunwan, don't worry. Your ancestor, Murong Xiaoyao, is no longer in the world of living. Or else, he would have showed himself after so much happening in the White Tiger Villa. Also, I can open this lifeline but not destroy it. I can protect your White Tiger Villa, and avoid any disasters happening to the Azure Province. Just at that time, a strange voice that seemed experienced was emitted from within the grey cloak. Who are you? It's you that is spreading lies to everyone, and tricking my brother to do such immoral acts. Murong Yunwan was furious. He raised his hand, palmed, and the nearby profound power condensed. The entire lifeline trembled and it was as if a huge mountain came down from the sky, wanting to crush everything. That power was simply too strong. Almost all who were at the origin realm were forced back. Even profound realm experts had no way of resisting against it. However, when facing that attack, the grey-cloaked person did not even move. It was as if that person had absolute confidence in being able to hold that strike back. Boom! Suddenly, a body flashed by. Murong Yingguan was like a ghost as he appeared in front of the grey-cloaked person. He raised his fist into the air and also exploded some shocking power out. He cancelled Murong Yunwan's palm attack. Strong ripples surged in the air and huge booms resonated to every single place. The tension in the entire lifeline rose to the extreme. If it wasn't for the two Profound Realm experts who revolved their own pressure and cancelled the ripples, all of the Origin Realm experts would have been shook to death by the ripples. That was the scariness of those at the Profound Realm. In the Profound Realm, after a level of breakthrough, one would gain overwhelming power. When the two experts who had the strength of the 5th level of the Profound Realm fought, there was truly might that would shake the world. Brother, can you be so disrespectful to this mister? He is a guest of my White Tiger Villa and he is helping us. Murong Yingguan bellowed. Nonsense. How can an outsider think for my White Tiger Villa? Clearly, he came here for the secrets of the dead zone. This person has malicious intents. How can you believe his words? Murong Yunwan quivered from anger because the person who made his brother an enemy, and the person who was the ringleader of the mutiny in the White Tiger Villa, was that grey-cloaked person. The reason why his strength was sealed to the 5th level of the Profound Realm from the 6th level of the Profound Realm was because of the black sword in Murong Yingguan's hand. That black sword was also granted by that grey-cloaked person. Chapter 152, Both Sides Defeated. Chapter 152, Both Sides Defeated. You are correct. I did come for the secrets of the dead zone, but I will not monopolize it. I will share it with you, and like I said, I will not cause any disasters to the Azure Province. But if you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do about that. Murong Yingguan, no need to waste any more words. Attack. The grey-cloaked person said indifferently. Brother, if you don't move, you cannot blame me for being heartless. Murong Yingguan gnashed his teeth and his gaze glittered. It could be seen that he was unable to detach his feelings. You traitor. Don't pretend to be so kind. You even killed the 6th protector, yet you are still acting around like that. White Tiger's 5 protectors, the elites of the villa, follow me and kill all these traitors. Murong Yunwan was enraged. He yelled and the profound power in his body rose to the sky. At the same time, the 5 Profound Realm protectors and dozens of people at the peak of the Origin Realm emanated their power out from within their body. The tyrannical power condensed into the air and formed into dozens of huge rhinoceroses. The rhinoceroses were condensed from Origin power and Profound power, yet it seemed as if they were real, being vivid and realistic. The most important thing was that their body had a layer of light emitting from them. That light enveloped Murong Yunwan and the others and they gave off indestructible and unstoppable might. Suddenly, the group of rhinoceroses suddenly roared like a tiger as they walked on air and went. They started to madly run towards their surroundings and every step they took, everything around them would shake, as if they could stamp over everything and flatten all. That was a type of formation, a formation that had both attack and defense. The might of that formation was equivalent to the full power of experts who were at the 6th level of the Profound Realm, and the power was extremely terrifying. Brother, after this, you will know that I am really thinking about the White Tiger Villa. I am doing the correct thing. Murong Yingguan tightly frowned, then loudly yelled, "Set formation." After that was said, with him as the leader, the Origin power of several hundred people rushed out. The Origin power surged and they were like waves in a storm. They rushed forward in midair, wave after wave, and attacked the rhinoceroses. At the end, they even became a vicious, evil wolf. There were too many wolves and they were simply countless as they fought with the rhinoceroses. Although the power of the wolves could not be matched to the rhinoceroses, the amount was simply too terrifying. The two intertwined and both of them had no way of even going half a step forward. They collided where they stood and the ear-piercing booms resonated endlessly. Strong ripples devastated everything and the ground shook as though there was an earthquake. Tiny cracks even appeared on the specially created cave walls. The collision force was too strong, and the confrontations were very scary as well. The more frightening thing was that, because of the formations, the Profound and Origin power from both sides were very sufficient and that confrontation lasted for a long time. However, no matter how strong it was, there would be a time of exhaustion. When those two tyrannical formations collided for several hours, almost everyone in the Origin realm fell. Their Origin power was sucked dry and there wasn't even a single trace left. They were like people who were going to die as they laid on the floor, without even moving in the slightest. Only Murong Yunguan and the 5 protectors sustained. As for Murong Yunguan, he was in worse position. Within the several hundred people, only him and the grey-cloaked person stood. The grey-cloaked person was only silently observing everything and did not attack. Murong Yunguan was not weak as well. The black sword in his hand kept on giving out strange power, and the power was being imbued into his body, layer by layer. It was that strange power that allowed him to fight 6 people as one without being disadvantaged. Traitor! Even if I consume my remaining life, I will kill you too. Suddenly, Murong Yunguan yelled, and the profound power in his body rushed out like the tide, exploded out like a volcano, and his power instantly multiplied. As for the 5 protectors behind him, they seemed to have also been affected by his will, and they surged all the profound power within their body out and sent it towards the formation. They wanted to eliminate Murong Yunguan and the grey-cloaked person in one strike. The full power of 6 profound realm experts formed a huge rhinoceroses in the air. That might was completely incomparable to before. It even surpassed the might of dozens of rhinoceroses previously. My younger brother, don't blame me for being heartless. Murong Yunguan abruptly clenched, and the black-colored longsword became black-colored fog. That black-colored fog were like little snakes as they drilled into his right arm. Strange and strong power condensed out. Sky-breaking punch. Suddenly, Murong Yunguan punched out. There was no gas that condensed out, but that might was unstoppable, as if it really could break through the sky with one punch. When that punch collided with the huge rhinoceros, instantly, it became a terrifying profound power vortex, because both sides struck out with their full power without restraining themselves. So, when the profound power vortex swept across, no one was able to hold it off. When the profound power vortex swept past, it was like the end of the world. Those who were at the origin realm spat a mouthful of blood out, and many people became forcefully unconscious. That power was not something that they could endure. After that, when the terrifying profound power vortex disappeared, people discovered that everyone was still alive and well. Although they were a bit injured, not a single person died by the terrifying profound power vortex. Just at that time, people also astonishingly discovered that the grey-cloaked person was still standing there. Purple light condensed within that person's hand, but it quickly dissipated. You saved us. Murong Yunguan felt that it was unbelievable. Clearly, that person had malicious intent. So, why save their lives when that person had came for the secret of the dead zone? Like I said, this person is a good person. He did not come to harm us, but to help us. Murong Yunguan explained. Nonsense. He is tricking you so that we both kill ourselves. Right now, my White Tiger Villa people has suffered from heavy injuries and death. All because of him. You said he is thinking for us. Murong Yunguan angrily shouted. He was really going mad because of his idiotic elder brother. The grey-cloaked person did not pay any attention to the disputes of the 2 brothers, and he only walked towards the lifeline, one step at a time. After arriving in front of it, he started to create a formation. As it revolved, the heart-like lifeline shrunk. When it disappeared, a huge black hole emerged out. That was not a simple black hole. It was condensed and created by gas, and it was like a black-colored vortex. It was slowly swirling, and it was as if it had an engulfing power. People would shiver with just a glance, and it was as though after entering, they would have no way of coming back out. It separated life and death. However, not only was the grey-cloaked person not afraid of such a horrifying, strange black hole, he was even happy. Although his face could not be seen, one could feel his state of happiness from his body. He walked towards the black hole. But, when he arrived in front of it, he stopped, lightly turned his head, looked at Murong Yunguan, then said, "Your younger brother is correct. The secret of this dead zone is quite exceptional. Why would I share it with you?" Chapter 153, Crystal Coffin. Chapter 153, Crystal Coffin. You tricked me, you. Murong Yunguan's fury attacked his heart, and a mouthful of his heart's blood was sprayed out. After that, he powerlessly laid on the ground. Although his body was violently moving up and down, he did not have the power to get himself up. It could be seen that his anger wounded him quite a bit. While looking at that situation, Murong Yunguan could only slowly close his eyes. Helplessness and sorrow was all over his face. Although this matter was done all by his elder brother, he still had an unavoidable responsibility. If he had to blame something, he could only blame his overtrust towards his brother. He handed most of the decisions to Murong Yanguan for him to deal with as he secluded himself to cultivate throughout the day, without asking about worldly matters. If it was otherwise, even if Murong Yanguan was being used by someone, it would be impossible for them to have such huge losses. However, no matter what, the strength of the White Tiger Villa was greatly diminished. The lifeline was already broken and danger was truly close. He did not believe that the grey-cloaked person could protect the White Tiger Villa, nor did he believe that he would do so. But just at that time, rumbling sounds came from the strange black hole. That sound was very odd. It was as if it came from far away, but just by hearing that sound, it made people extremely uneasy. It was as though a scary object was going to be born. Ha 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 ha. You think you can get everything from my ancestor? You think you have the power? You think you are qualified? Under this lifeline is the dead zone. Within the dead zone, there is an extremely terrifying thing locked there. If you open the lifeline, you will release it out. It will completely destroy the Azure province and the continent will perish. You will not get anything. You will die just like us after being killed by it. Murong Yanguan crazily laughed. He was in despair. He firmly believed in the words that his ancestor left behind, and he knew that all of them were going to die at that place. The entire Azure province, or even the continent, was going to face a calamity. The grey-cloaked person only coldly snorted and jumped into the strange black hole with a whoosh. The weirdest thing was, soon after the grey-cloaked person entered, the scary rumbling noises slowly settled down until it completely disappeared. The more important thing was that the strange black hole also gradually shrunk and it seemed like it was going to close. The lifeline is destroyed but the White Tiger Villa has not perished yet. Everyone, quickly enter the black hole. That is the dead zone, and we could very possibly get everything that Murong Xiaoyao had. Seeing that, someone suddenly yelled. After that voice rang out, everyone tried their best to climb towards the black hole, but they did not have any strength. They could really be said to be unable to move an inch forward. Although the black hole was extremely near, they had no way of getting closer. Many people unceasingly regretted. Some roared, some bawled, some did not even have the strength to do either. Just at that time, hurried footsteps constantly neared. Following that, a person ran like light and at the end, they stood in the middle of the lifeline. It was Chu Feng and Murong Xinyu. Father. After seeing Murong Yanguan, Murong Xinyu quickly ran over and jumped into her father's embrace. Chu Feng diligently looked at his surroundings. From the words that he heard just now, Chu Feng was aware that there was an even stronger character there. But clearly, at that moment, that person was gone. Chu Feng, quickly enter the black hole. Without a doubt, that is the entrance to the Emperor Tomb. When Chu Feng's gaze was cast towards the black hole, Eggy's pleasant voice rang out and it was unusually excited. Almost at the same time in which Eggy spoke, Chu Feng ran towards the black hole. At that instant, the black hole was already extremely small. Chu Feng had no way of stepping into it, so he could only clap his hands together, and with a diving posture, he plunged into the black hole head first. After a short moment, the black hole completely closed and disappeared from the lifeline. It was as though it never appeared before, and it did not leave any traces behind. At that instant, many people were extremely disappointed. They felt like they missed a chance to become an expert of their time. After all, the Murong Xiaoyao that year became such a powerful person after getting certain good things after he entered the dead zone. But also, there were many people that calmed down. They thought when the lifeline perished, some terrifying creature would be released. From that, the White Tiger Villa would be instantly destroyed and naturally, their lives would not be kept as well. However, such things did not seem to be happening. Father. Murong Xinyu settled comfortably next to Murong Yanguan as tears filled her face. Xinyu, who was that young man just now? Why have I never seen him before? Murong Yanguan was still staring at the place where the black hole disappeared and there were some ineffable emotions in his heart. He's Chu Feng and he is a world spiritist. However, he is not a bad person. On the journey, if it wasn't for him who protected me, I had no way of returning back here alive. Speaking to that point, Murong Xinyu fiercely shot a glance at the nearby Murong Yanguan. He was the biggest criminal in the White Tiger Villa right now. World spiritist, huh? Murong Yanguan seemed to be contemplating. He firmly believed the words of his ancestor, Murong Xiaoyao. If the lifeline perishes, the villa dies. However, at that moment, the lifeline was broken, yet the villa was completely fine. He had doubts on whether the grey-cloaked person did something. But he had even more doubts on whether the grey-cloaked person, who was at the first level of the profound realm, had that kind of strength or not. At the same time, Chu Feng entered a dreamlike realm. Everything surrounding him was pitch black and strong attraction led him quickly forward. After who knew how long, dazzling light was emitted in front of Chu Feng's eyes. Simultaneously, the surrounding darkness slowly faded away. When his feet stably stood on the ground, his surroundings completely changed. It was like a palace because it was very luxurious, several times more when compared to the lifeline above. It was simply the most luxurious place that Chu Feng had ever seen before. It was like a huge formation because symbols were engraved everywhere. They were all interconnected with glittering lights, and it was as though it was a huge net that enveloped the area. It was like a tomb, because in the center of all that, there was a round stage. In the middle of the round stage, there was a sparkling, crystal coffin. Chapter 154, Heaven Realms Remains. Chapter 154, Heaven Realms Remains. The crystal tomb was transparent. Chu Feng walked onto the stage and he could clearly see that there was an old man who laid inside the tomb. The old man had snow-like hair, paper-like face, and a dried-up body which was as thin as a stick. However, despite of all that, he still gave an oppressing feeling because when that person was alive, he was a cultivator of the heaven realm. A cultivator of the heaven realm. Haha, this is great. Quickly help me absorb this person's source energy. As long as it is absorbed, I can enter the profound realm. When needed, I can transfer my power to you. With your methods right now, you can certainly kill that Gong Luyun off. Even the Shangguan family in the Vermilion Bird City may not be able to hold you off. Eggy's nice voice sounded out, and at that instant, she was so excited that she never-endingly jumped randomly in the spiritual world. She was like a child when she was happy, because the source energy of a heaven realm expert was too attracting to her. Heaven realm. It's the remains of a heaven realm expert. Is this the ancestor of the White Tiger Villa, the person who grasped the strongest attacking method, Murong Xiaoyao? Compared to Eggy, who only wanted to absorb his source energy, Chu Feng had deep respect while looking at the old man. It was because his appearance was too similar to the Murong Xiaoyao from the legends. Who cares about who is he? Quickly open the crystal coffin. Or else, when that world spiritist returns, you and I will die. Eggy impatiently reminded. World spiritist. The person who came before was a world spiritist. Chu Feng was quite shocked. He never would have thought Eggy, who didn't even see that person's appearance, could know what his identity was. However, after some thinking, it was understandable. Most likely, only world spiritists were able to decipher the so-called lifeline to enter this area. Even if that profound realm world spiritist was not equal to Zhuge Liuyun, he was certainly still quite an impressive character. Thinking to that point, Chu Feng did not hesitate anymore. After opening the crystal coffin lid, he first bowed to that powerful person who was at the heaven realm before starting to absorb his source energy. It had to be said that the source energy was abnormally strong. It was not comparable to those at the profound realm, and as he absorbed it, Chu Feng was slightly strained. However, in order to completely absorb the source energy before the world spiritist returned, Chu Feng could only help Eggy absorb it as fast as he could. Haha, this is great. This taste is too wonderful and my cultivation will finally increase again. After roughly an hour of absorbing, Chu Feng finally thoroughly took in the source energy from the remains. Eggy was madly happy because after all that, the one who gained the most from it was none other than her. She already entered the first level of the profound realm. Just at that time, Chu Feng was startled as he found out that the complete remains before started to change. The body under the white clothes was quickly shrinking. Blood and flesh quickly disappeared and it became a pile of dried-up bones. Why did this happen? Chu Feng was incomparably stunned. He clearly remembered that absorbing source energy would not affect the remains, yet why did the perfect remains become eerie bones after he absorbed the source energy? Idiot. What's so surprising about this? The reason why his remains could remain complete was because of the special effects of this crystal coffin. You opened the crystal coffin, so naturally, his remains would be affected. Egi explained. I see. Is this the entrance to the Emperor tomb then? Where's that world spiritist? Where did he go? Chu Feng carefully assessed his surroundings and he discovered that there were similarities with the lifeline. There were many tunnels leading everywhere but no one knew where they led to. Wait. This seems more like a ceiling formation. A very strong ceiling formation. If I'm not mistaken, this person should be Murong Xiaoyao. He must have got something from the Emperor tomb, but for some unknown reasons, he did not want anyone to reopen the Emperor tomb, so he sealed it here. However, since we heard things after the lifeline was deciphered, this ceiling formation must have been affected. Looking at the surrounding symbols, they should have been created by that world spiritist to stabilize the ceiling formation. As for the so-called lifeline, it should only be a lie by Murong Xiaoyao. When everything started, he already planned to bury himself here. So, when the White Tiger Villa was established, this place was already created as well. Perhaps, to prevent anyone from disturbing his peace after he died, or perhaps there really was something under this ceiling formation, he did not want anyone to enter this place again. But no matter what the reason was, he was alive that year and he was not a consciousness. He intentionally pretended to disappear in that year, then when people came and intruded, he mercilessly killed them in order to deter others from the future. Egi analyzed. But even so, how did he suddenly become an aged old man from a flourishing young man? If the legends were true, that means that he lived for 300 years. That already exceeded the limits of human life, right? Chu Feng was very confused. He must have experienced something in order for that change to happen. Emperor tombs are not as simple as you think they are. Not only are there evil spirits within them, there are many other strong things that guard it. If he was able to turn into an aged old man from a flourishing young man, that means he was also able to live several hundred years. In reality, when your cultivation reaches a certain level, it is not impossible to live up to 1,000 years. However, right now, what you need to do is not to think about why he turned into that, but whether there are any treasures left behind by Murong Xiaoyao. You need to do two things. The first thing you need to do is to eliminate that world spiritist. Only then can you monopolize the treasure here and continue Murong Xiaoyao's legacy. Secondly, you need to find the exit to this place. If you don't even know how to get out, everything will be for naught. Egi seriously reminded. Only then did Chu Feng notice that there were no exits. He entered the black hole and directly came to this place, but the black hole was closed behind him. Chapter 155, Secret of the Dead Zone. Chapter 155, Secret of the Dead Zone. Suddenly, gray-colored light was emitted from a deep part within a certain tunnel. The gray-colored light was extremely strange, and it was a type of spirit formation power. Damn it. This person is a Greycloak world spiritist. After seeing that strange light, Egi tensed up. Greycloak world spiritist. Chu Feng was quite puzzled, but from Egi's nervous attitude, he could feel that the world spiritist was not simple. Chu Feng, you cannot be careless this time. This world spiritist is extremely strong. Even stronger than your Azure Dragon School's Elder Zhuge. Egi said solemnly. What? Even stronger than Elder Zhuge? Chu Feng was shocked. That's right. World spiritists have rankings as well, and they are ranked by the power of their spirit formation. They are White Cloak, Grey Cloak, Blue Cloak, Purple Cloak, and Gold Cloak. Obviously, your Azure Dragon School's Zhuge Liuyun is a White Cloak world spiritist. Putting aside the world spirit white cloak that he is wearing, the spirit formation power that he grasps is within the scope of white cloaks. If strictly required, you can also be counted as a white cloak world spiritist. The dazzling light just now was clearly the power of that person's spirit formation. If he was only laying down a spirit formation, there shouldn't be that kind of light. This means that he was using the power of spirit formation to try and open something. That person is quite impressive. He understands this place a lot better than you, and his goal is very definite. So definite that he could put Murong Xiaoyao's source energy aside and open whatever he is opening right now. If my guesses are correct, that thing must be even more attracting than Murong Xiaoyao's source energy. So, I have an idea right now. Egi said. What idea? Chu Feng hurriedly asked. His skill in the spirit formation technique is above you, and he can open the treasures that you cannot. Also, since he's a Greycloak world spiritist, he undoubtedly made a contract with a world spirit. His strength is absolutely not weak as well, so do not be negligent. Right now, hide in the coffin. Wait, and when he goes to the other tunnels, come out of the coffin. And set up a trap that can suppress his power. After he opens the treasures, he will come and absorb Murong Xiaoyao's source energy. At that time, you ambush him and take everything he has. Eggy reminded. To guard a tree stump while waiting for rabbits, and the fisherman reaps the rewards. After hearing Eggy's words, Chu Feng totally agreed. It was not the first time that he did things like that, but the effect was very good. http://seanpari.com/Chinese/show-u-di-2/. From then on, Chu Feng used spirit formation methods to create illusions outside of the crystal coffin. People who were looking from the outside saw the complete, undamaged corpse of Murong Xiaoyao, but in reality, it was fake. Even if Chu Feng entered the coffin, people would still see Murong Xiaoyao's corpse from the outside. Just as Chu Feng finished setting up some things on the crystal coffin, the gray light from deep within the tunnel completely disappeared. Eggy reminded Chu Feng that the world spiritist must have finished the opening of that section and he was currently returning. So, Chu Feng quickly hid inside the crystal coffin. Chu Feng was more or less nervous while laying inside the crystal coffin. After all, Eggy already said that in terms of spirit formation techniques, that person was even stronger than Zhuge Liuyun and his real strength was unfathomable. Although Eggy entered the profound realm, and with her help, Chu Feng could even fight experts at the 6th level of the profound realm, without the suppressing trap being laid out, Chu Feng was not confident. However, when light footsteps walked past then gradually distanced, Chu Feng's tense heart relaxed. The world spiritist did not use his spirit power, so that meant he was very confident in himself. Within the tomb, he was sure that he was alone. After that, Chu Feng started to lay traps around the crystal coffin. The more he laid, the more he was able to feel the changes in the tomb. Although there was nothing strange on the surface, that feeling was as if something extremely strong was going to be revived. Damn. This feeling is very uneasy. That guy isn't deciphering this sealing formation, opening the entrance to the Emperor tomb and releasing the evil spirits outright. Chu Feng was not too calm. It was because he was sealed within the tomb. He did not know where the exit was, so if an evil spirit was released, he would not know where to run and he would certainly be dead. Don't worry. The core of this sealing formation is here. If he wants to open the sealing formation, he would not use symbols to stabilize the formation. If my estimations are correct, he is not going to free any organisms. He is most likely opening a sealed martial skill, which is the secret of the dead zone that he said earlier. Eggy explained. Really? That would be great. At that instant, Chu Feng was extremely excited. After all, the martial skill that Murong Xiaoyao grasped back in that year was quite amazing. If he could get it, it would be equivalent to getting a real trump card. A short while after the world spiritist entered the last tunnel, the entire tomb started to rumble as if something strong was going to be born. However, it was completely different from the noise that he heard earlier in the lifeline. He's almost done. My guesses were indeed correct. What he is opening is a sealed method, and even if it isn't the secret of the dead zone, it would not be any simple martial skill, or else there wouldn't be such big movements. Eggy excitedly said. Chu Feng was also similarly excited and he quickened the trap-laying speed. Just at that time, the roar of a tiger came from every single direction. That sound was extremely deafening and it could certainly shake the world. It was the roar of the true king of thousands of beasts. It could shake one's heart, and make people feel fear in their hearts and force them to yield. Heavens, this sound, you said that he wasn't releasing evil spirits. Chu Feng had sweat all over his forehead because he could feel the might of that object just from the roar. Idiot. You're a world spiritist but you can't even distinguish between evil spirits and souls. Would the aura of an evil spirit be so kind? It's not an evil spirit. It is a huge opportunity because this isn't a simple martial skill. It's a secret skill. You know what that is. Eggy seemed to be disappointed from his failure to meet expectations, but her voice was abnormally excited. Secret skill. What's that? Hearing Eggy's words, Chu Feng felt that it was not simple so he closely questioned. Secret skills are methods above martial skills. They cannot be limited to the ranks because their power changes according to the person. However, they have the power to pressure outstanding people and to shake the world. Secret skills are abilities that have life. They cannot be printed on paper and not everyone can grasp them, because people do not learn them. The skills themselves choose their own masters. After the death of their master, the secret skills would be separated from the body of their master and they would roam around the world to choose its new master. In short, secret skills are the strongest methods in the world. They can only be met by chance and not gained by begging. They are methods that countless cultivating experts chase after in their lives. No wonder. No wonder Murong Xiaoyao back in the day was so strong. I never expected what he got was the legendary secret skill. Chapter 156, Grabbing with Everything He Can. Chapter 156, Grabbing with Everything He Can. Secret skill. So there are methods like that in the world. If Eggy was said to be endlessly excited at that moment, Chu Feng would be so excited that he did not know what to do. It was exactly as how Eggy said it was. This time, he really found a huge opportunity. Eggy, are you sure that this is a secret skill? Chu Feng asked, because from the bottom of his heart, he hoped that it was a secret skill. Are you doubting my abilities? Do you think that I've seen nothing, and I would even recognize a secret skill wrong? Remember this aura. This is unique to secret skills, and only they have this type of aura. Eggy explained. But this is such a strong aura. Would such a strong existence be willing to serve me? Chu Feng was a bit worried. That roar came from every direction, but it was clearly only caused by one object. The most important thing was the aura. It had unusual deterrence and no one could resist against that. You don't understand. This is the impressiveness of secret skills. Like I said, the secret skill will choose the person and no one can forcefully learn it. Only when the person's power exceed far above from the secret skills could they forcefully catch it, engulf it, and refine it for their own use. But to forcefully engulf secret skills requires them to be at least in the martial lord realm. Also, that does not mean martial lords could forcibly engulf all secret skills. Since they are created by people, there are weak ones and strong ones. Perhaps martial lords could forcibly engulf the secret skills created by martial kings. However, even martial kings cannot do that for the secret skills created by martial emperors. If I'm not mistaken, the secret skill in this tomb was most likely created by a martial emperor. Eggy explained. What? Martial emperor? Qing Xiantian already entered the emperor realm and became a martial emperor. Chu Feng was endlessly shocked. His expression changed greatly, and a single word was clearly written on his face: astonishment. After many questionings from Chu Feng, Eggy finally told the realms of martial cultivation to Chu Feng. It turned out in the journey of cultivation, there was not only the 4 realms of spirit, origin, profound, and heaven. After those 4 realms, there were 4 stronger realms. The Lord realm. They had the might of a lord coming down from the heavens. Those who were able to enter that realm must have sufficient cultivating talent, and they were also the people who were recognized as absolute geniuses. The King realm. Being above the Lord realm, they were the real kings and they were entirely worthy of being titled as martial kings. Those who entered that realm were not cultivators who had simple aptitude. They must have had gigantic opportunities and endless fortunes in order to step into that realm. The Emperor realm. A realm that completely surpassed the King realm. Those who were able to enter that realm were not ordinary. If they didn't have a divine body, they would have unique blood. In brief, they must have potential that normal people did not have, and grasped abilities that normal people could not grasp. Also, they needed countless opportunities, or else even if one had higher potential, without the inheritance of a senior, they had no way of entering that realm. It could be said to be the peak realm in the road of martial cultivation. Those who were able to enter that realm and become the martial emperor were huge characters. Their name and their stories would be passed down for thousands of years. As for the ancestor realm, Eggy did not reveal much about it. She only left a sentence for Chu Feng. There was northwest end in the road of martial cultivation. All the current realms were opened up by countless people from previous generations, but it was certainly not the last realm in martial cultivation. The ancestor realm could be said to be a myth. The number of people who were able to enter that realm were extremely few. However, no one could be sure that the ancestor realm was the end on the road of martial cultivation, because those who entered the ancestor realm and became the martial ancestor were old monsters that were worshipped like gods, yet they did not stop martial cultivating and they still continued. All in all, in the known realms in martial cultivation, martial ancestors were truly like legends because even if they existed, normal people would not even have a chance to see them. They were just like gods that existed within the heavens and the earth. On the other hand, the realm of martial emperors became the real peak in the path of martial cultivation. Even many geniuses or even those who had a divine body struggled for their entire lives, but could not enter that realm. According to legends, when Qing Xiantian died, he was only 15 years old and that stunned Chu Feng quite a bit. He became a martial emperor at the age of 15. That was a bit too terrifying, but after some more detailed thinking, Chu Feng was suddenly enlightened and he seemed to understand the meaning of the emperor tomb. What are you being shocked for? The secret skill here was undoubtedly created by a martial emperor. With this aura, it cannot be a mistake. However, that does not mean that it was created by Qing Xiantian. Also, legends are only legends. There are huge differences between legends and reality. So, even if the secret skill was created by Qing Xiantian, that does not mean he entered the emperor realm at the age of 15 and became a martial emperor. Perhaps him at that time was an old man who was at the end of his life, so he created the tomb and buried himself within it. Seeming to know Chu Feng's thoughts, Egyi spoke to reminded him. After hearing Egyi's analysis, Chu Feng nodded in agreement. After all, legends are only legends, and something would be different with that in reality. But he still really admired and respected Qing Xiantian. After all, the emperor realm was not a realm that anyone could enter. Not to mention martial emperors, currently, in the continent of the 9 provinces, the heaven realm was the peak. Martial emperors were simply myths. Just at that time, the world-shaking roar sounded out again. The entire tomb violently shook as if something that even the heavens and earth feared was going to be born. The seal will be opened soon and the secret skill will show itself. You cannot sit and do nothing. You absolutely cannot sit and do nothing. Chu Feng, quickly lead that world spiritist here and kill him. If you let the secret skill choose him as its master, you will miss this enormous opportunity and regret it for your entire life. Egyi anxiously urged. At the same time, Chu Feng could feel the aura within his body strengthening. Power that surpassed origin power filled every corner of his body. The first level of the profound realm. Obviously, Egyi lent her power to Chu Feng. Oi! You don't want your source energy. At that instant, Chu Feng's tension also rose to the extreme. He didn't know how to lead the world spiritist over, so he just randomly yelled that out. Whoosh! Just as he finished speaking, a body speedily rushed out from that tunnel. It was the grey-cloaked person. Although his face could not be clearly seen, from his gaze, one could feel shock, fury, and also killing intent. A world spirit greycloak. He really is a greycloak world spiritist. Chu Feng, take his cloak down or else the power of this trap will not be used to its most effectiveness. His world spirit greycloak can cancel the power of this trap. Egyi gravely reminded. Almost at the same time in which Egyi reminded Chu Feng, the greycloaked person spoke nothing and directly attacked. He leaped towards Chu Feng, raised his palm and aimed it at Chu Feng. He was merciless and clearly, he wanted to kill Chu Feng. However, just as that person stepped onto the stage, Chu Feng activated the trap. The symbols on the stage moved and light shot in all directions. The aura of the greycloaked person was instantly suppressed. As for his palm, Chu Feng easily dodged it. At that instant, the greycloaked person panicked a bit. He never would have thought that Chu Feng was a world spiritist as well. A spirit formation trap was even set up there and his cultivation was being suppressed. Chu Feng took the chance and extended his hand. Following the words of Egyi, he grabbed the greycloaked person's world spirit greycloak. He was as quick as lightning, and before the greycloaked person even got a chance to react, Chu Feng's powerful, big hands grabbed onto his chest. However, just as Chu Feng's palm touched that area, he felt that something was wrong. His face couldn't help but slightly redden because at that instant, not only did his right hand grab onto the world spirit greycloak, he even grabbed onto a ball of softness. An ear-piercing screech suddenly resounded out. It was no longer the aged and strange voice, but a voice of a female. Hearing the sweetness and the tenderness of the voice, that person should be a young female. Chapter 157, Strong Girl. Chapter 157, Strong Girl. You're a female. Chu Feng widened his mouth and he was endlessly shocked. However, his right hand got tighter and tighter. He even squeezed it 2 times as if trying to confirm if that person was a girl or not. At the end, Chu Feng's conclusion was, yes. Without a doubt, yes. That feeling. That elasticity. Other than a tiny bit, it was no worse than Su Ro. I will kill you. Being grabbed by Chu Feng like that, the grey-cloaked person was incomparably angry. Although he could not see her face, he could still feel her fury. She revolved her profound power and her boundless aura surged within body. She was planning to use a strong martial skill to kill Chu Feng with one strike. How could Chu Feng give that chance to her? Chu Feng's right palm slightly loosened, then suddenly tightened and he pulled up. The World Spirit Greycloak entered his hands and he threw it into his arms. When the World Spirit Greycloak was pulled off, the girl cried out because without the protection of the World Spirit Greycloak, she was bearing the power of the trap in its strongest degree. Damn. You're even such a beautiful girl. At the same time, Chu Feng's gaze went lifeless and he was enchanted by the scene in front of him. Underneath the World Spirit Greycloak was not some despicable little old person. It was a girl who was so beautiful that she could not be any more beautiful. With a sharp jaw and white face, she truly had an oval face. Not only was her little face delicate, her facial features were pretty as well. Her shiny, big eyes could charm a person to death. She wasn't seductive like Su Ro, nor pure like Su Mei. She was both clear and alluring, as if there was a captivating flower in the middle of a limpid pond. When the young female was paired with a purple-colored skirt while revealing her white snow, beautiful legs under the skirt, she was just like a small enticing woman. She was even the type that did not return your life if you died from her bewitchment. Her complexion completely surpassed Su Ro and Su Mei. From all the beauties that Chu Feng had seen before, the only person that could be comparable to that girl was Eggy, who lived in Chu Feng's spiritual world. However, that girl was completely different. Although they were both quite enticing females, if Eggy was a odd, naughty type, that girl was the cold but beautiful type who was detached from everyone else. You lewd demon. What are you looking at? Have you not seen beauties before? Now, quickly kill her. When that secret skill appears, who knows if it will choose you or her? As Chu Feng stared blankly, Eggy howled in disappointment. What? Kill her? After hearing those words, Chu Feng's heart tightened. If he was told to kill an extremely heinous person, Chu Feng would not be merciful in any way. However, if he was told to kill a person that had no enmity with him, and who was even such a beautiful young female, he really could not do it. What a contemptible little person. You dare to scheme against me? Today, I will break your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Just at that time, the girl explosively yelled. Her jet-black hair turned into purple and her enchanting eyes became purple as well. Strands of purple-colored gas continuously appeared from her body. They seemed like light, like water, yet like fire. They were extremely strange, and they encircled and swirled around the girl, while intertwining together. At the same time, with the girl as the center, layers of invisible ripples kept on spreading out. One ripple followed the other, and every ripple was stronger than the former. As it suddenly exploded out like that, even Chu Feng had no way of holding it back and he was forcefully thrown off. He was caught off guard and Chu Feng fell off the tall stage. With a beautiful backflip, he stably landed on the ground. However, when he cast his gaze towards the stage again, he was unable to remain calm. The trap that he painstakingly laid for several hours was collapsing from the young female's purple-colored gas. Countless symbols started to crumble before becoming ashes and disappearing from the world. This girl is quite strong. She is clearly only at the first level of the profound realm. How was she able to force me out from the trap? Chu Feng felt that it was unbelievable because the aura the girl was emanating was very strange. He never seen it before, but he subconsciously knew that it was not a simple martial skill. How is this possible? She has that type of body. Eggy couldn't help but cry out in surprise, and her tone was filled with inconceivability. That type of body is what type of body? Eggy, what body does she have? Chu Feng was also aware that something was wrong because the girl in front of him was hugely pressuring him. To know, after Eggy lent her power to him, Chu Feng reached the first level of the profound realm. With his abilities, he could easily kill those at the fourth level of the profound realm. If he used his special power, the golden lightning in his blood, and raised his cultivation to the second level of the profound realm, experts at the fifth level of the profound realm would not be difficult for him. Only those at the sixth level of the profound realm could contend against him. However, what was going on with the girl in front of him? She had the same cultivation as Chu Feng, but she gave Chu Feng such a strong oppressing feeling. Did that girl also have special abilities that allowed her to have power that was comparable to those at the sixth level of the profound realm? Idiot. Don't you see it? This girl did not use any special martial skills. She used her unique, special ability. That purple gas does not contain any profound power, and it is something that came from her own body. This girl doesn't have any random body, but a divine body. What? Divine body. After hearing those words, Chu Feng was even more shocked and his face instantly turned deathly white. Divine bodies were special bodies bestowed by heaven. They were real geniuses that had special abilities, and when they were born, they were already fated to become quite an existence. The legendary person 10,000 years ago, the creator of the Emperor Tomb, Qing Xiantian, had a divine body. The reason why Chu Feng had such strong battle prowess was possibly because he had a divine body. However, suspicion were only suspicions and he did not have any solid proof. But in front of his eyes, in front of his face, his opponent, a young woman who was yelling that she would break him into 10,000 pieces, had a genuine divine body. For the first time, when fighting a person of the same generation, it made Chu Feng feel that he was in danger as if a powerful enemy arrived. He had to put his entire heart into it. He needed to carefully deal with it, and seriously treat it. A huge boom resonated out and countless symbols disappeared like smoke. The purple-colored gas filled the entire stage. The girl completely destroyed Chu Feng's trap and she was walking down the stage, one step at a time. Her purple-colored hair madly danced in the air and her purple-colored eyes revealed bloodlust. Her purple-colored skirt moved without wind and her purple-colored gas followed where she went. Such strong might. This is a real divine body. Chu Feng's complexion was pale white. Although he did not retreat, he did not dare to easily go forward, not to mention initiating an attack. Droplets of sweat that were as big as beans rolled down his forehead. He really felt the danger, and it was the first time that he was forced to a step like that. Just at that time, deafening bellows reverberated everywhere and it was more than several times stronger than before. The ground trembled and there were even cracks that appeared. Sounds of rocks falling could be heard, and the most important part was that the powerful yet ancient oppression feeling pounced towards them. The legendary secret skill appeared. Chapter 158, White Tiger Slaughtering Technique. Chapter 158, White Tiger Slaughtering Technique. The roar of the tiger went in all directions and it shook the world. The tomb violently trembled as if it would crumble at any time. Under that pressure, in front of that power, the deterrence that the purple-clothed young female showed before seemed so tiny. It was completely pressed down and it was not even worth mentioning. Where did you two little children come from and you dare to disturb my rest? That voice seemed like the simultaneous roar of 10,000 beasts, yet it also seemed like the bellow of a powerful person. It was as though it came from all directions, yet it was as though it came from deep within one's spirit. It was thick and powerful, and it was also filled with ancient aura. The age of the aura seemed weird, as if it was a spirit that slept for 10,000 years and just woke up. It gave people a type of pressure that did not belong to this world. I pay my respects. I had no meaning to intrude, but I just didn't wish for you to continue being sealed here and your might buried. So, I acted insolently in order to release you. In response to that, the purple-clothed girl half knelt on the ground with a poof, clasped her hands together and paid her respects to the air. Nonsense. I wish to rest until now. If I did not choose to come out and stretch for a bit, how could a little child like you wake me up? That voice turned a bit angry. In an instant, white-colored gas surged over from every single direction. They started to condense in the air, and with a blink, it formed into a huge white tiger. That tiger was extremely big. It was over 20 meters long and one of its paws could crush Chu Feng into a meat patty. Although it was a white tiger, it was not an actual body. White gas rolled all over its body. It was like fog that swirled in the air as it stared at Chu Feng and the girl. It did not have any pupils and both of its eyes were two black holes. However, when they swept past Chu Feng, he couldn't help but quiver and felt an oppressing feeling from deep within his soul. Chu Feng had no doubt that if it attacked, he would instantly disappear without any suspense. "You child, there's really nothing great about you. Not only did you secretly sneak in, you even hiddenly set up a surprise attack and tried to gain the benefits of the fisherman." After sweeping his gaze over to Chu Feng, it coldly said that. It turned out that despite coming out just now, it clearly understood everything that happened in the tomb. At that instant, Chu Feng did not say anything. He tightly frowned but did not make a sound. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but he did not know what to talk about. He felt that in front of the old monster who might have lived for over 10,000 years, any bootlicking words would be useless. No one would be sharper than it, and the bridges that it crossed over were even more than the roads Chu Feng's walked on. However, when the godlike white tiger gave Chu Feng a negative opinion, the purple-clothed girl hiddenly rejoiced. Her mouth couldn't help but curve up into a light smug smile. She felt that there would be a lot more hope in getting the legacy of the white tiger if it gave Chu Feng its disapproval. "Child, you are not anything good either. The reason why you came to this place is for no other reason but to gain my power. You aimed to kill him before, so it can be seen that you are a person who does not care what methods you use to reach your goal. If you are like this at your age, what would happen when you grow up?" But just at that time, the white tiger shot a glance at the purple-clothed girl then coldly reprimanded. "Senior, I know I have wronged. I just wanted your legacy too much and your strong power too much. So, I was rash. If you had to blame something, you can only blame that you were too attractive and messed my heart up." The girl pursed her lips, and her face could only be called as pitiful. She looked as grieved as she could. Flowery words, but speeches of trickery. However, the unexpected thing was, despite knowing that the girl was so nakedly saying such bootlicking words, the white tiger still revealed a hint of delight. That thing enjoyed people to bootlick him so much. "Senior, your power is unrivaled and peerless. Your methods are absolute in the world. You really shouldn't be here resting, but instead, you should let us experience your glory. Or else, to us and everyone, it would be a type of regret." Seeing that bootlicking worked, Chu Feng did not sit there and wait for death. He quickly went up, paid his respects, and licked without covering it up at all. "Ha ha. You little boy, you quite know how to speak. However, all of them are truths. It really would be type of regret to everyone if I kept on resting here. My glory cannot be comparable by anyone. Those three old things cannot even match me," the white tiger said proudly. It even used its claws, which were full of sharp blades, to stroke its dried-up beard. It could be seen that it was extremely pleased with itself. Three old things. It is that, after hearing the white tigers talking to itself, Chu Feng muttered in his heart. "You should not be wrong. Chu Feng, you are really too lucky. If I'm not mistaken, there should also be 3 secret skills sealed in the 3 other Emperor Tomb entrances. Heavens! There are a total of 4 secret skills. If you can learn them all, your future will simply be unmeasurable. Very little people in the same generation can be matched by you. You are truly lucky, and you have opportunities that normal people cannot get." Compared to Chu Feng's suspicions, Eggy bounced and skipped randomly in excitement. It was already confirmed that there were 4 other places that had secret skills. At that instant, Chu Feng was incomparably joyful. If a single secret skill could make countless experts insane, 4 secret skills would drive everyone in the world insane. Chu Feng couldn't help but secretly glance at the purple-clothed girl. He discovered that she was using a gaze of disdain and hatred to glare at himself. She was seemingly cursing Chu Feng with her gaze, and saying that he was shameless. Chu Feng was secretly pleased by the girl's reactions. He could tell that despite knowing there was a secret skill here, she clearly did not know the secret of the Emperor Tombs. She did not know that there were 3 more entrances in the Azure Province, and possibly also 3 more secret skills sealed within. I will do a self-introduction. I am the White Tiger Slaughtering Technique, and I was created by a martial emperor. It is inconvenient to reveal my master's name, but with his power and might, with a slightly movement of his toes, he could cause this entire land to crumble and this sky to collapse. He is an extremely powerful person in this world. Just at that time, the godlike white tiger did a self-introduction. Chu Feng was prepared in his heart when faced with that situation. After all, he already knew from Eggy that the secret skill should have been created by a martial emperor from the aura. On the other hand, the purple-clothed girl had astonishment all over her face. Clearly, she did not expect that the origin of the secret skill was so impressive. Chapter 159, Slightly Interesting. Chapter 159, Slightly Interesting. My attacking methods are the hardest and strongest in the world. There is nothing that can block me. Not to mention your spirit formations, even world spiritists that led a world spirit army of several hundred were all killed by me in one strike. The white tiger narrated proudly. A world spirit army of several hundred. Eggy, what level would that world spiritist be? Chu Feng asked in his heart. He really wanted to know how strong a world spiritist like that would be. Fool. World spirits create contracts with world spiritists, so when the spirit power of world spiritists reaches a certain strength, as long as the world spiritists are willing to, world spirits are able to use their own intelligence to enter the spiritual world and fight for the world spiritist. The amount of world spirits one has is a way to determine the strength of a world spiritist. A world spiritist that controls several hundred world spirits is a person who stepped into the peak of the king realm. A peak-level martial king. Eggy explained. That's strong. At that instant, Chu Feng was greatly shocked. One strike to kill a peak-level martial king. That meant two things. Firstly, it meant that the master of the white tiger slaughtering technique was extremely strong, and it could very possibly be the legendary character of the 9 provinces, Qing Xiantian. Secondly, it also meant that the white tiger slaughtering technique was quite something. After all, world spiritists were experts in techniques of spirit formations, and those were titled as the strongest defense methods in the world. To be able to break it in one strike and to also kill the world spiritist already said enough about its power. No wonder Murong Xiaoyao that year was said to have a matchless attacking method in the world. It must have been the work of the white tiger slaughtering technique, and secret skills really did live up to its name. In short, my abilities are invincible in the world. It is exactly how you say it is. I have no problem resting here, but it would be a regret. So, I decided to come out and let people experience my glory once again. The white tiger circled around in the air and it blew its own trumpet as it spoke. However, even if it spoke too directly and exaggerated its confidence too much, Chu Feng and the purple-clothed girl did not doubt its words at all, because it was certainly a secret skill that was like a legend. Although the character of you two children aren't anything good, the aptitudes you two have are still fine. Fight against each other. I will pass down my ability to the victor. As for what degree you can use my ability to, that will depend on yourselves. But don't worry. Even if you have horrible talent, I would not blame you. I would only blame myself for not doubting my eyes. Even Murong Xiaoyao that year was so mediocre, but I never said that he wouldn't do and blamed him for that. After all, he was the person that I chose. The white tiger suddenly spoke, and more or less, there was remorse in its tone. What? Murong Xiaoyao was mediocre. Murong Xiaoyao that year was mediocre. You never said he wouldn't do. Are you complaining now? Chu Feng was displeased in his heart. The so-called secret skill was such an arrogant, proud, self-centered, and twisted fellow. However, that being said, it was qualified to say that, or else Chu Feng and the purple-clothed girl would not be so respectful to it and fight over to get its appreciation. But looking at the current situation, the skill of one's mouth was clearly useless. The white tiger had already spoken and it wanted Chu Feng and the purple-clothed girl to fight. The victor would gain its power. What are you looking at? Why aren't you two starting? If you hesitate a bit more, be careful, as I might change my thoughts. As it swept its glance over the two people, the white tiger howled in dissatisfaction. Die. Just as the white tiger finished speaking, the purple-clothed girl attacked like lightning. The purple-colored gas flames circulated and her black hair became purple once again. Within her purple pupils was killing intent. She truly wanted Chu Feng dead. The purple-colored gas flames pressed their way over. They were like purple-colored evil, fierce, and wild beasts. Chu Feng did not just take all that. He strode, straightened his back, formed a golden bow in his left hand and a golden arrow in his right. He pulled the bow until it formed a full moon, and the arrows he shot out were like falling meteors. The arrows that filled the air became a golden-colored storm as they explosively shot towards the purple-colored gas. However, the unexpected thing was that the smoke-like, misty purple-colored gas was not weak. Rather, it was like a copper and iron wall. Despite the might of Chu Feng's bow of 100 transformations being even stronger, after penetrating through the layers of purple-colored gas, not only did it gradually slow down, at the end, it was stopped, and it shattered and disappeared. The most important thing was that the attacking might of the purple-colored gas was unable to be stopped by the bow of 100 transformations. At that instant, the purple-colored gas brought its enormous power and pounced towards Chu Feng. It descended from the heavens, and it seemed like a waterfall that had unstoppable might, and it also seemed like a current that had an attack that could break through anything. That level of might. That level of power. Only Chu Feng, who was going to experience, could understand it. But Chu Feng was not only for looks. He coldly snorted, and without hurry or panic, he abruptly used the Imperial Sky technique just as the purple-colored gas was going to slam down on him, and easily dodged it. However, what Chu Feng did not think of was almost at the exact same time that he dodged it, the purple-colored gas also split apart and formed into countless big, purple-colored gas hands. They clawed at Chu Feng, and their speed was many times quicker. Boom, boom, boom. The gas hands had extremely strong might. After every boom, a deep pit of death would be left behind on the ground, which was made out of special materials. Dust and rubble flew everywhere. Chu Feng was like an agile monkey as he jumped away from the countless number of big purple-colored hands. Although the big hands were helpless against his speed, Chu Feng sank into a passive state. As Chu Feng dodged, he looked towards the purple-clothed girl. He discovered that she was standing where she was, and she did not even move half a step. She was using a gaze of contempt to look at himself, as if Chu Feng was fish on a cutting board and was freely being sliced. Damn brat. If I don't show you my might, you will really think that I'm a sick cat. At that instant, Chu Feng suddenly stopped his escaping steps. With a thought, golden-colored lightning appeared in his eyes. At the same time, the space around him also rippled. Tiny golden-colored lightning surged out, and they became a human-shaped shield. It formed in front of Chu Feng, and his aura instantly entered the second level of the profound realm from the first level. Boom, 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 boom. Simultaneously, the big purple-colored hands surrounded and attacked from all directions. They almost completely sealed Chu Feng's path of escape, and they started to endlessly explode on Chu Feng's body. The purple-colored gas blended with the rubble, and even the tomb shook and trembled. However, under that level of attack, the purple-clothed girl did not rejoice, and instead, she was worried. Her pair of eyebrows couldn't help but slightly tighten, and her shiny big eyes became more serious. As for the white tiger in the air, a smile that was unique to beast streaked past its lips. It said faintly, "This is slightly interesting." Chapter 160, The outcome of the battle is already determined. Chapter 160, The outcome of the battle is already determined. The purple-colored gas slowly dissipated, and Chu Feng slowly walked out from within. At that very instant, golden-colored lightning surged within his eyes. There was a layer of human-shaped protective shield surrounding his body, and the strength of his aura was several times stronger than before. The purple-colored gas was useless against him. This special aura. You also have a divine body. Seeing Chu Feng like that, shock filled the eyes of the purple-clothed girl, and she felt that it was quite inconceivable. Interesting. This is too interesting. I never would have thought that just as I came out, I would meet two people with divine bodies. It seems like I won't be disappointed this time. Fight. Quickly fight. Let me see which one of yous will gain my ability. In contrast to the astonishment of the purple-clothed girl, the white tiger was madly happy. Little girl, since you're this fierce, you cannot blame me for not holding back on you. Chu Feng used the bow of 100 transformations once again, and this time, its power was completely different from before. There was a layer of lightning wrapped around the golden-colored arrow. The power that it contained was several times stronger than before. Swish. Chu Feng shot an arrow out. A black line even ripped the air, and purple-colored gas that was like a copper and iron wall before was only currently like tofu. With howling noises, ripples spread, and the golden-colored arrow that had unstoppable might already arrived in front of the purple-clothed girl. However, what Chu Feng did Not expect was that the purple-clothed girl did not avoid nor dodge the arrow Chu Feng sent over. Her pure white hand shot out like lightning and grabbed the golden-colored arrow in her hand. After that, she only lightly clenched, and with a poof, the lightning that wrapped around the golden-colored lightning arrow disappeared within. It was unable to do even a trace of damage. Nice method, but I would like to see what you will do to this. Chu Feng took a step forward and started to wildly pull his bow. The golden-colored arrows were still as strong as before, but they turned from one to several. They were truly densely packed, and they filled the sky and covered the sun, as they forced their way towards the girl. I even thought that it was quite something, but after all that, you only raised your cultivation by 1 level. Your strongest method is even a mere rank 5 martial skill. The mouth of the girl slowly curled up into a mocking sneer. After that, her purple-colored eyes unceasingly glittered. A formless aura spread out with her as the middle, and it engulfed the entire tomb. After that aura appeared, Chu Feng felt huge pressure. That pressure was even continuing to increase, and it even made the bow in Chu Feng's hand heavier, and it lost the sharp might from before. This power is so strong. What kind of method did she use? Chu Feng was endlessly shocked. He astoundingly discovered that in front of that power, his golden-colored arrows were frozen in midair. They were bound by the power, and they were not able to be controlled by himself. However, that was not the end. As the terrifying aura swept ripple by ripple over, gradually, a big purple-colored bell appeared outside of the girl. No, it wasn't a big bell. To be precise, it should be a small bell. A purple-colored bell. There were special patterns all over it, as though it had life, and it was constantly changing. Only because it looked too big did it seem like a big bell, as it protected the girl within it. Ding! Suddenly, the purple-colored bell slightly moved, and the sound of bells rang out. Instantly, it replaced all sounds, and everything became silent. The only thing that could be heard was the special sound from the bell. At the same time that the bell rang out, the frozen golden-colored arrows in the air all shattered. Even Chu Feng felt the strong force. A type of pressure that came from every single direction was penetrating his body and pressing down on his dantian. Damn it. This power is so strong. Chu Feng gnashed his teeth, revolved the profound power in his entire body to hold that pressure back. Although he was able to hold the strong power back, at that moment, huge droplets of sweat already appeared on his forehead, and he did not have the previous calmness from before. This girl can use the power of her divine body. This is the power that is unique to her. The power that the heavens gave her. She is already able to use the special ability for her divine body. At that instant, Eggy was also unable to remain calm. Her tone was filled with panic. Haha. Interesting. This is too interesting. You've grasped the hidden power in your body at this age. Only talent like this is qualified to gain my inheritance. The white tiger was even more excited. What, you only have that tiny bit of skill? Do you really have a divine body? Or did you use some special methods to imitate a divine body? The girl stepped forward. The purple-colored bell that surrounded her emitted a ring. Every time that bell rang out, Chu Feng would feel the attack of the strong power. He had to use all his power to defend against it, or he would have been killed by that power. Imitating a divine body, huh? After hearing the words of the girl, the white tiger also had its doubts. Although Chu Feng's golden-colored lightning was very special, it did not necessarily represent the special power that divine bodies had. Because at that moment, Chu Feng's cultivation was at the 2nd level of the profound realm, yet the girl's cultivation was at the 1st level of the profound realm. Chu Feng used a rank 5 martial skill, but the girl only relied on her own power to completely suppress Chu Feng. That was the might that divine bodies had. With their own power, they could suppress strong people in their own generation. With the power bestowed by heaven and a peerless body, they were fated to become a huge character named as an overlord of an area. The bell rang again and again, and the girl got closer and closer. Chu Feng used the profound power in his entire body to fight against the strange power that was invading his body, but he was slowly not a match for the power. If the girl used any other attack on him, he would undoubtedly be defeated. Damn it. This divine lightning. Don't turtle up in my dantian. Come up. Lend your power to me. Chu Feng yelled in his heart because he did not want to be defeated. He could not be defeated. He could not lose the secret skill, and he could not die there. However, no matter how much he yelled, the divine lightning in his body had no reaction, as if they could not hear his words. Chu Feng was extremely helpless when he was in that situation. It was the first time that he was so helpless, and he was forced to that state by a girl who was even younger than himself. To know that the reason why he was able to hold off against the girl was all because he borrowed Eggy's power. If he relied on his own cultivation, he would have been killed by the girl already. It was the first time that he realized he was still not invincible in the world. Within the people of the same generation, there were people who had even higher talent than him. There were people who were even stronger than him, and in front of such a person, he was so weak that he could not take a single blow. You really only have false bravado. Not to mention that you don't have a divine body. Even if you do, the ability that you have are too weak. You are helpless in front of me. The girl kept on sneering and her domineering tone was clearly revealed. She was arrogant to the extreme, but she did indeed have the qualification for that. At that moment, the white tiger who circled around in the air raised the corner of its mouth to form a smile of satisfaction. Although it was still silently watching everything, it did not have the excitement before because it felt that the outcome of the battle was already determined. Chapter 161, Azura. Chapter 161, Azura. Chu Feng was suppressed. He was completely and thoroughly suppressed by the purple-clothed girl. Although he was extremely bitter, he could not do anything about it. Chu Feng, give your body to me and let me defeat this conceited girl. But just at that time, Eggy's voice rang out again. Her tone seemed to be filled with some sort of determination. What? Before Chu Feng was even able to react to that, he felt an extremely strong power surging from his spirit world. It was attacking his awareness and it wanted to take over his body. That power was extremely strong. It could even be said to be terrifying. It was as though it came from the darkness of the abyss and it gave people an icy cold feeling. However, Chu Feng did not panic because he felt a familiar aura from that power. It was Eggy. After being together for such a long time, Chu Feng completely trusted Eggy. Although she was strange and odd, she would not harm him. So, Chu Feng did not resist against the attack on his awareness and gave the control to his body to Eggy. Whom at that moment, Chu Feng only felt strong power that he had never felt before and it was surging in his body. Black-colored gas was emitted from Chu Feng's body and coiling upwards around Chu Feng. In a split instant, the black-colored gas covered the entire tomb. The ground started to violently shake and the spiritual energy, origin power, and profound power hidden in the air all cried out, as if they were afraid. The black-colored gas rolled around in the air like a black cloud covering the sun. However, how could black clouds give out such feelings of oppression? It was simply like the release of an evil demon that had been sealed for a long time. It was as if it arrived at a place that it did not belong to. That feeling should not exist in this world. Is this the power of that person? Why is so sharply different from before? The eyes of the purple-clothed girl flickered and she seemed to be scared. She surprisingly discovered that the nature of Chu Feng's aura changed. If Chu Feng had a dazzling glow before, at that moment, he was darkness that covered the eyes. The most important thing was when Chu Feng exploded the black-colored gas, her aura was completely pushed down. Why is there such a dark power within this boy's body? At that instant, even the expression of the white tiger changed greatly. The gaze that it looked Chu Feng with did not dare to have a single trace of disdain anymore. Do you think you are invincible in this world just by having a divine body? Today, I will let you experience the power that does not belong to your world. Today, I will let you know what Azura is. The current Chu Feng was already being controlled by Eggy, so the one speaking was not Chu Feng, but Eggy. However, the purple-clothed girl and the white tiger did not know that. After all, since the body that Eggy borrowed was Chu Feng's, the voice was also Chu Feng's. Azura. I never heard of that. I only know that divine bodies are the strongest type of bodies in this land. Divine bodies should be invincible. The purple-clothed girl was clearly unwilling to accept that. She was even angered by Eggy's words. The purple-colored bell that enveloped her kept on emitting the strong rings. Wave after wave of rings swept towards Chu Feng. They were several times stronger than before and it could be seen that she was truly angry. On the other hand, Eggy only stood where she was and did not care about that at all. The black-colored gas twisted around her body and nothing could break through it. Even the strange but strong ring was blocked and it had no way of even harming a single strand of Chu Feng's hair. Humph! Suddenly, Eggy coldly snorted and the black-colored gas that was over her head started to wiggle. After that, countless black-colored sharp claws descended from above. That was right. They were claws and not hands because they were sharp and frightening. With a glance, it would even make one's hair and bones terrified. Even if it was a hand, it would certainly not be a person's hand but a demon's. Behind the sharp, black-colored claws were long arms. They came down from the heavens, and they were like countless demons who clawed towards the purple-clothed girl with their terrifying sharp claws from another world. Hollow display of strength. Don't think that this can scare me. The eyes of the purple-clothed girl glittered and she shot several palms upwards. When a palm shot out, it would rip through the air. When a palm shot out, the world would tremble a bit. That was no longer a simply rank 5 martial skill, but a rank 6 martial skill. Rank 6 martial skill. This girl can use a rank 6 martial skill and she even cultivated it to this degree. Chu Feng was quite shocked and even though his body was controlled by Eggy, he could still feel everything that happened in front of his eyes as though he was in control of his body. He could feel the mysteriousness and the tyrannic force of the martial skill the purple-clothed girl was displaying. It did indeed surpass his bow of 100 transformations and it was, without a doubt, a rank 6 martial skill. The most important thing was that the rank 6 martial skill was being perfectly executed by the girl and she clearly fully understood the meaning within the martial skill. At that instant, Chu Feng deeply recognized the strength of the purple-clothed girl. He really could not be matched to her. The strength of him and the girls could be said to be the difference between the heaven and the earth. It was no longer on the same level. However, no matter how much stronger the purple-clothed girl's martial skill was, it had no way of shaking the black-colored sharp claws in the air. The claws were like things that did not belong to this world. Nothing could break it, but it could break everything. Boom! Just at that time, a black-colored claw descended down and landed where the purple-clothed girl was located at. Instantly, rubble flew everywhere and a deep palm mark appeared. The purple-clothed girl was unable to dodge it and she was forcibly slammed down. Boom 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 boom. Subsequently, even more black-colored claws slammed down and they endlessly landed on the body of the purple-clothed girl. At that instant, the vast tomb rocked as if it would collapse in any moment. Even the formation symbols on the ground became dim without light. A deep hole was continuously spreading and it was being destroyed by Eggy's power. Enough. Stop. Just at that time, the white tiger abruptly and explosively yelled. It had no choice but to speak since the scene in front of it already exceeded his control. If that continued, the tomb would be completely destroyed and the formation that suppressed the entrance to the Emperor tomb would not exist again. Next time, I will defeat you. Even if you have the help of the secret skill, I will not lose again. The purple-clothed girl swept a glance at Chu Feng and a hint of resolution flashed past her eyes. After that, her beautiful body leaped, entered the black hole, and she completely disappeared. At that instant, Chu Feng couldn't help but deeply exhale. The purple-clothed girl was too strong. If it wasn't for Eggy, he would have certainly died. He never would have thought that there was such a monster in the Azure province. So strong that she could fight against the peak of the Azure province. After the girl left, the white tiger closed that black hole and it opened another one. It said to Chu Feng, "Both of you are hard to get geniuses. Besides, she is a girl, so leave a path of life for her." After hearing the white tiger's words, Chu Feng bitterly smiled in his heart. Naturally, he could hear that the white tiger was afraid that Chu Feng would kill the purple-clothed girl out of the hatred in his heart, because from what the white tiger could see, Chu Feng's strength was indeed stronger than the girl's. However, in reality, it was not. "I promise if we meet again, even if she has ill intents towards me, I will know when to stop and I won't take her life," Chu Feng solemnly vowed. He knew that the white tiger was going to pass down its ability to him, so he had to treat it with good words. No need. If, in the future, she still has today's matter in her heart and attacks you based on that, you don't need to leave any lingering troubles. After all, you are the person who will get my inheritance. The white tiger shook its head, seemingly representing that Chu Feng misunderstood its meaning. After that, it fiercely roared and its fog-like body separated within the world-shaking roar and it started to rush towards Chu Feng's brain. At that instant, Chu Feng felt piercing pain from his brain because enormous amounts of information was surging into his mind. There was so much information that none of the martial skills that he had read before was comparable to it. That most amazing thing was, when the information entered his brain, it was absorbed by his mind and it was digested, enabling him to use that skill. At the same time all that happened, the voice of the white tiger was ringing in Chu Feng's mind. Boy, remember the words that I've said today. I am called the white tiger slaughtering technique. I am the strongest attack within secret skills and ordinary martial skills cannot be compared to me. Today, I pass my ability down to you. However, that does not mean that my power will be freely controlled by you in the future. Although your power will affect my power, if I do not give enough of my approval to you, you will have no way of using my ability. So, you need to remember clearly that you must not use my ability for evil. You can kill those who offend you, but you cannot kill the innocent. You can remove the roots, but you cannot slaughter the innocent. The white tiger's voice lingered around Chu Feng's ears, and other than giving its warning to Chu Feng, it also told the characteristics of the secret skill to Chu Feng. Of course, the power of the secret skill was quite something, however, Chu Feng could not use it whenever he wished. As for what degree he could use it to, not only did it rely on Chu Feng's own cultivation, it also relied on the level of approval by the secret skill itself. Which also meant, even though the secret skill was in Chu Feng's body, and as long as Chu Feng did not die, the secret skill could forever be used by Chu Feng, the secret skill still had life. Although it could not speak anymore, its intelligence was still there and it could still control the amount of power it entrusted to Chu Feng. The white-colored fog that surrounded Chu Feng gradually became less and less. The white tiger's words also dimmed down. However, when the fog dissipated and when the words were gone, the secret skill, the white tiger slaughtering technique, already thoroughly melded with Chu Feng and they became one. The white tiger slaughtering technique. Let me, Chu Feng, experience your power. Chu Feng was extremely excited. He raised his hand, extended his finger, and a strand of white-colored mist flowed out from his fingertip. The white-colored mist seemed extremely fragile, but in reality, it contained extremely great power. With a bang, it was like an arrow leaving a bow and it explosively shot out from Chu Feng's fingertip. Its speed was extremely quick and it almost surpassed Chu Feng's line of sight. Its might was like lightning, its speed was as fast as a shooting star, and with unstoppable power, it shot straight into the tomb's wall. The tomb was created by special materials, and despite being battered up from everything that happened before, it did not collapse. The walls could be said to be complete, but Chu Feng's attack from his finger completely penetrated through the wall. The power was shocking. That's so strong. Eggy, did you see that? I got the secret skill, the white tiger slaughtering technique. With this, in unexpected circumstances, even those at the 7th level of the origin realm would be killed by me. Chu Feng was madly happy. The power of the white tiger slaughtering technique was truly too strong. Its might was almost unstoppable, and unless the opponent's speed was greater than his, almost no one would be able to block the attack of the white tiger slaughtering technique. Eggy. Eggy. However, just at that time, Chu Feng's expression changed greatly. No matter how much he called out in the connection, he did not receive Eggy's reply. That made Chu Feng a bit nervous. He quickly sat cross-legged and sent his awareness into the spiritual world. When he entered the world's spirit space, his slightly nervous face lost all color. He frightenedly discovered that Eggy's current complexion was deathly white. Even her body seemed illusory and misty. It was like she became a consciousness as she laid in the middle of the world's spirit space and her aura was extremely weak. Eggy, what happened to you? Chu Feng completely panicked. He fell in front of Eggy and wanted to embrace her, but he discovered that his arms passed straight through Eggy's body, as if she was only an illusion. Seemingly feeling Chu Feng's actions, Eggy, who had both her eyes shut, gradually opened them. Her slender and long eyebrows lightly trembled, her eyes squinted to form two sweet and beautiful crescent moons, the corner of her mouth rose to a charming curve, and she said with an extremely faint voice, "Chu Feng, you idiot. It seems that I have to leave for a while, and it seems that I won't be able to cultivate with you." Chapter 163, Returning to the Azure Dragon School. Chapter 163, Returning to the Azure Dragon School. Eggy, what happened to you? What do you mean? Where are you going? Chu Feng was extremely uneasy and he already lost his mind. Subconsciously, he knew that something was greatly wrong. Bastard. You still dare call me Eggy? I told you to call me as Milady Queen. Eggy beautifully smiled and it moved one's heartstrings. However, when Chu Feng saw that, at that moment, his heart felt sour and the emotions he was feeling were ineffable. Milady Queen, what happened to you? Tell me, okay? Why did I do wrong? Are you going to leave me? Chu Feng's heart was extremely tight and his eyes were even a bit moist. Despite not knowing Eggy for too long, Eggy had grew along with Chu Feng. Both of them shared one body, and Eggy even accompanied Chu Feng as he experienced everything in his memories. That feeling was indescribable with words. Don't worry, I'm just tired. I'll be fine after I sleep for a while. You got the secret skill right? Eggy asked with concern. Chu Feng firmly nodded. It's great if you got it, so that forcefully taking over your body was not in vain. Eggy's smile got more and more sweet, but her body got more and more transparent. It could be seen that she was already prepared to face that situation. Did my body rebound and cause damage to you? Or did you exhaust your cultivation for me? What happened? Chu Feng finally heard the inklings and he was endlessly regretting in his heart. No need to blame yourself. No matter what the reason was, it was voluntary. At the same time that you cultivate diligently, you need to protect yourself. Although I cannot watch as you and Gong Luyun fight, I know that you can win. Remember, I am here with you and you are not fighting alone. After speaking those words, Eggy's body became weaker and weaker. At the end, she even became lights with diverse color. Those lights had all sorts of colors and they were extremely beautiful. They encircled Chu Feng as they revolved around him, as if not willing to part with him, but they had to do the final farewell. Eggy, what can I do to save you? What can I do to save you? Chu Feng kept on yelling but there was no response. Only when the light that surrounded him disappeared did he powerlessly sit on the ground limply as his gaze became lifeless. His heart ached as Eggy left him like that. He was unable to feel Eggy's aura anymore, and pain that was unspeakable started to spread out from his heart. It was as though his soul was split in half as it went away with her. Eggy, I will save you. After a while, Chu Feng slowly came to his senses. The helplessness on his face faded away and replacing it was determination. Although the current him could not feel Eggy's aura, the spirit connection contract that he made with Eggy was still there. It meant that she was not dead yet, so there was certainly a way to reawaken her. Even though he did not know what method that was, it did not mean that other world spiritists did not know. So, Chu Feng needed to return to the Azure Dragon School and ask for Zhuge Liuyun's assistance. All in all, he had to save Eggy without caring about the price. After deciding that, Chu Feng did not hesitate and he first looked around in the tomb. He wanted to find some treasures that were left behind by Murong Xiaoyao, but he discovered that other than the deciphered symbols and formation patterns left behind by the purple-clothed girl, there was truly nothing there. As he could do nothing about it, Chu Feng could only look at the world spirit greycloak that he forcefully took from the purple-clothed girl. He found out that it was not simple at all. It was certainly a valuable thing, and perhaps in the future, he could sell it for a good price so that he could buy some origin beads for him to cultivate. He entered the black hole, and after the guidance of the attractive force in the darkness, Chu Feng arrived at a certain location in the White Tiger mountain range. He focused and looked, and he could still see the White Tiger villa which was still in battle. However, at that moment, there were no yelling and killing sounds from before and it seemed like the battle was stabilized. Chu Feng did not pay attention to that. He found the quick horse from before and started to return to the Azure Dragon School. The White Tiger mountain range was sealed and those who with weak cultivation had almost no way of leaving, but after some investigation, Chu Feng still found an exit. After some wandering around, he finally returned to the Azure Dragon School. However, at the entrance to the Azure Dragon School, he discovered that they were a group of people surrounding there. As he looked more carefully, it turned out that several inner court disciples were beating two people up. The people who were doing the beating were part of the well-known organization in the inner court of the Azure Dragon School and they were members of the Sword Alliance. The people who were being beaten on the other hand, were two familiar faces. They were the Chu family brothers, Chu Cheng and Chu Zhen. I tell all of you to get the hell out of the Azure Dragon School, but none of you listened. You don't want to leave. That's fine, don't leave. I'll beat you up until you leave. As the Sword Alliance members started beating, they cursed as well. Chu Cheng and Chu Jin said nothing as they hugged their heads with both of their hands. No matter how much more they were hit or humiliated, they did not beg at all. Ah, the Sword Alliance is too unreasonable. For the entire day, they bullied the Chu family members, but the elders didn't care. How will the Chu family continue to survive in the Azure Dragon School? Who can this be blamed on? If it had to blamed on someone, it could only be blamed on that Chu Feng from the Chu family. Who told him to offend the #1 disciple of our Azure Dragon School, Senior Gong Luyun, right? That's right. Who doesn't know Senior Gong? He's the future head of the Azure Dragon School. If you offend Senior Gong, you offend the Azure Dragon School. This Chu Feng could cover the sky with all his nerves. The observing crowd pointed and blamed, and the Sword Alliance members got more violent as they hit. God damn. Kneel on the ground and beg, or else I'll destroy your cultivation. Suddenly, a single Sword Alliance member pulled out a black iron sword from his back and pointed it at Chu Cheng. Ha! If you have the guts, go ahead. Wait until Chu Feng returns. He will not forgive any of you. Chu Cheng fiercely howled. Although there was fear on his face, he was not willing to give in. That's right. We've remembered everyone who bullied my Chu family people in these days. When Chu Feng comes back, none of you should even think of escaping. Chu Jin also started to shout, as if telling everyone the grievances that they received in these days. Chu Feng. You really have high hopes for him. He already ran away with his tail between his legs because he offended Senior Gong. You're waiting for him to save you too. Dreams of idiots. The Sword Alliance members all sneered. Ha! Just you wait. Sooner or later, there will be a day of crying for all of you. Chu Cheng opened his mouth and spat a piece of phlegm onto the clothes of that Sword Alliance member. You've really gotten tired of living. I'll cripple you right now. Let's see what this Chu Feng will do about this. The Sword Alliance member was enraged. He raised his sword and stabbed straight towards Chu Cheng's dantian. After that, when a painful cry rang out, all of the observers were greatly stunned. At that very moment, Chu Cheng was not the one who cried out and on the floor. It was the Sword Alliance member. On his body, there was a big foot there, and that big foot was twisting back and forth on his back. One could hear the sounds of bones snapping, and it was currently making even more cracking sounds. When people saw the owner of the big foot, everyone's expression changed and someone even yelled out uncontrollably, Chu Feng. Chapter 164, A Heart Full of Rage. Chapter 164, A Heart Full of Rage. Chu Feng. It's him. He dared to return. In the past few days, Chu Feng's infamous name already spread out the Azure Dragon School. Even nearby schools heard of his name. After all, Gong Luyun's strength could be said to be top level. Even many core disciples in first-rate schools did not dare to offend him. So, when people knew that someone challenged Gong Luyun, there was indeed a huge reaction. Exactly because of that reason, many nosy people wanted to know what Chu Feng looked like. So, some other nosy people drew Chu Feng's appearance. They even set a price and sold them. Currently, in the Azure Dragon School, almost everyone knew who Chu Feng was and almost everyone knew what he looked like. But at that instant, everyone was shocked because Chu Feng dared to reappear in the Azure Dragon School. However, the following actions that Chu Feng did completely stupefied them. Chu Feng grabbed the air and the black iron sword flew straight into his hand. After that, he ferociously stabbed. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as he stabbed into the Sword Alliance member's dantian from his back. That member first painfully cried, then like a leather ball that had no air, he laid on the ground and did not move anymore. At that instant, there were only 3 words in his heart. He was finished. When the spiritual energy in his dantian started to quickly leak out, no matter how hard he tried to condense it yet was unable to control it, he knew that he was crippled by losing his cultivation. All the cultivation that he painstakingly stored up from the many years all became non-existent. You. When they saw that scene, the ones who were the most shocked were none other than the Sword Alliance members. Their faces were ashen and their gazes towards Chu Feng was filled with terror. Didn't all of you wanted to know how I would take care of you? Right now, I'll let you know how I, Chu Feng, will take care of you. Chu Feng's expression turned icy cold and the black iron sword in his hand violently trembled as he continuously stabbed at the several members. The cold glare swept past and spiritual energy leaked. The results of many years of meticulous cultivating were all lost today. Heavens! Chu Feng crippled so many Sword Alliance members' cultivation. His nerves are too great. The surrounding crowd endlessly cried in surprise as they saw that scene. They felt that Chu Feng was too daring because the rules of the school clearly forbid the murdering of people from the same school and also the crippling of cultivation. Chu Feng was going to receive severe punishment because of his actions. At that instant, even Chu Cheng and Chu Jin panicked. Although they knew that with Chu Feng's temper, he would indeed take revenge on the people that bullied and humiliated them, but they never would have thought that he would go that far and directly cripple their cultivation. Chu Cheng, Chu Jin. Right now, are the Chu family members still in the Azure Dragon School? Chu Feng ignored the gazes of the crowd and he only looked at the Chengjin brothers who were climbing up from the ground. To avoid unnecessary humiliation, Chu Shui and the others already returned to the Chu family. Originally, Chu Wei was going to leave with Chu Yu, however, Chu Yu was not willing to go no matter what. She said that she was going to stay there and wait for you to return to speak fairness for us. So right now, in the Azure Dragon School, other than us two brothers, Chu Yu and Chu Wei are also here. However, Chu Wei was heavily wounded in the morning. His hand and his foot was broken. We asked for help from the elders, but they did not care and they denied medical treatment. Since we could do nothing about it, we could only go down the mountain to buy some medicine. However, we never expected that they would block us at the entrance. Chu Qing explained everything that happened in detail. What about Elder Su Ro and Elder Ouyang? Why didn't you ask them for help? Chu Feng felt a bit shocked. Within the inner court, it would still make sense if the others' elders didn't care about his Chu family. However, Su Ro should not have sat, stared, and did nothing. I've tried, but coincidentally, they had matters to attend to and they are not in the Azure Dragon School. Chu Qing helplessly shook his head. Why would that happen? Chu Feng slightly frowned and he felt that the issue was not as simple as it seemed. With how Su Ro did things, even if she had things to do and she had to leave the Azure Dragon School, she would still order her subordinates to look after his Chu family. Something was clearly wrong with the current situation. Bring me to Chu Wei. Chu Feng spoke after a moment of deep thinking. Chu Feng and the two brothers speedily went and very quickly, they arrived at Chu Wei's residence. The formerly perfect palace was already in pieces. Even the main door was smashed, and after entering, it was in an even worse situation. Chairs and tables were destroyed and there was almost nothing that was undamaged. It simply looked like a broken temple, but it was clearly wrecked by people. Chu Feng's fists couldn't help but slightly tighten. The fury in his heart started to stir up. He never would have thought that the Sword Alliance people would act so unduly. He also never would have thought that even after doing all that, the elders did not care, and even though they saw it, they acted as if they didn't. All of our residences are like this. However, ours can be said to be quite nice when compared to your former palace. The palace that you lived in before was already burnt down and destroyed by someone. Chu Qing said on the side. In these past few days, only the Sword Alliance members attacked all of you. Chu Feng asked as he walked up the stairs. He needed to remember everyone who attacked his Chu family. Although everyone gave us a smug look, the people who actually attacked were only Sword Alliance members. The founder of the Sword Alliance, Wu Jiao, is an expert ranked as 9th on the Azure Dragon leaderboard. He has some dealings with Gong Luyun. Although on the surface, it seems like Wu Jiao arranged the Sword Alliance attack on us, in actuality, it was still Gong Luyun who played tricks on us. Chu Cheng said. How do you know all this? Chu Feng had his doubts. With Chu Cheng's status, it was quite difficult to know all that information. Su Mei told us. Just at that time, Chu Yu's voice came from above. He raised his head to look, and Chu Yu was standing there. She was still quite beautiful and sweet, but her face was a lot more skinny and there were some bruises on her forehead. Chu Yu, they even beat you up? Chu Feng asked. Chu Yu did not say anything. she only pulled Chu Feng up. That place was also in a mess. Even the windows were shattered and it did not even look like a place that people lived in. In the corner of the room, there was an assembled, broken bed there. Chu Wei was laying on it and bandages covered his body. His eyes were closed and as he was fainted, he kept on groaning ouch. Chu Feng was depressed in his heart and he didn't say anything. He looked at Chu Yu who was in front of him, and also Chu Cheng and Chu Zhen. Chu Yu wasn't even that bad. On the other hand, Chu Cheng and Chu Zhen had no uninjured areas throughout their entire body. Other than the areas that were wounded just now, one could even see the traces of the former injuries. Chu Feng could totally imagine what kind of life they experienced in the past few days, and the reason why they remained there and endured the pain was all for Chu Feng. It was them who guarded the dignity of the Chu family for Chu Feng. At least, it let people know that as they faced such bullying and humiliation, the Chu family would not lower their heads. Even if the Chu family had no strength to resist, they still had some unyielding spirit. Chu Yu, bring Chu Wei back to the Chu family. Also, hold this. Let the Chu family move into the Golden Purple City. With Qin Hui's protection, I can be more at ease. Chu Feng gave his Golden Purple commanding badge to Chu Yu. Chu Feng, what about you? You're not leaving. Chu Yu tightly stared at Chu Feng as if she was interrogating him. Chu Feng did not avoid Chu Yu's gaze and he only faintly smiled before saying, I will let everyone in the Azure Dragon School know that my Chu family are not so good pushovers. Chapter 165, Inner Court Massacre. Chapter 165, Inner Court Massacre. Chu Feng personally sent Chu Yu and the others off. Only when Chu Yu and the others' carriage disappeared from his sight did he turn around to re-enter the Azure Dragon School. Just as he passed the entrance of the Azure Dragon School, a group of elders surrounded him. They were the people from the punishment department. The weakest had the cultivation of the first level of the Origin Realm and the one who led had the cultivation of the second level of the Origin Realm. When he saw Chu Feng, without any warning, he shouted, take him down. At first, the elders from the punishment department did not even put Chu Feng in their eyes. Only 2 elders walked over. They did not even move their arms nor raise their hands. They only engulfed Chu Feng with their origin power and they wanted to use the pressure of the Origin Realm to forcefully press Chu Feng down. Of course, when they pressed their origin power towards Chu Feng, it was completely useless. Nothing happened to Chu Feng and he was not affected in the slightest. Who? On the other hand, and just at that moment, change happened to Chu Feng's body. A layer of origin power surged out like a hurricane. Instantly, it submerged the elders from the punishment department. The strong power was unstoppable. Before the elders from the punishment department even reacted to what happened, they were pushed into the air by Chu Feng's strong aura. As they landed, their complexion was pale white and they were heavily injured. The observing people were completely terrifying when they saw that scene. The elders in the punishment department were all at the Origin Realm. Chu Feng used his own power to pressure so many elders, so did that mean he also stepped into the Origin Realm? Go back and tell Lu Qing this. If he wants to take care of me, tell him to personally come. Chu Feng paid no attention to the complicated gazes of the crowd. He only indifferently shot a glance at the elders from the punishment department before heading towards the direction of the Sword Alliance headquarters. When he arrived there, Chu Feng directly attacked without any warning. Any Sword Alliance members that appeared within his sight had their dantian stabbed through and their cultivation destroyed. From what Chu Feng could do right now, he could easily kill those at the 4th level of the Origin Realm. If he used the golden-colored lightning, killing those at the 5th level of the Origin Realm was like squashing an ant. Even people at the 6th level of the Origin Realm might not be able to beat Chu Feng, not to mention the Spirit Realm Inner Court disciples. Chu Feng did not cripple them by destroying their hands or feet, but he crippled them by destroying their cultivation, and he did all of that with one strike. Although he only pierced their dantians, when several hundred Inner Court disciples were laying on the ground, that wretched scene was not something that could be taken in by any normal people. Chu Feng has returned and he is currently openly slaughtering an Inner Court alliance. Blood formed rivers in the Inner Court and even elders cannot control him. This person is too unrestrained and he is really making an enemy out of the Azure Dragon School. The news of Chu Feng's actions quickly spread throughout the Inner Court. They even entered the core zone, and instantly, people from all sorts of places came to the Inner Court and they wanted to observe that scene. Naturally, the Inner Court Punishment Department would not ignore Chu Feng's actions. Lu Qing'an personally went out and he led several hundred elders from the punishment department and surrounded Chu Feng. They even yelled out mottos for killing Chu Feng. After all, he already had some history with Chu Feng. So he could use that chance to kill Chu Feng off. He was planning to avenge his grandson, Lu Mang. The surrounding crowd thought that Chu Feng was undoubtedly dead. After all, within the inner court, Lu Qing'an's name was very well known. However, when Lu Qing'an's troop arrived at the Sword Alliance headquarters, 2 more troops arrived at the same time as well. It was the Elder Building that Su Rou was in charge of, and also the Martial Skill Building that Elder Ouyang was in charge of. Elder Ouyang led dozens of people, whereas Su Rou led 1,000 or so people. In terms of might, it completely overpowered Lu Qing'an. Su Rou, what is this? This child broke the school rules and recklessly destroyed the cultivation of the disciples from the same school. My punishment department is apprehending him for that crime. As an elder in the Azure Dragon School, you are actually protecting him. Are you even qualified to be an elder of the Azure Dragon School? Lu Qing'an loudly questioned, as if he wanted all the surrounding disciples to know that Su Rou was in the wrong. Chu Feng is a core disciple, so even if he did anything wrong, it would not be your turn to punish him because you are not qualified to do so. Su Rou unhurriedly nor quickly said. She only nonchalantly shot Lu Qing'an a glance and she did not even put him in her eyes. Elder Lu, I know that you have some personal grudges with Chu Feng, but I hope that you handle things accordingly and not bring your personal emotions into this issue. Although the things that Chu Feng did today were slightly excessive, they were not without reason. When the Sword Alliance was beating the Chu Alliance up, where was your punishment department? Elder Ouyang also spoke. Although his smile was very gentle, his tone was filled with ridicule. Lu Qing'an had no words to refute it. He could not deal with neither Su Rou nor Elder Ouyang. So, he was unable to forcefully attack Chu Feng. However, he was not worried. After all, he was not the only person who wanted to deal with Chu Feng. When the people from the core zone arrive, even if he didn't attack himself, Chu Feng would not have an easy time. Chu Feng, you've really gotten things too big this time. How can you destroy the cultivation of so many disciples from the same school? This issue has already shook the entire Azure Dragon School. Even if my sister wants to protect you, she would be helpless. Su Mei also arrived. She was standing next to Chu Feng as she looked at the Sword Alliance members who were currently being treated by the elders. Within her beautiful eyes was worry. Of course, she wasn't worried about the safety of the Sword Alliance members, but she was worried about Chu Feng's safety. Now you've thought of me. When the Sword Alliance was bullying my Chu family and I wasn't here, where were you and your sister? Chu Feng slightly grumbled as he shot Su Mei a glance. He was not worried or fearful because he could already use the spirit formation, so as long as Zhuge Liuyun knew about it, he would certainly take him in as his disciple. Within the Azure Dragon School, with that person's protection, who dared to even touch him? Not to mention destroying the inner court disciples' cultivation, even if he killed them, he would only receive light punishment and no one would dare to take his life. Chu Feng, if you thought like that, then you've really blamed me and my sister wrongly. After hearing Chu Feng's words, Su Mei had grievances all over her face. She pouted her mouth and said, although it was Wu Jiu who bullied your Chu family, in reality, it was under the incitement of Gong Luyun. On the day that the Sword Alliance started to act, my sister was going to come out. However, at that time, Gong Luyun found my sister. He wanted to have a bet with my sister. He said, as long as she could defeat him, he would leave your life in the arranged battle in 1 year. However, if my sister lost, he didn't make things too difficult for her. He only requested that me and my sister to not interfere with the issue between the Sword Alliance and the Chu Alliance. If my sister didn't become an elder, she would have been the #1 disciple in the Azure Dragon School. In addition, my Vermilion Bird City was already on bad terms with his Black Tortoise City, so naturally, my sister was not afraid of Gong Luyun. She agreed to the fight and she wanted to give him a lesson. However, it was unexpected that my sister lost, and she lost very thoroughly. Although she was unwilling to, she had to keep her word. So, my sister had no choice but to not care about those things and she had no way of meddling with the issue between the Sword Alliance and the Chu Alliance. Su Mei's face was full of grievance as she spoke the truth in detail. Chapter 166, Who is Wu Jiao? Chapter 166, Who is Wu Jiao? Gong Luyun defeated your sister. Chu Feng was a bit surprised. He had seen Su Ro's methods before, and although she was only at the first level of the profound realm, she was certainly top class. After all, she was almost titled as the #1 disciple. Currently, Gong Luyun was also at the first level of the profound realm. If he was able to defeat Su Ro, that meant that in terms of methods, Gong Luyun was stronger than Su Ro. Not only did he defeat my sister, he even defeated Elder Ouyang. Su Mei cast her gaze towards the not-so-distant Elder Ouyang. Even Elder Ouyang was defeated. Chu Feng's tightened eyebrows were even more tightened. Many people did not know Elder Ouyang's abilities because he concealed them very deeply. However, from Su Mei, he knew that Elder Ouyang already entered the profound realm a long time ago. Currently, he was rushing towards the second level of the profound realm. He was truly at the peak of the first level of the profound realm. Su Ro and Elder Ouyang had quite a close relationship, so she had sparred with Elder Ouyang before. Although they ended up in a tie, in reality, Elder Ouyang restrained himself for Su Ro. If Gong Luyun was able to continuously defeat both Su Ro and Elder Ouyang, that made Chu Feng suddenly realize that Gong Luyun might not seem as simple as he looked. Chu Feng, since the elders from the core zone have not arrived yet, quickly run. Go to my Vermilion Bird City and without a doubt, you will be safe. Su Mei leaned on Chu Feng's body and quietly said that next to his ear. Is it your wish, or you sister's? Chu Feng smiled and asked. It is my sister's, and it is also mine. Both of us hope that nothing bad will happen to you. Su Mei's gaze was full of pleading. She was really afraid that Chu Feng would be too stubborn and remain there to die. You two really treat me well. Chu Feng chuckled, extended his hand and lovingly rubbed Su Mei's soft and bright hair before walking out of the group of people. At that instant, the depression in Chu Feng's heart already disappeared like the clouds because he knew that Su Ro and Su Mei did not abandon his family, but they had their difficulties. At the end, it was still all for him. Chu Feng, where are you going? Seeing that, Su Mei tugged Chu Feng because she found out that the direction he was going towards was off. Since this Wu Jiao treated my Chu family like so, I can't let him go and not do anything right. Chu Feng faintly smiled. What? Are you crazy? You want to go to the core zone and challenge Wu Jiao? Su Mei was terrified by Chu Feng's words but she could not hold him back. With a blink, Chu Feng already jumped out of the crowd and crazily ran towards the core zone. Chu Feng wants to run, catch him. Su Ro, you have intentions of protecting this child. I will report today's matters to the head of the school. When he saw that, Lu Qing'an panicked. If Chu Feng remained in the Azure Dragon School, it would be fine and it would be hard for him to escape death. However, if Chu Feng escaped, even if he wanted to kill Chu Feng, it would be too difficult. At first, when Su Ro and Elder Ouyang saw that, they hiddenly rejoiced. Not only did they not follow, they even took the chance to bother. They ordered their subordinates to disturb Lu Qing'an's subordinates to cover Chu Feng as he escaped. However, when they discovered what direction Chu Feng was escaping towards, their faces which were full of happiness turned into a forehead with black lines. How was Chu Feng escaping? He was simply throwing himself into a net and going ahead to kill himself. This guy. Why doesn't he let people be free of worries? Su Ruo's face reddened from anger as she stood where she was and stamped her foot. After thinking for a bit, her alluring figure went forward and she chased after Chu Feng. Elder Ouyang was no exception as he closely followed as well. He wanted to see what Chu Feng was going to do. Chu Feng was extremely fast, and very quickly, he rushed into the core zone from the inner court. After entering the core zone, he did not stop and he directly arrived in a plaza. The plaza was circular and its construction was quite unique. In the very middle, there was a huge fighting stage. That fighting stage was red-colored as if it was dyed by blood and it was extremely eye-grabbing. There was even a big red-colored bell in the center of the fighting stage. On the big bell, there was a huge sign hung there. On the sign, there were several big words, life and death stage for grudges. Like an agile monkey, Chu Feng leaped up and arrived in front of the big bell. He struck it a few times and the sound of the bell echoed in the air. It almost resonated throughout the core zone, and very quickly, it attracted the observation of the surrounding core disciple because they could hear that it was the bell for the life and death stage for grudges. The life and death stage, like its name, if there were any grudges, life and death would be decided there. Although there were the school rules for the Azure Dragon School, as long as there were 2 disciples that had grudges that could not resolved and had to resolve them with their lives, they could indeed come to that place. However, before that, they needed to sign the life and death certificate. Those who dared to strike the big bell on the life and death stage meant that they were going to carry a life and death duel. That scene contained liveliness that people wanted to see the most. At that very moment, almost everyone from the core zone arrived. There were even quite a few elders. Look, isn't that Chu Feng? Didn't he start a massacre in the inner court? How does he dare to come here? This boy is too audacious. First, he offended Senior Gong. Then, he madly wounded inner court disciples. And now, he is on the life and death stage. What is he going to do now? Chu Feng's infamous name already spread throughout the Azure Dragon School, and even his drawings were posted everywhere. Anyone could recognize Chu Feng, and they were bewildered by his actions. At that instant, everyone had the same thought in their hearts. That boy was looking to die. When people formed mountains and oceans around the life and death stage, Chu Feng stopped banging the big bell. He straightened his back and loudly yelled at the crowd who surrounded the stage, "Who is Wu Jiu? Come up and die." Chapter 167, The Arrival of Wu Jiu. Chapter 167, The Arrival of Wu Jiu. What? He wants to challenge Wu Jiu on the life and death stage. In order to fight on the life and death stage, he has to sign the life and death certificate. Chu Feng really is looking to die. He doesn't want to live anymore, right? Who is Wu Jiu? He's the founder of the Sword Alliance and the eldest son of the Sword family that had been around for generations. He is 9th on the Azure Dragon leaderboard, and he has the cultivation of the 5th level of the Origin Realm. Chu Feng dares to challenge him. When Chu Feng's words came out, they were like thunder in a clear day, and everyone was shocked. So shocked that the floors were filled with jaws, and some people even thought that Chu Feng was joking. However, when Chu Feng yelled, "Wu Jiu, come up and die," for a few more times, people knew that Chu Feng was serious. 1st level of the Origin Realm. This boy entered the 1st level of the Origin Realm already. Finally, some experts in the Origin Realm who were at the scene felt Chu Feng's cultivation. Although the cultivation of the 1st level of the Origin Realm was not very strong, when that cultivation was placed onto Chu Feng's body, people had no choice but to look at Chu Feng in another perspective and re-evaluate that young man. Not to mention what it meant to enter the 1st level of the Origin Realm at that age. The most important thing was when Chu Feng just entered the core zone, he only had the cultivation of the 7th level of the Spirit Realm. Before 2 months of time even passed, he passed 2 levels of cultivation and jumped over a huge gap to be at the 1st level of the Origin Realm. That speed of improvement did not make any sense. This Chu Feng is not simple, and it turns out that he is quite a genius. If he continued to develop like that, he would certainly become an outstanding person. However, regrettably, he was too arrogant, and he set a life or death arranged battle. In 1 year, no matter how much stronger he gets, he cannot defeat Senior Gong. Some people saw Chu Feng's potential and felt pity for him. Where's the need for a whole year? Today, this child will lose. Wu Jiu and Senior Gong have quite a good relationship, and Wu Jiu already disliked Chu Feng. And right now, Chu Feng dares to go onto the life and death stage to challenge Wu Jiu. How can Wu Jiu let him go? However, some people also thought that Chu Feng could not escape today's calamity. Who challenges me? Just at that time, another explosive shout sounded out, and a body swept past the ground and at the end, stably landed on the fighting stage. It was a person with a thin body, average height, unsightly appearance, shrimp-like nose, toad-like eyes, a whole row of colored teeth, and when he spoke, his stench would spread for 30 meters. If he hawed at anyone's face, that person would kneel on the ground and keep on throwing up. However, although his appearance was horrible, he was quite famous in the core zone. He was the founder of the Sword Alliance, 9th ranked in the Azure Dragon leaderboard, Wu Jiu. You are Wu Jiu. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. For the first time in his life, he discovered that there was such an unusual-looking person in the world. His nostril widened and his big mouth was drawn back. He hit his shriveled stomach and said smugly, I am Wu Jiu. You are challenging me. I'm not challenging you. I'm here to kill you, Chu Feng coldly smiled and said. Fine. I'll grant your wish. Elder, bring the life and death certificate over. Today, I will finish this brat off here. Wu Jiu yelled his throat out and howled down. If he spoke to an inner court elder like that, it was excusable. However, he was quite daring if he spoke to a core elder like that. Many core disciples inhaled a breath of cool air as they thought that even though Chu Feng was mad, Wu Jiu was even madder. However, the thing that made people speechless was soon after Wu Jiu spoke, there was unexpectedly a core elder that walked out from the ground and he slowly went onto the fighting stage. He held an ink brush and ink in his left hand, and the life and death certificate in his right as he arrived in front of Wu Jiu. Damn. What is Wu Jiu's status? How can he call core elders just like that? Some people were quite astonished. That elder's cultivation was not low and he was at the 7th level of the origin realm, 2 levels higher than Wu Jiu. However, he listened to Wu Jiu's words just like that and it made people too shocked. You probably don't know about this, right? A few days ago, Wu Jiu paid his respects to Elder Zhongli and became his disciple. He is already officially Elder Zhongli's direct disciple. Elder Zhongli. The eccentric Zhongli Yihu. That's right, him. Heavens. Wu Jiu became his disciple. Everyone was shocked once again. Zhongli Yihu was quite famous in the Azure Dragon School. In terms of personal strength, he would be ranked as 3rd in the Azure Dragon School. Even if any of the 6 protectors fought him alone, they could not defeat him. However, Zhongli Yihu was just like Zhuge Liuyun. He was also a guest elder, so he was only in the Azure Dragon School as a title. He did not care about anything else, not to mention passing his skill down to any disciples. Currently, Wu Jiu being able to become his disciple attracted people's endless admiration. The life and death stage for grudges can indeed determine one's lives, however, there must be grudges. What grudges do the two of you have? That elder spoke to question. He bullied my family. Is that a grudge? Chu Feng replied. This brat destroyed the cultivation of several hundred of my subordinates. Is that not a grudge? Wu Jiu coldly snorted. Sign your names and leave a blood mark. The elder said. When everything was in place, that elder left the fighting stage. Only Wu Jiu and Chu Feng remained on the stage that seemed to be dyed by blood. Brat, I wanted to kill you for such a long time, but I never would have thought that you would deliver yourself right up to my doorstep. You even so openly challenged me. Today, if I don't grant your wish of dying, I would really feel sorry for your idiotic heart. Wu Jiu clenched with one hand and his origin power surged. A fine long sword was condensed out. That sword was extremely beautiful. It was simply as beautiful as it could get. However, it was not a real sword and it was only created by Wu Jiu's condensed origin power. It was a rank 5 martial skill that was not inferior to the Bow of 100 Transformations. Go ahead. Let's see how you will grant my wish. Chu Feng had an indifferent expression and he did not even put Wu Jiu in his eyes. I only need one blow against people like you. Wu Jiu coldly yelled and waved the long sword in his hand. He stabbed the air towards the direction of Chu Feng. After he stabbed, rumbling came from all directions. Peerless tyrannical sword energy was condensing in the air. As it howled, it flew towards Chu Feng. Chapter 168, The Fatal Strike. Chapter 168, The Fatal Strike. The sword energy broke through the air and the surrounding origin power was displaced. That was not a martial skill, but it was better than a martial skill. It was a strike that Wu Jiu formed with his will, but that might was no weaker than normal martial skills. Strong. Wu Jiu is indeed worthy of being the founder of the Sword Alliance. His attainment in sword techniques are really too powerful. Wu Jiu's attack raised all sorts of cries of surprise in the crowd. Even many core elders couldn't help but nod as they gave high opinions. But compared to Wu Jiu's quite impressive sword technique, even more people stared at Chu Feng without blinking. They wanted to see how Chu Feng was going to die. But obviously, Chu Feng was going to disappoint them. Just as the sword energy was nearing Chu Feng, with the wave of Chu Feng's big sleeve, a layer of origin power surged out, and layer by layer, it dissolved the sword energy. At the end, it completely dissipated. Damn. That isn't true, is it? Chu Feng dissolved Wu Jio's attack. Perhaps those at the spirit realm could not understand that scene, however, those at the origin realm saw everything clearly. Evidently, Chu Feng used his power at first level of the origin realm to easily dissolve Wu Jio's sword energy, which was at the fifth level of the origin realm. This child is quite impressive. He used his cultivation of the first level of the origin realm to destroy an attack at the fifth level of the origin realm. That really does not comply with common sense. An elder couldn't help but yell in surprise as Chu Feng's methods were quite terrifying. No need to be shocked by such a small thing. Things like defeating the strong as the weak had been done before. According to legends, during the young age of our Azure Dragon School's founder, he defeated those in the profound realm when he was only in the origin realm. Now that's the real, defeating the strong as the weak. Another core elder disdainfully said. Nonsense. Of course our founder would be strong. After all, he was the #1 expert in the 9 provinces. However, since Chu Feng can do all this to this degree, does that mean he is also a genius? You are quite correct. With his talent, he can be said to be genius. However, I see that Wu Jio has not used his full strength yet, and any conclusions right now are too early. An extra hint of seriousness were in the elders' gazes as they looked at Chu Feng again. Your strike was quite weak. Do you have any other techniques? Chu Feng chuckled and said after dissolving Wu Jio's attack. Since it has come to this, I'll let you experience how terrifying I am when I get serious. Wu Jio coldly snorted and he lifted the long sword in his hand, then suddenly sliced it upwards. A huge half-moon appeared and flew towards Chu Feng. Rank 5 martial skill, half-moon chop. No, it is not a simple half-moon chop. It is a rank 5 martial skill that is displayed with the prerequisite of another rank 5 martial skill. It is a double-layered martial skill. When the half-moon appeared, some people were greatly shocked and with a glance, they recognized it as an extremely strong martial skill in the Azure Dragon School. That martial skill had to be used by a sword, and if it was successful, the sword energy would be like a half-moon. Dazzling, beautiful, and oppressing. Not only did Wu Jio master the half-moon chop, he even used it with the long sword that he condensed out from a rank 5 martial skill. That half-moon chop had extremely frightening power and not an ordinary person could block that attack. At that instant, everyone cast their gazes towards Chu Feng once again. The half-moon chop was quite exceptional no matter if it was about the speed or the power. It would explode with a thought from the one who used it and there was no way of dodging it. Chu Feng only brought a light smile on his face while being gazed by countless people. Without any hurry, and only until the half-moon chop neared him, he slowly raised his right arm and directly punched out. Origin power rose everywhere when that punch was thrown out. Strong might caused ripples on the stage like a spiral as it forcibly cancelled the half-moon chop. Just as the punch dissipated the half-moon chop, Chu Feng clenched one of his hands and a golden-colored longsword that was dazzling in all directions condensed within his palm. Your attack is too weak, so I will let you experience mine. While holding the longsword in his hand, lightning rose from his feet and almost in an instant, he arrived in front of Wu Jio. A golden light swept past and it stabbed towards Wu Jio's heart. At that moment, Wu Jio lost all color on his face from astonishment because currently, at such a distance, he finally felt Chu Feng's strength. The feeling of oppression did not belong to someone at the first level of the origin realm. It was not even any weaker than him. However, after all, Wu Jio was the genius within a sword family. Putting aside the fact that he founded the Sword Alliance, just by being able to be accepted by Zhongli Yihu as a disciple already stated his outstandingness. The long sword in his hand trembled and it undulated like a water snake. It pushed Chu Feng's golden-colored longsword aside, then after flipping over his hand, he swept it towards Chu Feng's throat. Now it's a bit more interesting. Chu Feng chuckled and his battle desires were stirred up. Not only did he not retreat, using his spirit power detection, his imperial sky technique methods, and the golden-colored longsword clenched in his hand, he fought with Wu Jio. The afterimages of the swords flew everywhere and radiance shot in all directions. Every time they clashed, there would be an energy ripple that swept and devastated everything on the fighting stage. However, the two people continued were as if nothing happened to them. They displayed sword techniques that dazzled one's eyes. Attacking occasionally, defending occasionally, and the people who watched it had dried mouths and tongues from all the talking, and their moods were boiling. Such brilliant sword techniques. No need to talk about Wu Jiao, but I never would have thought that even Chu Feng had such high skill in terms of sword techniques. That Chu Feng is really quite impressive. He can use the cultivation of the first level of the origin realm to fight Wu Jiao, who is at the 5th level of the origin realm to this degree. People stared as they were dumbfounded, and many disciples admired Chu Feng's display. How was he the trash that people said before? He was simply an unprecedented genius. He used the cultivation of the first level of the origin realm to battle someone with the cultivation of the 5th level of the origin realm. He skipped 4 levels of cultivation. People had to admire that talent. This guy is really able to force Wu Jiao to this point. Why did he suddenly become even stronger than before when I see him again? He is even so much stronger. How did he cultivate to have such quick improvements? But compared to other people, Sumei's face was extremely complicated. She suddenly discovered that the distance between her and Chu Feng was huge. Without her knowing, she was already left behind, and she could not even touch Chu Feng anymore. All of you overestimate Chu Feng too much. Do you not see that Wu Jiao is fooling around with that Chu Feng? Don't you see that he hasn't used his full strength yet? When Wu Jiao gets serious, Chu Feng will undoubtedly die. However, some people also thought that the reason why the two of them could fight to that point was because Wu Jiao did not use everything he had. Most of those people were the ones who hated Chu Feng and wanted him to die. The more miserable his death was, the better. It was because in their hearts, they were not willing to admit that Chu Feng was a genius. That's enough. I've played enough with you, and right now, I will let you experience my special skill, the Fatal Strike. Suddenly, Wu Jiao loudly yelled, and just as the might of the sword rose, he completely disappeared. However, in the instant that he disappeared, strong sword energy condensed around Chu Feng, and the entire fighting stage darkened. Chapter 169, Madman. Chapter 169, Madman. Look. It's Wu Jiao's famous skill, the Fatal Strike. Heavens, this will really be the Fatal Strike. It's finished. Everything is finished. With the Fatal Strike, Chu Feng will certainly die. Looking at the dusky fighting stage that had killing intent lingering around it, everyone unceasingly cried in surprise, and no one could remain calm because some people already recognized that it was Wu Jiao's strongest killing method. That martial skill was not a martial skill from the Azure Dragon School, nor was it a martial skill from Wu Jiao's family. It was a martial skill that only Wu Jiao had. It was an extremely powerful martial skill. There were many rumors about that skill. Some people said that Wu Jiao found it in some historical remains. There were also people who said that Wu Jiao received the inheritance of a certain expert. Some people even suspected the reason why Zhongli, who took Wu Jiao as his disciple, was because he wanted to get Wu Jiao's Fatal Strike. The Fatal Strike had extremely terrifying might. Although it was also a rank 5 martial skill, in reality, its might could even be compared to rank 6 martial skills. When used, it would only display a single level of might. During the dusking sky and the darkening ground, a cold glare would sweep past. That would be the time of death. There was also another type of rumor. When exchanging blows with Wu Jiao, never let him use that skill, because if he did, his opponent would undoubtedly fall under his sword. Even if their strength was above Wu Jiao, they would not be able to defend against it. At that moment, since Wu Jiao used that skill, almost everyone on scene felt that Chu Feng was dead. Even Su Mei and Su Ro tightly frowned and tightly clenched their hands. They deeply broke out in a cold sweat for Chu Feng. Puchi. Finally, within the chaotic darkness, a cold shine streaked across with the curve of a half-moon. Fresh blood also sprayed out, and at that instant, the darkened stage returned to its former appearance. Heavens, this! However, when people saw the scene on the stage, the expression of every single one of them changed greatly. They were dumbstruck and so shocked that they couldn't even shut their mouths close. Some people's tongue even started to tremble. Because at that very moment, Chu Feng still stood on the stage. Not to say any bloody wounds, there was not even a single trace of injury on his body. There was not even any dust on his face. That was calmness. That was tranquility. That was repose. That was unhurriedness. That was called truly being at ease. Looking back at Wu Jiao, his knees were on the ground as he knelt there. 2 blood streams were quickly flowing from his knees as they intertwined, becoming a beautiful blood painting. At that instant, no one could remain calm because what they imagined was Chu Feng's being in all sorts of miserable scenes. However, they never would have expected that the ending was the scene in front of them. Wu Jiao, who was at the 5th level of the Origin Realm, Wu Jiao, who was ranked 9th in the Azure Dragon leaderboard, Wu Jiao, who used the Fatal Strike, was defeated by Chu Feng's sword and he was utterly defeated. You lost. Just at that time, the golden-colored longsword in Chu Feng's hand landed on Wu Jiao's shoulder and next to his neck. Seeing that, everyone's expression changed greatly once again. They could see the surging killing intent within Chu Feng's gaze. As they saw the cold smile that hung on the corner of Chu Feng's mouth, he was absolutely not joking. Chu Feng was really going to kill. However, it could not be forgotten that Wu Jiao's family was a family of swords that had been around for generations. Wu Jiao's bro was Gong Luyun, and Wu Jiao's master was Zhongli Yihu. Chu Feng could not anger any one of those 3. If Chu Feng dared to kill Wu Jiao, he was certainly looking to die. After that, Chu Feng moved. His sword moved. Everyone knew that Wu Jiao was dead. No matter how Chu Feng was going to end, at that very instant, Wu Jiao was fated to be killed by Chu Feng. Stop. Just at that time, a fierce yell suddenly sounded out. It exploded out like thunder and shook everyone to the point that their ears were ringing. Some weaker people even forcefully lost consciousness. As they looked over, they couldn't help but stare blankly. An old man was standing outside of the life and death stage, and with fixed eyes, he stared at Chu Feng. That old man wore a black-colored robe and he had a black-colored long sword behind his back. His eyes were very strange and they were as sharp as an eagle's. At that instant, they were even staring coldly at Chu Feng. Zhongli Yihu. Those who had sharp eyes recognized who that person was. It was the well-known guest elder of the Azure Dragon School, Zhongli Yihu. Zhongli Yihu is here. Wu Jiao is saved. Wu Jiao's friends breathed a sigh of relief because they felt that Chu Feng would not possibly kill Wu Jiao in front of that person. To know that Zhongli Yihu was a profound realm expert. In the entire Azure Dragon School, he was ranked as one of the top characters. Besides, Zhongli Yihu's character was quite eccentric and he was always quite proud. With his temper, if Chu Feng dared to kill Wu Jiao, he would certainly attack and kill Chu Feng. Yes. Chu Feng stopped his twitching golden-colored longsword and he indifferently shot a glance at Zhongli Yihu. Friend, Wu Jiao is my disciple. Can you give me some face and spare his life? Zhongli Yihu calmly spoke, but there was not a single strand of intention to plead in his tone. Rather, it was as though he was ordering. Humph! Chu Feng only coldly snorted at Zhongli Yihu's words. After that, he suddenly waved his arm and a golden shine swept past. The head of Wu Jiao fell on the ground. That scene terrified everyone. Not only did Chu Feng ignore Zhongli Yihu's request, he killed Wu Jiao in front of Zhongli Yihu's face. He even chopped off Wu Jiao's head. That action was quite insane. So insane that people had difficulty accept that. However, after Chu Feng spoke the following words, only then did people know what a true madman was. You tell me to spare him, so I spare him. Who do you think you are? Chu Feng grabbed Wu Jiao's head and disdainfully said that to Zhongli Yihu. Chapter 170, I'll play with you. Chapter 170, I'll play with you. You tell me to spare him, so I spare him. Who do you think you are? Chu Feng's words were quite loud and clear. Not to mention the life and death stage, even those outside of the life and death stage could hear it clearly because he used origin power when he spoke. That was right. He wanted to let everyone know that he, Chu Feng, did not give any face to that old guy. Damn. This Chu Feng is looking to die, he is looking to die. Chu Feng stupefied everyone. Even the observers that had no relationship with him broke into a cold sweat by him. At that instant, everyone subconsciously switched their cast towards Zhongli Yihu. If one did not look, they would not know. But if they did look, they would jump up into the air from being frightened. Zhongli Yihu's face was ashen. His eyes were widened so greatly that they were bigger than a cow's eyes and they were even going to pop out. His cheek was going to burst and those who were near him could even hear the sound of his teeth gnashing. Everyone knew that the important character was enraged by Chu Feng, and he was even quite enraged. Currently, he would certainly have the heart to kill Chu Feng. It was to the point that he would rip his corpse into 10,000 pieces. Suddenly, Zhongli Yihu leaped into the air, and like a huge mountain, he landed on the fighting stage. The strong force shook the entire stage and even Chu Feng swayed as he was on the stage and he almost fell. Someone. Come. I will sign the life and death certificate with this boy. Zhongli Yihu pointed at Chu Feng and howled like a lion. King. He was so loud that he could cause someone to go deaf. Indeed, Zhongli Yihu will attack. If he wants to kill Chu Feng, who can possibly block him? Although they expected that, when Zhongli Yihu really did started to make his move and prepared to attack, they still felt quite shocked. Just at that time, another figure leaped onto the fighting stage. It was a beautiful female. She was the #1 beauty as seen by the Azure Dragon School, Su Rou. Elder Zhongli, as an elder, there is no need to lower yourself to the young generation. Su Rou spoke. Leave. When I speak, who are you to interrupt? Zhongli Yihu waved his hand and a strong wind came along with it. The strong force was like a storm that wreaked havoc on the fighting stage. Almost instantly, it engulfed Su Rou and the strong power was going to tear Su Rou's white skirt into pieces. This old thing. Seeing that, Chu Feng tightly clenched both of his fists and he was going to rush into that storm because in his heart, Su Rou was already his and he would not let her clothes be shredded in front of the crowd. But before Chu Feng even got the chance to go, an old man leaped into that storm. In the split moment that he entered it, the storm dissipated and Su Rou landed on the stage intactly once again. Elderly. Chu Feng couldn't help but be surprised because the person who helped Su Rou was Elderly who also saved him from Gong Luyuan's hands. Elderly was an aged old guy and there was barely any hair left on his head. He had a camel back and he looked like a diseased sapling that could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, Elderly's cultivation was unfathomably deep. Chu Feng's spirit power had no way of probing the depth of his strength, but from him easily dissolving Zhongli Yihu's methods, he could feel that Elderly's cultivation was no weaker than Zhongli Yihu. After seeing Elderly, Su Rou also calmed down and obediently stood next to Chu Feng. Although she did not understand Elderly that much, she had heard from Su Mei that he had unpredictable strength and that he also had good impressions towards Chu Feng. Especially when Elderly just came out, she could feel that he was indeed very strong. He should not be any weaker than Zhongli Yihu. If Elderly protected Chu Feng no matter what the cost was, today, there would really be no one who could touch Chu Feng. Cough cough cough. After saving Su Rou, Elderly first had a burst of coughing and it truly tore one's heart and split one's lung. He almost coughed out his liver, and after coughing for a good while, he slowly raised his head and advised Zhongli Yihu, Elder Zhongli, as the older generation, there is no need to interfere with the interactions between the younger generation, right? Elderly, you saw it as well. Not only did this Chu Feng kill my disciple, Wu Jiu, he even cut off his head. As his master, I wish to take revenge. What is wrong with that? Today, I will finish everything with Chu Feng on this life and death stage. If you say that I cannot do that, then I won't say anything. At most, I'll just resign from the position of being a guest elder in this Azure Dragon School and not be part of your Azure Dragon School. However, I must kill this Chu Feng. Zhongli Yihu fiercely said. When his words came out, even Elderly slightly frowned and the observers couldn't help but inhale a breath of cool air because everyone could tell that Zhongli Yihu had to kill Chu Feng. There was no one who could save Chu Feng anymore. Elderly, speak bluntly. Can Chu Feng and I decide life and death on this life and death stage? Zhongli Yihu demanded again. Elderly was in a very difficult position. According to the rules, there were no status restrictions for the life and death stage for grudges. As long as there were grudges, and as long as both sides agreed, they could sign the life and death certificate and determine life and death. Without any choice, Elderly looked at Su Rou and secretly made a signal to her, and Su Rou comprehensively moved next to Chu Feng's ear and said, Chu Feng, Zhongli Yihu wants to challenge you, so do not accept it or else no one can save you. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Chu Feng smiled. Naturally, he would not send himself to die because of some words. Chu Feng, even if you don't agree to this battle, I will kill you. No one can save you. Seeming to be aware the intentions of Chu Feng and the others, Zhongli pointed at Chu Feng and bellowed. At the same time, he cast his own pressure out. It was like an invisible hurricane and it spread everywhere. The strong pressure filled the entire life and death stage. The fourth level of the profound realm. Zhongli was a powerful person at the fourth level of the profound realm. Luckily, Elderly stood in front of Su Ro and Chu Feng. No matter how much more stronger the profound power hurricane was, it could not move Chu Feng or Su Ro. For the first time, Chu Feng and Su Ro deeply felt the strong power that Elderly had in his fragile body. However, Elderly only protected Chu Feng and he did not attack. Both Chu Feng and Su Ro could understand why. After all, Zhongli was a guest elder for the Azure Dragon School. The so-called guest elder was an important character that the Azure Dragon School invited to stay. Those people could not be offended. Not even Elderly. Although Elderly's cultivation was unfathomably deep, everyone could tell that his position was extremely petty. He was on a completely different level when compared with Zhongli. Elderly, move, or else don't blame me if I kill you as well. Zhongli was really furious. He stepped forward and his profound power hurricane became even stronger. Although Elderly did not move, he tightly frowned. It could be seen that he was really in a difficult situation. When he saw Elderly in such a difficult situation, Chu Feng was a bit moved. He was considering if he should continue to hide behind the old man's back. When faced that situation, the people who wanted Chu Feng to die rejoiced from his misfortune. They already experienced Zhongli bloodlust and they felt that no one in the Azure Dragon School could save Chu Feng, and that he was certainly dead. Quite some tone you have there. Old man Zhongli, since you're so arrogant, why not let me play with you? But just as everyone felt that Chu Feng was going to die, another voice exploded in the air. At the same time, pressure that was even stronger than Zhongli instantly enveloped that area. It completely suppressed Zhongli pressure. Chapter 171, The Domineering Master. Chapter 171, The Domineering Master. Just as that voice sounded out and the pressure enveloped everything, a figure stood in front of Chu Feng like a ghost and put Chu Feng and Su Ro behind him. That person had a white cloak over his shoulders and it also covered his face. It was none other than the world spiritist that the Azure Dragon School invited with an extremely high price, and also titled as the number 2 expert in the Azure Dragon School, Zhuge Liuyun. It's Elder Zhuge. What is happening? Why is Elder Zhuge defending Chu Feng? Is there some relationship between the two? If it was said that Elder Li's appearance was still somewhat expected, Zhuge Liuyun's was definitely unexpected. His appearance could be said to shock everyone. To know that within the Azure Dragon School, the person who everyone feared the most was not the head of the Azure Dragon School, nor was it the 6 protectors, nor was it Zhongli. At that very moment, it was the elder who stood in front of Chu Feng, Zhuge Liuyun. But compared to the bewilderment of others, Su Ro rejoiced. She had personally seen Zhuge Liuyun accept Chu Feng as his disciple, so she deeply knew that for the sake of Chu Feng, that old man killed Leng Wuzue who followed him for many years. At that instant, since he appeared, no one could touch Chu Feng anymore. As her emotions were stirring up, Su Ro secretly cast her gaze towards Chu Feng. She found out that Chu Feng was calm and indifferent. Although there was also happiness hung on his face, there was not too many expressions of being surprised, as if everything was within expectations. As she saw that, Su Ro pursed her lips and hidden said in her heart, "This guy. No wonder he dared to do such audacious things. He already knew that Zhuge Liuyun would help him. Zhuge Liuyun, I just want to solve some personal grudges. Why do you need to make things more difficult for me?" Zhongli tightly frowned and he couldn't help but lower the tone in his voice. It could be seen that he was afraid of Zhuge Liuyun as well. Personal grudges. What personal grudges? Zhuge Liuyun indifferently asked. This child killed my disciple. As his master, I avenge my disciple. Is that a grudge? Zhongli replied with a question. That is indeed a grudge, but since it is like this, that means I need to interfere with this matter even more. Zhuge Liuyun smiled. What do you mean? When those words came out, not only was Zhongli a bit stupefied, almost everyone on scene had their brains filled with fog. They couldn't help but deepen their guesses towards Chu Feng and Zhuge Liuyun's relationship. You want to kill Chu Feng to avenge your disciple. As his master, that is completely reasonable. However, Chu Feng is my own disciple. As his master, I protect my disciple. That is reasonable as well, right? Zhuge Liuyun spread open his hands and he said that very casually. His seemingly casual words was like a lightning bolt in a clear sky and a clap of thunder in a calm lake. Instantly, the crowd went into an uproar. What? Chu Feng is Zhuge Liuyun's disciple. When did that happen? That isn't true, is it? Did I hear wrong? Leng Wuzue followed Zhuge Liuyun for such a long time, yet he didn't even formally accept him as his disciple. When did this Chu Feng become his disciple? Which part does he like about Chu Feng? Is it Chu Feng's martial cultivating talent? That means Chu Feng also has spirit power, and Zhuge Liuyun wants to foster him into a world spiritist. The crowd completely exploded and they were making all sorts of guesses towards that matter. It happened too abruptly and the people on scene were not prepared at all. It truly struck against their small hearts and they could not follow what happened at that moment. Zhuge Liuyun, what kind of joke is this? You're saying that this boy is your disciple? Zhongli Yihu also had shock written all over his face and he even disbelieved it. If it was said that he was strange, then Zhuge Liuyun was even stranger than him. If he had harsh requirements for accept disciples, then Zhuge Liuyun had even harsher requirements. He even thought that Zhuge Liuyun would not accept a single disciple for his entire life. Why did he suddenly accept a disciple, and it was even Chu Feng? What? Was I unclear on that matter? Zhuge Liuyun smiled, then said, that's fine. I'll say it again. Everyone here, listen up. Chu Feng is my only disciple. If anyone dares to even touch his fingers, that person is making me, Zhuge Liuyun, an enemy. No matter who it is, I will kill with no mistake. Zhuge Liuyun's voice was very thick and it had an extremely powerful penetrating power. After piecing through the ocean of people, it echoed like a bell within the life and death stage. Everyone who heard it were stunned. At that very instant, many people were speechless. However, they got an answer in their hearts. They finally knew why Chu Feng dared to challenge Gong Luyun, why he dared to destroy the inner court disciples' cultivation, and why he dared to kill Wu Jiu. It was because he had a quite impressive master, Zhuge Liuyun. Zhongli Yihu, are you still going to attack my disciple? Zhuge Liuyun said nonchalantly. Zhongli Yihu's complexion turned purple and his facial features all twisted. They got as ugly as they possibly could, and with a cold snort, he was preparing to walk down the life and death stage because he was not going to attack Zhuge Liuyun for Wu Jiu. Halt! But before letting Zhongli Yihu walk away, a spirit formation sealed the entire life and death stage and forcibly locked Zhongli Yihu inside it. Zhuge Liuyun, what do you want? In response, Zhongli Yihu slightly panicked. He never would have thought that even after giving that up, the old guy was still unwilling to let him go. I'm still asking you a question. Did you not hear it? Zhuge Liuyun was also displeased and his tone clearly turned cold. What do you want me to do? Zhongli Yihu was truly terrified. Within the Azure Dragon School, it could be said that he wasn't afraid of the heavens nor the earth, but he was only afraid of a single person, and that was Zhuge Liuyun. No matter it was methods or cultivation, he was inferior to him. If you don't understand, I can remind you. Give up any thinking of harming Chu Feng. If Chu Feng meets with any troubles, the first person I will look for will be you. At that time, there will be no one who can protect you. Zhuge Liuyun said that extremely loudly and he did not care about how Zhongli Yihu felt. Everyone couldn't help but inhale a breath of cool air when they saw that scene. Within the Azure Dragon School, it was likely that only Zhuge Liuyun dared to speak to Zhongli Yihu like that. Okay, I promise that I will not touch Chu Feng in the future. The unexpected thing was that when facing Zhuge Liuyun, Zhongli Yihu did not refute and he gave in when he was confronted by the difficult situation in front of the crowd. How would people know that deep within Zhongli Yihu's heart, he was completely horrified by Zhuge Liuyun? Only those who saw Zhuge Liuyun's ruthless methods could feel that. What was face in front of that horror? It was not even worth a penny. Oh. That's more like it. Zhuge Liuyun smiled while being proud of himself, and following his laughter, the spirit formation that enveloped the life and death stage also disappeared. Zhongliyu had no more face and he didn't remain there anymore. He leaped forward with flying speed and left the life and death stage, then disappeared from everyone's line of sight. After that, Zhuge Liuyun swept his gaze over the crowd surrounding the stage. At the end, his eyes were locked on the director of the Inner Court Punishment Department, Lu Qing'an. At that instant, Lu Qing'an's face greatly changed and his body couldn't help but quiver. His heart also pounded with bangs and large amounts of cold sweat also started to flow down from his forehead. He never would have thought that Chu Feng would have Zhuge Liuyun behind his back. He was an existence that the entire Azure Dragon School feared. He was truly terrified, so much that his body was trembling. However, after Zhuge Liuyun spoke, only then did he know that a calamity was facing his way. So it's you who wants to punish my disciple. Chapter 172, Clear Rewarding and Clear Punishing. Chapter 172, Clear Rewarding and Clear Punishing. I. As he faced Zhuge Liuyun's interrogation, Lu Qing'an's jaws trembled and his tongue was in a knot. He could not even say a complete sentence. Whoosh! Suddenly, Zhuge Liuyun, who was on the life and death stage, waved his hand. With a bang, Lu Qing'an, who was several hundred meters away, got thrown back. When he landed on the ground, blood came out from nose and mouth. His face swelled up and there was even a blood-red palm mark that was deeply imprinted there. Elder Zhuge, have mercy. Elder Zhuge, have mercy. I had eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai, and I didn't know that Chu Feng was your disciple. If I did know, even if I had the nerves, I wouldn't dare. After being slapped through the air, Lu Qing'an quickly kneeled on the floor and did not care what the gazes of the crowd was. He endlessly kowtowed with his hands clasped towards Zhuge Liuyun, who was on the stage, and loudly begged for his life. As they looked at that scene, no one felt that Lu Qing'an lost any face. Rather, they felt that it was completely reasonable. When facing Zhuge Liuyun, who did not dare to follow what he had to say. Even Zhongliyu did not dare to refute, not to mention a mere inner court elder. Is there anyone else who has any complaints towards Chu Feng? Zhuge Liuyun swept his icy gaze towards his surroundings. His cold glare shot everywhere and his domineering air was revealed. At that instant, who would dare to speak? No matter if they had their complaints towards Chu Feng or were displeased towards him, everyone shut their mouth and subconsciously walked one step back. It was as if it represented that they did not dare to have any complaints towards Chu Feng, nor did they dare to have any harmful thoughts towards Zhuge Liuyun's disciple. As he looked at that, Zhuge Liuyun nodded his head in satisfaction, then walked next to Su Rou and said, Su Rou, you have done a good deed for my disciple earlier by protecting him. I reward you with this. Radiance flickered on Zhuge Liuyun's waist and a dark green medicine appeared in his palm. That medicine was too beautiful. It was sparkling, translucent, and light revolved around it. It was as shiny as a treasure, and the most important thing was that the energy that it contained was extremely huge. Even the surrounding air slowly wiggled like it was trembling, because what the medicine contained was profound power. Profound medicine. Everyone was greatly shocked. Even the core elders revealed expressions of admiration because it was a profound medicine. It was even a high-quality profound medicine and its price was extremely high. It could be said to be both expensive and rare. It was treasure that could not be easily found, and one had to find it with luck. It had endless great effects for people in the profound realm. Thank you, Elder Zhuge. Even Su Rou's eyes lit up when saw the profound medicine. On her absolutely beautiful face, she brimmed with the shine of happiness. She carefully held the profound medicine on her hands. Profound medicine was simply too expensive, especially high-quality ones. Even with Su Rou's status, she could not use them as she wished. In reality, even many people in the profound realm could not even afford a single low-quality profound medicine. From that, one could tell how high the profound medicine prices were. Elderly, thank you as well. Zhuge Liuyun took out another high-quality profound medicine and gave it to Elderly. Elderly lightly smiled and the wrinkles on his face were all pressed into a smile. As people looked at him, he looked just like a steamed bun, but he was a happy steamed bun. Zhuge Liuyun's actions caused many disciples and elders break from greed. High-quality profound medicine were priceless treasure to them. However, Zhuge Liuyun gave them away so generously. However, the one who coveted them the most was Chu Feng. they were profound medicine. Profound medicine. They were even high-quality profound medicine, and the profound power that a single one of them contained was not even able to be compared by origin beads. If he swallowed one, who knew what level of cultivation he would reach? Seemingly being able to feel the probing of Chu Feng's spirit power, Zhuge Liuyun fiercely shot Chu Feng a glance. After all, the actions he was doing were for helping Chu Feng. He wanted everyone to know that he would not forgive those who wanted to take care of Chu Feng. However, he would certainly reward those who helped Chu Feng. On the side, he was telling the core disciples and the core elders of the Azure Dragon School that between Chu Feng and Gong Luyun, they could not choose Chu Feng, but they better not lean too much towards Gong Luyun because Chu Feng had his master supporting him behind his back. Stinking boy, return with me. Zhuge Liuyun grabbed Chu Feng's shoulder, and after the rippling of the surrounding air, the two of them disappeared like demons. Indeed, normal people could not perform methods that world spiritists could. After Zhuge Liuyun left, the quiet crowd exploded with a boom like a pot exploding, and all sorts of discussions were initiated like boiling water. This is quite serious. Not only is Chu Feng a genius, he even has Zhuge Liuyun as his master. In the future, who would dare to touch him? That was certainly heavenly big news. Chu Feng was a genius, as he was able to kill Wu Jiao, who was at the 5th level of the Origin Realm with his cultivation of the 1st level of the Origin Realm. After killing Wu Jiao, he invisibly replaced Wu Jiao's position on the Azure Dragon leaderboard and became the 9th on the Azure Dragon leaderboard. However, Chu Feng was only 15 years old, and on the Azure Dragon leaderboard, he was undoubtedly the youngest one there. If everyone on the Azure Dragon leaderboard were geniuses, Chu Feng would be the youngest one with the most potential. After all, even Gong Luyun could not defeat the strong as the weak and be able to kill his opponent who was 4 levels above him. Also, not only was Chu Feng a genius, there was a huge shield behind his back. It was a person who even the head of the Azure Dragon School did not dare to offend. The world spiritist Zhuge Liuyun. From that day forth, everyone in the Azure Dragon School had to re-evaluate Chu Feng. After all, Chu Feng had such strong talent. With the short time of less than 2 months, he entered the 1st level of the Origin Realm from the 7th level of the Spirit Realm. Only heaven would know what realm he would reach at the arranged battle in 10 months. With his overwhelming battle strength, perhaps he could really block 3 strikes from Gong Luyun in the arranged battle in 1 year, and according to the agreement, as long as Chu Feng was able to block 3 strikes from Gong Luyun, he would win. At that time, Gong Luyun would need to suicide. Before, people felt that Chu Feng was looking to die when he challenged Gong Luyun and his chance of victory was 0. However, after today, they discovered that there was great suspense for the arranged battle. The one who would win and the one who would lose was unknown. As everyone in the core zone were discussing about Chu Feng, he was brought to the old palace by Zhuge Liuyun. Master, thank you for saving me. Chu Feng paid his respects to Zhuge Liuyun. Don't call me master yet. How much did you comprehend in the book that I gave you? Zhuge Liuyun's tone suddenly turned cold as if none of the gentleness before happened. That feeling was as though if Chu Feng did not meet his requirements, he would really kill Chu Feng. However, how would Chu Feng, who was already full of confidence, be afraid of Zhuge Liuyun's request? With a thought, gas flowed and a spirit formation that surrounded himself and Zhuge Liuyun appeared. After doing that, Chu Feng smiled and said, Master, look at me. How is your disciple's comprehension? Chapter 173, A Heart-to-Heart Chat Between a Master and a Disciple. Chapter 173, A Heart-to-Heart Chat Between a Master and a Disciple. You can use the spirit formation so proficiently already. At that moment, as he looked at the spirit formation that was surrounding him, Zhuge Liuyun was quite stunned. Although the white-colored cloak covered his face, Chu Feng could still feel his shocked and happy appearance. Hey! Chu Feng chuckled and he didn't really reply, however, he silently acknowledged Zhuge Liuyun's words. After all, at that moment, his skilled spirit formation was already being displayed in front of Zhuge Liuyun. Chu Feng, can you control any changes to this spirit formation? Suddenly, Zhuge Liuyun spoke again. Master, what kind of change do you want? Chu Feng asked. Changes in terms of form. Zhuge Liuyun said. Just as Zhuge Liuyun finished speaking, the spirit formation that surrounded them disappeared and several more spirit formations reappeared. This time, the spirit formation did not lock the two within and it only appeared on Chu Feng's hand. At first, the translucent spirit formation was only as big as his palm and it spiraled in Chu Feng's hand. However, as Chu Feng continued to control it, it gradually left his hand and slowly largened. Occasionally, it was rectangular, occasionally it was circular, and occasionally, it was even a five-cornered star. It truly changed as he wished. There were only things that he could not imagine but nothing that he could not do. Chu Feng, are you competent in the world spirit compass? Zhuge Liuyun asked again. Chu Feng nodded and took out the world spirit compass. He stated what the things on it were and what the various symbols represented. Under Eggy's guidance, he knew it like the back of his hand. After that, Zhuge Liuyun asked Chu Feng some other questions and they were knowledge recorded on the book that he gave him. Even if Eggy wasn't there, he could easily answer the questions. His analysis on the meanings within were extremely thorough. Good, good, good. After the examination, Zhuge Liuyun did not say too much but he said 3 goods. However, those 3 words were enough to express his current shocked feelings. I, Zhuge Liuyun, wanted to find a person who was worthy enough for me to pass my techniques down to him. I searched for half my life, and finally, I found a qualified disciple. As Zhuge Liuyun looked at Chu Feng who was in front of him, he kept on nodding. Although Chu Feng carried a slight bit of hope before, currently, Chu Feng's performance completely surpassed his expectations. Master, let me pay you my respects. Chu Feng half kneeled on the floor and clasped his hands together. He paid his respects to Zhuge Liuyun as a disciple towards his master. You are naturally intelligent, and in the future, you will certainly become an impressive world spiritist with achievements that will certainly be above me. However, sadly, I can only guide you but not teach you. However, if you are willing to, you can still call me Master. Zhuge Liuyun bent his back, went up, and supported Chu Feng up. You are my master. My only master. Chu Feng said with an extremely firm tone, and within his tone, it was full of respect. Ha ha. Good, I really am not mistaken. Although Zhuge Liuyun said that on the surface, obviously, he liked the last few words that Chu Feng said. After all, any able person liked to find a talented disciple for passing their skills down. Coincidentally, Zhuge Liuyun was an able person, and Chu Feng was a talented disciple. After that, Zhuge Liuyun put his hand on the cosmos sack which was on his waist, and the symbols moved as it radiated with light. A handful of origin beads appeared in his palm. With a glance, Chu Feng could tell that there were 100 origin beads there. Fenger, the date for the battle between you and Gong Luyun is nearing. As your master, I can help you with anything. Take these origin beads as I believe that they will help you a bit. Thank you, master. Chu Feng took the origin beads into his hands. He already knew that Zhuge Liuyun was quite wealthy, but he never would have thought that he was so generous and gave him so many origin beads all at once. Chu Feng was moved in his heart. He was extremely moved. He didn't act like the 100 origin beads were nothing because of Zhuge Liuyun's wealth. After all, they were still quite expensive objects. Although the rumored offerings from the Azure Dragon School to Zhuge Liuyun was a single profound bead every month, as Chu Feng understood more, he felt that they were only rumors. The reality might very well not be as such. He knew that the top-quality profound medicine, the profound bead, was extremely rare. It could be said to be a priceless treasure because the profound power that the profound bead contained was simply too huge. It had the same effect as spiritual beads had to people at the spirit realm. As those who were at the 9th level of the profound realm had no way of making a breakthrough, it would help them pass that impassable barrier. It would help them grasp totally new power as they entered the heaven realm that allowed them to travel towards the horizon. From that, it could be seen how precious profound beads were. Not to mention the second-rate Azure Dragon School, even the first-rate school, the Lingyun School, could not be so rich as to offer a world spiritist with a single profound bead every month. So, Chu Feng felt that the guesses towards Zhuge Liuyun's offerings were only rumors. Not to mention a profound bead every month, even a high-quality profound medicine every month was a huge expense. After all, to normal people, high-quality profound medicine was already an invaluable treasure. Or else the big miss of the Vermilion Bird City Lord, Suru wouldn't have been so happy when she saw the high-quality profound medicine that was given to her by Zhuge Liuyun. After putting the 100 origin beads away, Chu Feng was very joyful in his heart. He yearned to know what realm he would enter after he used the costly origin beads to help his cultivation. Also, within the gaze that he looked at Zhuge Liuyun with, he could not avoid but have some more respect and gratitude that came from his heart. Although Zhuge Liuyun was quite rich, after all, he still needed to cultivate himself. Besides, if others were rich, that belonged to them. If they gave anything to you, that was because he had good impressions, and if they didn't, that was reasonable as well because no one owed anyone anything. However, after knowing Chu Feng for not long, Zhuge Liuyun gave such a huge help to Chu Feng. It could be seen that he had extremely good impressions of him. You are slightly stubborn and you need to moderate yourself on that, or else you will pay a big price for that. However, you don't need to worry too much. You can fight Gong Luyun at ease. Even if you lose, I will still protect your life. Zhuge Liuyun spoke again. Hee. Chu Feng only chuckled at Zhuge Liuyun's words. He could not say that he was aiming to kill Gong Luyun right. However, after seeing Chu Feng's skill in the spirit formation, Zhuge Liuyun showed his fondness towards Chu Feng without concealing it. The master and the disciple chatted for a long time, and the more they chatted, the more they got into it. At the end, Zhuge Liuyun even personally cooked a table of good dishes for Chu Feng. Although they were not sumptuous, they looked, smelt, and tasted great. The most important thing was that a world spiritist, Zhuge Liuyun, personally made the dishes. It was likely that the people in the world who could eat the things that he made were extremely few. Chapter 174, Inquiring. Chapter 174, Inquiring. As they ate and drank, the master and disciple chatted even more merrily. Zhuge Liuyun, who always gave people a feeling of ruthlessness, opened up a wall in his heart towards Chu Feng. It could be seen that he truly didn't see Chu Feng as an outsider, but as his own trusted disciple. Chu Feng found out that when Zhuge Liuyun was young, his family situation wasn't bad. However, because his parents offended a big character from the Lingyun school, they had no choice but to escape for their lives. But they did not expect that someone would sell them out as they were escaping. When the people from that big school came chasing after them, they did not leave any of his family alive. Only Zhuge Liuyun himself was able to escape. The price of his escape was the heartless killing of his parents. From then on, Zhuge Liuyun extremely rarely trusted anyone. It could be said that there was a type of coldness towards outsiders deep within his heart, like a wall that separated. That was quite fine when he was young, however, when age caught up, one would always want to find a person to rely on so that they would have someone who could pass their abilities down. Zhuge Liuyun was no exception. Originally, Leng Wuzue gave him good impressions. However, later on, he discovered that Leng Wuzue was too selfish and he was too extreme when he did things. He had no friends and he only had tools that he used. He was not worthy for Zhuge Liuyun's trust. However, in terms of talent, within the Green Province, especially within the Azure Dragon School, it was quite challenging to find a young man like Leng Wuzue. So, Zhuge Liuyun was in difficult situation. He was hesitating whether to pass his legacy down to Leng Wuzue. But just at that time, Chu Feng walked into Zhuge Liuyun's line of sight. In reality, Zhuge Liuyun already found out about Chu Feng's identity. He discovered that despite Chu Feng was a bit rash when he did things, his actions were not for harming. Rather, in many situations, he stirred up great calamities for the ones close to him. Perhaps from the eyes of an outsider, Chu Feng's actions were done brainlessly. However, Zhuge Liuyun strangely liked that. As for the matter about Leng Wuzue, it was truly only a test that Zhuge Liuyun gave him. But sadly, at the end, Leng Wuzue disappointed Zhuge Liuyun. Master, after the spirit connection contract between world spiritists and world spirits, would a situation like this happen? Because of a certain reason, the world spirit gets heavily injured and disappears from the world spirit space. The world spiritist can't feel any trace of its aura, but the spirit connection contract still remains. As Zhuge Liuyun was excited, Chu Feng inquired information about Egi. There can be a situation like that. After the contract between a world spirit and a world spiritist, it would be difficult for them to return to the spiritual world. Unless the contract gets cancelled or if the world spirit has overwhelming methods, for their entire lives, they would need to remain in the world spiritist's spiritual world, which also means within the world spirit space. Sometimes, the situation that you just stated would happen. After all, world spirits would fight for their world spiritist, and from the battles, they would usually get injured. However, if the world spirit contract isn't destroyed, that means that the world spirit still lives. They would just be greatly injured and they would need a while to recover. Zhuge Liuyun said. A while to recover. How long would that time be? Chu Feng was crazily happy in his heart. As long as Eggy was fine, he would not be worried. That's quite hard to say. If it's quick, then 10 or 8 years. If it's slow, then up to 100 years. Zhuge Liuyun said indifferently. What? That long? After hearing those words, Chu Feng was as though he suffered from a huge blow. If it's quick, then 10 or 8 years. If it's slow, then up to 100 years. Did that mean that he could not see Eggy for at least 10 years? Or even possibly for his entire lifetime? Why are you so nervous? You didn't make a contract with a world spirit already, did you? Zhuge Liuyun asked with a smirk. Of course not, I'm just curious. Chu Feng quickly shook his head. Eggy was his secret and he could not let anyone know that yet. I also thought that you wouldn't be so preposterous. World spirits are extremely proud creatures and they are extremely smart as well. Their intelligence are not lower than humans, perhaps even higher. To be honest, your master, me, already has a world spirit like that in my spiritual world. However, he is still not willing to establish a contract with me even after giving him offerings up until now. Although creating a contract with a world spirit will have great help towards one's control in the spirit formation power and also their own cultivation while also being the dream of countless world spiritists, in reality, it is extremely difficult to gain a world spirit's approval. Within Zhuge Liuyun's tone was pride, but also disappointment. He was proud because as a world spiritist, he successfully communicated with a world spirit and the world spirit had interest in creating a contract with him. However, he was disappointed because despite having interest in creating a contract with him, after all, he still hadn't formed the contract, which also meant that he hadn't gotten the approval of the world spirit. In addition, he was quite old and he truly did not know whether he could create a contract with that world spirit in his remaining years. After hearing Zhuge Liuyun's words, Chu Feng was hiddenly glad. Glad because he had a good family as they sealed 2 world spirits within his world spirit space. He even made a contract with one of them. Or else, if he had to search for some by himself, who knew how long it would take him to make a contract with a world spirit? If he didn't handle things correctly, he would be like Zhuge Liuyun and perhaps even be unable to establish a contract with a world spirit for his entire life. However, as he was grateful towards his own family, Chu Feng couldn't help but remember about them. From the clues that he saw currently, his family, or at least his parents, were extremely strong, and the methods that they had defied common sense. There was no one who was so strong in the past several hundred years on the continent of the 9 provinces, so he knew that his parents were not from the 9 provinces. The world was huge, and the continent of the 9 provinces was only the corner of an iceberg within that world. Chu Feng did not know what the world was like outside, but he could imagine that it was extremely dangerous. So dangerous that his parents who were so strong had no choice but to entrust him to others. Master, if the world spirit really gets heavily injured, other than letting themselves recover on their own, can we world spiritists do nothing about it? After more chatting, Chu Feng cleverly changed the topic back to that. There is. Of course there is. The reason why world spirits create a contract with world spiritists and are willing to abandon their own home in which they lived and also to be imprisoned in such a small spiritual world, is because the world of the living has great benefits for them. The life of a world spirit is very long. They aren't like us, where our lives do not pass 100 years no matter how much stronger our cultivation is. World spirits can at least live for 300 years. According to rumors, some stronger world spirits can even live for several thousand years. So that is why world spirits are willing to establish a contract with world spiritists and to live within the small spiritual world. When the world spiritist dies, the contract gets cancelled and the world spirit would be able to return to the world of world spirits. At that time, everything that they got from the world spiritist becomes their own footing in the world of world spirits. Chapter 175, Spirit Province. Chapter 175, Spirit Province. There are endless and never-ending benefits that world spirits can get from the world of living. For example, other than the basic source energy which can raise their cultivation, there are also many other things that could strengthen their bodies, or even things like special blood. Like you said, after the world spirit gets injured, disappears from the spiritual world, and has no way to contact the world spiritist, what should you do? Actually, there are methods. From what I know, there's a special fruit called the spirit fruit. The spirit fruit has a certain effect for world spiritists. They can increase the quality of their spirit formation and also strengthen the power of their spirit power. However, it has an even greater effect for world spirits, and that is to be able to replenish their power. Spirit fruit. Where does that thing exist? Where can you buy it at? Chu Feng rejoiced, and it was as though the clouds were pushed to the side and the sun could be seen. He finally saw the hope for saving Eggy. Do you think such a precious thing like spirit fruits can be bought? But from what I know, in the 9 provinces, there is indeed a place where there are spirit fruits. Zhuge Liuyun said. Where? Chu Feng closely asked. The Spirit Province. The Spirit Province. That's right. The Spirit Province is one of the 9 provinces of the 9 provinces. There's a World Spirit Guild there, and the World Spirit Guild can be said to be the area where the most number of world spiritists gather within the 9 provinces. At that area, world spiritists can gain a lot of good things. Within the World Spirit Guild, there's a special fruit planted there, and that would be the spirit fruit. Zhuge Liuyun said. Spirit Province. Master, what's the distance between there and the Azure Province? Chu Feng anxiously asked. Although he had some idea about the Azure Province, he did not know a lot about the 9 provinces. The Spirit Province and the Azure Province are neighbors. Although the road isn't too near, if we go back and return, half a month would be enough. Zhuge Liuyun smiled, then asked Chu Feng, you like this spirit fruit quite a bit, huh? Of course I like it. Didn't you say that the spirit fruit would increase one's spirit formation quality and spirit power as well? Chu Feng smiled and said. Of course. But on that topic, with your current proficiency in the spirit formation technique, it's time to take an exam for a white cloak. Zhuge Liuyun said. White cloak. The white cloak you're wearing. What use does it have? Chu Feng asked even though he knew. Haha, you wouldn't know about this. This is a symbol of a world spiritist status and strength. If you want to get such recognition, you would need to take an exam to get it with your own strength. According to the strength of the world spiritist, there are 3 types of world spiritist levels. White cloak, gray cloak, and blue cloak. The white cloak is the easiest to get. From what you can do right now, it shouldn't be too hard for you to get a white cloak and become a white cloak world spiritist. When compared to the white cloak, the gray cloak is a lot harder. There are essence requirements for the spirit formation power, and within the Azure Province, there are no more than 2 gray cloak world spiritists. The first is the world spiritist in the number 1 school, the Lingyun school, and the other one is the world spiritist in the Qilin Prince's mansion. Zhuge Liuyun said extremely solemnly. As he mentioned those 2 people, he could not avoid having some respect in his tone. What? There are no more than 2 gray cloak world spiritists and they have such impressive statuses. Chu Feng was greatly shocked in his heart because the girl he saw in the White Tiger Mountain Range was clearly also a gray cloak world spiritist. As for the blue cloak world spiritist, those people are like legends. There is no one like that in the Azure Province, and there aren't even any in the other provinces. Only the Spirit Province has such a legendary world spiritist. Zhuge Liuyun continued saying. However, after comparing what Zhuge Liuyun said to what Eggy said, there were 2 less types. They were the purple cloak after the blue cloak, and also the gold cloak. From that, it could be seen that in terms of experience, Eggy was superior to Zhuge Liuyun. Why do so many world spiritists gather in the Spirit Province? Is there something special about it? Chu Feng muttered to himself. You are correct. The Spirit Province could be said to be the sacred land of world spiritists. The 2 strongest world spiritist powers in the 9 provinces are located there. The first one is the World Spirit Guild and the strongest world spiritists in the 9 provinces are gathered there. All exams for the statuses of world spiritists need to be done there. The other one is the Jie clan. Although the Jie clan isn't as big as the World Spirit Guild, every single clan member are born with spirit power and they are quite an impressive, noble clan. According to rumors, they were the masters of the Spirit Province, but because there were too few clan members, the power to govern was slowly given to the World Spirit Guild. However, they are still a power that cannot be underestimated and the two of them share the sacred land of the Spirit Province. Zhuge Liuyun said. I see. It seems like the world is really quite huge. There is even such a special clan, and every clan member is born with spirit power. Chu Feng hiddenly sighed in admiration. Not 1 in 10,000 had spirit power, and in the Azure Province, every person who had spirit power were viewed as a genius. But he never would have thought that there was such an impressive clan in his neighboring province. Every single clan member had spirit power. What kind of idea was that, and how strong would that clan be? Oh. You are correct. The world is huge and there are countless powerful people in it. There are many clans with special blood, and other than the Jie clan in the Spirit Province, there is an even stronger clan in the 9 provinces. Zhuge Liuyun said. An even stronger clan. Master, what clan is that? Chu Feng was extremely curious. The Jie clan could already make one shocked. What would a clan that was even stronger than that look like? It is the current overlord of the 9 provinces, the Jiang dynasty. The Jiang dynasty is a special clan. The reason why they called themselves as the Jiang dynasty is because every single person in the Jiang dynasty has strong power from their blood. They have terrifying battle prowess that normal people do not have. That is also why the Jiang dynasty can be the overlord of the 9 provinces for so long and not wither away. Zhuge Liuyun continued explaining. The Jiang dynasty is a special clan. No wonder. Chu Feng learnt another piece of news that shocked him. Looking at the date, the monthly World Spiritist White Cloak exam that the World Spirit Guild holds is quickly approaching. Go back and prepare. I'll bring you to the Spirit Province tomorrow morning. Zhuge Liuyun said. Really? After hearing those words, Chu Feng not have a single trace of shock. Rather, he was extremely and madly happy because even if Zhuge Liuyun didn't say that, he was also planning to go to the Spirit Province. The reason why Chu Feng wanted to go to the Spirit Province was not for any White Cloak exam for World Spiritists, because if they were talking about status, he already had a World Spirit Grey Cloak in his Cosmos sack. That Grey Cloak was certainly more expensive than the White Cloak, and the status that it represented was even more scary. Naturally, what attracted Chu Feng to the Spirit Province was the Spirit Fruit. The strange thing that could wake Eggy up. Chapter 176, Advancement in Engagement. Chapter 176, Advancement in Engagement. Would that be fake? Quickly go. Although you've grasped the basics of the spirit formation, the White Cloak exam for World Spiritists is not that simple. It will be totally different from the past exams that you've experienced. You better be prepared in your heart so you won't fail it and be set back. Zhuge Liuyun struck some blows and said. Hee, don't worry, master. I won't disappoint you and I won't lose any of your face. Chu Feng happily left. After knowing how Eggy could be saved, his tense heart relaxed. To avoid any suspicions from Zhuge Liuyun, Chu Feng did not refine the 100 origin beads. He only slept early, and on that night, he slept very peacefully. In the morning of the following day, the sky was only slightly lit up. As arranged, Chu Feng went to Zhuge Liuyun's residence. However, in the plaza that was in front of the palace, people formed mountains and oceans. There were many disciples and elders gathered there. After passing through the crowd, Chu Feng discovered with astonishment that in the center of the plaza, Zhuge Liuyun was standing there, and behind him were 2 huge white-headed eagles. Those eagles were extreme big. As they stood there, they were 3 meters tall. Their large claws were like sharp blades, and as they looked at the crowd with their sharp eagle eyes, there was not a single trace of fear within them. Rather, there was pride. Wah, it's a real white-headed eagle. It's so beautiful. As they looked at the 2 eagles, many females revealed joy and they were so happy that their hands and feet danced. I hear that this thing is the best means for transportation. Its price is extremely high and our Azure Dragon School only has 2, which both belong to Zhuge Liuyun. Someone stated the origin of the white-headed eagle. Yeah, this thing seems quite strong. It is enjoyable just by looking at it. I wonder how nice it would feel if I rode it and flew around for a while. Elder Zhuge very rarely uses the white-headed eagle, and he looked at them as though they were treasure. I hear that Elder Wang from the Six Protectors had to journey far one day and he wanted to borrow the white-headed eagle to use it. However, he was heartlessly refused by Elder Zhuge. Not only refused, I hear that Elder Zhuge even lashed out at Elder Wang. He said, "Even I am not willing to use it, but you want to. Go dream. Yeah, but today, he is going to use both white-headed eagles. I wonder what important matter he has, where he is going, and who is he going with." Everyone was pointing as they had discussions about the white-headed eagle. They admired Zhuge Liuyun quite a bit, and they admired the person who would ride on the white-headed eagle along with Elder Zhuge even more. Everyone wanted to have a taste of the intense feeling of soaring towards the horizon and looking down from the sky. "Fenger, it's time to go." Just at that time, Zhuge Liuyun waved at Chu Feng, who was within the crowd. "Master." Under the gazes of the crowd, Chu Feng went next to Zhuge Liuyun and he involuntarily extended his palm to rub the white-headed eagle. He was also endlessly excited in his heart. So it's Chu Feng. Heavens, is he going to go out with Elder Zhuge? He can actually enjoy such treatments. It seems that Elder Zhuge really likes this Chu Feng. After seeing Chu Feng, admiration was filled on the crowd's face. They admired Chu Feng as he was able to be liked by Zhuge Liuyun. However, compared to the pure admiration from the males, many females displayed their adoration. Chu Feng's talent was already shown, and now he became Zhuge Liuyun's disciple. It could be said that his status within the Azure Dragon School was not inferior to Gong Luyun. In addition, there were rumors that stated Chu Feng was a genius who had spirit power, and because Zhuge Liuyun saw his huge talent in spirit power, he accepted him as his disciple. From that, people had even higher opinions on Chu Feng. So naturally, Chu Feng currently became the husband of choice in the hearts of countless female disciples. Although Chu Feng was still a young man, that could not stop the rippling hearts of love from the female disciples. Chu Feng. A familiar sound rang out and Su Mei walked out from the crowd. She arrived in front of Chu Feng and cutely said, "Are you leaving?" I'm following my master to go to the Spirit Province to participate in the White Cloak exam for World Spiritists. Chu Feng did not hide anything from Su Mei. "Since you're participating in the World Spiritist exam, congratulations on becoming a World Spiritist." Su Mei beautifully smiled and said, "Hey, that's still unknown." Chu Feng modestly shook his head, but a confident and determined smile was hung on his face. "How long are you leaving for?" Su Mei asked again. "Probably a month." Chu Feng replied. "That long?" There was some change on Su Mei's face. "What's wrong?" Chu Feng saw the inklings. "Nothing, I'm just happy for you." Su Mei sweetly smiled, but she could not hide the worry in her heart. However, she did not speak any more and she squeezed herself into the crowd. Little Mei. As Chu Feng hesitated, Su Mei disappeared. Chu Feng rushed out of the crowd and looked around, but he could not see Su Mei's figure. However, another body appeared within Chu Feng's line of sight. It was Su Mei's sister, Su Ro. The most beautiful female in the Azure Dragon School was currently looking at Chu Feng from not too far. Su Ro was an inner court elder, so unless there were any special matters, she would very rarely come to the core zone. In addition to Su Mei's strange emotions earlier, Chu Feng subconsciously knew that something happened. "Su Ro, what happened?" Chu Feng brought Su Ro to a more quiet place before asking. "You know that little Mei has a fiancé, right?" Su Ro did not answer, but responded with a question. "Shangguanya from the Shangguan family, right?" "What about him?" Chu Feng asked. "It seems that you know at least something." Su Ro smiled, but her smile was very strange. After that, she spoke again. "Shangguanya and little Mei's marriage has been advanced. It will happen in 1 month. 1 month later. It's your father's idea." Chu Feng's face was a bit ugly. "No, it wasn't my father's idea. However, he is quite powerless in his issue. This is quite a long matter, but it could be said to be a forced marriage." Su Ro said. "Forced marriage? Funny joke. The distinguished master of the Vermilion Bird City is being forced by a family within his city." Obviously, Chu Feng did not believe it. Do not underestimate the Shangguan family. They already have the qualifications to fight over the right of control over the Vermilion Bird City, and besides, he found a supporter for his own family. The current situation isn't too good for my Su family. Su Rou said. Supporter? What supporter? Chu Feng asked. Don't ask about that. All in all, it isn't something that you can handle. I only ask you one question. Can you bring little Mei and leave? Su Rou's beautiful eyes tightly stared at Chu Feng. I cannot. Chu Feng firmly replied without any hesitation. You, after hearing Chu Feng's words, Su Rou's face of absolute beauty paled a bit from anger. Chu Feng did not explain anything. He just turned around and walked towards the plaza. Chu Feng, I was mistaken about you. Little Mei was even more mistaken. The cursing voice of Su Rou came from behind. Chu Feng stopped his steps, turned his head around, and said, Why do I need to bring little Mei away? To elope? To escape? Why do we need to run away? What did we do wrong? Or what are we afraid of? Su Rou did not know how to reply as she didn't really understand what Chu Feng meant. I, Chu Feng, will not run away from his matter. 1 month later in the Vermilion Bird Mountain Range. I will see you there. Chu Feng left those words behind and walked away. He only let Su Rou contemplate over those words, however, she could not understand them. Chapter 177, World Spirit Guild. Chapter 177, World Spirit Guild. That Su Mei is quite a nice girl. Her family situation isn't bad and her talent isn't weak as well. No need to say anything about her appearance. So, do you want me to help you propose a marriage? After returning to the plaza, Zhuge Liuyun smiled and said. Master, thank you for your good intentions but I don't want to marry too early. Chu Feng smiled and replied. Let's go. Zhuge Liuyun leaped up and landed onto the white-headed eagle. Chu Feng also rode on the other white-headed eagle. Both of the eagles opened their wings at the same time and the huge wings were several meters long. Both of their wings flapped and wind rose. The fierce wind roared and they were like sharp blades. Even the core disciples and core elders on the plaza found it hard to bear it as they got blown back. Within the wild wind, 2 white-headed eagles rose into the air and went straight up into the sky. They first circled the plaza 2 times before shooting towards the spirit province like arrows. Everyone paid attention to that grand scene and most of their faces were filled with admiration and yearning. However, in a desolate corner in the core zone, there was also a small face that was raised. Su Mei, who stared at the white-headed eagle, had worry within her eyes. The white-headed eagle's speed was extremely quick and it only took a few days to go over the Azure province as they arrived within the boundaries of the spirit province. The white-headed eagle could be counted as a rarity in the Azure province. Every time it flew past in the air, the people underneath would raise their heads to look and sigh in admiration. However, after arriving at the spirit province, Chu Feng discovered that the white-headed eagle wasn't all that rare. As they flew in the air, they even saw a few white-headed eagles sweep past them. Their speed was even quicker than the ones that they were riding on, and clearly, they were of better quality. That made Chu Feng think that the Azure province that he lived in perhaps really was declining when compared to the spirit province. No wonder his master, Zhuge Liuyun, would say that. The so-called geniuses in the Azure province were only mediocre people and there were no more than 10 people who could truly be called as geniuses. The so-called geniuses in the Azure province really wasn't much in the eyes of the other provinces. In reality, the Azure province wasn't really all that strong. Within the 9 provinces, it was deteriorating, and it could not really be compared to the other bigger provinces. After flying for 2 more days in the Spirit Province, Chu Feng finally arrived at the so-called World Spirit Guild. As he looked down from above, he could see that the World Spirit Guild was located within the plains. It was a huge city, and the city was so big that it covered entire mountains, rivers, and even forests. It was simply just like a kingdom and it was so big that it surpassed Chu Feng's imagination. From that, he could tell how strong the World Spirit Guild was. No wonder it could become the overlord of the Spirit Province. The most important thing was that the world spiritists who were seen so preciously within the Azure Province were everywhere. White Cloak world spiritists like Zhuge Liuyun were certainly not anyone important. In that area, only Greycloak world spiritists could be seen highly by others because there were as many white-cloaked world spiritists as there were white vegetables, since they could be seen anywhere. Is this the so-called, there's a sky beyond this sky, and there's a person beyond this person? Chu Feng and Zhuge Liuyun did not directly enter the World Spirit Guild because people could not enter the World Spirit Guild as they wished. Even if they were world spiritists, they could not. So, they arrived in a city outside of the World Spirit Guild, and it was specialized for receiving world spiritists like them. At that place, people like Zhuge Liuyun who were white cloak world spiritists were everywhere. However, most of them had their hoods taken off and revealed their faces. No need to be shocked. The finest world spiritists in the 9 provinces are gathered here, so naturally, there would be quite a few world spiritists. Besides, the Spirit Province is titled as the richest province with the 9 provinces. When compared to his place, the Azure Province does seem a bit poor and desolate. Zhuge Liuyun's voice rang out, and Chu Feng, who turned his head to look, couldn't help but be greatly shocked because Zhuge Liuyun took off the hood that he covered his face with. For the first time, Chu Feng saw the face of the old man. He looked quite different from Chu Feng's imagination. Not only was he not scary, he seemed rather kind. With a glance, people would feel that the old man was quite amiable. However, probably exactly because of that reason, Zhuge Liuyun did not let anyone see his appearance because he wanted to leave a dangerous impression on others. Only then could he protect himself better. Perhaps that was truly the best way for him to protect himself. Hey! No one is allowed to hide their face here, and everyone must abide with that rule, or else they'll be seen as challenging the might of World Spirit Guild. Zhuge Liuyun explained and said, I like your current appearance better. Chu Feng smiled and said the words from his heart. Boy, is my appearance so amusing to be made fun of. Zhuge Liuyun shot Chu Feng a glance, then brought him to the registration place for the White Cloak exam. As they went there, Chu Feng saw many young people who were similar in age as him. Every single one of them had spirit power, so it could be seen that they were there for the White Cloak exam. The World Spiritist exam isn't too strict. As long as you can pass the first stage, you can get the World Spirit White Cloak. The World Spirit White Cloak is made out of special materials. When you wear it, as long as you don't emanate any aura, no one can detect your cultivation. The most important thing is that the World Spirit White Cloak is a symbol of status. In the future, if you wear this white cloak back to the Azure Province, I think that no one will look down on you again. Many powers would even want to befriend you and rope you in to be a guest. But of course, laying a spirit formation is physical work, and laying formations of spirit formations would be even more physical work. Laying a spirit formation that envelopes an entire power is a huge project. The outsiders only see the glory of us world spiritists, but they don't even know the hard work we need to do. Zhuge Liuyun reminded Chu Feng after helping Chu Feng get the qualification badge for participating in the exam. Master, other than the first stage, is there a second stage? Chu Feng asked curiously. Of course, after passing the first stage, you can get the World Spirit White Cloak. However, even though you can get the World Spirit White Cloak like that, you need to pay the appropriate price to buy it. Zhuge Liuyun replied. You need to buy it? How much does it cost? Chu Feng closely asked. A single World Spirit White Cloak costs 1,000 origin beads, and that's given if you pass the first stage. Or else, even if you want to buy one you couldn't. Zhuge Liuyun said. That expensive? Chu Feng was endlessly shocked. To him, 1,000 origin beads was certainly a huge number to him. Don't worry, I have already prepared them for you. As long as you can pass the first stage, the World Spirit White Cloak is yours. Zhuge Liuyun dotingly looked at Chu Feng. At that instant, if Chu Feng said he wasn't touched, those would be lies. However, he still curiously asked, Master, do you know how much a World Spirit Greycloak costs? Chapter 178, Qixing Oldman. Chapter 178, Qixing Oldman, World Spirit Greycloak. I haven't been in the Greycloak exam before, since it is not something that ordinary world spiritists can participate in. Besides, having the World Spirit Greycloak is an extreme high honor for world spiritists, so why would it be sold? Zhuge Liuyun shook his head. But what if someone wanted to sell it? For example, if someone had an extra World Spirit Greycloak that they wanted to sell, how much would it cost? Chu Feng was extremely curious because he did have a Greycloak in his hands. That's quite hard to say. After all, normal people don't have much use for world spirit grey cloaks, and even if someone wanted to buy it, it would need to be a world spiritist. However, according to the difficulty of the Greycloak exam, the price for the World Spirit Greycloak would be reasonable even if it was counted with profound beads as the unit. Roughly 1,000 profound beads. Zhuge Liuyun said. 1,000 profound beads. Chu Feng was incomparably happy. That was certainly a huge number. If a single profound bead was equivalent to 1,000 origin beads, 1,000 profound beads was equivalent to 1,000,000 origin beads. 1,000,000 origin beads. Even if Chu Feng's godly lightning got any more greedy, that amount would definitely be enough for it to eat for a while. Who knew what Chu Feng's cultivation would reach after consuming the 1,000,000 origin beads? 1,000 profound beads isn't a small number. Even to me, the 1,000 origin beads that I prepared for you today is everything I have. 1,000 profound beads. World spiritists that can pay that amount would not spend it to buy the World Spirit Greycloak, and they would just rely on their own strength to get it because they should be able to. As Chu Feng's imagination went wild as he planned how he would sell that World Spiriti Greycloak, Zhuge Liuyun splashed a bucket of cold water onto Chu Feng. However, after thinking in more detail, 1,000 profound beads was truly a huge number, no matter who it was. If their background wasn't impressive, then they must have outstanding strength in order to be so wealthy. The more he knew about the price of the World Spirit Greycloak, the more Chu Feng felt that the purple-clothed girl was extraordinary. It could be seen how impressive she was in order to be a Greycloak world spiritist at that age. If she did not appear that day and if Chu Feng only used his tiny bit of spirit formation power, he would most likely be unable to release the peerless secret skill, the white tiger slaughtering technique. So master, does that mean after passing the first stage, there's a second stage? Chu Feng asked again. That's right, there is a second stage. After passing the second stage, not only will the World Spirit White Cloak be free, there will even be a reward. However, that stage cannot be passed by normal people. Back in my days, I was unable to pass that stage. Zhuge Liuyun shook his head and said. Oh. I'm not mistaken, am I? It's Zhuge Liuyun. Just at that time, a strange voice suddenly rang out. Looking over, a short old man who wore a white cloak was walking towards Chu Feng and Zhuge Liuyun. As he walked, he was limping. He seemed to be a slightly disabled person. There was even a young man behind the limping old man. He was older than Chu Feng, being around 17 years old, and arrogance was all over his face. The gaze that he looked at Chu Feng with was full of contempt, as if he himself had a few extra legs than others. So it's Qixing. I haven't seen you in a good while. After seeing the limping old man, Zhuge Liuyun's expression was quite ugly. Haha, it really is you. Old guy Zhuge, I heard that you became a guest elder at the Azure Dragon School. Qixing smiled and said with mock. Zhuge Liuyun smiled as he silently admitted to it. However, he did not expect that Qixing would be even more undue as he loudly said. TSK TSK TSK, no matter how you say it, you are still a world spiritist. How can you be so low as to be a guest elder at a tiny little second-rate school? Perhaps his ability is insufficient and first-rate schools don't accept him. Just at that time, the young man behind Qixing spoke. If you dare speak a single extra word, do you believe that I will cripple you? After hearing that, Chu Feng could not remain silent as he pointed at the young man and coldly yelled. Oh! Where did this little brat come from? So disrespectful. Old guy Zhuge, he isn't your disciple, is he? Qixing looked at Chu Feng and all sorts of disdain emerged into his eyes. Qixing, mind how you speak. Although I was defeated by you in that year, that does not mean that I am afraid of you now. Zhuge Liuyun's face finally sank as well. Old guy Zhuge, what attitude is this? Do you want to lose to me once again? Qixing sneered and said. Why not give it a try? Zhuge Liuyun's aura revolved and the air around him shifted. Ah, but what is there to try between the two of us? Let's make it more interesting and let our disciples give it a go. However, Qixing's gaze locked onto Chu Feng and a despicable smile that did not match his age hung on the corner of his mouth. He could already tell that Chu Feng was a cultivator at the first level of the origin realm. With that cultivation, his disciple could completely suppress Chu Feng without any pressure at all. Zhuge Liuyun did not reply, and he only looked at Chu Feng because Qixing's disciple had the cultivation of the 5th level of the origin realm. Although he had the same cultivation as Wu Jiao, after all, he was a world spiritist and a core disciple in a first-rate school. Naturally, he could not be compared to Wu Jiao, so Zhuge Liuyun let Chu Feng decide. "Master, I beg you. Let me teach this ignorant thing a lesson." Chu Feng said. "That's fine. Fenger, go exchange some blows with him." Zhuge Liuyun nodded in satisfaction. He liked Chu Feng, who was not afraid of the heavens nor the earth. Exchange blows. Fists and feet do not have eyes, so torn tendons or broken bones cannot be blamed on anyone. Qixing was very confident in his disciple. "I can already see your disciple being injured severely." Zhuge Liuyun also had plenty of confidence in Chu Feng. Let's see if your disciple has that ability. Yangzi, go give him a taste of pain." Qixing coldly snorted. "Yes, sir." The young man called Yangzi first walked over to a wide area. He arrogantly formed his hand into a hook, indicating Chu Feng to go over. Just as Chu Feng went over, with a thought from Qixing, he put out a layer of strong spirit formation and surrounded Chu Feng and Yangzi within it. "Qixing, what are you doing?" Seeing that, Zhuge Liuyun angrily bellowed. "Old guy Zhuge, what are you worried about? This is the property of the World Spirit Guild. I put down the spirit formation because I don't want the two children breaking anything here." Qixing cunningly said that, however he was clearly shooting an eye expression at Yangzi. Yangzi understood it as he smiled, and the gaze towards Chu Feng became more dark and fierce. Chapter 179, Chu Feng displaying his might. Chapter 179, Chu Feng displaying his might. "Master, that cripple is correct. It is better if the World Spirit Guild's property is not damaged. So, just in case. Master, you should also put a layer of spirit formation down. I'm worried that the cripple laid an incomplete spirit formation that would be broken by me." Chu Feng loudly said that, and Qixing's eyebrows slanted inwards as he heard "cripple" here and there, and he scowled from anger. However, as he thought about his disciple beating Chu Feng up for him, he suppressed his flames of fury. I'll listen to you." Zhuge Liuyun, who understood Chu Feng a bit, naturally knew what Chu Feng wanted to covey. Without delay, he continuously laid 3 more layers of spirit formation and tightly locked Chu Feng and Yangzi in from under their feet to above their heads. Although it would be hard for them to get themselves out, it was also hard for others to get themselves in. "Come, doggy. Let me see your flowery fists and fancy kicking." Chu Feng did a hand gesture towards Yangzi. "Damn your doggy." After being called like that by Chu Feng, Yangzi was enraged. He threw out a fist and origin power condensed as the fist flew in the air towards Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng did not even move an inch when facing his attack. He did not even blink as he used the power of spirit formation with a thought. A spirit formation wall formed a meter in front of him. A boom resonated and ripples exploded, but Chu Feng was not affected in the slightest. The spirit formation he laid easily blocked Yangzi's attack. Quite a fine method. This boy has a good future. That area was originally a city, so there were a lot of passers-by. When they saw that 2 young people were having a fight, naturally, many people stopped their steps to watch. After seeing Chu Feng so naturally use the spirit formation at his age, many sighs of admiration sounded out. "Yangzi, do not show mercy and fiercely attack." As he saw the observers praising Chu Feng, Qixing could not remain silent, and he yelled out as he ignored his own situation. "Damn brat, let's see how you're going to block this." Yangzi spread his legs apart and went into a horse stance. As he tightly clenched both of his fists, strong origin power surged around him, and it had quite a powerful force. If the spirit formation wasn't there to hold it down, it would certainly have raised quite a bit of sand and stones. Power storage. That power storage was not simple, and he was preparing for a strong martial skill. As for how strong it would undoubtedly not be lower than a rank 5 martial skill. Suddenly, Yangzi explosively yelled and he attacked. At the same time that he attacked, he even yelled, "Heaven Dog's Meteor Fist." Ah! When that fist came out, it shook the world, and the howling that was like a group of dogs yelling endlessly shocked everyone. So the mysteriousness of the Heaven Dog's Meteor Fist attacked you with noise pollution that was like the howling of wild dogs. Although the dog howling sounds that the fist made could already be said to contain extremely strong power of harming and people could not hold that back, the strongest power of harming was still within the essence of the fist. The meteor-like fists flew towards Chu Feng and the might and power were not to be underestimated. Even a small mountain or a palace would be demolished by the meteor fists. However, his opponent was Chu Feng. He did not dodge or avoid it. He only relied on the spirit formation in front of him to block Yangzi's strong attacks. Boom 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 boom. When every fist touched the spirit formation, they were like fireworks as they exploded beautifully on the spirit formation. However, the endless ripples and the endless fists had no way of even moving that spirit formation. Not to mention breaking it, there weren't even any small cracks. That isn't simple. The martial skill that the boy is using is at least a rank 5-1 and he used a minimum of 90% of its power. However, that martial skill has no way of even moving that young man's spirit formation. It can be seen how high quality that spirit formation is. The observing crowd sighed in admiration once again because Chu Feng's performance was truly eye-grabbing. That isn't even anything. The quality of my disciple's spirit formation certainly surpasses his. It cannot be said that the boy is strong. It can only be said that his opponent is too weak. However, some people who were not considerative spoke the truth. As he listened to the surrounding discussions that were completely leaning towards Chu Feng and when some voices even belittled his own disciple, Qixing circled back and forth in anger. However, he did not lash out because that place wasn't the Azure Province. It was the World Spirit Guild and there were countless experts there. He did not dare to easily offend anyone. As he could do nothing about him, Qixing could only direct his rage at his own disciple as he roared, "Yangzi, you garbage. What are you thinking? Someone at the 5th level of the Origin Realm can't beat a person who is at the 1st level of the Origin Realm. Did you take the things that I taught you as fart? Doggy, your master is raging, so isn't it time to use your specialty?" Chu Feng was quite relaxed as he stood behind the spirit formation. "Damn you. I'll rip your mouth off." Yangzi was completely enraged. He simply stopped attacking and didn't use any martial skills anymore. He stepped forward and he wanted to have a close physical battle. Go. However, just at that time, Chu Feng clenched his left hand and a golden-colored spear appeared in his hand. He threw it towards Yangzi. The golden-colored spear contained extremely strong origin power. As it howled past, even the air exploded and it was as though the spear could pierce anything. Don't even think of injuring me with a mere rank 5 martial skill." Seeing that Chu Feng started to attack, Yangzi was not afraid as well and he stood where he was. His arms waved as he set up a spirit formation wall and put it in front of himself. The golden spear was thrown and ripples went in all directions as it was stopped by the spirit formation. However, looking back at the spirit formation, it was heavily damaged with cracks everywhere. It looked like a mirror that was smashed by a big rock. Ah. The difference is too big. The quality of that boy's spirit formation is too far off from that young man's. Seeing that, the observing people all sighed and shook their heads, hittingly indicating that Yangzi's spirit formation did not pass. "Hey, take another spear." Chu Feng was quite proud of himself as he raised his hand to throw another. Bang! Another golden spear exploded as it forcefully shattered the spirit formation and it continued towards Yangzi's. Yangzi was greatly shocked and as he backed away in alarm, he laid another spirit formation again and he was able to block Chu Feng's attack. However, cracks also appeared on that spirit formation. Slightly interesting, but can you still block the following? Chu Feng held a bow in his left hand and his right hand pulled the string. The sound of the bowstring rang out and noise of the arrows were like rain. With whooshes that tore through the air, the densely packed golden-colored arrows pressed their way towards Yangzi. How is this possible? He is clearly only at the 1st level of the Origin Realm. How can he use such a powerful martial skill? Yangzi panicked. It wasn't that he didn't want to counterattack, he had no methods to do that. Under that situation, the only thing he could do was to keep on laying spirit formations to block Chu Feng's attacks. However, even if spirit formations was infinite, spirit power wasn't. Under Chu Feng's storm-like attacks, Yangzi was quickly exhausted and he could only barely brace it. Although he was forcibly holding it back, Chu Feng's attacks got stronger and stronger. As he felt that he was unable to block the strike soon, Yangzi loudly yelled, "Master, save me." Chapter 180, The Arrival of Geniuses. Chapter 180, The Arrival of Geniuses. This trash. Qixing was furious as he saw his disciple who was at the 5th level of the Origin Realm being beaten by Chu Feng who was at the 1st level of the Origin Realm. However, even if he cursed like that on the surface, he had no hesitation. As his master, he would not just stare as his disciple died. Hey, Qixing. This is the fight between the disciples. What are you doing? However, just as Qixing raised his hand, Zhuge Liuyun's palm grasped his wrist and stopped his attack. Old guy Zhuge, get out of my way. Qixing waved his arm and wanted to fling Zhuge Liuyun away. However, he could not do anything about Zhuge Liuyun's hand. It was as firm as a boulder and it was just like a pair of iron pliers as it solidly locked his wrist. Qixing had no way of moving it. You shameless thing. Move to the side and quietly watch. Zhuge Liuyun coldly snorted and suddenly flung. Qixing landed face first and he fiercely laid on the ground. You entered the 6th level of the Profound Realm. Qixing was endlessly shocked because he never would have thought that the defeated general that year surpassed him today and became an expert of the 6th level of the Profound Realm. It was hard for Qixing to accept that. As a guest elder in a first-rate school, he got extremely generous offerings. With those offerings, his cultivation also increased rapidly and he was an expert of the 5th level of the Profound Realm. However, he did not expect that Zhuge Liuyun who was a guest elder in a second-rate school would be at the 6th level of the Profound Realm. That defied common sense. Fenger, you can stop after a bit more. Leave his dog life for him. Zhuge Liuyun did not pay any attention to Qixing as he yelled at Chu Feng who was within the spirit formation. Yes sir. Chu Feng already disintegrated Yangzi's spirit formation. Originally, he wanted to kill him but after hearing Zhuge Liuyun's words, he dissolved the golden-colored arrows that would have killed Yangzi. Get up. Although he spared Yangzi's life, Chu Feng did not plan to let him go just like that. He walked in front of Yangzi, and pulled him up as he was completely exhausted with a pale face. What are you planning to do? I am a core disciple of the first-rate school, the Huayang School. If you dare to kill me, my school will not forgive you. Yangzi already lost all the arrogance he had earlier and his eyes were filled with fear. Damn you. Chu Feng didn't even bother to listen to his meaningless words and punched Yangzi's mouth. After the punch landed on his face, the ground was covered with teeth. A mouthful of Yangzi's teeth were broken by Chu Feng. Yangzi covered the mouth that had blood flowing out of it as he looked at the shattered teeth on the ground. He wished to cry, yet there were no tears. Without even teeth, how could he face anyone after he returned to the Huayang School? Go over to the side to cry. As he looked at Yangzi who almost seemed to cry, Chu Feng raised his leg and kicked Yangzi into a corner, then, he pointed at him and said, pay attention to how you speak in the future. You cannot speak like that to just anyone. Haha. Whatever Fenger. It's normal for wild dogs to bite people and it's fine after a beating. No need to lower yourself to his level. Zhuge Liuyun's mood was great as he saw his own disciple win so quickly. He felt quite comfortable, and after releasing the spirit formation, he brought Chu Feng to the examination location. Fenger, that was beautifully done. The face that I lost that year has been retrieved by you. They arrived at the examination location, but Zhuge Liuyun did not forget to praise Chu Feng. He was really quite happy. Master, your strength far exceeds him. I know that you didn't lower yourself to him because you didn't want to bully a crippled person. Chu Feng chuckled and said. You really know how to speak, but on that year, I really did lose. I lost, so I lost. I lost in the White Cloak exam. On that year, if he did not obstruct me, perhaps I could see what the second stage was like. Zhuge Liuyun felt a bit of regret as he mentioned the matter of that year. Master, don't worry. I will help you finish your unfinished dream. I will pass the second stage and get the world spirit White Cloak with my own abilities. I won't let you spend a single penny on me. Chu Feng was full of confidence. Good. You have ambition. If you can pass that exam, I'll give the 1,000 origin beads for you. Use it when you get a wife in the future. Zhuge Liuyun patted Chu Feng's shoulders. He liked his disciple more and more. Hey, thank you master. Chu Feng's smile was very dazzling. He felt quite close to Zhuge Liuyun as he looked at his kind appearance and at the attitude he treated himself. Since the World Spirit Guild did not allow the entrance of random people, Chu Feng could only enter by himself in order to participate in the White Cloak exam. As he held the qualification badge, Chu Feng entered the World Spirit Guild and he stepped into the huge city that was as vast as a kingdom. After layers of inspection, Chu Feng arrived within a grand palace. It was truly an incomparably grand palace. The pillars in the main hall were so thick that even if 10 people formed a circle around it, they could not surround it. They were several hundred meters high and they were almost going to link to the heavens. That did not even seem like a palace. It was more like a castle. It was too huge. People from the World Spirit Guild stood everywhere in the palace. Every single one of them were White Cloak World Spiritists and their auras could not be detected. However, they were certainly experts and the World Spirit Guild symbol on their arms seized people's attention. People formed mountains and oceans in the center of the main hall. There were at least 1,000 or so people there and they were all young. The oldest was not over 20 years old. There were geniuses everywhere and their cultivation were not weak either. To know that the reason why Leng Wuzue was called a genius in the Azure Dragon School was because he had spirit power, which not one within 10,000 people had. However, at that instant and at that place, within the main hall, there were over 1,000 people who were similar in terms of age with Chu Feng yet also had spirit power. That scene would really make one sigh in admiration. But thinking about it in more detail, it could be understood. After all, geniuses from all the provinces in the 9 provinces were gathered there. Because the Azure province lacked people with spirit power did not mean that the other provinces were like that as well. Look, it's the geniuses of the World Spirit Guild. Suddenly, someone yelled out and following that, everyone's gazes were cast over. Dozens of young males and females were slowly walking over. Every single one of them wore a golden-colored robe and it was quite dazzling. Also, the World Spirit Guild symbol was on their left arms. The males were quite pretty and handsome, while the females were sweet and gorgeous. Every single person had a grand atmosphere. The weakest cultivation was only the 5th level of the Origin Realm, whereas the strongest was the 7th level of the Origin Realm. From the people's discussions, Chu Feng also learned where the group of people came from. They were the geniuses of the World Spirit Guild. However, their talent wasn't shown by their cultivation but by their comprehension in the power of spirit formation. Accordingly, some people even made a contract with a world spirit and they were truly worthy of being a world spiritist genius. Chapter 181, Azura Ghost Tower. Chapter 181, Azura Ghost Tower. These geniuses have not been seen in the past few exams, but I never would have thought that they all appeared in this one. Is today some sort of special day? As someone yelled out, they did not forget to add in their speculation. Yeah, even Gubo appeared. He is the #1 person in the young generation within the World Spirit Guild. He is only 16 years old and he is already at the 7th level of the Origin Realm. According to rumors, his attainment in the spirit formation technique cannot be compared by anyone. Even more people's gazes were gathered on the young man who led the group of geniuses. That young man was as pretty as a female and there was an amiable smile on his face which was not forced at all. Gubo, you finally decided to participate in the White Cloak exam. Just at that time, another clear voice suddenly rang out. Looking over. A group of young males and females who wore black clothes also walked into the hall. The group of young males and females had around 100 people. They were also the dragons and phoenixes within men and women. Not only was the number of people no less than the geniuses in the World Spirit Guild, their cultivation was not inferior as well. The young man who led was exactly the same as Gubo, being also at the 7th level of the Origin Realm. Their ages were also extremely similar, seeming that he was also 16 years old. However, when the group of young males and females were compared to the geniuses from the World Spirit Guild, there was a sharp contrast. They did not have a single trace of smile on their faces and they only had faces of proudness. It's the geniuses of the Jie clan. They are also joining the White Cloak exam. What day is today? Is that person the #1 person in the young generation of the Jie clan, Jie Bufan? The appearance of the young males and females raised another huge reaction from the crowd. They were the people from the ancient genius clan, the Jie clan. Jie Bufan. 100 years ago, the seniors of my World Spirit Guild had a spirit formation contest in the Twisted Forest with your Jie clan, but ended up with a tie. Today, the young generation from both your side and mine are gathering here again. This is truly fate. Gubo smiled and said. Less of this. On that year, if that mysterious person did not come into metal, my Jie clan would have beaten your World Spirit Guild. It is not fate that we meet here today. It is the contest between the two young generations. You and I both know that in our hearts, so there is no need to act. Jie Bufan coldly snorted and said. You Jie guy, what are you being crazy for? Today, the Azura Ghost Tower will press you down and none of you will even be able to go onto the 4th floor. A young man in the World Spirit Guild yelled displeasedly. The 4th floor? Are you going there? Jie Bufan sneered and said. That young man's expression changed and he was slightly speechless. The trash should shut up. Mentioning the 4th floor with me. It would be luck if you could even go onto the 3rd floor. Jie Bufan had disdain all over his face. True, I can't go onto the 4th floor, but Gubo certainly can. He will press you to death on the 4th floor. The young man rebuked. Gubo. I do believe that Gubo can, but regrettably, my target is the 5th floor. Gubo, do you dare to come? Jie Bufan asked. I'll see you on the 5th floor. Gubo lightly smiled and spoke no more. He led the geniuses from the World Spirit Guild into a luxurious room. It was a resting place, however, not just anyone could enter that area. As they saw the geniuses walking over, the people from the World Spirit Guild nodded and bent over towards Gubo and the others. It could be seen that not only were their talent not bad, their statuses were quite something as well. Or else, how would the experts be so polite to them? Let's go. Jie Bufan also took out a special badge and walked towards another luxurious resting room in the hall. As they faced that group, the people from the World Spirit Guild did not dare to be disrespectful as well. So today is the great battle that happened between the World Spirit Guild and the Jie clan 100 years ago. No wonder. No wonder so many geniuses have gathered here today. It seems that there will be good things to see today. But sadly, it would be very hard for us to arrive to that Azura Ghost Tower. After the group of geniuses walked away, the crowd started their discussions once again. Big bro, what is the Twisted Forest? And what about the Azura Ghost Tower? How about the several floors that they talked about? Chu Feng curiously asked. You don't even know this. This is the first time that you've been in the Spirit Province, right? That young man looked at Chu Feng strangely. Yeah, I came from the Azure Province. Chu Feng smiled at the harmless person. Azure Province, that's still quite close, but after all, those who aren't from the Spirit Province cannot be blamed for not knowing this. I'll tell you about it. There are 3 stages to this White Cloak exam. The first is the Spirit Formation Control, and the examination is about the controlling ability over one's spirit formation. To pass the first stage, you only need to be able to use the spirit formation technique, and it isn't hard to pass that. The harder one is the second stage, the Twisted Forest. The Twisted Forest is a huge formation by itself. There aren't any mechanisms within it, however, the fog is extremely dense there, and the examination is about the world spiritist's observation power. As long as you can pass the Twisted Forest, the World Spirit White Cloak will be free, and there will even be a reward. Everyone who passed that stage can get a single Spirit Fruit Seed. Spirit Fruit Seed. That's right, it is the seed of a spirit fruit. This Spirit Fruit Seed is quite a good thing. It can make one's spirit formation power even purer and their spirit power even stronger. However, after all, it is only a seed and the power it contains is limited. So, if they are willing to, they can enter the third stage, and that's the Azura Ghost Tower. The Azura Ghost Tower contains spirit pressure. The spirit pressure can quickly speed up the growth of the Spirit Fruit Seed. From what I've heard, the second floor will make the Spirit Fruit Seed sprout, the third floor will make it grow branches and leaves, the fourth floor will make it blossom, the fifth floor will make it bear fruit, and the sixth floor will ripen the spirit fruit. However, the spirit pressure is detrimental to the human body, so it has to be held off with spirit power. There are extremely high spirit power requirements. Not how much they have, but their quality. One's willpower. The spirit pressure can be said to be a test about a world spiritist's talent. Up until now, there hasn't been anyone who could reach the 6th floor, and those who stepped onto the 5th floor are already true geniuses. That person explained to Chu Feng. This is really great. Chu Feng rejoiced in his heart. He never would have thought that the reward for the second stage in the exam was the spirit fruit seed he wanted. As long as he went onto the Azura Ghost Tower, he could let the seed grow. He only needed to step onto the 6th floor in order for the seed to grow and bear ripe fruit. Which also meant that Chu Feng could save Eggy. How could he not be happy? However, the name, Azura Ghost Tower, caused Chu Feng to raise a thought. He clearly remembered when Eggy displayed her special power, she mentioned the word Azura. Chapter 182, Pinnacle Geniuses. Chapter 182, Pinnacle Geniuses. The Azura Ghost Tower. What a strange name. Chu Feng acted as if he didn't understand as he talked to himself. This Azura Ghost Tower is not a simple thing. According to rumors, it has over 10,000 years of history. It has treasures contained within it, and the reason why the World Spirit Guild was built here was because they wanted to monopolize the Azura Ghost Tower. For this Azura Ghost Tower, there were plenty of conflicts between the World Spirit Guild and the Jie clan. The most recent one was 100 years ago when geniuses that were unseen for 1,000 years appeared in both the World Spirit Guild and the Jie clan. Under the guidance of the two geniuses, the people from the World Spirit Guild and the Jie clan had an unprecedented flourishing time period. The Spirit Province at that time was named as the strongest within the 9 provinces. One day, the genius from the Jie clan led everyone from the Jie clan to the World Spirit Guild, and they swore to retake the Azura Ghost Tower. Neither side backed down, and a great battle was going to happen. At that time, if a battle happened, it would undoubtedly cause the entire Spirit Province to collapse because the World Spirit Guild and the Jie clan were too strong. However, to avoid unnecessary deaths and injuries, the genius from the World Spirit Guild suggested to have a duel in spirit formation techniques against the Jie clan's genius. The victor could take over the Azura Ghost Tower. The location of the duel was the Twisted Forest. From what I've heard, the spirit formation technique that the two people used that day were used to the extreme. Their battle truly caused the sky to dusk and the ground to darken, and the sun nor moon shone. As he mentioned the past events that happened that year, his hand danced as he gestured all over the place, as if he personally saw everything that happened. At the end, who won? Chu Feng was intrigued on which genius won and which genius lost. Sigh. Both of them lost. That person shook his head as he sighed while his face had nothing but pity. Both of them lost. Both were injured and lost, or was it a tie? Chu Feng closely asked. They were defeated by someone. That person said. Defeated by someone? Weren't the two people the strongest geniuses at that time? How could they be defeated by someone? Chu Feng also felt quite shocked. From what the young man said, the two geniuses were very impressive existences. How could they have been defeated? How strong would the person who defeated them be? They were indeed defeated, but they were defeated by a world spiritist that did not belong to the Spirit Province. The age of that world spiritist was even younger than the geniuses from the World Spirit Guild and the Jie clan. A genius amongst geniuses. The young man narrated. That strong. Who was that person called? Did anyone know where that person came from? Chu Feng was instantly curious as to who that person was. That person was truly strong if he was able to defeat two pinnacle geniuses by himself. No one knew what he was called, nor did anyone know where he came from. They only knew that his cultivation was impressive, and his spirit formation technique could be said to be perfect. However, he had a special characteristic, and it was that he had a pair of sharp ears. His pupils were red, and he had a mouthful of sharp teeth. Because his appearance was special, some people even suspected that he was a monstrous beast. However, it is a taboo for monstrous beasts to cultivate in spirit formation techniques. So, even more people felt that his appearance was just a bit strange. It is impossible for such a strong person to be so nameless. If he was still alive, his name should have shaken the world. How is it possible that no one knows what he is called? Chu Feng was very confused. You are correct. In that year when he defeated both the peak geniuses of the World Spirit Guild and the Jie clan, he got the rights over the Azura Ghost Tower. He already shook the 9 provinces, and even the Jiang dynasty wanted to rope him in with them and start friendly relationships. But sadly, soon after he defeated the two geniuses, he completely disappeared and he never appeared again. So naturally, no one would know his name and he was extremely mysterious. As for the two geniuses, since they were defeated, they were dispirited and they both secluded themselves. They still haven't come out today, but with the talent that the two of them had that year, I'm sure that they must be even more impressive today. Exactly because of the existences of those two people, very few people dare to invade the Spirit Province because they felt that if the two people came out, within the 9 provinces, the Spirit Province could certainly still be ranked as first. What are those two geniuses called? The one from the Jie clan is called Jiesher. The one from the World Spirit Guild is called Gu Tianchen. However, even if the two people are still alive right now, they would be old men who were at the end of their life. I wonder if the glory of the two people could still be seen. Ah, what a shame. The two geniuses that couldn't be met in 1,000 years were dispirited just like that. As a person from the Spirit Province, that young man clearly felt that the two geniuses being disheartened was quite a pity. It is indeed a shame, but I feel more pity towards the mysterious person who defeated the two people. After all, with his strength, he should not be unknown. Chu Feng said. After waiting a good 4 hours, the so-called World Spiritist White Cloak exam finally started. There were innumerable doors in the vast palace. Under the arrangement of the World Spirit Guild, Chu Feng and 2 others formed a group and entered a room. After entering the room, a square palace appeared. There was another door on the other side of the palace. In front of the door was a person, and it was a middle-aged man with a gray-colored cloak. Obviously, he was a Greycloak World Spiritist. There were 3 human-shaped statues in the middle of the palace. They were made with black iron and there was a simple spirit formation laid on it. They were a lot more hard than normal black iron. Shatter a statue. The amount of strikes will be in the single digits. The faster it is shattered, the higher the points. The middle-aged man flatly said. I'll go first. I only need 10 strikes to take care of this thing. The young man to Chu Feng's left walked over. That person was quite healthy and he was 2 meters tall. His arm muscles were even thicker than Chu Feng's thigh and from his appearance, he looked like an big adult man. He arrived in front of the statue. First, he warmed his body up a bit and clear sounds of knuckles cracking were emitted. After that, he fiercely used strength and emanated his aura which was at the 3rd level of the origin realm. Then, he continuously threw the fists out that were as big as sandbags. The fists landed on the statue and they made noises of steel colliding with one another. There were even sparks. After the 10th fist landed, a crack really did appear on the statue and the crack quickly spread. At the end, the statue split into 2 and it landed on the floor. At that instant, the well-built young man spun around and smiled proudly at Chu Feng and the young female who was to Chu Feng's right. Actually, he was mainly smiling to that young female. Although she wasn't any great beauty, she was still quite pretty. The 2 round things that were worthy of being proud of in front of her chest clearly suited the well-built young man's taste. The well-built young man showed 2 rows of bright white teeth towards the young female. He even did some impressive actions with his strong muscles, but they did not do anything as the young female did not even look at him. However, he was not disappointed and he continued to do those attracting actions. A bear pass. However, when such an evaluation came from behind, the face of the well-built young man instantly went stiff and the corner of his mouth twitched. Chapter 183, Twisted Forest. Chapter 183, Twisted Forest. Trash. The young female who did not speak for a long time shot a glance at the well-built young man as she passed him. She arrived in front of the black iron statue, then suddenly raised her leg and started to attack. The cultivation of the 4th level of the origin realm was displayed without restraint. Swoosh swoosh. The young female's kicking techniques were quite impressive. They were quick, after images were created, and they had strong power. Wind was lifted up. And it was not a simple kicking technique. It was a martial skill. A very strong kicking technique martial skill that would not be weaker than rank 4. Boom after the 5th kick, a boom rang out and the black iron statue broke into pieces from the young female and the chunks fell to the floor. Did you see that? I only need 5 strikes myself. The young female smugly shot a glance at the well-built young man. The face of the young man was currently very ugly. No matter if it was cultivation or methods, she was indeed stronger than him. He could not say anything back even after he was mocked. Who told him to mess around in front of her before, right? Not bad. Pass. The World Spirit Guild member nodded his head in satisfaction. At that instant, of the 4 people at scene, 3 of them subconsciously cast their gaze towards Chu Feng. Expectation was filled in the gaze of the well-built young man. After the young female finished, he felt that he had no more face. However, he knew that he could get back some face from Chu Feng because he could feel that Chu Feng's cultivation was a mere first level of the origin realm. The test in front of them had no relation to spirit formation techniques, and it was only a simple cultivation test. So, the well-built young man felt that with Chu Feng there, he would not lose the most face and he would not be at the bottom. Under the gazes of the 3 people, Chu Feng stuck his chest out and raised his head. Without hurrying, he walked in front of the black iron statue. He first opened his 5 fingers, then tightly closed them, and after raising his hand, he punched the black iron statue. Chu Feng's punch was exceptionally quick. It was truly just like lightning. With a boom, the incomparably hard black iron statue was completely shattered by Chu Feng's punch. It did not break into pieces. It truly shattered. 1 strike. He only used 1 strike. As they looked at the shattered statue fragments on the floor, all 3 people who were there were greatly astounded. The young female slightly opened her little mouth in astonishment, and her eyes tightly stared at Chu Feng with indescribable shock. As for the World Spirit Guild elder, his gaze glittered as well, and only after a good while did he calm down and slightly nodded. He smiled and said with satisfaction, "Not bad. A hard-to-find good seedling. How is this possible? This guy is clearly only at the first level of the origin realm. He did not use any martial skill, yet he so easily shattered the black iron statue into pieces as if it was nothing." However, the one with the most wonderful expression was the well-built young man. No matter what, he would not have thought that Chu Feng, who seemed as weak as dregs, was strong to that degree. Even a person at the 5th level of the origin realm could not necessarily do that. However, Chu Feng, who was only at the 1st level of the origin realm, could. What did that mean? Those who had a bit of intelligence could think of the impressiveness within. After the martial power test, the spirit formation technique test followed. The most important parts were the control over the spirit formation, the hardness of the spirit formation, and the sensitivity of the spirit power. At first, what the well-built young man's attitude towards Chu Feng was that he felt that Chu Feng had strong martial power to the point of abnormality was because he suspected Chu Feng spent most of his time on cultivation. It was possible that he was weaker in terms of spirit formation technique when compared to him and the young female. However, when Chu Feng displayed his methods with the spirit formation techniques, no matter if it was the young man or the young female, or even the world spiritist from the World Spirit Guild, all of them were dumbstruck and they were completely overwhelmed by Chu Feng's strength. At the end, the 3 of them successfully passed the tests and they passed the first stage of the White Cloak exam. They could take a new badge to leave that place to buy a World Spirit White Cloak. However, after the exam finished, the World Spiritist from the World Spirit Guild left Chu Feng's name behind. He also gave Chu Feng an evaluation of a hard-to-see genius. "Chu Feng bro, your strength truly isn't fake and I would really kowtow in admiration. Brother Chu Feng, with your strength, you are going to challenge the 2nd stage, right? How about we go together?" After passing the first stage, the 3 people walked out the palace. No matter if it was the well-built young man or the alluring young female, both of them started to set up a relationship between them and Chu Feng. The alluring young female even wanted to go together with Chu Feng. After all, the 2nd stage was the Twisted Forest. Not only did it have high requirements for world spiritists in all sorts of areas, there was also a certain requirement in terms of martial power because inside the Twisted Forest, the most dangerous things were not mechanisms nor formations. It was people. So, no matter how you saw it, it would be easier for them to pass the stage if they went with Chu Feng. "Let's go together then." Chu Feng lightly smiled and nodded his head. "That's great. This 2nd stage is not enough to scare us if we go along with you." The well-built young man happily laughed. "Who said that you're coming?" However, the young female fiercely glared at the young man. In tests like those, every single person would care about themselves more and they would not carry burdens without reason. Within the eyes of the young female, the well-built young man was a burden. The well-built young man wanted to say something, but he stuffed it back down and disappointment emerged onto his face. Meeting is fate, so the three of us can go together. But just at that time, Chu Feng indifferently spoke. Chu Feng bro, you are truly a good person. Don't worry, I will certainly not drag you two behind. After hearing Chu Feng's words, the well-built young man rejoiced and gratitude was all over his face. As he felt gratitude, he did not forget to pat his chest to guarantee. After Chu Feng spoke, even though the young female was not too willing to, she did not say anything more. After all, even she wanted to rely on Chu Feng's strength to pass the twisted forest. Since the person who she was relying on spoke, what right did she have to refuse? Just like that, after the three of them walked out of the palace, none of them got the badge that represented the passing of the first stage and went to purchase a world spirit white cloak. They only continued deeper in and entered the twisted forest. Chapter 184, Meeting Yanzi Again. Chapter 184, Meeting Yanzi Again. The Twisted Forest was a huge formation, and it was laid by the World Spirit Guild when the guild was created. After endless improvements by World Spirit Guild's experts, the Twisted Forest's formation could not be deciphered by normal cultivators. Even world spiritists could get lost after entering it. If no one led the way, they would have no way of leaving that place and they would starve to death. Although the Twisted Forest had a forest in its name, in reality, there were not only trees within it. There were also stone sculptures and iron pillars, but no matter what they were, they had a spirit formation laid on it. Without the cultivation of the profound realm, one should not even think of destroying any grass or wood there. Even experts of the profound realm had to have a certain level of cultivation and ability. Chu Feng and the two others walked within the forest. With Chu Feng's spirit power and the observation power of the world spirit compass, the formation could not obstruct the steps of Chu Feng and the others. However, before long after they entered, Chu Feng saw a familiar face. It was the Qixing's disciple who also came from the Azure province and had his teeth shattered by Chu Feng, Yangzi. Also, there were 4 extra people next to Yangzi. The 4 of them were the clothing of a first-rate school and their cultivation was not weak either. 3 of them were at the 4th level of the origin realm, and another person was the same as Yangzi, also being at the 5th level of the origin realm. From their clothing, Chu Feng could tell that they were core disciples of the Lingyun school. Chu Feng. After seeing Chu Feng, Yangzi was incomparably stunned. He who did not have teeth first strangely yelled, then fear filled his face. It could be seen that Chu Feng left quite a huge shadow on him. Chu Feng. Yangzi, this is the brat who had horrible behavior and beat you up like this. After hearing Yangzi's words, the 4 others cast their gaze towards Chu Feng and disdainfully looked at him. It was clear that they had heard of the matter between Chu Feng and Yangzi. However, they showed doubt towards Chu Feng's cultivation. After all, Yangzi was a person at the 5th level of the origin realm, and Chu Feng was only at the 1st level of the origin realm. Lu Biao, let's quickly go. Yangzi turned around and wanted to leave. He even went and pulled the disciple from the Lingyun school. Sigh. Yangzi, what are you doing? Are you really afraid of his brat? However, Lu Biao flung Yangzi's hand away and interestingly looked at Chu Feng. Yangzi, no need to be afraid. We will take revenge for you. The other 3 people already spread apart and laid a strong spirit formation to block Chu Feng and the others' escape. Chu Feng, this isn't good. They are extremely powerful. While facing that situation, the alluring young female's face tensed up. The opponents did not conceal their auras and they had quite impressive control over the spirit formation, so she lost all confidence. As for the well-built young man, he had fear and regret all over his face. Naturally, fear because he was scared by Lu Biao, Yangzi, and the others might. Regret because he regretted being greedy for conveniences. He wanted to rely on Chu Feng's methods to pass the twisted forest, but he never would have thought that Chu Feng had such huge enemies. They even coincidentally passed that place and dragged him into the mess. The twisted forest was sealed, and things like enemies meeting as they killed each other were not rare. Pretty much no one would investigate that, and it was also the most dangerous part of the twisted forest. Chu Feng, seeing that you are also from the Azure province, I'll give you a chance. Beg for forgiveness and shatter your own front teeth, then I'll spare your life. Lu Biao stood from nearby and he was like a king looking down on the petty commoners. Although he said that he would give Chu Feng a chance on the surface, Icy cold killing intent was revealed within his gaze. That's fine. Today, we will work together and finish off this brat. Seeing that Lu Biao and the others were so determined, Yangzi did not escape anymore, and he also revealed dense killing intent. Doggy, you are quite popular and you actually have a few bad friends. However, from what I see, they won't be able to help you. Instead, they have harmed you. Chu Feng lightly smiled, then suddenly waved his big sleeve. An formless hurricane with him as the center spread out, and it instantly shattered the spirit formation that the three people laid. At that instant, everyone on scene was stunned. However, they were even more stunned as after the spirit formation was shattered, another strong spirit formation was formed, and Yangzi and the others were all sealed within. The strength of that spirit formation was clearly multiple times stronger than the one before, and the reason why they were so shocked was because the spirit formation was laid by Chu Feng. He did not even move his hand, and he controlled the spirit formation purely with his spirit power. You want me to shatter my own front teeth? Do you even have the ability to do so? With a thought, Chu Feng spread his cultivation of the first level of the origin realm out without restraint. However, that strong pressure caused every single person in the spirit formation to tremble. Even Lu Biao, who had a threatening aura before, could not remain calm anymore. Illusions. Do you really think I would be tricked by your illusions? Lu Biao did not believe that Chu Feng was truly that strong. He raised his palm and his origin power surged. The well-built young man and the alluring female tightly frowned when facing that might, and they quickly hid behind Chu Feng because that attack was not something that they could hold back. However, the strong attack that was seen by the young man and the young female's eyes was not even worth mentioning in front of Chu Feng. Without even moving, Chu Feng used the pressure of his first level of the origin realm to dissolve Lu Biao's attack. A bunch of garbage. You want to help others with only this kind of strength? Kneel. Chu Feng coldly snorted and strengthened the pressure. The formless aura surged within the spirit formation, and the air even howled strangely from the mad and violent power. Chu Feng finally displayed his true strength. Under such strong pressure, Lu Biao and the others did not have the atmosphere that they had earlier. With a poof, they knelt on the ground and they could not defend against the pressure. On the other hand, Yangzi was still standing, and from that, it meant that Lu Biao and the others' cultivation was far from Yangzi's. Chu Feng, you. While facing that scene, the well-built young man and the alluring young female had wonder all over their faces. Although they did not feel Chu Feng's pressure from his aura, they could still tell that Chu Feng relied on his personal pressure to forcefully cause 3 experts at the 4th level of the origin realm and 1 person at the 5th level of the origin realm to kneel on the ground. Shatter your own front teeth and I'll spare your life. Chu Feng coldly spoke. Don't even think about that. One of them angrily howled. You want to die? Chu Feng lightly smiled, then flung one of his fingers. A ray of lightning shot out from that finger, and like a sharp sword, it pierced that person's chest. Ah! That person painfully cried out before powerlessly laying on the floor. He did not breathe anymore. Chu Feng, you dare to kill us? You are dead. Our school will not forgive you. Not only you, even your own school will be exterminated. Seeing that Chu Feng really murdered, the 2 other people were fearful and afraid. Just after they spoke, 2 rays of lightning flashed past and the 2 people fell on the floor. After using the lightning methods to finish off the 3 of them, Chu Feng cast his icy gaze towards Lu Biao and Yangzi. Chu Feng, spare me. Spare me. I will not dare to be disrespectful to your master anymore. Yangzi was so terrified that tears covered his face, and he took the initiative to beg at Chu Feng. Chu Feng, I'll shatter my front teeth. I'll shatter them right now, so please don't kill me. Lu Biao was quite blunt and he raised his hand, then punched his mouth 3 times. Red blood flowed out after he did that. That was not wretchedness. That was simply sad. However, Chu Feng's had no expression on his face as he looked at what the 2 did, and he coldly said, too late. Chapter 185, Stepping on the Heaven's Ladder. Chapter 185, Stepping on the Heaven's Ladder. Chu Feng, I'll kill you. Seeing that Chu Feng was going to kill him, Yangzi did not pettily beg anymore and he rose to attack Chu Feng. Lu Biao also did the same thing. Both of them used rank 5 martial skills and they channeled all their origin power into them. It was a wager on their life, and the power could not be compared to the attacks before. On one side, a huge tiger was condensed from origin power. Its fur pulsed and it was vivid as though it was alive. Its roar was enough to shake the mountains and rivers, and its claws could shatter mountain peaks. It attacked Chu Feng with the might of being a king of 10,000 beasts. On the other side, sharp swords were formed by origin power, and they did not look illusionary. They looked quite real, and there were over 1,000 origin power flying swords. Truly, 1,000 swords were released at the same time with unstoppable might. Strong. At that instant, the faces of both the well-built young man and the alluring young female were tight, and fear was in their eyes. The attack in front of their eyes was easily enough to kill the two of them without leaving any residue. So, they could only stand behind Chu Feng. They had to stand behind the young man who was younger than both of them. The alluring young female even tightly grabbed onto Chu Feng's clothes because Chu Feng was the only person who she could rely on at that moment. Oh! It is still too weak. Chu Feng's long robe was moving back and forth from the wind created by the strong might. His hair also demonically fluttered while flying up and down. However, he was still standing where he was without dodging nor avoiding it. A faint smile was even hung on his face as he silently waited for the attack. As the attacks were going to engulf them, Chu Feng's eyes suddenly flashed and a shiny and translucent spirit formation which was like a mirror appeared in front of him. The fierce tiger and the thousands of swords collided onto the spirit formation which was like a thin piece of ice at the same time. Instantly, violent ripples were created and the force even shook the ground under Chu Feng's feet. But at the end, they were still unable to penetrate Chu Feng's line of defense. After the two persons' attacks disappeared, the spirit formation in front of Chu Feng was undamaged. There were not even any cracks. Are you even a person? With your cultivation, how can you grasp such methods? Lu Biao was panicking and he was terrified. He had never seen such a scary opponent before. He could not treat him as a person but as a monster. It's not that I, Chu Feng, am impressive, but none of you have seen a truly strong person. Chu Feng bitterly smiled because he suddenly remembered the purple-clothed girl. In the eyes of many, he was already a monster. However, when compared to that purple-clothed girl, he was as ordinary as he could get. That was the distance between both humans. Bastard. Seeing that the attacks against Chu Feng were useless, Yangzi started to attack the spirit formation that locked them within. However, he was still useless and that made him as angry as a storm, but he could not do anything about it. It's time to finish it. Finally, Chu Feng's face turned cold and as he barely raised his hand, lightning surged out from it and following that, it became two huge lightning dragons. They opened their bloody mouth and after a deafening roar, they flew towards Yangzi and Lu Biao. The third thunder style. It was no longer Chu Feng's strongest method, but displaying it at that moment still brought incomparably terrifying might. It was similar to how a Heaven Realm expert could still display terrifying might with a rank 1 martial skill. Chu Feng, I will not forgive you even if I become a ghost. Those were the words that Yangzi last said because when the lightning dragon consumed his body, he did not even make any noise. He was forcefully burnt up and there was not even a corpse remaining. After killing Yangzi and Lu Biao, Chu Feng used the third thunder style to destroy the other 3 corpses. He truly did not leave any traces behind. I hope that you two can keep this matter a secret. After finishing all that off, Chu Feng smiled and said to the young man and the young female, "Don't worry, we will absolutely not reveal half a word about this." The young female and the young man promised with everything they had. Although Chu Feng smiled quite kindly at them, after seeing what he could do, from deep within their hearts, they already felt fear towards Chu Feng. After all, that matter was related to them. If they spread it out, there would be 100 troubles but 0 benefits. So, naturally, they would keep it a secret. Quite ruthless methods. Killing and removing the traces, huh? But just at that time, a voice from nearby suddenly rang out. Who? Chu Feng slightly frowned from the sudden change. He spread out his spirit power but he could not feel a single trace of aura nearby. Haha, afraid. Don't worry, we've already gotten used to these things and we won't talk about it. That voice rang out again. Behind a tall stone sculpture, 2 figures walked out. They were 2 young men. Their appearances were not ordinary, and the special black clothing that they were wearing was the clothing of the Jie clan. Jie clan. At that instant, not only Chu Feng, even the well-built young man and the alluring female felt quite shocked because the name of the Jie clan was too famous. It represented the pinnacle of world spiritists, and they were the idols for many world spiritists. What intentions do you two have by secretly hiding there? Chu Feng's gaze was like a torch as he stared at the two people. Although they were close and in front of their eyes, Chu Feng was still unable to feel their auras. They were simply like the air, and Chu Feng knew that the two people were not simple. We just coincidentally passed by. Since we saw quite an entertaining battle, we stopped to take a look. The young man, who was slightly taller, faintly smiled and said, "Entertaining battle? They were just a bunch of trash from the Azure province. Dogs biting dogs." The other slightly shorter young man had an expression of contempt. "Trash from the Azure province? You too?" After hearing the words of the slightly shorter young man, Chu Feng's face was clearly displeased. At the end, he was still from the Azure province, so naturally he did not like people mocking his Azure province. "Us. We are the ladders to heaven that you can never be compared to. You can only look up to us." The slightly shorter young man had smug written on his face as he disdainfully looked at Chu Feng, as well as the well-built young man and the alluring beauty behind Chu Feng. At that moment, not to mention Chu Feng, even the well-built young man, the alluring young female, were greatly displeased. However, they did not dare to show that because they were people from the Jie clan. They really did have the qualifications to be arrogant. Whoosh! Suddenly, Chu Feng attacked. Without any warning, he attacked the slightly shorter young man with his lightning methods. The slightly shorter young man was not simple, so he quickly discovered Chu Feng's actions. With a cold snort, he emanated his aura of the 5th level of the Origin realm. Not only did he not dodge or avoid it, he raised his palm and slapped towards Chu Feng. However, he still underestimated Chu Feng. With the flickering of lightning under Chu Feng's feet, instantly, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the slightly shorter young man. "Careful." In response, the slightly taller young man yelled out, but it was too late. Chu Feng kicked the waist of the slightly shorter young man, and since he was caught off guard, the slightly shorter young man directly fell face first onto the ground. "Damn you. The slightly shorter young man was incomparably furious as he opened his mouth, and he was going to curse. However, before he even finished speaking, Chu Feng's feet already descended from the heavens and landed on top of his brain, ferociously forcing his face into the earth. To me, Chu Feng, the ladder to heaven is not for looking. It's for stepping. Chapter 186, Releasing the Tiger Back to its Mountain. Chapter 186, Releasing the Tiger Back to its Mountain. With lightning methods, Chu Feng struck the Jie clan member and stepped on him with his foot. That action was quite daring. That stupefied the well-built young man and the alluring young female. Their expressions were as wonderful as they could get, however most of it was fear. After all, they were tied up with Chu Feng, and since Chu Feng offended the Jie clan, even they had to be pulled down with him. "Bro, can you spare him?" The slightly taller Jie clan member did not attack but respectfully pleaded at Chu Feng. As for the reason why he didn't attack was simple. After seeing Chu Feng's strength and his methods, he was undoubtedly looking to die if he attacked Chu Feng. If I spare him, would he spare me? Chu Feng coldly smiled and said, "Bro. I, Jie Chuan, vow to the heavens that I will not do anything about today's matter. If my younger brother, Jie Hang, dares to find you for trouble, you don't need to do anything. I'll discipline him myself." The slightly taller young man raised his hand and guaranteed. He also emanated his aura. He was an expert of the 6th level of the Origin realm. Chu Feng slightly frowned. He was in a bit of a difficult situation. At first, he was planning to kill the two people and also steal the things that they had, because if they were able to escape from Chu Feng's spirit power detection, they would certainly have treasures on their bodies. However, he saw sincerity in Jie Chuan's eyes, and the reason why Jie Chuan was emanated his aura was not for displaying his might towards Chu Feng, it was to show sincerity. It allowed Chu Feng to know his foundation. "Bro, my younger brother had spoke rudely before, so please take this as compensation." Jie Chuan took his own cosmos sack off and also Jie Heng's cosmos sack off of his waist. After taking 2 world spirit compasses out, he gave the 2 cosmos sacks over to Chu Feng. Chu Feng accepted the cosmos sacks, and after investigation, he discovered that there were dozens of origin beads inside. There were even some medical things for healing. To normal people, the things within were already quite expensive, but they weren't too much to Chu Feng. However, while Jie Chuan was doing that, Chu Feng truly could not get angry because Chu Feng was a person who liked to be persuaded but not forced. Chu Feng took the things out from the 2 cosmos sacks and stuffed them into his own. After that, he returned the 2 empty cosmos sacks back to Jie Chuan before pulling Jiaheng up from the ground and saying, "You have a good elder brother. I'll kill you." After being freed from his restrictions, he wanted to attack as if he was insane. However, before even Chu Feng moved, Jie Chuan landed a loud and clear slap on Jiaheng's face and angrily reprimanded, "Have you not lost enough face? Get over to the side." Just as he finished speaking, Jie Chuan kicked Jiaheng and caused him to fly a dozen or so meters away. Although Jiaheng was extremely angry, he did not dare to not obey Jie Chuan. After climbing back up, he did not say anything but fiercely glared at Chu Feng before leaving. "Chu Feng, thank you for giving me face. Although this cannot be said to be no discord, no concord, if we meet again by chance in the future, I will invite you to a cup of beer." Jie Chuan lightly smiled as he clasped his hands towards Chu Feng before catching up to Jiaheng. "Chu Feng bro, you've stirred up a disaster." After the 2 people disappeared from their line of sight, the well-built man had a face full of terror. "You really shouldn't have let them go. You simply released the tiger back to its mountain." The alluring young female was even more direct. "If you 2 are afraid, you can choose to return. I can point a road for you to go back." Chu Feng smiled and said. The 2 of them sank into silence. Although Chu Feng angered a huge enemy and they were very afraid, the attraction to pass the 2nd stage was even greater. After all, as long as they passed the 2nd stage, they could save the money that would have been used to buy the world spirit white cloak. That was 1,000 origin beads. No matter who it was, that was not a small number. "If you're not afraid, continue. I will protect your safety while passing through this twisted forest." After saying those words, Chu Feng continued forward and the 2 people behind also followed him. Chu Feng did understand the logic of releasing a tiger back to its mountain. Especially after experiencing the Jie clan's methods to conceal their aura, Chu Feng walked quite carefully after that. From then on, they really did meet a few Jie clan members. However, after assessing Chu Feng and the others with a proud attitude, they quickly left as if afraid that Chu Feng would follow them. After several hours of walking, and finally, when the sun set in the west, they walked out of the twisted forest. They received a world spirit white cloak and also a spirit fruit seed. Can this thing really save Eggy? Looking at the completely green spirit fruit seed which was as big as an almond in his palm, Chu Feng felt a bit of suspicion. Although that thing had some strange fluctuations, it was very weak and Chu Feng really had his doubts. However, as he looked at the nearby exit in which he could see the Azura Ghost Tower after walking out of there, and also thinking of the changes that could be done to the seed within the Azura Ghost Tower, Chu Feng firmly walked out. When Chu Feng and the 2 others walked out of the twisted forest, at the same time, their gazes were attracted by an ancient tower from nearby. That tower was not tall and it only had 6 floors, but it had quite a bit of attraction power. The outer appearance of the ancient tower was very special and it was like a sharp teeth pulled out from the ground. It was completely black, but under the shine of the setting sun, it emitted strange red lights as if the black-colored essence had a blood-red outer coat. It was quite strange. Although, more or less, the ancient tower was a bit scary, the feeling that it gave people was that it was very beautiful. That was where its attraction power laid. It was the legendary Azura Ghost Tower. However, at that very instant, the Azura Ghost Tower was closed. Everyone who wanted to attempt the 3rd stage had to wait in a plaza outside of the tower. They were going to all enter at the same time when the tower opened. The Azura Ghost Tower. I would really like to enter and have a look. The well-built young man's face was filled with yearning. You don't think about it. After entering it, the pressure from the 1st floor would be enough to kill you. Without even caring about his feelings, the young female struck blows at him. The young man did not retort the young female's words because what she said was true. Ordinary world spiritists could not enter the Azura Ghost Tower. That was also why he did not plan to enter it. Brother Chu Feng, I wish you the best of luck to go onto the third floor. I heard that the third floor can make the spirit fruit seed grow branches and leaves. At that time, the spirit fruit seed would cost quite a bit. The alluring young female gave her own spirit fruit seed to Chu Feng. Chu Feng bro, I know you can do it. I'll wait for you outside, and after you succeed, come here and find me. I'll invite you to a big meal. The well-built young man also gave his own spirit fruit seed to Chu Feng and gave Chu Feng an address as well. It was the place he was resting in, outside of the World Spirit Guild. Although the World Spirit seed was fairly worthy, with Chu Feng's help, they already got the World Spirit White Cloak for free and saved themselves 1,000 origin beads. So, they could not stop being grateful towards Chu Feng, and naturally, they would not care about the spirit fruit seed. After the well-built young man and the alluring young female left, Chu Feng also entered the plaza. All the people who prepared to enter the Azura Ghost Tower were waiting there. When the sky became dark, that was when the Azura Ghost Tower would open and they would enter it then. At the same time that Chu Feng stepped into the plaza, a pair of eyes that had killing intent silently locked onto Chu Feng. Chapter 187, The Third Stage. Chapter 187, The Third Stage. Chu Feng could feel that strange gaze, so he looked in the direction of that icy cold gaze. Indeed, the Jie clan member Jiehang, who was stepped by him earlier, was currently fiercely staring at him from a distance. Next to Jiehang were dozens of Jie clan members, and Chu Feng could feel the pressure. The Jie clan members were extremely strong, especially the young man called Jie Bufan. He was an expert of the 7th level of the Origin Realm. But luckily, Jie Chuan was always next to Jiehang, and since he saw that Jiehang's gaze was abnormal, he pulled Jiehang and cast a sharp gaze at him. As he was being threatened by Jie Chuan, Jiehang did not say anything and cast his gaze away. That scene made Chu Feng relax. It could be seen that Jie Chuan still kept his promise, and at least they didn't tell their clan about Chu Feng stepping on Jiehang. Or else, with Jie clan's arrogant nature, they would have already found Chu Feng for trouble. Other than the Jie clan members, there were dozens of people gathered on the other side as well. Those were the World Spirit Guild's geniuses. The opposing might of the two powers was very apparent, and it could be seen that within the Azura Ghost Tower, there would certainly be some conflicts. Other than the World Spirit Guild and the Jie clan, there were also dozens of scattered people who were like Chu Feng. Which meant that although there were quite a few people that participated in the White Cloak exam, at the end, there were not even 300 people who dared to challenge the Azura Ghost Tower. Look, it's the elders from the World Spirit Guild. Suddenly, someone yelled out, and everyone in the entire plaza looked at one side. A large group of people appeared, and they were all experts of the World Spirit Guild. Every single person had World Spirit grey cloaks, and 3 old people who had white hairs and beards were escorted by those experts. Those old people did not wear World Spirit cloaks that represented their status. They only wore simple cloth clothing. Although they had white hairs and beards, they had a florid complexion. One could feel their drawn-out aura, yet could not determine their depth. They were the real cultivation experts, and they were all at the peak of the profound realm. Isn't that the Jie clan? They're here as well. Just at that time, on the other side of the plaza, another group of people who wore black clothing appeared. There were also innumerable experts, and there were also 3 old people who led. Their cultivation was unfathomably deep, but their gazes were abnormally prideful. It was the Jie clan. The Jie clan arrived as well. The World Spirit Guild is allowing the Jie clan to enter their own territory. You don't understand. Today is a special day. Since the geniuses of the Jie clan are here, to prevent them from being bullied by others, naturally, the elders need to arrive as well. Besides, since the World Spirit Guild has stopped fighting for such a long time and they are an alliance, of course the Jie clan can come here. Chu Feng could still hear the quiet discussions of the people, and he gained another level of understanding. Although the World Spirit Guild and the Jie clan had a relationship of an enemy, and that was something that everyone knew, on the surface, they were an alliance. Or perhaps the relationship of the two powers were not as unfriendly as people thought, or perhaps the two of them really were like fire and water. As for who truly knew, only the higher-ups knew, so Chu Feng didn't even bother to think about it. After the two group of people appeared, they did not walk into the plaza but into a palace that was opposite to the Azura Ghost Tower. From there, they could see the entire Azura Ghost Tower, and it should be a resting place for them. At the same time, the powerful people from the World Spirit Guild started to explain the rules and the things to notice after entering the Azura Ghost Tower. Generally, if one could not resist the spirit pressure within, quickly leave the Azura Ghost Tower and do not forcefully endure or they would lose their lives. Also, everyone was given a protective talisman. If one could not continue or had no way of getting out of the Azura Ghost Tower by themselves, they could break the talisman and the World Spirit Guild would send people to save them. Of course, those who broke the talisman were the same as those who failed the exam. They would even lose their qualification to purchase the World Spirit White Cloak. After the rules, the reddened clouds from the sunset were no more and both the heaven and the earth were replaced with darkness. The Azura Ghost Tower was even stranger within the night because it was no longer completely dark. Within the black-colored tower, from inside to outside, it emitted a faint, blood-red light, as if it was created by fresh blood. It was strange yet beautiful. Under the envelopment of the darkness, the demon-like doors to the Azura Ghost Tower finally slowly opened. After the doors opened, the thing that appeared in front of them was not the insides of the Azura Ghost Tower. It was a blood-red spirit formation entrance. That was the real entrance to the Azura Ghost Tower. Go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, someone shouted out and following that, the geniuses from the World Spirit Guild and the geniuses from the Jie clan all rushed in at the same time. They were extremely quick and they displayed cultivation that was not mediocre. Especially the peak genius of the World Spirit Guild, Gu Bo, and also the representative genius of the Jie clan, Jie Bufan. Those two people were young geniuses who had the cultivation of the 7th level of the Origin Realm. Within an instant, both of them entered the Azura Ghost Tower and they displayed methods that surpassed others. After those two people rushed in, only then did the other people dare to go near the Azura Ghost Tower. Chu Feng did not hurry as well. He held the 3 spirit fruit seeds in his hand and he also followed the current of people as he entered the Azura Ghost Tower. After stepping into the blood-red colored spirit formation entrance, Chu Feng first experienced darkness, then when light appeared in front of his eyes, strong pressure engulfed him from all directions. Spirit pressure. Spirit pressure was currently corroding Chu Feng's body. However, when Chu Feng spread out his spirit power, it effectively held the spirit pressure back. Chu Feng also clearly felt that under the disturbance of the spirit pressure, change happened to the spirit fruit seeds within Chu Feng's hand. But before Chu Feng even got the chance to look at what happened to that spirit fruit seed, a miserable cry rang out from his surroundings. Someone was unable to hold the pressure of the spirit pressure and 7 of his facial orifices had blood flowing out of them as he painfully rolled back and forth on the ground. Suddenly, that person grabbed in front of him. It turned out that his protective talisman dropped nearby. However, at that instant, he already lost the ability to pick up that talisman. At that very moment, a large number of people were surging in. But looking at that scene, many people only looked with cold eyes. Some people didn't even look at him as they sat cross-legged and started to feed the spirit fruit seed in their hands with the spirit pressure. Humans are truly cold. Chu Feng shook his head and arrived in front of that person. He picked up the talisman that belonged to him, but he didn't return to him. He carried that person onto his back. At that instant, many people were confused. Even the person on Chu Feng's back cried in whispers as if protesting why he didn't break the protective talisman for him to save his life. However, after Chu Feng carried him on his back, arrived at the spirit formation entrance, and stuffed the talisman into his cosmos sack, he suddenly understood. Chu Feng was not saving him, but helping him. He was truly helping. He did not help him by breaking the protective talisman because breaking that would cause him to fail his exam. Chu Feng wanted him to escape the danger but also succeed in his exam. Chu Feng pushed that person out. At that instant, Chu Feng could see that person's gaze of gratitude and he could also feel the strange gazes of the surrounding people. After all, it was a very physically exhausting thing to carry someone on his back while walking in the Azura Ghost Tower that was filled with spirit pressure. Most people would not have done that. Oh. You are quite full of compassion, huh? But just at that time, a dark, strange aura yet somewhat familiar voice rang out behind Chu Feng. Chapter 188, Clan vs. Guild. Chapter 188, Clan vs. Guild. He turned his head to look, and only then did Chu Feng notice that the insides of the Azura Ghost Tower was quite grand and very big. There were 3 people standing on the stairs that led to the 2nd floor. The person in the middle was none other than Jiaheng. The two people standing next to Jiaheng were both Jie clan members, and they were currently giving off the aura of the 6th level of the Origin Realm. Chu Feng swept his glance around and he discovered that despite a lot of people sitting on the first floor of the Azura Ghost Tower, other than Jiaheng and the two others, there were no other Jie clan members. It could be seen that Jiaheng was intentionally waiting for him. Your brother let you stay behind. Chu Feng was quite displeased in his heart. After all, Jie Chuan was not next to Jiaheng, and that made Chu Feng feel that it was intentional by Jie Chuan. What? You want to threaten me with my brother? I'll tell you that you won't have a chance because you won't go onto the second floor. Jiaheng sneered as he glared at Chu Feng with killing intent revealed in his gaze. It could be seen that he hated Chu Feng straight to the bones. Jiaheng, were you really beaten by this brat? After one of the Jie clan members looked at Chu Feng, they were quite suspicious. Don't underestimate him. He does have some methods and he cannot be treated as a normal person at the first level of the Origin Realm. Jiaheng reminded. No matter how much more impressive he is only at the first level of the Origin Realm. Jie Gang, you and I attack together to finish off his brat. Quickly go and don't waste too much time here. That Jie clan member looked at the other Jie clan member who had the cultivation of the 6th level of the Origin Realm. That person nodded and cast his ferocious gaze at Chu Feng. The two of them were going to attack Chu Feng. Oh. The Jie clan are bullying people as a group again. But just at that time, another voice suddenly rang out. Looking over, they saw 5 figures standing in the corner of the Azura Ghost Tower. There were 3 males and 2 females. The 5 of them had quite strong auras and they were all at the 6th level of the Origin Realm. They were currently smiling while looking at Jiaheng and the others. From their clothes, they were the geniuses of the World Spirit Guild. Ma Qiang, why aren't you quickly going up? What are you doing here? Seeing that, the Jie clan member called Jie Gang questioned. I knew that your Jie clan would bully others. As someone from the World Spirit Guild, naturally, we would have the duty to maintain a fair examination environment. The male called Ma Qiang smiled and said. As he spoke, he did not forget to shoot Chu Feng a glance and kindly nodded at him. Ma Qiang, are you really going to meddle in so many affairs? The Jie clan members' faces were very ugly. So what if I am? Ma Qiang indifferently smiled and said. Just you see. The Jie clan member coldly snorted then walked up. After all, they did not have confidence to face 5 experts who were at the 6th level of the Origin Realm. After Jiaheng bitterly looked at Chu Feng, he could only follow as well. Bro, thanks. Chu Feng walked in front of Ma Qiang and the others and politely clasped his hands towards them. After all, they were complete strangers yet they were willing to help him. Chu Feng was quite moved from that. You're too polite. I am Ma Qiang. I wonder how I should call you as. That Ma Qiang was quite courteous and the 4 other people next to him also amiably nodded at Chu Feng. I am Chu Feng. Chu Feng smiled and replied. He had quite good impressions towards the people from the World Spirit Guild because from the start, the geniuses of the World Spirit Guild did not have any airs of arrogance. They treated everyone with kindness. They sharply contrasted the geniuses from the Jie clan. Especially at that instant, after Ma Qiang helped him out a bit, Chu Feng's good impression towards the people from the World Spirit Guild multiplied by several times. So it's Chu Feng, bro. Your spirit power is quite impressive. On the first floor, you don't have a red face and you're not gasping, so it seems that you won't be satisfied here. You are prepared to go onto the second floor, right? Ma Qiang smiled and asked. Since it's like this, come together with us. Ma Qiang smiled and led as he walked toward the second floor. Sorry for the trouble. Naturally, Chu Feng understood what Ma Qiang intended. He was worried that Jiaheng and the others would make things difficult for Chu Feng again, so he wanted to protect Chu Feng as he went up the second floor. Chu Feng followed Ma Qiang and he turned around to step on the stairs that led to the second floor. At the end of the stairs, similarly, there was also a spirit formation entrance. Behind that was the true second floor. In the instant that he entered the spirit formation entrance, Chu Feng felt that the spirit pressure instantly strengthened by several times. However, to Chu Feng, it did not hurt nor did it itch, and it was completely within his endurable range. Looking back at Ma Qiang and the others, more or less, they were a bit pressured but they could endure it. After entering the second floor and after a few turns, only then did they enter the main hall. However, when Chu Feng swept his gaze towards his surroundings, his line of sight couldn't help but be attracted to a group of people because the group of people were exactly the same as Jiaheng as they blocked the road towards the third floor. There were 25 Jia clan members. 20 of them were at the 5th level of the Origin Realm while 5 of them were at the 6th level of the Origin Realm. The 2 people who wanted to help Jiaheng to take care of Chu Feng were within them. As for the person who led, it was Jia Chuan. After Jiaheng saw Chu Feng, a cold smile couldn't help but be raised on the corner of his mouth. However, Jia Chuan tightly frowned as he shot an eye expression towards Chu Feng, as if he was telling Chu Feng to get away from Ma Qiang. Chu Feng could understand Jia Chuan's meaning because he knew that the group of Jia clan members were not waiting for him. They wanted to take care of Ma Qiang and the others from the World Spirit Guild. Because at that very instant, in front of the Jia clan members, young males and females laid on the ground and they were all people from the World Spirit Guild. You things that ought to die. You dare to act so wildly in my World Spirit Guild's territory. After seeing that, flames of fury burned within Ma Qiang and the others' heart as they loudly roared. Hee, what are you talking about? Clearly, their own spirit power were too weak and they had no way of resisting the spirit pressure in here. How is it related to us? The Jia clan members sneered. We'll see if you can resist the spirit pressure here. Ma Qiang didn't bother speaking useless words and he attacked at the same time along with the 4 comrades next to him. They displayed all sorts of strong martial skills and attacked the Jia clan members. Looking to die? I'll grant that wish. The Jia clan did not back down and they also fought aggressively with Ma Qiang and the others. Ma Qiang and the others' cultivation were not weak and they were all at the 6th level of the Origin Realm. However, perhaps because they were affected by the spirit pressure, they were not able to use their full strength. In addition, the Jia clan had the numbers advantage so clearly, they were disadvantaged as they quickly entered a bad situation. Ma Qiang, if you beg for forgiveness on the ground, we can consider letting you enter the 3rd floor. Someone said that within the Jia clan. You want us to kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Go dream. Ma Qiang coldly snorted and said. Then you cannot blame us for being heartless. Today, you will stop on the 2nd floor. The Jia clan member howled. Ah. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, a painful cry rang out and everyone saw a figure flew over. At the end, he fiercely collided onto the wall. After vomiting blood, he directly lost consciousness. Chapter 189, Madly Oppressive. Chapter 189, Madly Oppressive. Many people did not expect the sudden scene. Although the Jia clan members wanted to force the people from the World Spirit Guild to remain on that floor, they never thought about heavily injuring them. After all, it was the territory of the World Spirit Guild. But when they saw the heavily injured person, their faces changed greatly because that wasn't a person from the World Spirit Guild. It was a Jia clan member. What is this? That scene made the Jia clan members endlessly shocked. Even Ma Qiang and the others from the World Spirit Guild were dumbfounded and they couldn't understand what happened instantly. You are correct. Today, no one can save any of you. Just at that time, a faint laughing sound suddenly rang out. Looking over, they were greatly shocked once again. Chu Feng already walked into their battle circle and he was even rubbing his hands while being eager for battle. Chu Feng bro, you attacked just now. Ma Qiang stared at Chu Feng with astonishment because the Jish clan member who fell on the ground, was heavily injured, and lost consciousness was at the 5th level of the Origin Realm. However, everyone could feel that Chu Feng was at the 1st level of the Origin Realm. Ma Qiang bro, I have some past history with the Jia clan so how about letting me take care of them? Chu Feng smiled. You want to take care of all of them by yourself? Another young female from the World Spirit Guild opened her mouth with shock. They are just a group of mediocre people. I, Chu Feng, am sufficient against them. You can just rest on the side. Chu Feng smiled and waved his hand towards Ma Qiang. Quite some words you have there. After hearing Chu Feng's words, a Jia clan member was furious and as he spoke, he was going to attack Chu Feng. But before he even attacked, a big hand stopped him. It was Jia Chuan. Although Jiechuan could be said to be abnormally fierce when he attacked Ma Qiang and the others, at that instant, when he looked at Chu Feng, he only had smiles on his face and he was very friendly. Chu Feng bro, these are personal grudges between my Jie clan and the World Spirit Guild. I wonder if you can not interfere in this matter. Jiechuan smiled and said to Chu Feng. I can ignore your grudges, but I need to clear our grudges right. While Chu Feng spoke, he shot a glance at Jiaheng and also at the two people who helped Jiaheng. Our grudges. Jiechuan was clearly confused, but he quickly responded as he loudly bellowed at Jiaheng, Jie Gang, and the other Jie clan member, you bastards. Did you do something to Chu Feng bro? Jiaheng lowered his head and did not speak. It could be seen that he was afraid of Jiechuan. In reality, when Jiechuan spoke, the other Jie clan members did not dare to offend him as well. It could be seen that Jiechuan had quite a position within the Jie clan. Whatever, no need to act such a way. Even if you don't have any enmity towards me, that does not mean that they don't. The pillars have already been set and they cannot be broken by you. Chu Feng could see that Jiechuan really did not want him as an enemy, but the other Jie clan members did not think that way as well. Sigh, after hearing Chu Feng's words, Jiechuan helplessly sighed, then said, Chu Feng bro, Jiechuan, really don't want to attack you, but I have a mission. I must restrain these people from the World Spirit Guild down on the second floor. It seems that I can only offend you. After speaking, Jiechuan prepared to attack. The pressure of the 6th level of the Origin Realm was released and layers of Origin power howled in the surrounding air. Jiechuan was a bit stronger than Ma Qiang and he was not to be underestimated. Attack. When Jiechuan attacked, at the same time, Jiaheng, Jie Gang, and the other Jie clan members attacked as well. All of them displayed their strong martial skills, surrounded, and attacked Chu Feng. Several strong martial skills roared and tore the air. The might of the Origin power filled the entire hall. From that attack, the might itself was enough to cause a person to die. A great time to come. However, Chu Feng was not afraid in the slightest when he faced the attacks of the crowd. Under the pressure of the spirit pressure, clearly, Jiechuan and the others were affected and they had no way of using their true strength. As for Chu Feng, he was not really affected that much and he could use his true power. Within the Jie clan, even if there were 5 people at the 6th level of the Origin Realm and 20 people in the 5th level of the Origin Realm, Chu Feng was not scared at all. Whoosh whoosh, Chu Feng used the Imperial Sky technique and like a ghost, he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already within the Jie clan crowd. Chu Feng was extremely quick and many people could not react in time. With a huge step, he arrived in front of Jiaheng. He extended his right hand and grabbed Jiaheng's lapel, then punched his face several times with huge bangs. After several punches, Jiaheng had blood all over his face. His nose was crooked, his front teeth were shattered, and his entire face was deformed. Tears and watery blood mixed together as he howled in anguish. You are looking to die. Seeing that the people from the same clan being beaten up so wretchedly, the Jie clan started to have killing intents. Their attacks became unusually fierce. It was as though they wanted to take Chu Feng's life. Want to kill me? None of you are worthy enough. Chu Feng waved his hand and threw a Jiaheng away. He ferociously collided into the wall and with a huge boom, cracking sounds could be heard along with Jiaheng's painful howling. Obviously, several bones on his body were snapped into several pieces. After throwing Jiaheng away, Chu Feng used the Imperial Sky technique once again and easily dodged the Jie clan members' fatal attacks. This time, he rushed towards an expert of the 6th level of the Origin Realm. It was Jie Gang. The person who wanted to take care of Chu Feng before on the first floor. Brat, don't be too arrogant. After seeing Chu Feng's methods, Jie Gang did not have the confidence he had earlier and he did not meet force with force. He quickly condensed a spirit formation and enveloped him within it to block Chu Feng's attack. Bang! But when Chu Feng's big hands came grabbing, the spirit formation had no way of holding it off. In front of Chu Feng's palm, it was like glass as it shattered into pieces. After shattering the spirit formation, Chu Feng grabbed Jie Gang's lapel. Originally, Jie Gang wanted to fight against it, but it was useless as Chu Feng's pressure already surrounded him. At the end, he could only let Chu Feng throw him up high, and fiercely fall onto the floor. As he heard the cracking noises coming from his back, he felt the pain of his vertebra breaking. After Jia Gang fiercely fell onto the floor, Chu Feng raised his foot and stamped on his chest. He shattered his chest bones, then swept his gaze towards his surroundings and said, "A bunch of trash. Come as you wish. You bastard. I'll skin you alive." Another expert of the 6th level of the Origin realm rushed over and displayed a rank 5 martial skill. After that martial skill was used, Origin power condensed and formed into 2 pale white hurricanes. They contained terrifying might, and with rumbling roaring, they swirled towards Chu Feng. This time, Chu Feng did not dodge or avoid it. He raised his hand and forcibly took that person's rank 5 skill head-on. After that, he leaped and arrived next to that person. He pressed him down to the ground, then ruthlessly stepped on him several times to the point that his flesh and blood flew everywhere. Painful cries never ended, and it was even more miserable than Jia Gang and Jia Hang. Chapter 190, Laying Down the Pillars of Enmity. Chapter 190, Laying Down the Pillars of Enmity. Heavens! Where did this boy come from? How is he so strong? At first, the people from the World Spirit Guild wanted to help, but when they saw the scene in front of them, they were dumbstruck. Because anyone who had eyes could see the powerfulness of Chu Feng. Even though they had a lot of people, and even though their cultivation was not weak, the strength between Chu Feng and them was too great. Chu Feng was completely playing around with them within his palm. It could be said that the strength needed to take care of them was even less than blowing dust away. The superhuman battle power surpassed their imaginations, yet was currently happening in reality. Quite impressive. Not only does he have exceeding battle power, his spirit power is not ordinary as well. Jia Chuan and the other Jia clan members are all restricted by this spirit pressure, and they have no way of displaying their full strength. However, Chu Feng Bro is different. It seems that he isn't affected by the spirit pressure at all, and he can use his full strength. That strong spirit power can be compared to Gubo, and looking at how he is, I think that it would not be an issue for him to enter the 4th floor. Ma Qiang said. What? Enter the 4th floor? Able to be compared to Gubo? Is this guy really that strong? After hearing Ma Qiang's words, the people from the World Spirit Guild were incomparably shocked. Ah! Just at that time, Chu Feng waved his arm and his origin power formed into a violent hurricane as it directly turned several Jia clan members over on the floor, and they lost consciousness as well. Not only that, with his methods, he can even go onto the 5th floor. This person is too strong. If he is already like this at this age, I wonder what realm he would reach after a few years. Luckily, we've set up a good relationship with him, or else he would very possibly be a great enemy in the future. Ma Qiang seriously said to the people next to him, because he had a thought in his heart. It was that he had to have a good relationship with Chu Feng because he felt that Chu Feng's talent was even greater than their own genius, Gubo. He was a rare genius, and he had to be roped into their World Spirit Guild and be used by them. At the same time, Chu Feng weakened his attacks. After several of the Jia clan members who were at the 6th level of the Origin realm were ruthlessly beaten up, the Jia clan members at the 5th level of the Origin realm were like fishes on a chopping board as they were freely slaughtered by Chu Feng. The Jia clan members who even wanted to do anything to Chu Feng before finally realized the seriousness of that matter. How was Chu Feng even a soft persimmon that could be squeezed by anyone? He was simply an insane, twisted person. Not only did he have the ability to fight against those people, his attacks were abnormally ruthless, and they were almost killed by him. They really kicked an iron board that time. It wasn't a normal iron board, but it was an extremely hard iron board. Not afraid of the heavens nor the earth. Doing things while disregarding the consequences, but an iron board that had a certain strength. Under that situation, the Jia clan members already had no more killing intent from before. Replacing it was endless fear. Some people wanted to escape to the 3rd floor to request for reinforcements, but Chu Feng did not even give that chance to him. The huge spirit formation enveloped them, and every single person became the birds within a cage because no one could even damage the spirit formation that Chu Feng laid. At that instant, on the 2nd floor of the Azura Ghost Tower, Chu Feng was the main slaughterer, and no one could defend against him. Die! You dare to treat us like this? You better not leave this place, or else if you do, my Jia clan's elders will take your life. Not only you, even. A Jia clan member who was being stepped by Chu Feng was fiercely threatening him. However, before he even finished speaking, Chu Feng completely shut his mouth up. In front of their eyes, of the 25 Jie clan members, 24 of them already lost consciousness. The ones with light injuries tore a few tendons and broke a few bones, while the ones with heavy injuries had blood all over their body and they were seriously injured. Chu Feng bro, you've really stirred up a disaster this time. The seniors of my Jie clan will not forgive you. Jie Chuan did not attack Chu Feng again. In the instant that Chu Feng dodged his attack, he already knew that they could not beat Chu Feng. From start to finish, he stood on the side and watched as Chu Feng madly flattened his clan members. With how your Jie clan does things, they will certainly not forgive Chu Feng bro, but within the Spirit Province, my World Spirit Guild will protect him. Just at that time, Ma Qiang and the others walked over. Are you able to protect him? Jie Chuan asked. You can try and see. Ma Qiang was full of confidence. That's good. Jie Chuan nodded, then looked at Chu Feng and said, Chu Feng bro, no matter how you and my Jie clan be, I, Jie Chuan, do not want to have any enmity between us. I hope that this hatred can be dissolved one day and that we can become friends. Go ahead. Jie Chuan closed his eyes. He just gave up on resisting and let Chu Feng handle him however he wished to. If you want to, you can come up as well. However, Chu Feng did not attack Jie Chuan because he could tell that Jie Chuan was different from the other Jie clan members. Although the Jie Chuan would not be kind to the people from the World Spirit Guild, he did not have any evil intentions. After Chu Feng walked away, some Jie clan members wanted to attack Jie Chuan. After all, Jie Chuan did hit some of them to make them lose consciousness. However, the people who wanted to attack were forcefully blocked by Ma Qiang. With a faint smile, Ma Qiang walked next to Jie Chuan, knelt down, and quietly said next to his ear, Jie Chuan, your eyes are quite special and you see that Chu Feng bro is a genius. But sadly, with your Jie clan's attitude, they are fated to have difficulties with relationships with other clans. You have created a huge enemy, whereas we formed a friendship with a genius. This is also why my World Spirit Guild is able to become stronger and stronger, while your Jie clan declines at the very moment. After saying that, Ma Qiang caught up to Chu Feng. The 4 other people stayed behind and brought the injured people out. Jie Chuan did not walk towards the 3rd floor, and like the people from the World Spirit Guild, he also brought the injured people outside. When those injured people were brought out of the Azura Ghost Tower, there was a huge uproar. The higher-ups of the World Spirit Guild and the Jie clan almost attacked each other from fury. Since Jie Chuan and the other people from the World Spirit Guild did not say anything about Chu Feng heavily injuring the Jie clan members thought that the ruthless attacks were done by the people from the World Spirit Guild. However, since the World Spirit Guild also had injured people, both sides did not do anything about it. In addition, since it was the World Spirit Guild's land, the Jishur clan were not too persistent and at the end, they calmed down. After bringing all the injured clan members out from the Azura Ghost Tower, Jie Chuan did not enter the tower again. He only stood behind the clan's elder as he stared at the Azura Ghost Tower. Chapter 191, Formless Formation. Chapter 191, Formless Formation. Under the curtains of the night, the Azura Ghost Tower was extremely beautiful and it was quite special as well. When a life entered the tower, it would give out a bit of blue-colored light. The 1st floor had the most number of blue-colored light. Currently, there were some that appeared on the 2nd floor as well, and it was still increasing. There were even more on the 3rd floor when compared with the 2nd floor because the geniuses from the World Spirit Guild and the geniuses from the Jie clan were gathered on the 3rd floor. Of course, other than those geniuses, almost no one else was able to step onto the 3rd floor. However, Jie Chuan knew, in his heart, that another person could step onto that floor and that person could very possibly change something. The scale of his Jie clan and the World Spirit Guild's battle would be tipped by Chu Feng. Getting from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor already required one to walk on those stairs. However, to get from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor required one to pass through many little obstructions. That wasted a bit of Chu Feng and Ma Qiang's time. But at the end, the 2 of them still successfully arrived at the entrance to the 3rd floor. However, after passing through the spirit formation, Ma Qiang's face changed greatly and his aura instantly became extremely feeble as he fell to the floor. Seeing that, Chu Feng quickly supported him up and nervously asked, "What happened? You can't hold the spirit pressure back here." Chu Feng felt quite shocked. Although the spirit pressure on the third floor strengthened quite a bit, he could still endure it. Accordingly, with Ma Qiang's spirit power, even if there's pressure he would not be forced to that state. Quickly take me out. I can't take pressure here. Ma Qiang very painfully said those words. Chu Feng did not waste any time and he quickly supported him as they returned to the passages. Ma Qiang bro, are you better now? At that instant, although Ma Qiang still had a pale white complexion, the strong pressuring feeling was no longer there so he could freely move. He was currently roughly gasping in huge breaths. Chu Feng bro, the spirit pressure on the third floor is a bit off. Something must have happened and the Jie clan most likely used some special method. Chu Feng bro, take it as me begging you. Go to the third floor and take a look. If the Jie clan wants to harm my World Spirit Guild, please save their lives and help them out. Suddenly, Ma Qiang grabbed Chu Feng's hand and with a face of nervousness, he pleaded. Ma Qiang bro, don't worry. If something really did happen, I, Chu Feng, will do everything I can to protect your World Spirit Guild. As he saw Ma Qiang's nervous expression, Chu Feng was also aware that something was wrong as he turned around and rushed towards the third floor. It was not that Chu Feng was willing to be a good person, but at that moment, he already thoroughly offended the Jie clan so he had to gain a friendly relationship with the World Spirit Guild. The better impression he left for the World Spirit Guild, the better protection he would get from the World Spirit Guild. If all went well, it would also greatly help his future development. Chu Feng returned to the third floor once again and after a few turns, he finally arrived at the main hall and the shocking scene also appeared in front of his eyes. Within the spacious hall, there were two groups of people. The first were the geniuses of the Jisher clan and they were standing where they were. Although their faces were a bit ugly, it was still endurable and they didn't receive too significant effects, not to mention how Ma Qiang looked like. Who they faced were the people from the World Spirit Guild. However, in front of his eyes, almost everyone from the World Spirit Guild were laying on the floor with painful expressions as if they were enduring huge pressure. Their situation was exactly like Ma Qiang's. Jie Bufan, you are despicable. You dare to use the formless formation on this third floor to press us down. The peak-level genius of the World Spirit Guild, Gubo, was the only person who was able to remain standing. However, rains of sweat were flowing down his face and it could be seen that even though he could endure that pressure, it was extremely exhausting. Gubo, don't say it like that. What is despicable? These are called methods. It can only be said that your World Spirit Guild seized this Azura Ghost Tower for so long yet did not understand it enough. My Jie clan is able to activate the formless formation here is because of our senior's explorations. If you had to blame anyone, you can only blame your people from the World Spirit Guild for being too useless. Jie Bufan sneered and said while his tone was filled with mock. Do you really think that only your Jie clan understands this Azura Ghost Tower? I'll let you experience an incomprehensible formation. Gubo's expression changed greatly as he layered his palms and hit out a special hand seal. A wave of strange ripple was sent out as him as the middle and it blended with the Azura Ghost Tower. Rumble at that instant, rumbling. Noises came from the third floor of the Azura Ghost Tower. The floor couldn't help but lightly tremble as a burst of strong power was being released. Quick! Stop him! Seeing that, Jie Bufan knew that something was going wrong and as he spoke, he was going to attack. But it was too late. Gubo suddenly raised both of his hands and the strong power instantly engulfed the third floor. The faces of the Jie clan members who were at ease earlier hugely changed, and like the people from the World Spirit Guild, they powerlessly laid on the ground. Even Jie Bufan immediately felt the strong pressure. He quickly sat cross-legged on the ground and did special hand seals. After that, he fiercely glared at Gubo and said, "You bastard! What did you activate?" Seeing that the Jie clan did not threaten himself anymore, Gubo also quickly sat cross-legged and did hand seals as well to better resist against the pressure. Then, he said, "I know that all of you have a certain type of treasure on your bodies and that treasure can let you ignore the pressure after you activate the formless formation on the third floor. However, you didn't know that after so many years of exploration, we already discovered an even stronger formless formation in the Azura Ghost Tower. There is no treasure that can hold that formless formation back. Unless one's personal strength is powerful enough, they should not even think of resisting against the pressure from this formation. Originally, I didn't want to activate this formation because it has no benefits to neither you nor me. However, I never would have thought that you would be so despicable, and in order to decrease our examination results, you did such things. Right now, I have no way of closing this formation after activating it. All of us are stopped at the 3rd floor and everything was forced by you. Gubo extremely furiously said. It seems that I underestimated you, but no matter. At most, we go no further than the 3rd floor. Jie Bufan said. Who said that you would go no further than the 3rd floor? But just at that time, Chu Feng's indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Who? As they faced that sudden change, Jie Bufan and the other Jie clan members in addition to Gubo and the other geniuses from the World Spirit Guild were stunned. They cast their gaze towards the entrance and they discovered that Chu Feng was slowly walking towards them. His effortlessly walking appearance and his attitude of being at ease was as though he could not feel a single trace of the pressure from the formless formation, not to mention the spirit pressure from the 3rd floor. Chapter 192, I'll send you off. Chapter 192, I'll send you off. Who are you? After seeing Chu Feng, everyone was greatly shocked. The spirit pressure on the 3rd floor was extremely strong, and after activating the double formless formations, those at the 5th level of the origin realm and the 6th level of the origin realm were pressured to lay on the floor and it was hard for them to get up. Even Gubo and Jie Bufan, the 2 peak-level geniuses, were greatly affected and they could not continue forward towards the tunnel to the 4th floor. They could only wait there. However, Chu Feng was not affected at all and it shocked people too much. However, at the same time that they were shocked, everyone prepared themselves as if a great enemy was approaching. After all, at that moment, most of them could not even protect themselves and they were forcibly enduring at that place. At that instant, when a person like Chu Feng appeared, it was threatening them greatly. I am a friend of yours. I am entrusted by Ma Qiang to come and help you. Seeming to feel the fear of the crowd, Chu Feng kindly smiled at Gubo and the others. Those who had spirit power would not have weak observation power. Especially when every single person on scene had extremely strong spirit power, from Chu Feng's tone, they could feel that he did not seem to be lying and he seemed to be there to help them. At that instant, the people from the World Spirit Guild were as if a huge burden was released and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and when Chu Feng said the following words, they instantly rejoiced. Chu Feng looked at Jie Bufan and the other Jie clan members and said, As for you, all of you are my enemies and I'm afraid that I cannot let you pass this exam. Rubbish. Who do you think you are? A Jie clan member who was at the 6th level of the origin realm tried to climb up while using all his power. He had thoughts of attacking Chu Feng. Him, who could not even protect himself, was kicked by Chu Feng's raised foot. He flew for several meters, collided with a wall, and lost consciousness. Bastard. Who are you? You dare to attack my Jie clan. Seeing that, Jie Bufan's face uselessly changed greatly but he did not attack. From Chu Feng's first kick, he could tell that Chu Feng's strength did not allow for any underestimations. At least, the current him might not be able to beat Chu Feng. I am the person who will finish this exam for you. Chu Feng lightly smiled but didn't attack anyone else. He only stole the protective talisman from one of the people, then extended his hand towards the other Jie clan members. At that instant, the Jie clan members did not even have the strength to tie up a chicken and they were helpless against Chu Feng's plundering. At the end, they could only stare as they let Chu Feng take all the protective talisman from their bodies. What are you planning to do? Jie Bufan panicked. He had a bad premonition while looking at the large bundle of protective talisman within Chu Feng's hand. Nothing much, just sending you off. Chu Feng chuckled then suddenly clenched his hand. The dozens of protective talisman were pinched into pieces, and at the same time, a strange wave was also sent out. You bastard. At that instant, Jie Bufan was enraged. He could not remain calm anymore. He stood up, emanated his aura of the 7th level of the origin realm and pressed it towards Chu Feng. There's still you. Chu Feng did not even put the pressure within his eyes and he only opened both of his hands and grabbed towards Jie Bufan's cosmos sac. Chu Feng was not planning on taking his treasures, but only his protective talisman. As long as the protective talisman was broken, it meant that they gave up on the exam. Failing in the exam was the biggest humiliation to their Jie clan. However, Jie Bufan did have some methods. Seeing that the pressure did not work, he immediately sent several attacks out. Every strike was stronger than the past strike, and every strike was fiercer than the past strike. It could be seen that the top-level genius of the Jie clan did have some outstanding methods. However, no matter how much fiercer Jie Bufan's attacks were, they were not enough to scare Chu Feng. He did not even need to use any martial skills. With the raise of his hand and foot, he could easily dissolve the attacks as if they were nothing. This guy can really not be bound by the formless formation and the spirit pressure of the third floor. What kind of person is he? Gu Bo was silently looking at everything and his expression was extremely complicated. He discovered the unordinary area of Chu Feng. He could not even match that and he was left behind in the dust with no hope of catching up. So, he was extremely shocked. Shocked as to how could there be such an impressive person in the world, and he was also very curious. Curious as where that person came from. Enough, it's time for you to kneel down. Suddenly, Chu Feng lost his patience and he used the Imperial Sky technique. Within an instant, he arrived behind Jie Bufan. He extended his palm and grabbed towards Jie Bufan's cosmos sac located on his waist. However, before Chu Feng even touched Jie Bufan, he discovered that a strong spirit formation stopped his hand. That spirit formation was extremely strong and it enveloped Jie Bufan's body and it wrapped around him. A bit interesting. For the first time, Chu Feng met a spirit formation that was able to block his attacks. However, he was not afraid and he clenched one of his hands. A golden-colored dagger appeared within his hand as he stabbed down at Jie Bufan. Boom! The dagger and the spirit formation collided and instantly, a huge boom resonated out. Although Chu Feng was not able to break through the spirit formation, the strong force threw Jie Bufan dozens of meters away. You bastard! Come up if you dare. I will certainly cripple you. Jie Bufan stabilized himself and he grinded his teeth in anger as he rushed towards the passage to the fourth floor. Bro, don't follow him. The spirit formation that covers his body is released by a special treasure and it is quite impressive. On the fourth floor, without the pressure of the formless formation, the treasure spirit formation would be even stronger. Jie Bufan's cultivation could also be freely used and at that place, you may not be able to defeat him. Gu Bo saw through Jie Bufan's intentions and hurriedly advised Chu Feng. Thank you for your good intentions, but I must go to the fourth floor. Chu Feng faintly smiled and quickly chased after Jie Bufan. Hang in there. The guild will quickly send people to save you. Gu Bo swept his gaze over the geniuses from the World Spirit Guild that were laying on the floor. He gnashed his teeth, and he also leaped forward and rushed towards the tunnel to the fourth floor. Not long after the three of them left, a dozen or so Greycloak World Spiritists rushed in. All of them were people from the World Spirit Guild. After entering, all of them tightly frowned and they had some slight difficulties with the formless formations. Quickly go to the fourth floor. There's a bastard brat that broke our protective talisman. Apprehend him. That right. He broke the exam rules and he must be severely punished. At that instant, the Jie clan members started to loudly yell to shout their injustices. Something like that never happened. They just had no way of enduring the pressure from this formless formation, so they broke their own protective talisman. However, the geniuses from the World Spirit Guild quickly spoke to refute. Nonsense. In response, the Jie clan members were so angry that they could spit out blood. He looked at the geniuses from their own family, then looked at the Jie clan members. A Greycloak World Spiritist that seemed to be the leader pointed at the Jie clan members and said, "Bring these people who forfeited down." Chapter 193, Battling Jie Bufan. Chapter 193, Battling Jie Bufan. Red light surged and lingered on the Azura Ghost Tower. However, the faint blue lights that were on the first, second, and third floor were more eye-grabbing because that represented the number of people who participated in the exam. However, the exam already happened for a period of time, but up until that moment, there was no blue light on the fourth floor. It meant that there was no one who entered the fourth floor. That caused the three elders from the World Spirit Guild and the three elders from the Jie clan to frown tightly. What happened in the tower? Those were the guesses of the two groups of people. As they guessed, they couldn't help but stare at each other with gazes of great bitterness and deep hatred, as if saying, if your young generation dared to do anything to my young generation, I would certainly not forgive you. Look, someone went onto the fourth floor. Suddenly, someone yelled out loud. Although his yell did not seem to be important, everyone's expression changed greatly and they quickly locked their gazes onto the fourth floor. After seeing the moving blue light on the fourth floor, the elders from the two powers couldn't help but exhale deeply in relaxation. Although the spirit pressure in the Azura Ghost Tower was very strong, as their young generation, if they couldn't even go onto the fourth stage, they would indeed become the laughingstock of people. At that moment, someone finally stepped onto the fourth stage so naturally, they felt relieved. However, at the same time they were relieved, they were also curious. At that very instant, there was only one person on the fourth stage. Was it Gubo from the World Spirit Guild, or Jie Bufan from the Jie clan? That was the biggest question. Look, another person went on. Suddenly, another person loudly yelled again. Indeed, another blue light appeared on the fourth stage. At that instant, no matter if it was the people from the Jie clan or the people from the World Spirit Guild, they all rejoiced. Slight happiness even surged onto the faces of the 6 elders who had unfathomably deep strength. Within the people in that exam, there were only 2 people who could step onto the fourth floor. One was Gubo, the other one was Jie Bufan. At that moment, since there were 2 blue lights that appeared, naturally, everyone would think of those 2 people. It meant that no matter if it was the young generation from the World Spirit Guild or the young generation from the Jie clan, both of them stepped onto the fourth stage. At least they didn't lose any face and they were not inferior to one another. That was why both sides were very at ease. Heavens! Another person went up. But just at that time, another person shouted in surprise. Indeed, on the fourth floor, another faint, blue light appeared there. At that instant, everyone from the Jie clan and the World Spirit Guild lit up their eyes. Another person went up. Who would that be? Whether it was the 3 elders from the Jie clan or the 3 elders from the World Spirit Guild, they were guessing who the third person was. After all, within their impressions, there was only Jie Bufan and Gubo who could step onto the fourth stage within the young generations who entered the exam. They truly could not think of the third person. Damn brat, you really did dare to come up. At the same time, on the fourth floor of the Azura Ghost Tower, Jie Bufan was facing both Chu Feng and Gubo. At that instant, it was as though he was a completely new person and the atmosphere he gave off was entirely different from when he was on the third floor. The aura of the 7th level of the Origin realm was truly being displayed. Origin power was lingering around him and it was endlessly surging. Even the air whined. I think you've gotten the situation wrong. It's not that I'm coming up, it's that you escaped up. What? Not escaping anymore? You can't go onto the 5th floor, right? Chu Feng sneered and said. You eloquent brat, you'll have it coming soon. Gubo, this is a personal grudge between me and this person. Can you not interfere? Jie Bufan did not directly attack and he cast his gaze towards Gubo. Although his cultivation was no longer restricted after arriving on the 4th floor, Gubo was the same as well. Jie Bufan, Chu Feng bro is a friend of my World Spirit Guild. If you want to take care of him, that means you have to take care of me. This isn't a personal grudge. It is a grudge between my World Spirit Guild and your Jie clan. Do you think it's possible for me to only watch with my hands folded away? Gubo lightly smiled and said. Jie Bufan was extremely furious. He still had some certainty if he only needed to take care of Chu Feng himself. However, if he also needed to take care of Gubo in addition to Chu Feng, he really did not have any confidence. Gubo bro, you don't need to help out. I would quite like to see what kind of methods this genius of the Jie clan has. However, Chu Feng waved his hand at Gubo, indicating him to not help out. After that, he clenched one of his palm and a golden-colored pike appeared in his hand. He leaped toward and dashed towards Jie Bufan. A bit of nerves. Seeing that Chu Feng was directly attacking him, Jie Bufan did not avoid nor dodge it. With a flash from the cosmos sack on his waist, a blue-colored longsword appeared within his hand. That sword was extremely beautiful as if it was made by cold ice. Tiny bits of radiance were given off from the sparkling and translucent sword, yet it emitted a feeling of it being unable to be broken. Faint gas lingered around the edge of the sword. Before even nearing, one could feel the bone-piercing coldness. It was a special weapon created by cold iron, a cold iron sword that was above blades made out of black and gold. That sword was quite a treasure, and Jie Bufan's sword techniques were impressive as well. He used a rank 5 martial skill and the edge of the sword disappeared but reappeared randomly. When the cold iron sword was within his hands, its strength was truly displayed as it endlessly attacked Chu Feng fiercely. However, Chu Feng did not just take those attacks. The cold glare first arrived, then he sent out the pike like a dragon. At that very instant, the golden-colored pike was a golden-colored dragon. Its attacks were fierce, and as it swept, it was like the wind. It was even stronger than Jie Bufan's attacks. The two fought together and no one defended. What they used were the most fierce attacks, and under those attacks, Chu Feng clearly gained the advantage. There were quite a few times that he stabbed the golden-colored pike towards Jie Bufan's body. However, it was useless. Jie Bufan had the strong spirit formation to protect his body, and that spirit formation was created by a special type of treasure. It was extremely exceptional, so even if Chu Feng could hit Jie Bufan, he could not harm him. From that, Jie Bufan gained a greater superiority, as he did not need to be afraid of Chu Feng's attacks, but he could still attack Chu Feng as though he was playing around with his life. He would not be injured, but as long as he could hit Chu Feng would lose to him. Damn brat, you dare to break the rules of this exam and force my Jie clan out. Even if you leave this tower, you will have trouble in escaping death, so I, Jie Bufan, will send you on a journey right now. Jie Bufan's attacks got more and fiercer, and the cold iron sword in his hand became more and more tricky. In addition, he used a mysterious bodily martial skill, so he was not inferior to Chu Feng in terms of speed. In an instant, from being disadvantaged, he gained the advantage. Chapter 194, White Tiger Slaughtering Technique. Chapter 194, White Tiger Slaughtering Technique. This guy is really quite strong. The martial skills and treasures that he has are too mysterious. If it wasn't for the spirit pressure on the 4th floor that greatly restricted his strength, I'm afraid that I would not be able to beat him with my cultivation of the 1st level of the Origin Realm. Chu Feng was aware of Jie Bufan's strength. From his estimations, Jie Bufan's current strength was not his real strength. Under the pressure of the spirit pressure, at most, he was using the strength of the 6th level of the Origin Realm. As for Chu Feng, he was strangely not affected, and he could use his full strength. So, Chu Feng felt that if the two of them left that area and normally fought, even if he used the power of the golden-colored lightning and raised his cultivation to the 2nd level of the Origin Realm, he still might not be able to beat Jie Bufan. After all, he had a lot of treasures on him. At that moment, he only took out the cold iron sword, and he still did not know where the treasure that was creating the spirit formation was located at. Other than those, Chu Feng really did not know what other treasures Jie Bufan had. For a moment, Chu Feng had all sorts of admiration towards Jie Bufan. Although he also had some methods himself, those were all fought for with his life. He did not even have a single special treasure. So, more or less, Chu Feng admired the people who were born into a wealthy family. After all, to them, their family's foundation was thick and they had uncountable resources. As long as they had unordinary talent and gained the good impressions of the elders in their clan, it was the simplest thing to do to gain treasures and resources. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blue light flashed past Chu Feng's left arm. As he was caught off guard, he got struck. Damn it. Feeling the fiery feeling from his left arm, Chu Feng knew that he was injured. Although it was not very serious and it was only some injury on the surface, he was still injured. This is just the beginning. Very quickly, you will fall under my sword. After succeeding within one strike, Jie Bufan got even more stronger and he insanely attacked Chu Feng once again. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? After being struck by a sword, Chu Feng was also enraged. He revolved his origin power under his feet and a white-colored light appeared. After that light appeared, Chu Feng instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Jie Bufan. This guy is fast. What kind of martial skill is that? It is so mysterious. At that instant, no matter if it was Jie Bufan who was fighting with Chu Feng or Gu Bo who was looking at the battle on the side, both of their eyes lit up and their expression changed greatly. They could tell that Chu Feng displayed quite a mysterious martial skill. It was completely different from the lightning that was under his feet earlier. This time, the light that appeared under his feet was clearly quicker and even several times so. If it was said that the lightning that raised Chu Feng up was already an uncommon, mysterious bodily martial skill, then at that instant, what Chu Feng displayed was an extremely rare bodily martial skill. If it was said that Chu Feng used a rank 5 bodily martial skill before, then at that moment, what Chu Feng was using was a rank 6 martial skill, and it was a very strong one. Chu Feng can use a rank 6 martial skill. Where did he come from? Gu Bo was endlessly shocked in his heart. Not everyone could cultivate a rank 6 martial skill even within his World Spirit Guild, as the cultivation difficulty was extremely high. However, at that instant, what Chu Feng was using was clearly a rank 6 martial skill, and that proved 2 points. Firstly, to be able to have a rank 6 martial skill to cultivate meant that Chu Feng had a very deep background, or else he would not have been able to cultivate such an excellent martial skill. Secondly, Chu Feng having the chance to cultivate a rank 6 martial skill was one thing, but actually being able to use a rank 6 martial skill was another. It was unable to be done by just anyone, and that displayed Chu Feng's exceptionality even more. Those 2 points made Gu Bo and Jie Bufan quite astonished. In addition to seeing that Chu Feng was not affected by the formless formation nor by the spirit pressure, and also not being defeated as he fought someone at the 7th level of the origin realm while being at the 1st level of the origin realm, that meant a single truth. Chu Feng was a genius. A true genius. A genius that had even higher talent than the both of them. Everything that Chu Feng displayed shocked the hearts of the two people. However, if they knew that what Chu Feng was displaying was not a rank 6 bodily martial skill, but a rank 7 bodily martial skill, who knew how they would react? I do not believe that I cannot break your protective spirit formation. After dodging Jie Bufan's attack, a golden-colored longbow condensed within Chu Feng's hands as he used the highest obscure meanings behind the bow of 100 transformations. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chu Feng's right hand was lightning as it endlessly pulled. Countless golden-colored arrows were like a storm as they densely flew towards Jie Bufan's spirit formation. Clang 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 clang. Jie Bufan waved the cold iron sword in his hand to block the rainy arrows that filled the sky. However, it was in vain, as he could not block them all. Luckily, he had the protective spirit formation, or else he would have already become a sieve. It's useless. My protective spirit formation is the clan foundation treasure of my Jie clan. The elite armament that my elder brother lent me. With it protecting me, not to mention you, even those at the profound realm should not even think of harming a single strand of my hair. Jie Bufan smugly said. The clan foundation treasure. The elite armament, the armor of thorns. After hearing Jie Bufan's words, Gu Bo was greatly shocked because he knew what kind of character Jie Bufan's elder brother was. If Jie Bufan was a person within the young generation of the Jie clan, then Jie Bufan's elder brother would be the #1 genius within the young generation. He was the most outstanding genius within the Jie clan and the representative of the Jie clan's young generation. He entered the profound realm at the age of 17, and he was 23 years old this year. He already entered the peak of the profound realm, and he was able to be matched with the old generation. Even the peak of the World Spirit Guild had some fear towards Jie Bufan's elder brother. Exactly because Jie Bufan's elder brother had excellent talent, he was already hiddenly selected to be the future clan head of the Jie clan. So, he gained the clan foundation treasure of the Jie clan. A elite armament, the armor of thorns. It was unexpected that Jie Bufan's elder brother would lend the elite armament to Jie Bufan. With that, even those at the profound realm had no way of harming Jie Bufan, not to mention Chu Feng. Chu Feng bro, don't mess around with him anymore. The armor of thorns is an elite armament and it is not something that you can break. Gu Bo quickly advised Chu Feng as he was aware that something was wrong. Can't be broken. Let's see if it can truly not be broken. After hearing Gu Bo say those words, Chu Feng became even more unyielding. He put away his bow of 100 transformations, and with a thought, the atmosphere of his entire person became completely different. Wah! Suddenly, a roar of a tiger rang out in the air. A wave of pressure descended from the heavens and the strong force shook the entire 4th floor. What is this pressure? As he felt the difference, Gu Bo's face greatly changed because he could feel that the pressure came from Chu Feng's body. However, he only felt that pressure before on people at the profound realm. Chu Feng was only at the 1st level of the origin realm, so how could he be emitting that? Chapter 195, Elite Armaments. Chapter 195, Elite Armaments. Roar! Just at that time, Chu Feng suddenly extended his finger. Following that, an indescribably powerful aura came out from Chu Feng's finger. At that instant, a roar rang out as if the most fierce monster in the world started its more terrifying attack. That aura broke through the air and it even whined and split. A black-colored line followed it, like the stripes on a tiger. False bravado. Jie Bufan waved the cold iron sword in his hand and chopped at the aura that pounced towards him. He wanted to use his unbreakably hard cold iron sword to block Chu Feng's attack. Clang, however, when the aura and the cold iron sword collided, sparks flew everywhere, then a ear-piercing noise resounded. Jie Bufan's unbreakably hard cold iron sword was split into two. The more terrifying thing was after the aura split the cold iron sword, it did not stop and it fiercely slammed against Jie Bufan's protective spirit formation. Bang! A huge boom sounded out and Jie Bufan flew over and ferociously crashed into the wall of the Azura Ghost Tower. The strong force shook the entire fourth floor. Even people outside of the tower could clearly see the slight trembling of the Azura Ghost Tower. Lord Elders. At that instant, no matter if it were the people from the Jie clan or from the World Spirit Guild, they couldn't help but cast their gaze towards the 6 elders. That tremble did not happen before, but everyone could subconsciously associate that something must have happened in the Azura Ghost Tower. They only needed to recall that their own geniuses were within the tower in order to want to immediately rush in and investigate what happened. Currently, they were only waiting for the orders of the 6 elders. Of course, even the subordinates were aware that something was wrong, so how could the 6 elders that represented the Jie clan and the World Spirit Guild not be aware of something like that? However, looking at the changing blue lights on the 4th floor, they could tell that 2 people were fighting and 1 person was watching. The tremble just now was very possibly created by the battle of the 2 people. However, what kind of attack could make the Azura Ghost Tower shake? After thinking for a while, the representative elders for both sides looked at each other, but they did not send the order to rush into the Azura Ghost Tower. They just waved their hands to indicate the people to calm down. At the same time, on the 4th floor of the Azura Ghost Tower, Gubo was still standing there, but he was already dumbstruck at that moment. His face was full of astonishment as he stared at Jie Bufan, who sat in the corner of the wall, and he was deeply shocked by the scene that happened just now. At that very instant, Jie Bufan's protective spirit formation was still there and it became a blood-red color. There were even layers of steam as if it transformed, and they could even see the patterns. It looked like armor, and a spirit formation armor protected Jie Bufan. However, even with the protective spirit formation and the elite armament blocking Chu Feng's white tiger slaughtering technique, at that instant, Jie Bufan was not all that well. His face was pale white and his aura was a bit weak. Blood was slowly flowing out from the corner of his mouth and his gaze was filled with great surprise and terror. He blankly stared at Chu Feng and said, "Who are you?" "I am the person who will end your exam." Chu Feng lightly smiled and slowly walked towards Jie Bufan. Although his white tiger slaughtering technique could not destroy the elite armament on Jie Bufan's body, it could still injure him, so as long as Chu Feng continued to attack, he could still take away Jie Bufan's life. "What are you planning to do? If you dare to do anything to me, my Jie clan will not forgive you. My elder brother will not forgive you." Jie Bufan was a bit terrified. The young man in front of him was truly too scary. He displayed all sorts of methods that he had never seen before. Especially the previous attack. Even the most valuable treasure of the Jie clan, the elite armament, Armor of Thorns, could not protect him. The pain from his body told him that he did not want to endure another terrifying attack like before. He was really afraid that the Armor of Thorns would not protect him and he would die there just like that. "Even if I don't do anything to you, will your Jie clan let me go?" Chu Feng still continued forward. "Chu Feng bro, spare him." Just at that time, Gubo spoke. From the expressions in his eyes, he hiddenly indicated not to attack Jie Bufan anymore. Naturally, Chu Feng understood in his heart, so he did not continue his attacks. He only pointed at Jie Bufan and said, "Obediently stay on the 4th floor. If you dare to come onto the 5th floor, I will not let you go back down." After speaking those words, Chu Feng walked towards the 5th floor. Gubo also followed him, and as for Jie Bufan, he did not refute. After experiencing Chu Feng's insanity, he already knew that Chu Feng was a madman. Within the Azura Ghost Tower, he had to be careful of that madman. Chu Feng's spirit power was very strong and his body was very special. Although he could feel the strength of the spirit pressure in the Azura Ghost Tower, he was not affected by it and he walked normally. As for Gubo, he was not simple as well. Although the spirit pressure on the 4th floor could restrain him, it was still within his endurable range, so the 5th floor was also his target. As they passed through many passages towards the 5th floor, there were many small obstructions. They were even more difficult than the passages to the 4th floor, however, Chu Feng and Gubo could dispel them. Chu Feng bro, what method did you just use? It was actually able to force the elite armament back to its original shape. Gubo curiously asked. He was unable to forget the might that Chu Feng displayed earlier. It was simply a slaughtering method that had unstoppable might. I also don't know what it is and I just learned it by chance. Chu Feng lightly smiled. Although he had quite a good impression on Gubo, they were still not that familiar, so naturally, Chu Feng would not talk about the white tiger slaughtering technique. Secret skills were something that could attract fire on one's body. That's right. You said that Jie Bufan had elite armament on his body. What are elite armaments? Chu Feng asked. Chu Feng bro, you don't know what elite armaments are? After hearing Chu Feng's question, Gubo was a bit surprised. Chu Feng shook his head while smiling because he really did not know what elite armaments were. However, just by looking at Gubo's expression, he knew that they were quite impressive things. Elite armaments are extremely precious treasures and they can be described with the word priceless because they contain extremely powerful formations within them and they can display extremely strong power. It is a type of power that cannot even be compared by martial skills. If someone at the peak of the profound realm could fully use the power of the elite armament, even heaven realm experts would have to avoid the blade. Gubo explained. Chapter 196, Arriving at the Peak. Chapter 196, Arriving at the Peak. Elite armaments. There is actually such a thing in the world. Chu Feng admired it a bit because even his white tiger slaughtering technique had no way of breaking the armor of thorns on Jie Bufan's body. It could be seen how exceptional his elite armament was. Elite armaments are extremely precious. The Jie clan only has one and it is their clan foundation treasure. Jie Bufan doesn't have sufficient cultivation, so he could only use the elite armament to protect himself. However, if it landed into his elder brother's hands, the armor of thorns would not only be a simple protective tool. It would be an extremely powerful killing weapon. Jie Bufan's elder brother is quite impressive, and he is the future clan head for the Jie clan. His cultivation is already at the peak of the profound realm, and he is hoping to rush into the heaven realm in the next few years. Even my World Spirit Guild's elders fear him quite a bit. Also, since Jie Bufan's elder brother is willing to lend the clan foundation treasure to Jie Bufan, it could be seen that he really loves Jie Bufan, so it is best to not harm him. Gubo continued reminding. Thank you for your reminder. Chu Feng finally knew why Gu Bo would look at him with that eye expression just now. It was because Jie Bufan's background was quite scary. But don't worry. This time, the reason why you attacked was for my World Spirit Guild, so we will do everything we can to protect you. Gubo solemn vowed and promised. Hey, Chu Feng lightly smiled and did not reply. They continued forward. The passage to the 5th floor was different than the other passages. Before even arriving, they could feel that the spirit pressure was increasing in strength. After the two of them passed the spirit formation entrance to the 5th floor and truly entered the 5th floor, Gubo's face instantly changed greatly and even breathing became difficult. Gubo bro, are you okay? Seeing that, Chu Feng quickly supported Gubo. Chu Feng bro, you are too impressive. You can remain so relaxed even on the 5th floor. Gubo first exhaled deeply, then looked at Chu Feng, who still had the same face as usual. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, then said, Chu Feng bro, my talent is limited and the 5th floor is my limit. I cannot continue with you onwards. Gubo bro, take care. Chu Feng did not waste any words, and after supporting Gubo down, he continued to walk towards the 6th floor. Chu Feng bro, in reality, there are uncountable amount of people who can enter the 5th floor in my World Spirit Guild. However, not a single person within 100 years stepped onto the 6th floor. After all, no one knows how strong the spirit pressure is at the 6th floor. However, the obstacles towards the 6th floor gets more and more difficult after each one. Many seniors have paid huge prices before, and some even lost their lives. Your spirit power is extremely strong, but you still need to be careful. I hope that you can succeed and become the first person to enter the 6th floor in 100 years. Gubo had expectations all over his face because Chu Feng was the person who had the most hope to enter the 6th floor. Gubo bro, don't worry. I, Chu Feng, will do my best, but I won't force it. Chu Feng smiled, then walked towards the direction of the 6th floor. Two people entered the 5th floor at the same time. It must be Gubo and Jie Bufan. It must be those two. At the same time, outside of the Azura Ghost Tower, cheers were everywhere. No matter if it were the people from the Jie clan or the people from the World Spirit Guild, both of them were very happy because the two faint blue lights told them that two people stepped onto the 5th floor. So, they could guess that those two people would certainly be their geniuses, Gubo and Jie Bufan. Look, a person disappeared. Where did he go? He didn't return to the 4th floor because he couldn't endure the spirit pressure from the 5th floor, right? Impossible. The direction he is going isn't the direction towards the 4th floor. That's the 6th floor. Someone is going to challenge the 6th floor. Heavens, there's finally someone who will challenge the 6th floor. Challenge the 6th floor that no one has ascended to in 100 years. Who is that? Is it Jie Bufan or Gubo? At that instant, yells of surprise sounded from the crowd and the people from both sides could not remain calm. Even the 6 elders had their gazes tightly locked on the 6th floor. But very quickly, the yells quieted down and at the end, the entire plaza was silent. The longer the blue light disappeared for, the stronger the person who was challenging the 6th floor was. He did not shrink back and he was continuing the climb. At that instant, everyone stopped breathing and it was so tranquil that people could hear heartbeats and their tense breathing. Everyone's gaze stared without blinking at the 6th floor. They looked forward to it. They looked forward to someone being able to step onto the 6th floor because 100 years ago, after the two pinnacle geniuses of the Jie clan and the World Spirit Guild entered the 6th floor, no one else was able to successfully go onto the 6th floor. The 6th floor became a legend. It became an unbreakable legend. No matter if it was the Jie clan or the World Spirit Guild, both of them hoped that someone could break that legend. Look. It's a blue light. Blue light appeared on the 6th floor. He succeeded. He successfully stepped onto the 6th floor. Suddenly, someone surprisingly yelled out and they were so excited that their hands and feet were dancing. Heavens! He actually succeeded. Someone successfully arrived at the top. Who is that person? Is it Gubo from my World Spirit Guild or Jie Bufan from the Jie clan? After that, cheers rang out everywhere and the entire plaza were boiled. Everyone was so happy that they didn't know what to do. Some people from the World Spirit Guild and some Jie clan members were even hugging each other. Even the 6 elders above the palace were so excited that their bodies trembled. Unspeakable joy emerged onto their faces. 100 years. After 100 years, someone finally arrived there. The elders from the World Spirit Guild said with a quivering voice because that represented the birth of another peak-level genius. To be able to step onto the 6th floor meant that they were a peak-level genius. Even if they weren't in terms of cultivation, they would certainly have good attainments of spirit formation techniques. Elderly, who do you think stepped onto the 6th floor? Gubo from your World Spirit Guild, or Jie Bufan from my Jie clan? Oh, no matter who it is, it still means that a rare genius has appeared. An outstanding world spiritist will very possibly be born today. This is a great thing for the spirit province. The elderly from the World Spirit Guild smiled and replied. Indeed, it is a good thing for the spirit province, however, it isn't anything good for your World Spirit Guild. That elder smiled. What do you mean? After hearing those words, the 3 elders from the World Spirit Guild were all extremely displeased. Because the one who ascended to the peak will not be Gubo of your World Spirit Guild. It will certainly be Jie Bufan from my Jie clan. That elder had confidence written all over his face. Humph, truly arrogant and conceited. Jie Bufan's aptitude is indeed not bad, but my guild's Gubo is no worse than him. On what basis do you make such a conclusion? Elderly coldly snorted and he was extremely dissatisfied. On what basis? On the basis that Jie Bufan is wearing my clan's foundation treasure, the armor of thorns. That elder coldly smiled and said. What? Jie Bufan is wearing the armor of thorns. At that very instant, the elders from the World Spirit Guild were all shocked. Following that, disappointment emerged onto their faces. The armor of thorns was elite armament and it was passed down by the ancestors of the Jie clan. Indeed, that elite armaments did have endless abilities, and perhaps it could really reduce the degree of spirit pressure on Jie Bufan for him to enter the 6th floor. His World Spirit Guild did not have an elite armament like that. However, as the two great powers were debating who the person on the 6th floor was, Chu Feng already sat cross-legged and smiled while looking at the 3 spirit fruit seeds that were currently changing. The spirit fruit seeds needed to be fed with spirit pressure. Although it would have some change on every floor, it needed a certain amount of time. At that instant, the 3 seeds in Chu Feng's hand was growing extremely quickly. It already grew branches and leaves, and flowers blossomed. The reason why it grew so quickly was because Chu Feng was located at the top of the Azura Ghost Tower, the 6th floor. Chapter 197, the 7th floor. Chapter 197, the 7th floor. Indeed, the spirit pressure here can quicken the growth and nourishment of the spirit fruit seeds. It looks like there is hope to save Eggy. Chu Feng sat cross-legged on the 6th floor while looking at the spirit fruit seeds that were currently changing in his palm. He was unusually joyful in his heart. Because at that instant, the spirit fruit seeds already had huge differences from when it started. Chu Feng could feel the strong power contained within it and it was still increasing. After seeing the hope, Chu Feng also had a goal. However, it still required quite a bit of time for the 3 spirit fruit seeds to grow a ripened spirit fruit. Within the Azura Ghost Tower, although the amount of floors one climbed was used to determine one's spirit power strength and their talent as well, however, the length that one stayed in the Azura Ghost Tower was also another way of method to determine it. On the evening of the exam, many people could not tolerate with it anymore. The spirit fruit seeds from the hands of those who ran out from the 1st floor did not have any changes. After the first day, almost everyone from the 1st floor and the 2nd floor left. Most of the spirit fruit seeds that the people had in their hands sprouted. Some even had branches and leaves. The prices of those spirit fruit seeds were raised by quite a bit. Of course, most of them proved their strength. On the 2nd day, the people from the 3rd floor all came down as well. When the people from the World Spirit Guild came down, they were immediately called to the palace. Because no matter if it were the Jie clan members or the World Spirit Guild elders, they wanted to know the identity of the 3rd person who stepped onto the 4th floor was. You're saying that the 3rd person who went onto the 4th floor wasn't from my World Spirit Guild nor someone from the Jie clan. It was an outsider. Elderly from the World Spirit Guild was very shocked after getting that answer. Do you know where that child came from and what his name is? Elderly continued asking. He is called Chu Feng. Although we don't know where he came from, he took quite a bit of care of our World Spirit Guild. On the 3rd floor, the Jie clan activated a formless formation and they wanted to suppress us and prevent us from continuing upwards. If Chu Feng didn't help us, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult for us to come out there alive. A young female fiercely replied, and as she spoke, she even ferociously glared at the 3 Jie clan elders. Nonsense. Right now, the heavily injured people are my Jie clan members, yet you still dare to falsely accuse them. But before even Elderly could speak, the elder from the Jie clan was furious. What really happened will naturally be investigated by my World Spirit Guild after the exam is over. However, I am more concerned how long the 3 people in the tower can stay for, and whether anyone can get a ripe spirit fruit. As Elderly spoke, he cast his gaze towards the Azura Ghost Tower. The Jie clan elders did not speak after a cold snort. After all, what they were concerned about was also how long the 3 of them could preserve in the tower, and the identities of those who were on the 4th floor, the 5th floor, and the top. On the 3rd day, the blue light on the 4th floor started to move. After a while, the entrance to the Azura Ghost Tower that was undisturbed for a full day finally started to ripple. At that instant, everyone's gaze were gathered there. They felt that the person who stayed on the 4th floor for 3 days could very possibly be that Chu Feng. Although he was not part of the World Spirit Guild nor part of the Jie clan, they still wanted to know Chu Feng's appearance. After all, those who were able to step onto the 4th floor could be added into the ranks of geniuses. However, when a person walked out after the spirit formation rippled, everyone couldn't help but be astounded. Especially the 3 Jie clan elders. They were dumbstruck and shock filled their faces. Because at that very instant, the person who walked out of the Azura Ghost Tower was not Chu Feng, nor was it Gubo. It was the person who the Jie clan confidently thought stepped onto the top, Jie Bufan. How did this happen? It's my clan's young master Jie Bufan. He has the armor of thorns, so how can he only climb up to the 4th floor? The faces of the Jie clan members were like ash and some could not accept that fact. Jie Bufan's face was extremely ugly as well. Without speaking much, he quickly walked away because he couldn't tell others that he was threatened by Chu Feng to only remain on the 4th floor. After all, if he said that, not only would he lose his own face, he would lose the face of the Jie clan. Elders, it seems like your clan foundation treasure isn't all that useful. Haha, the elders from the World Spirit Guild were in an extremely good mood. The Jie clan elders' face turned ashen from anger. Originally, they wanted to refute, but at the end, they did not say anything. After all, earlier, they did indeed speak too confidently. They were getting slapped on the face but they could not avoid it. However, in the afternoon on the 3rd day, the blue dot on the 5th floor moved and disappeared. At the end, after walking out of the Azura Ghost Tower, the faces from the World Spirit Guild were complicated and even the Jie clan were endlessly shocked. Because Gubo's appearance told everyone the answer. The person at the peak was neither from the Jie clan nor from the World Spirit Guild. It was a young man called Chu Feng. He really succeeded. As Gubo stood under the tower and looked up, he saw the blue light on the 6th floor. His heart were like overturning rivers and oceans. Although he had already seen Chu Feng's extraordinariness, when Chu Feng really actually successfully reached the peak, he still had unspeakable excitement. Gubo. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind and after looking back, Gubo couldn't help but be shocked. It was the peak expert of the World Spirit Guild, Elderly. Elderly, why have you come down? Gubo asked with astonishment. Oh. You've seen that Chu Feng? Elderly smiled and asked. He is indeed outstanding. He was able to not be affected by the spirit pressure when he was on the 5th floor. However, I never would have thought that he was truly able to reach the top. Gubo replied. He is indeed outstanding and most likely, he is another quite impressive person. Elderly nodded, then meaningfully looked at the 6th floor. Elderly, it's just that Chu Feng has some past history with the Jie clan. No need to speak. No matter what, my World Spirit Guild will protect this Chu Feng. This character must be roped into my World Spirit Guild. Elderly waved his hand then walked towards the palace. Finally, a relieved smile also surged onto Gubo's face. At the same time, Chu Feng, who was on the 6th floor, already stood up. As he looked at the 3 dark green spirit fruits in his palm, indescribable excitement was in his heart. He could feel the strong energy that the 3 spirit fruits contained. If the spirit fruit really did work, then it would certainly save Eggy. This feeling. But suddenly, Chu Feng's expression changed greatly. He detected something and felt a trace of abnormality. He hurriedly stood up, took out the World Spirit Compass, and imbued it with spirit power. After that, all of the World Spirit Compass's pointers pointed up. After Chu Feng used his spirit power to observe in detail, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he shockingly said, "Is there a 7th floor?" Chapter 198, Eggy Awakens. Chapter 198, Eggy Awakens. Chu Feng rejoiced. Because he could feel that there was a spirit formation entrance above, and as long as he could decipher it correctly, perhaps he could open the mysterious spirit formation entrance. Strange. This is already the highest level, so why is there a spirit formation entrance? So the Azura Ghost Tower originally had 7 floors, or is this a spirit formation passage that leads to other places? As he rejoiced though, he also sank into deep contemplation. He felt that the spirit formation entrance that currently appeared above him was not simple because he was already at that place for 3 days, yet he did not feel that spirit formation entrance before. So, it could be said that the spirit formation entrance let itself be felt by Chu Feng and it was not felt by Chu Feng through his personal abilities. So, he had no choice but to suspect whether the spirit formation entrance was a trap or not. That's right, Eggy. Eggy mentioned the word Azura before, so as long as she awakes, perhaps she will know the secret of this Azura Ghost Tower. Thinking to that point, Chu Feng was in a predicament again. Although he knew that the spirit fruit could save Eggy, he did not know how to specifically use it. Whatever, since there's 3 spirit fruits, I'll see if it works after eating one. Chu Feng did not hesitate as he picked one of the spirit fruits up, and after a few chews, he swallowed them. It had to be said that the taste of the spirit fruit was quite nice. It was delicious and quenching. It even made Chu Feng think that it was the most delicious fruit that he had ever eaten. However, he did not know the reason why he felt that the spirit fruit was so delicious was not because the spirit fruit was truly delicious, but because he hadn't eaten a single grain of rice or drank a single drop of water in quite a long time. However, a short while after the spirit fruit entered his stomach, Chu Feng felt 2 waves of power. One power wave entered his brain. It combined with his spirit power, and instantly, it strengthened his spirit power by several times. The other wave of power also surged into his brain. However, it did not meld with his spirit power. It bore into his spiritual world. It's Eggy. It's Eggy's aura. This girl really did not die. Chu Feng got more and more excited because he felt Eggy's aura, and she was currently absorbing the energy contained in the spirit fruit. Under that situation, Eggy's aura became stronger and stronger as well. Gradually, Chu Feng could even feel that Eggy's physical body was recondensing in his own world spirit space. This is great. This spirit fruit really is useful. In response, Chu Feng quickly took another spirit fruit and swallowed it after a few bites. After the spirit fruit entered his stomach, with a thought, Chu Feng cast his own awareness into the spiritual world, and he wanted to look at the result. Beautiful. At that instant, Chu Feng could clearly see within his vast spiritual world, a large group of dark green gases were floating in the air. That gas was very beautiful. It was like the bright sunlight during sunset, yet it emitted faint dark green colored brilliance, and it was currently gathering towards the world spirit space. Under that situation, the green-colored light became less and less, and very quickly, they were all engulfed and the spiritual world returned to its former tranquility. What are you thinking? You're not going to come in? Just as Chu Feng was at a loss, a voice that was as ear-pleasing as silver bells suddenly rang out in the world spirit space. Eggy. It's Eggy. Chu Feng was so excited that his body was trembling a bit. A dazzling smile was filled on his young and tender face. After he stepped into the world spirit space, his happy expression was intense to the extreme. In the middle of the world spirit space, Eggy was standing there. It was still the black-colored skirt weaved by black-colored feathers, revealing her snow-white shoulders on top, and her pen-like straight, long, beautiful legs. Her demonic figure did not change yet, and she was even more captivating than before. On her sweet face was a pair of pretty eyes, and at that instant, they curved to form 2 beautiful crescent moons. She was currently staring at Chu Feng while smiling. You are quite impressive, eh? You actually got spirit fruits. Who told you that these things can awaken me? Eggy giggled and asked. However, Chu Feng did not even speak. While taking large strides and with arrow-like steps, he arrived in front of Eggy. His arms were open and he put the alluring girl into his embrace before saying, "Next time, don't go crazy. Do you know how much I was worried about you?" While being tightly hugged by Chu Feng, on Eggy's white snow face, a hint of scarlet emerged onto her face. That girl was a bit embarrassed. However, she did not push Chu Feng away because with her cultivation, if she wanted to dodge, she could have easily dodged Chu Feng's bear hug. It's enough, and you need to watch out how many small advantages you take from me. Or else, be careful as I might break you. Eggy chuckled and said. At that instant, Chu Feng was aware that he was slightly excessive. As he wished to continue and with unwillingness on his face, he let go of the beautiful creature in front of him, smiled, and said, "Eggy, have you heard of the Azura Ghost Tower?" Azura Ghost Tower? You've heard of the Azura Ghost Tower? After hearing those 3 words, Eggy's expression changed greatly as well. I haven't only heard of it. Right now, we are in this Azura Ghost Tower. Chu Feng replied. Really? Quickly go out and let me see. After hearing those words, Eggy was instantly happy and she was so excited that she jumped up and down. Chu Feng did not delay and with a thought, he cast his awareness back within the Azura Ghost Tower. He swept his gaze around him and let Eggy see his current environment. Haha, this is great. It is really the Azura Ghost Tower. Chu Feng, where is this place? Is it still within the 9 provinces? From Eggy's tone, he could hear that she was getting more and more excited. This is the spirit province from the continent of the 9 provinces. Eggy, what's so special about this Azura ghost tower? Chu Feng was also excited because he could feel that Eggy most likely knew what the Azura ghost tower was. I never would have thought that the 9 provinces had the Azura ghost tower. It seems that this is not a simple place. At least, in order to leave something like this behind, there must have been an extremely powerful world spiritist here once. Chu Feng, you want to know what this Azura ghost tower is used for? This tower is a sealing formation. However, what it is sealing is not some terrifying monster. It is sealing extremely precious treasures. Eggy explained. Precious treasures? Where? Chu Feng excitedly asked. Which floor is this? The 6th floor. That isn't right. It would be impossible for the Azura ghost tower to only have 6 floors. An Azura ghost tower has to have at least 7 floors. Look up. There should be a spirit formation entrance there. That's right, there is indeed a spirit formation entrance above us. So that means that there really is a 7th floor in this Azura ghost tower. Of course, if I'm not mistaken, the precious treasure that is sealed within this Azura ghost tower is above. Chapter 199, Mysterious Person. Chapter 199, Mysterious Person. Precious treasure. What kind of precious treasure is it? Can there be elite armaments? Chu Feng endlessly rejoiced. That Azura ghost tower was very ordinary, and the precious treasures that was sealed within it would certainly not be simple. So, Chu Feng greatly looked forward to the 7th floor. Elite armaments. You also know things like those. It seems that you have had quite a few harvests within the days that I wasn't here. Eggy smiled, then said. I have no way of being sure what is sealed in it, but treasure is certain sealed in this Azura ghost tower. Elite armaments aren't impossible either. But no matter what, we'll know after we go in. Listen to my orders, lay the opening formation, and enter the 7th floor to take a look. On it. Under Eggy's instructions, Chu Feng started to lay the opening formation. The opening formation, like its name, was used to open all sorts of sealing or hidden formations. This spirit formation is quite impressive. Luckily it's you, or else even Blue Cloak world spiritists have no way of opening this spirit formation. I'm afraid that they would not even be able to detect it. Eggy proudly said as she instructed Chu Feng. Eggy, can we successfully open it then? After hearing that even Blue Cloak world spiritists could not even open it, instantly, Chu Feng lost all confidence. Of course you can. Don't forget that this is the Azura ghost tower. All the power here comes from the Azura spirit world. You made a contract with me, so you count as half an Azura spirit world person. Whether it be the spirit pressure or the formations here, they will not pressure you. Eggy explained. Azura spirit world. Other than being shocked, Chu Feng was also confused. You idiot. Do you really think that there is only one world for us spirits? In actuality, there are 7 spiritual worlds, called the 7 spiritual worlds. Within the 7 spiritual worlds, many different types of world spirits that grasp different abilities live there. Bluntly speaking, my Azura spirit world is the strongest within the 7 spiritual worlds. Because the Azura world spirits are naturally prideful and would not create contracts with humans and work for them because of disdain, the number of world spiritists that are able to create a contract with the Azura world spirits can be said to be few within few, and rare within rare. However, the world spiritists that can establish a contract with the Azura world spirits will certainly be a lot more outstanding than the world spiritists of the same level. Not for any other reason, but purely because the power that they grasp is the Azura power, and their world spirit is the Azura world spirit. Eggy said extremely proudly. If you say it like that, am I not very lucky? Chu Feng chuckled and said. You think so? You should know how many powerful world spiritists feel honored to be able to establish a contract with Azura world spirits, and feel proud to be able to establish a contract with Azura world spirits. But even so, Azura world spirit contractors are extremely rare. If you let the world spiritists who cultivated for many years know that a little child actually make a contract with me, they would really tear you apart from envy. Eggy pursed her little mouth and said. So that means it is a very dangerous thing to make a contract with you, and I still need to keep this a secret. Chu Feng sighed. Of course. I still remember the world spiritists who wanted to make a contract with me. Not a single one of them weren't famous characters, yet they were all refused by me. If they knew that I established a contract with a little boy like you, they would certainly be furious and unwilling, and they would instantly come over to kill you. However, don't worry. As long as you can quickly recover my original strength, there will be no one who can harm you. Eggy patted her chest and guaranteed. Actually, I wanted to say that since it is so hard to establish a contract with your Azura world spirits, the creator of this Azura ghost tower must not be a simple person. Chu Feng looked at his surroundings and had that thought. He would certainly not be simple, but how can he even be compared to your family? They were able to seal 2 Azura world spirits in your little baby body, and even I cannot escape it. As she spoke, Eggy had complaint all over her face, but from that, one could tell that Chu Feng's family was extraordinarily strong. As the two were chatting, a pillar of light suddenly appeared from the opening formation. It rushed towards the top of the Azura ghost tower. A spirit formation entrance appeared there. Haha, success. Chu Feng, quickly enter and let me see what's in there. Eggy excitedly spoke, and Chu Feng already moved as he leaped into the spirit formation. What is happening? How can the top of the Azura ghost tower give out such dazzling light? At the same time, the crowd outside the Azura ghost tower boiled because everyone could see that the top of the Azura ghost tower emitted a dazzling, red-colored light, and it lit up the area around it as if it was day. This scene happened 100 years ago as well. Elderly from the World Spirit Guild was endlessly shocked. He heard a senior say before, that 100 years ago, a short while after the night in which the 2 pinnacle geniuses of the World Spirit Guild and the Jie clan were defeated, change happened to the Azura ghost tower. The change was extremely similar to the scene in front of his eyes. It could be said to be exactly the same. Look. The blue light at the 6th stage disappeared. Did something happen in the Azura ghost tower? Suddenly, someone yelled out. At that very instant, everyone was incomparably curious, yet they were powerless because everyone who were sitting there could not enter the 6th floor. They could only wait. Wait until Chu Feng came out before asking about the truth. As everything outside was in chaos, Chu Feng successfully entered the 7th floor. That place was completely different from the 6th floor from before. The walls everywhere were translucent spirit formations, and on top of the spirit formations were strange symbols. The feeling that every single spirit formation gave Chu Feng was that they were indestructible and he could not move them no matter what. The spirit formation became a road that led Chu Feng forward. But very quickly, Chu Feng arrived at the end. The end was still a spirit formation, but obviously, that spirit formation was stronger. The shape was strange as well, and it was like a cage. Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech rang out. That voice was too strange and it frightened Chu Feng a few steps back. At the same time, Chu Feng could see a figure arriving in front of the spirit formation like lightning. After seeing Chu Feng, he was so excited that his hands and feet danced as he jumped around. He even loudly said, "This is great. This is great. After 100 years, finally, there's a person who came to this place." As he looked at the person in front of him, Chu Feng had shock all over his face because that person looked quite special. Sharp ears, like some animals. A pair of blood-red eyes and a mouthful of sharp teeth. More or less, it was a bit scary. Although, from his figure, he looked like a human, his face seemed like a monster. However, the reason why Chu Feng was shocked wasn't because he was scared by his appearance. That face. Wasn't he the mysterious person who defeated the 2 pinnacle geniuses from the World Spirit Guild and the Jie clan 100 years ago? Chapter 200, Gazes of Adoration. Chapter 200, Gazes of Adoration. Haha, boy, what's your name? Just at that time, the mysterious person had joy all over while pointing at Chu Feng and questioning. Chu Feng, this is a monstrous beast with unmeasurably deep cultivation, and it also grasps extremely strong spirit formation techniques. It is very possible that it is a purple cloak world spiritist, so do not be careless. But before even letting Chu Feng reply, Eggy's voice rang out in his brain and she gravely reminded. Is it really a monstrous beast? Can they even become world spiritists? Chu Feng was quite shocked. Monstrous beasts and humans are the same. True, normal monstrous beasts are not equipped with spirit power, however, some monstrous beasts have special blood, or perhaps they ate special food, causing the creation of spirit power. So, they can become world spiritists as well. Right now, the one who is locked in the spirit formation is certainly a monstrous beast, one with special blood. It is an extremely intelligent one, or else it would not be able to cultivate its spirit formation technique to this stage. Look. Within the spirit formation, there are many deciphering symbols. Those are very profound symbols, and they can only be condensed out by purple cloak world spiritists. Very likely, it was here to take the precious treasure, and because of that, it was locked here. He used quite powerful methods and wanted to leave this place, but it was unsuccessful. So, you must be careful. The precious treasures here are not taken so easily. If you can't do it, then just leave this place for now. Eggy continued to remind. Oi. Boy, why aren't you speaking? You wouldn't have been scared witless by me, right? Hee hee, the sharp-teethed monstrous beast chuckled at Chu Feng. Chu Feng ignored it. He only carefully looked around in a circle, then turned around and left. Although there was a huge, powerful character in front of him, although he knew that there were precious treasures there, Chu Feng was clear that most of that was unrelated to him. Since such a powerful character was locked there, Chu Feng knew that he was not qualified to come and take the things there. Oi. Boy, don't go. Don't go. Stay and chat with me. As it saw that Chu Feng wanted to leave, the monstrous beast clearly panicked. However, Chu Feng still ignored it and continued walking away because Eggy kept on reminding Chu Feng to not pay attention to it. It would certainly think of a way to get Chu Feng to help it escape that place. However, if it came out, no one knew whether it would harm Chu Feng or not. Boy, do you want to become a Blue Cloak world spiritist within 2 years? I can help you. Suddenly, those words came from behind. After hearing those words, Chu Feng stopped his steps because being a Blue Cloak world spiritist was too attracting to Chu Feng. So, he asked, make me a Blue Cloak world spiritist within 2 years. Are you sure you can do that? Boy, you must not know who I am. Whatever, it would be useless to say too much to you. All in all, I know a method that can make a person's spirit power rapidly strengthen to link to the blue-colored spirit formation power in a short amount of time to become a Blue Cloak world spiritist. Also, you are very lucky because right now, I am prepared to pass this method down to you. The monstrous beast solemnly vowed. You are not a relative nor a friend to me, so why are you going to pass this method down to me? Also, on what basis should I trust you on? Chu Feng was extremely careful because he knew that an extremely exceptional existence was locked within the spirit formation. I do not lie to people. Don't worry, I won't harm you. I just don't want my method to be lost and not passed down in the world. Of course, if you can become a Blue Cloak world spiritist, I hope that you can help me from the outside and open up this spirit formation that locked me in and help me regain my freedom. Seeing such a cautious Chu Feng, the monstrous beast did not turn any corners and it bluntly stated its situation and goal. Fine. Tell me your method. After some thinking, Chu Feng spoke and asked. Boy, you wouldn't abandon and not care about me after I tell you the method, right? The monstrous beast narrowed its eyes and revealed a hint of astuteness. Do you have any other choice? Chu Feng faintly smiled. Although he knew that the person in front of him was the super-huge character that defeated the 2 pinnacle geniuses 100 years ago, at that instant, he was not afraid. Chu Feng did not display any sort of respect because he had the absolute power to do so. He had to control that power well to pressure his opponent in terms of the general mood in order to gain benefits from his opponent. Haha, good boy. Quite the nerves you have there since you dare to speak to me like that. However, I like that about you. With this method, you use a special tool to refine your spirit power. As for the position of the tool, I can tell you, but I hope that after you succeed, you come back to help me. After I get out, I will give you even greater benefits. After speaking, the monstrous beast waved its big arm and purple-colored spirit formation power surged out. A spirit formation map condensed by symbols appeared in front of it. Chu Feng did not delay and he quickly remembered the map in his brain. Senior, if what you said was true, I will certainly come back to help you. At that time, you don't need to give me any benefits. Just take it as my gratitude towards you. After clearly remembering the map in his brain, Chu Feng put down the arrogant attitude, bent his body towards the monstrous beast and paid his respects. Since you are able to enter this place, it means that you have some ability. I will wait here for you. The monstrous beast seemed to believe Chu Feng. Senior, actually, I'm quite curious. What kind of treasure is hidden here? After thinking for a while, Chu Feng spoke and asked. Oh, the treasure is certainly a good treasure, but I haven't seen it yet. So boy, it's best if you don't keep thinking about it. Look at me. You know that the treasure isn't easy to get. If I wasn't a smart person and if I didn't prepare food enough for 200 years, I'm afraid that I would have already starved to death here. The monstrous beast smiled and said. After hearing those words, Chu Feng felt quite shocked. He was shocked at the impressiveness of the Azura Ghost Tower, and he also admired the monstrous beast's abilities. It prepared food that was enough for 200 years. It could be seen that it predicted that today would happen and prepared for it. After that, Chu Feng did not ask too much more as he turned around and walked down the Azura Ghost Tower. However, when he walked out of the Azura Ghost Tower, he was stupefied by the scene in front of him. Chu Feng had imagined a lot of different scenes that would happen after he walked out of the Azura Ghost Tower. He imagined that people would look at him but ignore him. He also imagined that the Jia clan members would pull their swords and draw their bows at him, and he also imagined that the World Spirit Guild would extend an olive branch at him as well. However, he did not expect that after he walked out of the Azura Ghost Tower, there would be an entire plaza full of people standing there. No matter if it was the people from the World Spirit Guild, or the Jia clan members, all of them cast a single type of gaze towards him. The gazes of adoration. Chapter 201, Protected. Chapter 201, Protected. He's that Chu Feng. How is he so young? He really went onto the 6th floor. Endless cries of surprise rang out from the crowd because Chu Feng broke a legend and became the first person to step onto the peak of the Azura Ghost Tower in 100 years. He became the idol of many people. Although the current Chu Feng was still very weak, with his talent, he was fated to become an extremely significant character. At that moment, everyone who were there witnessed the birth of a huge character. Because of that, they felt honored and proud. Especially Chu Feng's young and tender appearance let people know that he was very young. So, they felt even more shocked because that proved his impressiveness even more. From the bottom of their hearts, they felt that Chu Feng's future achievements were unlimited. Who? Suddenly, within the vast ocean of humans, a road appeared. Powerful people from the Jia clan, being led by 3 elders, aggressively walked towards Chu Feng. Behind the 3 elders were Jiaheng, Jiagang, and the others. They were the people that were madly beaten up by Chu Feng. Although their auras recovered quite a bit, the wounds that Chu Feng left could still be seen on their bodies. Jiaheng, Jiagang, was it him that attacked you in the Azura Ghost Tower? An elder from the Jia clan pointed at Chu Feng and asked. Elder, he is Chu Feng who spoke nonsense and didn't put the Jia clan within his eyes. Jiaheng replied and his fierce gaze swept over Chu Feng's body. Apprehend him. The elder from the Jia clan coldly yelled. In the instant after he spoke, several powerful people behind him rushed towards Chu Feng. They were all experts of the profound realm. When the pressure gathered in a single area and pressed forward, it was like an invisible huge mountain and even Chu Feng tightly frowned. Chu Feng, I'll lend you my power. Seeing that the situation was not great, Eggie wanted to lend her power to Chu Feng and let Chu Feng break through the surrounding attack. No need. However, Chu Feng chose to decline. Not only did he not avoid or dodge it, he even stood where he was while waiting for the attacks of the Jia clan to arrive. At first, Eggie felt surprised about Chu Feng's actions, but she, who shared everything with Chu Feng, quickly understood his intentions. Ah! Suddenly, a golden-colored gale came sweeping by and the several Profound Realm Jia clan members flipped over as they were blown, like scarecrows, and they were thrown away by the wind. At the same time, 3 aged figures appeared in front of Chu Feng without any noise. The one who led was Elderly of the World Spirit Guild. The one called Li, move. This is a private grudge between my Jia clan and this child. Do not interfere. Seeing that, the expressions of the elders from the Jia clan changed greatly as they pointed at Elderly and yelled extremely displeasedly. Nonsense. This place is my World Spirit Guild's, and it isn't your Jia clan turn to act so atrociously. Elder Li's face also turned cold as he waved his big sleeve. Coming from outside of the plaza, several thousand people rushed in and completely surrounded the Jie clan. The one called Li. You have quite the nerves. For an outsider, you arm yourself against my Jie clan. This violates the Treaty of the Alliance and it destroys the peaceful relationship between my Jie clan and your World Spirit Guild. Are you able to carry this responsibility? The Jie clan elder interrogated. Don't think I don't know about your Jie clan's fine deeds in the Azura Ghost Tower. Even if does violate the treaty, your Jie clan erred first. Today, I will place my words right here. Chu Feng is protected by my World Spirit Guild. If any one of you dares to attack Chu Feng, do not blame me for not restraining myself. Elder Li's gaze were like flames and his tone was extremely forceful. Fine, the one called Li. Let's see if you can carry this responsibility. In response, even though the Jie clan were extremely angered, they did not say anything and they only led their army, turned around, and left. After all, that was the territory of the World Spirit Guild and they were indeed in the wrong for that exam. Don't worry. Even if your Jie clan doesn't look for me, my World Spirit Guild will look for you for fairness. Elder Li also didn't let him go so easily. After the Jie clan left, the curtains of the White Cloak exam also fell. However, Chu Feng, who was the focus of this exam, did not leave as he was invited by the World Spirit Guild into a very luxurious palace. A grand feast was already prepared for treating Chu Feng, and the person who received Chu Feng was his peer, Gubo. Brother Gubo, this, Chu Feng felt a bit overwhelmed as he looked at the sumptuous feast. Not only did the World Spirit Guild help him hold back the troubles from the Jie clan, currently, they were even treating him like that, so he was quite overwhelmed. Brother Chu Feng, no need restrain yourself. You are worthy enough to be treated like this by my World Spirit Guild. Gubo smiled at Chu Feng. After hearing that, Chu Feng understood the intentions of the World Spirit Guild. Obviously, they saw his own potential and they wanted to pull Chu Feng into the World Spirit Guild. To Chu Feng, that was a good thing, so he did not push it away. However, at that moment, the exam already finished and everyone who participated in the exam already left the World Spirit Guild. Zhuge Liuyun was still waiting outside, and since Chu Feng was afraid that his master would be worried, he said, Brother Gubo, my master is still outside of the World Spirit Guild, I want. Chu Feng bro, don't worry. People have already been sent to invite your master and the both of you will reunite soon. Gubo smiled, then pulled Chu Feng to take a seat. At the same time, outside of the World Spirit Guild, within a city that was specially made for providing rest for outsiders, Zhuge Liuyun was standing at the city gate while anxiously waiting. Have you heard of a young man called Chu Feng in this exam? He stepped onto the 6th floor of the Azura Ghost Tower and got a ripe spirit fruit. I've heard of it. I even know that Chu Feng is only 15 years old this year but already has the cultivation of the first level of the Origin Realm. His battle prowess is even more frightening. According to rumors, even those at the 5th level of the Origin Realm cannot defeat him. That's right. The young generation of the Jie clan were all swept away, and even that Jie Bufan was defeated by Chu Feng's hands. Several of them. He even defeated the Jie clan members. He's a bit too bold, right? With how the Jie clan think, they would certainly not forgive him. You don't understand. Talent like Chu Feng's hasn't appeared for 100 years and he is already destined in becoming a genius. The World Spirit Guild has already let out word that they would protect Chu Feng. Right now, he is invited to the World Spirit Guild as a guest and the Jie clan would not dare to touch him. As Zhuge Liuyun was waiting for the arrival of Chu Feng, several White Cloak World Spiritists next to him were chatting to one another. One mouth after the other were talking about Chu Feng and the heart of Zhuge Liuyun, who listened, jumped. So, he went up and politely asked, Old brothers, did the Chu Feng that you were talking about come from the Azure Province? Chapter 202, Returning to the Azure Province. Chapter 202, Returning to the Azure Province. Azure Province. Although I don't know where the Chu Feng came from, such a powerful genius shouldn't have come from the Azure Province, right? Yeah, how can a genius like Chu Feng appear from a place like the Azure Province? They first looked at Zhuge Liuyun, then all of them shook their heads. Then, that Chu Feng has a blue-colored long robe, white face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, tall and straight nose, and also a young and tender appearance. He is also skilled in a strange martial skill. He is able to control his origin power to condense various types of gold-colored weapons out as he wishes, and he uses them quite impressively. Especially after condensing a golden-colored longbow, the arrows that are shot do not miss, and even those at the 5th level of the origin realm can't resist against it. Zhuge Liuyun continued asking. This, I'm not too clear about what he wore and his appearance, but he did seem to grasp a rank 5 martial skill that can condense various weapons out. That's right, I heard that he is good with an outstanding bodily martial skill. Lightning rises from under his feet and he becomes strangely quick. One of them answered. After hearing those words, Zhuge Liuyun rejoiced, and after hitting his fist to his palm, he said, "It is certainly him." Old brother, from your tone, you seem to know that Chu Feng. Seeing that, several of them suspiciously asked. As he looked at the several expressions, Zhuge Liuyun raised his head high, stuck his chest out, then said while patting his chest, "To be completely honest, that Chu Feng is my disciple." Ha 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 ha! What Zhuge Liuyun's words were exchanged for were the laughter of the others, as if they heard the most funniest joke in the world. Seeing that, Zhuge Liuyun's face was a bit ugly, however, he did not know how to explain it. Although he was a fearful character in the Azure Dragon School, at this place, he really wasn't much. Not to mention the others, but even the people who he chatted with at that instant were all experts of the profound realm. He could not find any feelings of superiority because very few people who were roughly in the same generation as him were weaker than him. Look, it's the people from the World Spirit Guild. But just at that time, suddenly, someone pointed nearby and yelled in surprise. After looking over, indeed, there was a group formed by 100 people from the World Spirit Guild, and they were currently walking over. At that instant, even Zhuge Liuyun revealed an expression of reverence. As world spiritists, which one did not want to join the World Spirit Guild and become a member of that huge group? However, the requirements for the World Spirit Guild were extremely strict, and one could not join with only a certain level of cultivation. They required the world spiritist's talent, and they needed to sign a special contract. That contract was equivalent to a contract that sold themselves. Not only that, it also sold their offsprings, and every single generation were required to serve the World Spirit Guild. It was a huge restriction. So, that contract gave many a chance to become a member of the World Spirit Guild, but it also made those who enjoyed freedom to stop and only look. What Zhuge Liuyun did not expect was that the group of people from the World Spirit Guild stopped in front of him. The middle-aged man who led looked at the portrait in his hands, then politely said to Zhuge Liuyun, "If I may ask, are you Mr. Zhuge Liuyun?" "That's me." Zhuge Liuyun cautiously replied. This tone was very kind as well, because he did not dare to have a single trace of disrespect towards the World Spirit Guild. Even if their cultivation was inferior to him, he still did not dare. "Congratulations, Mr. Zhuge. Your disciple, Chu Feng, got first place in the White Cloak exam. On the orders of the elders, I invite you to be a guest at the World Spirit Guild." After confirming Zhuge Liuyun's identity, his attitude became even more respectful. You really are." After hearing those words, before even letting Zhuge Liuyun respond, the several people next to him were like exploding pots. Their faces were stunned because they knew that this time, they really had eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. As for Zhuge Liuyun, his heart was filled with joy, and he was so excited that he didn't know what to do. He never would have thought that the World Spirit Guild would invite him in such a grand way. It was quite an honorable thing. Of course, the thing that he was even more happy about was that the World Spirit Guild gave him an answer. It was that his disciple, Chu Feng, was truly first in the White Cloak exam. To him, that was an extremely glorious thing. After that, Zhuge Liuyun went into the World Spirit Guild, and elderly even personally welcomed Chu Feng and Zhuge Liuyun. He even invited Chu Feng and Zhuge Liuyun to be a member of the World Spirit Guild. The most important thing was that they got a status badge. It was a very special kind, as it was similar to the status of being a guest elder. Their freedoms were not restricted, yet they could enjoy all the benefits of being from the World Spirit Guild, possibly even getting better treatment. That made Chu Feng and Zhuge Liuyun extremely glad. Especially Zhuge Liuyun, because that was equal to completing an uncompletable wish, as he was able to become a member of the World Spirit Guild. After being a member of the World Spirit Guild, Zhuge Liuyun received an invitation, and he decided to stay in the World Spirit Guild for a few more days. As for Chu Feng, since he had matters to attend to, he needed to quickly return to the Azure province. Before leaving, Chu Feng gave the ripe spirit fruit that he nourished in the Azura Ghost Tower to Zhuge Liuyun. That attracted the admiration of elderly because a ripe spirit fruit was extremely precious and it helped one's spirit power greatly. As for Zhuge Liuyun, he was even more touched. He knew that he took in the right disciple and the many years of waiting were not wasted because he accepted an impressive disciple. So, on that day, Chu Feng left the World Spirit Guild and headed towards the Azure province because after some calculations of the date, the time to Sumei's marriage already neared. Chapter 203, Arriving at the Void School. Chapter 203, Arriving at the Void School. Within the clear and bright skies, above the endless white clouds, a huge white-headed eagle streaked past the air. That white-headed eagle was extremely beautiful and its speed was strangely quick. It was a white-headed eagle of the highest quality and it was one of the presents that the World Spirit Guild gave Chu Feng. Chu Feng sat cross-legged on the white-headed eagle as he closed his eyes to rest. He did not steer the eagle because it understood human nature and it understood the paths in the Spirit Province and the Azure Province. There was no need to steer it. With a few words, it would automatically arrive to the destination. Gone. After flying out of the Spirit Province and into the Azure Province, Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes and swept his gaze behind. Gone. The Jie clan aren't idiots and they know that the World Spirit Guild would hiddenly see you off. Naturally, they would not dare to attack. Eggy's pleasant voice rang out and it was extremely moving. But sadly, that sweet voice could only be heard by Chu Feng himself. I would really have to thank the World Spirit Guild. A grateful smile appeared on the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. After he left the World Spirit Guild, the Jie clan had people hiddenly following Chu Feng. However, the World Spirit Guild also sent out experts to hiddenly protect him. Both of them were in the darkness, but they detected one another. So, after leaving the Spirit Province, the Jie clan and the World Spirit Guild did not follow him anymore. As for how Chu Feng detected it, they were from the huge benefits that Chu Feng gained after the White Cloak exam. In order to rope Chu Feng closer to them, not only did the World Spirit Guild gift quite a costly white-headed eagle to Chu Feng, they even gave him some origin beads and some things that were beneficial for spirit power. Chu Feng relied on those origin beads to successfully enter the second level of the origin realm. However, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was from the power of the spirit fruit, and in addition to the gifts from the World Spirit Guild, he raised his spirit power to an extremely powerful level and he stepped onto an entirely new stage. The current Chu Feng could already use the power of the Greycloak spirit formation. His spirit power was extremely strong and the spirit formations he laid were incomparably strong. To be more strict, Chu Feng was already a Greycloak world spiritist. However, because he had some things he needed to do, Chu Feng did not go for the Greycloak exam. But in reality, Chu Feng didn't really even need to enter the exam because he already had a World Spirit Greycloak on him. Due to the quick speed of the white-headed eagle, it greatly reduced the traveling time. So, after returning to the Azure Province, Chu Feng did not directly go towards the Vermilion Bird Mountain Range but to the Void Mountain Range outside of the Vermilion Bird Mountain Range. Little White, wait for me here. On a cliff in the mountain range, Chu Feng stroked the huge white-headed eagle a few times before heading towards the middle of the mountain range. As for Little White, it was the name that he gave the white-headed eagle. Chu Feng's target was a second-rate school in the Void Mountain Range. That school was called the Void School. Although its strength wasn't as strong as the Azure Dragon School and it was only mediocre within second-rate schools, after all, it was still a second-rate school. As for why Chu Feng went to that place, he just wanted to use some people. So, not only did he borrow Eggy's power, he also put the gray-colored cloak on to increase his negotiation power. Within the main hall of the Void School, the head of the Void School was currently chatting with two manager elders. The leader was a middle-aged big man. Although he was not even 50 years old, his head was already filled with white hair and he had the cultivation of the third level of the Profound Realm. Although the two manager elders weren't as strong as the head of the Void School in terms of cultivation, they were still experts of the Profound Realm. However, suddenly, the tightly closed big door was abruptly opened as an elder rushed in. Lord Head, there's an esteemed guest here. That elder was full of sweat. His face was pale white and he said with a quivering voice. Esteemed guest. Who? Seeing that, the head of the Void School and the two elders knew that something was wrong as they quickly stood up and questioned while their heads were full of fog. "It's me." An aged voice rang out and Chu Feng already entered the main hall without even making any noise. After that, he waved his big sleeve and the door was blown by a gust of wind and it was closed. At the same time, a layer of gray-colored spirit formation surrounded the main hall and condensed. It locked everyone who was there within it. Greycloak World Spiritist. After looking at the greycloak on Chu Feng's body and the methods that he displayed, the Void School head and the two manager elders yelled out in surprise at the same time. It was because the status of Greycloak World Spiritists were too noble. After all, within the entire Azure province, there were only two Greycloak World Spiritists. One was in the number 1 school, the Lingyun School, and the other one was in the Qilin Prince's mansion. The statuses of both of them were extremely high and they were extremely well-known, huge characters. In front of them, since a Greycloak World Spiritist like that appeared, immediately, it made people think of the two characters. So naturally, everyone who was there would be incomparably shocked and their nervous hearts were banging and jumping all over the place. "Senior, I wonder what your esteemed name is, and what matters do you have to honor your presence in my Void School?" The head of the Void School respectfully asked after organizing his emotions. "I have no name nor surname, but you can call me as Mr. Greycloak. I do have a request by coming here today." Chu Feng walked over to the throne of the Void School's head and sat there, as if he was the master of that area. "Mr. Greycloak." The head of the Void School was shocked once again because he never heard of that name before. It could be seen that the person in front of him was neither the person in the Lingyun School nor the one from the Qilin Prince's mansion. However, he could not be sure that the person in front of his eyes was not one of the two huge characters. But no matter what, a Greycloak World Spiritist was not someone who his Void School could offend. So, the head of the Void School lightly smiled and said, "I wonder what request Mr. Greycloak has. As long as my Void School can do it, I will not shrink away from it. 3 days later, I want you to lead the elites of the Void School and go towards the Vermilion Bird City to help me marry a lady." "Lady? Who?" "The little daughter of the Vermilion Bird City's lord, Sumei." "Sumei? Isn't that the person who the son of the Shangguan family, Shangguanya, will marry in 3 days?" After hearing those words, the few people who were there were incomparably astonished and difficult expressions appeared on their faces. The Shangguan family was not to be underestimated. In terms of strength, they were even stronger than his Void School. Telling them to help him marry the future wife of Shangguanya of the Shangguan family was undoubtedly telling them to become the enemy of the Shangguan family, and it would cause a calamity for the Void School. However, their Void School could also not offend a Greycloak World Spiritist. After all, even a first-rate school had to respectfully treat a huge character like that, not to mention a mere second-rate school. "Don't worry. I won't let you go ahead with your real identity, since that is equal to making a huge enemy. You can disguise yourselves as not the Void School, but as the subordinates of me, Mr. Greycloak. Also, I won't make you do all this for nothing. As long as you are willing to go ahead and propose this marriage, no matter if it succeeds or doesn't, I will lay a huge spirit formation array in the core zone of your Void School as compensation." Chu Feng indifferently said. After speaking those words, the head of the Void School and the two manager elders all lit up their eyes and insane happiness appeared on their faces. A spirit formation personally laid by a Greycloak World Spiritist. That degree of attraction was too great because after all, that was something that many first-rate schools did not even have. Chapter 204, Day of Great Joy. Chapter 204, Day of Great Joy. 3 days later, within the Vermilion Bird City. Everyone was extremely happy and all the noble clans, high-ranking officials, and famous people outside returned to the Vermilion Bird City. Today was a day of great joy as the future master of the Shangguan family, Shangguanya, was going to marry Sumei, who was the young daughter of the lord of the Vermilion Bird City, Suhan. However, as firecrackers boomed outside and gongs and drums rang to the heavens, within a room in the city lord's residence, the atmosphere was clearly abnormally gloomy. Today, Sumei wore a red-colored long dress. That dress was extremely beautiful, and Sumei's sweet and beautiful face was emphasized to the extreme. Her beauty could truly devastate counties and cities. However, even though the female servant who was next to her put makeup on, dressed, and combed her, even though laughter reached the skies outside, There was not a single trace of happiness on Sumei's face. In contrary, 2 streams of tears were flowing down her sweet face. That made the servant panic as she kept on wiping away the tears for Sumei. She wanted to fix the makeup, but it was useless as the tears surged more and more, until the makeup on her face was thoroughly ruined. Move. Suddenly, a boom came from the entrance and the sturdy big door was shattered into pieces. 2 of the guards for the city lord's residence fell into the room and lost consciousness. That change caused the female servants to screech. However, when 2 figures walked in, the servants were dumbfounded where they stood. A male and a female walked in. The female wore a white dress and she was extremely pretty. She had a bewitching figure, charming face, and she could simply hook onto one's soul. It would cause other females to be lost within the beauty, and she was Sumei's elder sister, Suro. A tall, big, and a well-built male stood next to Suro. The male had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and dark skin. He was none other than the elder brother of Suro and Sumei, Suhen's oldest son, Sulong. Sulong was 25 years old this year and he already established himself quite well. He had the cultivation of the 2nd level of the profound realm, and as the eldest son of the Su family, he was usually outside, helping the Su family set up relationships, so he rarely returned to the Vermilion Bird City. However, when Sulong got news that his own little sister was going to be married to Shangguanya, and it was even a forced marriage, he hurried back. "Brother, sister, why are you 2 here?" When she saw the 2 people, Sumei panicked a bit as she quickly wiped the tears on her face away. "Little sister, follow me. Let's go." Sulong looked at Sumei, who had tears all over her face, and without saying any more, he grabbed onto Sumei's little hand and walked out. Suro followed him without saying anything. "Brother, sister, what are you doing? Let me go." Sumei tried her best to struggle, but she could not do anything. In front of her elder brother, her cultivation of the spirit realm was absolutely nothing. "Idiot sister. You don't even like that Shangguanya, so how can you marry him? As your elder brother, I will not just stare as you jump towards living hell." As Sulong spoke, he already dragged Sumei out of the palace. However, when he arrived at the entrance, he couldn't help but be taken aback and he stopped his steps forward. Dozens of people showed in front of him. All of them were the peak experts of the Vermilion Bird City, and the one who led was the city lord of the Vermilion Bird City, the father of the 3 siblings, Suhen. "What are you doing?" Suhen's sword-like brows slanted inwards as he coldly interrogated. "Father, I will bring little Mei away. I will not let her marry that Shangguanya bastard," Sulong loudly said. Immediately after he finished speaking, a clear and loud slap landed on Sulong's face. The strong power forcibly slapped the well-built male who was at the 2nd level of the profound realm down to the ground. A blood-red palm mark appeared on his face. The person who did that was his father, Suhen. "Get out of here." Suhen pointed at Sulong and loudly reprimanded. "Father, are you truly only going to watch as little Mei marries a person she doesn't like?" Just at that time, Suro came out. She walked next to Sumei, and said while pointing at her face, "Look. Look well. Look at the tears on your daughter's face. Can you not see her unwillingness? Can you not see her bitterness? You, as a father, truly want to personally cut off your daughter's happiness, and let her wash her face with tears in the future." Suro's tone was extremely sharp and everyone who was there felt the sorrow. Even Suhen's eyes glittered and he could not say anything at that moment. After a good while, he waved his hand towards the crowd behind him. Those people were Suhen's trusted aides and all of them instantly understood Suhen's meaning. They tactfully left, and after they left, only 4 people remained there: Suhen, Sulong, Suro, and Sumei. Suhen first sighed, then completely changed his furious attitude from before and gently said, "Longer, little Ro, little Mei. I truly have no say on this matter. The Shangguan family gained high approval from the Qilin Prince's mansion and they have the qualifications to fight over the ruling right of the Vermilion Bird City. Shangguan Yu also had a breakthrough and he entered the 6th level of the Profound Realm recently. His cultivation already surpassed me and he is now the strongest person in the Vermilion Bird City. If he wants to fight over the ruling right of the Vermilion Bird City, the position of the City Lord can only belong to him and no one else. Even the City Lord's mansion will need to be given to him. The results of so many hard years would be for naught. However, Shangguanyu said to me that he has become aged and he doesn't care about the Vermilion Bird City's ruling right. Currently, he only wants his 2 grandsons to get settled. So, as long as little Mei marries Shangguanya and they quickly finish the marriage, his Shangguan family will never fight over the ruling right of the Vermilion Bird City. Father, how can you be so foolish? Shangguanyu is an old cunning fox. How can you believe his words? Su Rou refuted. Yeah, father. He is clearly threatening you to give little Mei over to Shangguanya. However, when little Mei marries over, perhaps he will instantly regret it and fight over the Vermilion Bird City's ruling right. Su Long also went up and said. What do any of you understand? Even if Shangguanyu regrets it, as long as little Mei is married over, the Shangguan family will not make things too difficult for my Su family. As long as my Su family has a certain foundation, there will be a date of revolution. Sooner or later, I will enter the 6th level of the Profound Realm. At that time, I can retake everything. Su Hen's face became serious. Father, are you saying that the so-called foundation of the Su family is even more important than little Mei's happiness? In order to protect the family's foundation, you are willing to give little Mei up as a bargaining chip. You are personally digging a grave for your own daughter's happiness. Even Su Rou's eyes became moist. That's right. To me, the Su family's foundation is more important. Su Hen replied. Since it has come to this, there is no need to speak anymore. Today, I will bring little Mei away. Su Rou grabbed onto Su Mei, leaped, displayed a profound bodily technique, and escaped afar. Father, for little Mei's joy, I must offend. At the same time, Su Long also displayed a strong martial skill and attacked his own father. He wanted to stall some time for Su Rou and Su Mei to cover their escape. Chapter 205, Escorting the Bride. Chapter 205, Escorting the Bride. I know that you siblings have deep affection for one another, but the final situation must be always emphasized. Sooner or later, you will understand my painstaking efforts. To Su Hen, the methods of the 2 of them were insect-like insignificant skills. Without even moving, he released the pressure of the 5th level of the Profound Realm and completely dissolved Su Long's attack. After that, the strong pressure instantly engulfed everyone in that area. The strong pressure bound Su Rou down, and not to mention continuing to escape, it was even hard for her to walk a single step as she powerlessly fell to the ground. Father, let my brother and sister go. I promise you, I'll marry Shangguanya. I'll marry him. Su Mei begged as she looked at Su Long and Su Rou who had painful faces. Sigh. Little Mei, I am sorry. Su Hen also had a painful expression, and it could be seen that his heart was not well either. However, he did not immediately let Su Long and Su Rou go. He used special methods to temporarily seal Su Long's and Su Rou's strength. They couldn't even speak. Quickly after that matter, the Shangguan family's bride escort arrived in front of the city lord's residence. Shangguanya rode a tall and big horse while wearing bridegroom clothes. His smile could not be hidden because he could finally marry the person who he yearned for even within his dreams. Within the escorting group, Shangguanya's elder brother, the person who forced Chu Feng to jump into the Dragon River after he chased Chu Feng to an impasse, Shangguan Tian, was also there. The most important thing was that the current Shangguan Tian was also wearing a set of bridegroom clothes. He had a prideful look all over his face and his pleased smile was not a single bit inferior to Shangguanya's. What is happening? Why are there 2 bridegrooms? Are the brothers both going to marry Su Mei? While facing that strange scene, everyone started their discussions and all of them felt puzzled. Shangguan Tian. Shangguanya. What is the meaning of this? Su Hen led the experts from the city lord's residence out. He was also quite displeased while facing the Shangguan family's actions. My lord, what other reason can us 2 brothers come here for? Naturally, it is to marry your daughters. Shangguanya chuckled, but as he spoke, he did not even come down the horse. He said those words to Su Hen with an attitude of looking down at him. My lord, without concealing any truths, I, Shangguan Tian, have already fallen for your daughter, Su Rou. Coincidentally, today is a date of great happiness as my younger brother, Shangguanya, is going to marry your youngest daughter, Su Mei. So, why not have a double marriage by also marrying Su Rou off to my Shangguan family as well? I, Shangguan Tian, will certainly treat her well. Shangguan Tian also spoke, but he also did not go down the horse to speak. Rubbish. Shangguanya is marrying my family's lady because it was prearranged. How about you? You did not even come up to propose, yet you directly come here to marry. You are simply marrying by force. One of the old men from the city lord's residence pointed at Shangguan Tian and angrily rebuked. Insolent. I'm talking to the city lord and you have no part in this. Shangguan Tian was furious while facing the rebuke of the old man. He raised the whip in his hand and thrashed over. Someone merely at the first level of the profound realm should not even dare to act so wildly in front of me. The old man was not afraid in the slightest when facing the whip that had profound power and was like a dragon. He raised his hand and grabbed, then the whip was tightly grasped within his hand. It turned out that the old man was a person at the second level of the profound realm. You disrespectful little brat, get down here. The old man was enraged and he wanted to pull Shangguan Tian down from the horse. Bam! But before he even got to attack, a powerful big hand grabbed his wrist. Strong power instantly restricted the old man's aura and sealed his actions that he was going to do. My lord. The old man looked to the side and he couldn't help but stare blankly because the person who stopped him was his own master, Su Hen. Su Hen first shook his head towards the old man, indicating that he should not act rashly, then he took a deep breath and spoke to his subordinates behind him. Go. Bring the second lady and the third lady out. Today, my Su family will have a double marriage with the Shangguan family. Hugh. When Su Hen said those words, instantly, the crowd went into an uproar and everyone was endlessly shocked. If the marriage between Shangguanya and Su Mei was completely expected and was normal, then the marriage between Shangguan Tian and Su Ro was reasonless trouble. It was something that even normal families would not allow, let alone the city lord's family, the ruler of the Vermilion Bird City. However, at that moment, not only did Su Hen not act wildly, he even agreed. That made people quite speechless. The formerly tyrannical and mighty city lord chose to lower his head to the two young men. That made people feel that it was inconceivable and not understandable even after thinking about it 100 times. What is happening? The city lord accepted such impolite demands from the Shangguan family. Some people who did not know the entire truth questioned. You probably don't know. I heard that the master of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Yu, is at the 6th level of the profound realm, but the city lord is only at the 5th level of the profound realm. Although the Su family is still the ruler of the Vermilion Bird City, in reality, their strength is inferior to the Shangguan family. I also believe that the marriage advancement for Shangguanya and Su Mei is because of Shangguan Yu. Someone secretly leaked the information out. Is that true? After hearing that, everyone's expressions changed greatly and they were unceasingly stunned. It meant that the true ruler of the Vermilion Bird City was not the Su family, but the Shangguan family. That was huge news to the people in the Vermilion Bird City. Although people still felt that the matter was unimaginable, when Su Ro and Su Mei, the daughters of the city lord, wore gorgeous bride gowns and walked out of the residence, everyone knew that the current situation in the Vermilion Bird City truly did change. This is bad. City lord, this is bad. But just at that time, a panicked cry came from nearby. That panicked cry instantly shattered the happy atmosphere and everyone cast their gazes over. They saw a guard from the city lord's residence madly running over to the residence. However, there were wounds everywhere on his body and blood was all over the place. What's going on? What happened? In response, Su Hen and the others quickly went over. City lord, there's an enemy invading. After that person spoke, he lost consciousness. What? Enemy invading. After hearing those words, Su Hen was thoroughly confused and he couldn't help but cast his gaze over to Shangguanya and Shangguan Tian. However, he discovered that they did not know what was happening as well. That confused Su Hen. In reality, to his Su family, the biggest enemy was the Shangguan family. But currently, if the Shangguan family was not attacking, which person dared to invade his Vermilion Bird City? Thud thud thud. Thud clang, thud clang, thud clang thud. Just at that time, from the direction that the guard escaped from, the noise of gongs and drums rang out. Everyone couldn't help but inhale a breath of cool air and at the same time that they were completely baffled, ineffable fear filled their hearts because the beats of the gongs and drums were clearly from a bride's escort. Chapter 206, Greycloak World Spiritist. Chapter 206, Greycloak World Spiritist. As the gongs and drums for the happy event sounded out, a group of people majestically appeared. Some beat gongs, some hit drums, some blew trumpets, some raised signs, and on those signs, 2 big words were clearly written on it. Bride's Escort. The clothing of the group of people also seemed to induce joy. From the surface, they did appear like a group of people for a bride's escort, but that was also the area that made people confused. They could not think where the escort came from and who was going to marry who. The most important thing was that even though the people dressed up in quite a happy manner, there was still a strange part. A mask was on the faces of every single person and their appearances could not be seen. Halt! Who are you? The guards from the city lord's residence rushed out and blocked them outside of the residence as they cautiously stared at them. On the orders of Mr. Greycloak, we are here to escort the daughter of the city lord, Lady Sume. The person who was at the front yelled his throat out. What? Escort Sume? Isn't Sume Shangguanya's fiancée? Why are they here to escort Sume? Also, who is Mr. Greycloak? On the day that the Shangguan family is coming to welcome the bride, this Mr. Greycloak comes here to escort the future wife of Shangguanya. He is simply slapping Shangguan family's face in front of everyone here. Endless cries of surprise rang out from the crowd and everyone was stunned by the sentence from that person. Even the people from the city lord's residence were baffled and their heads were full of fog. However, they were sure of one thing. It was that the group of people were obviously there to cause chaos. However, they did not know whether it was towards the Shangguan family or towards the city lord's residence. Damn! You dare to come up to my Shangguan family and stir up trouble. You have really gotten sick of living. People. Apprehend this group of people. Shangguan Tian was furious. Before even letting the city lord's residents respond to it, he ordered his subordinates to rush towards the group of people. However, he only ordered them to apprehend them but not to kill them. As for why? Naturally, since today was a day of great joy, blood could not be seen or else that was bad luck. However, before even letting the Shangguan family's group go near, the one who led waved his big sleeve and strong origin power descended from the sky. It formed into invisible blades and they killed dozens of Shangguan family members who were rushing over. The killing method was extremely cruel as well. Not only did they behead the Shangguan family, the blades even chopped off their hands and feet. The death was quite wretched and blood splattered everywhere. That scene stunned everyone and they were extremely stupefied. The surrounding people couldn't help but back away and cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Just now, all of them could feel that within the group of people, there was an expert of the profound realm and it was an expert who was in the 3rd level of the profound realm. Also, from their heartless methods, they could confirm that the group of people did not come with good intentions. Those who dare to meddle with Mr. Greycloak's affairs will be killed without discussion. The person who just attacked indifferently said. At the same time, several hundred people behind him all put down the items in their hands and emanated their strong aura. There were 3 experts in the profound realm, and other than the 3 people, the remaining several hundred people were all at the peak of the origin realm. Heavens, where did they come from? They have such strength. The strong aura was like an invisible hurricane as it spiraled everywhere. Everyone who was there could feel the pressure. The Shangguan family and the people from the city lord's residence were fine, however, the faces of the observing officials and nobles were quite ugly. It was because the opponent had extremely strong strength. It was simply equivalent to the elites of a second-rate school, so no wonder they dared to go against the Shangguan family. They did have quite some strength. Killing without discussion. Let's see what kind of person this Mr. Greycloak is. Suddenly, an aged voice rang out and following that, a gust of wind swept past. A single-eyed old man appeared in front of Shangguan Tian and Shangguanya. It's Shangguan Yu, the master of the Shangguan family. According to rumors, he already entered the 6th level of the profound realm and became the strongest person in the Vermilion Bird City. I wonder if that is true or false. After that old man appeared, many people who were on scene couldn't help but yell in surprise. Even Shangguan Tian and Shangguanya quickly leaped down from their high horses, went in front of the single-eyed old man, and respectfully paid their respects. Grandfather. You two retreat. I myself will be sufficient to kill this group of rats. Shangguan Yu waved his hand, then his sword-like brows slanted inwards. Glare shot out from his single eye and the atmosphere around him became completely different. Without any wind, his robe madly fluttered and the strong pressure was like a tide as it surged out from his body. It became a formless huge wave that rose to the sky as it slammed against the group of people one wave after the other. Heavens! He is really at the 6th level of the profound realm. He actually entered the 6th level of the profound realm. That strong aura caused the faces of everyone who were there to change. Especially the people from the city lord's residence. They were hugely shocked and their faces became extremely unsightly. It meant that Shangguan Yu's cultivation surpassed their family's Su Hen, and their city lord's residence truly lost to the Shangguan family. In reality, while facing the strong pressure, even the head of the Void School panicked. He never would have thought that Shangguan Yu entered the 6th level of the profound realm. The profound realm. Every single level was like a chasm and normal people could not cross over it. So, when he, who was only at the 3rd level of the profound realm, faced the pressure of the 6th level of the profound realm, it was like facing an unstoppable huge wave. No place to escape, no way to resist, and only death awaited them. At that instant, everyone from the Void School couldn't avoid having a bit of regret and they started to back away. Even though they would gain great benefits if they succeeded, they did not want to lose their lives because of that. Indeed, a group of rats. As he looked at the cowardly group of people, Shangguan Yu stuck his chest out and raised his head and coldly snorted. Although he was displeased on the surface, he was crazily happy in his heart. No matter who that group of people were, they gave him a chance to display his strength and to establish his might. He knew, from that day forth, the people in the Vermilion Bird City would not fear Su Hen the most anymore. They would fear him, Shangguan Yu, the most. The right to rule the Vermilion Bird City was fated to land within the hands of his Shangguan family. Puny skills. However, just as everyone thought that the group of people were going to die without a doubt, within the sedan chair, an aged voice suddenly sounded out. At the same time that the voice rang out, everyone could clearly see in front of the group of people, gray-colored gas appeared. That gas was quickly condensing and within a blink, it formed into a screen. Chapter 207, Exterminate Your Shangguan Family. Chapter 207, Exterminate Your Shangguan Family. Boom. The pressure of the 6th level of the profound realm came crashing down as the earth trembled. Many people found it hard to endure the ear-piercing boom, but when the ripples dissipated and the pressure faded away, everyone shocking found out that the group of people were not harmed in the slightest. The reason why they were not harmed in the slightest was because of the huge screen in front of them. The screen was gray-colored yet as transparent as crystals. That's a spirit formation. It's a spirit formation. Suddenly, someone with sharp eyes recognized the origin of the screen. What a strong spirit formation as it's able to hold the might of the 6th level of the profound realm away. How strong would the world spiritist who laid that spirit formation be? As they looked at the unbreakable spirit formation, everyone endlessly cried out their guesses. A mere Shangguan family dares to attack my people. You must have gotten tired of life. Just at that time, the curtains of the sedan chair was suddenly lifted and a body slowly walked out. When people saw the clothing of that person, they were instantly stupefied and the faces of some people were even pale white from fear. The gray-colored cloak was full of symbols. As it was being shown by the sunlight, it even faintly glittered. Perhaps commoners could not recognize such a special clothing, but those who were there knew what that represented. Greycloak World Spiritist. Finally, someone impulsively yelled out. After he spoke, it was like a bomb and it caused everyone in that area to no longer remain calm. Almost everyone there couldn't help but inhale a breath of cool air and both respect and fear emerged onto their faces. Greycloak World Spiritist. What did that represent? It represented the huge characters who had the highest positions in the Azure Province because there was only 2 people like that in the Azure Province. Those 2 people were from the 2 strongest powers in the Azure Province. In front of them, such a Greycloak World Spiritist appeared. That made people's imagination roam free as they first thought that it was one of the 2 huge characters. But after some more careful thinking, they felt that something was off. After all, those 2 people were extremely well known, and if any one of them fancied one of the 2 daughters, they would absolutely not come there with a fake name. They would clearly state their famous name for greater deterrence power. However, if the person in front of them wasn't one of the two huge characters from the Azure province, it meant that a third Greycloak world spiritist appeared in the Azure province. That was certainly shocking news. Mister, I wonder who you are. Do we have any misunderstandings between us? After seeing Chu Feng, who wore the world spirit Greycloak, walk out, even Shangguan Yuya, who had tough might before, instantly shrunk down slightly. Even a first-rate school needed to provide offerings to a Greycloak world spiritist, so he was truly not someone who his Shangguan family could offend. There aren't any misunderstandings. Firstly, I came here today to marry the daughter of the city lord, Sumei. Secondly, since I'm here, I might as well exterminate your Shangguan family. Chu Feng nonchalantly smiled, and after saying those words with an aged voice, he waved his big sleeve and said, "Attack! Kill!" Immediately after Chu Feng spoke, the elites of the Void School, under the lead of the head of the school, rushed towards the direction of the Shangguan family residences. On the road, any Shangguan family members were killed without discussion. As they saw that, the powerful people from the Shangguan family knew that something was off, and they quickly tried to chase after the group of people. At that very instant, all the able people from the Shangguan family were sent to the city lord's residence, so only the old, weak, sick, crippled, and those without strength to even tie up a chicken were within the Shangguan family residences. If the group of people slaughtered their way into the residences, the Shangguan family was certainly going to be exterminated. No rush. Today, everyone from the Shangguan family will die. Chu Feng stamped where he stood, and as he spoke those words, a huge spirit formation appeared and sealed the direction that the Void School headed towards. It stopped all the Shangguan family members who wanted to chase. At the same time, Chu Feng raised his hand and palmed towards the Shangguan family crowd. With a huge boom, almost half of the near 1,000 Shangguan family elites were injured or killed. There were even 2 people at the profound realm within that group of people. This person is extremely strong. Su Hen tightly frowned as he saw that. Although the Greycloak world spiritist only displayed the cultivation of the first level of the profound realm, just from that palm, he could feel if he fought with him, he would not be able to defeat the Greycloak world spiritist. Boom boom boom. From then on, Chu Feng threw out several palms, and he didn't even use martial skills. He only used his profound power, but every single palm could exhibit frightening power. It killed countless Shangguan family members. You truly go too far. I don't care who you are. Today, I will not forgive you. As he saw the people from his own family being slaughtered like that, Shangguan Yu was incomparably furious. He revolved the profound power of the 6th level of the profound realm and pounced towards Chu Feng. Shangguan Yu was truly furious. At that instant, he did not have a single trace of fear. He only thought about killing Chu Feng because he knew that if Chu Feng was killed, his Shangguan family still had a strand of hope to survive. However, if he could not find a way to kill Chu Feng, his Shangguan family would perish. So, under those circumstances, Shangguan Yu's attacks were abnormally fierce. Every single punch or kick would have profound power along with them, and every single strike and style could create devastating attacks. The martial skills that he grasped were also extremely strong. Chu Feng did not want to expose his identity, so he could not use martial skills. He could only use profound power and spirit formation techniques against Shangguan Yu. But luckily, Chu Feng's spirit formation techniques already entered the Greycloak realm. No matter how much fiercer Shangguan Yu's attacks were, he had no way of harming Chu Feng. Rather, they were all stopped by Chu Feng. Impressive. Too impressive. Is this the power of world spiritists? Greycloak world spiritists. As expected from huge characters that can shake the entire Azure province. This battle power is too terrifying. You're right. Clearly, the aura that he is displaying is only the first level of the profound realm. Without even using martial skills and by only relying on the power of spirit formations, he can play around Shangguan Yu, who is at the 6th level of profound within his palms. This cannot be said to not be strong. As they looked at the battle between the two, anyone who could see could tell who was strong and who was weak. They were shocked by Chu Feng's strength. Of course, they did not know that he was the young genius Chu Feng who shook the entire Vermilion Bird City with his name before. In their eyes, he was a true huge character. A Greycloak world spiritist who had been cultivating for many years. Old thing. The cultivation of the 6th level of the profound realm is truly wasted on you. At the same time that Chu Feng was blocking Shangguan Yu's strikes, he would occasionally attack the other Shangguan family members. Every time he attacked, he would prevail. With a blink, almost 1,000 Shangguan family elites died under Chu Feng's hands. At the same time, from the direction of the Shangguan family, miserable cries rang out endlessly. The Shangguan family were currently being slaughtered. No matter if it was a male, female, old, or young, chicken, dog, duck, or goose, anything that breathed would be killed. Even little mice that accidentally passed by the Shangguan family residences were grabbed by the Void School and strangled to death. It wasn't that the Void School were cruel and merciless. It was because they received the death order. Chu Feng's order was to not leave a single life alive within the Shangguan family residences. Chapter 208, Who Are You? Chapter 208, Who Are You? Su Hen, what the hell are you looking at? Why aren't you helping me to take care of this guy? He looked at his own family being killed one by one, and fall one by one, yet he could not do anything about it. Shangguan Yu was going a bit mad, and since he was helpless against it, he could only cast his pleading gaze towards Su Hen and the others from the city lord's residence. Why would Su Hen help? Not to mention that he really wanted the Shangguan family to be exterminated. Even if he and the Shangguan family were allies, he would still not help out in that situation because he did not want to offend a Greycloak world spiritist. Su Hen, I'm begging you. Help my Shangguan family and don't let my Shangguan family be cut off here. Seeing that Su Hen was not moved, Shangguan Yu could only lower his attitude and speak with a pleading tone. However, it was in vain as Su Hen was still not moved. Su Hen, I will make you regret this for your entire life. Finally, Shangguan Yu gave up on begging. After an explosive yell, he used an extremely strong attack towards Chu Feng. Strong profound power formed into a huge wave that reached the skies, and the surging splashes were dozens of feet tall. They layered onto each other and pressed down. The power that it contained was enough to flatten a forest, and it could be seen that Shangguan Yu attacked for real. Old thing, you've finally gotten serious, huh? As he saw that, Chu Feng did not dare to underestimate it. He quickly spun his spirit power around and he kept on laying gray-colored spirit formations in front of him to block Shangguan Yu's attack that contained his full power. Whoosh! However, when the huge wave collided with the spirit formation, Shangguan Yu flashed, arrived next to Shangguan Tian, and Shangguan Yu waved his big sleeve, and 2 layers of profound power surged out. The powerful profound power split into 2. The first rolled Shangguan Tian and Shangguan Yu up, but the other rolled Su Ro and Su Mei up. Like a firm cage, it locked them within it. Crap! He wants to escape. Chu Feng suddenly understood what he had planned. It turned out that Shangguan Yu did not want to throw everything he had on Chu Feng, but he wanted to escape. As predicted, with special methods, after binding Shangguan Tian and Shangguan Yu and also Su Ro and Su Mei, the tip of Shangguan Yu's foot suddenly tapped and a gust of gale started to spread. After the gale disappeared, Shangguan Yu also disappeared. At the same time, Shangguan Yu, Shangguan Tian, and also Su Ro and Su Mei disappeared. Damn it! As he saw that, Su Hen's face changed greatly because Shangguan Yu did not escape by himself. Not only did he take away his 2 grandsons, he even captured Su Hen's 2 daughters. Thinking back that he only stood on the side as he watched and ignored the life and death of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Yu must have hated him down to the bones. At that moment, both of his daughters landed into his hands, so how they would end was unimaginable. As he thought to that point, Su Hen completely panicked. He spread his aura of the 5th level of the Profound Realm out and wanted to chase after Shangguan Yu. However, before he even got the chance to move, a powerful palm landed on his shoulder and suppressed his aura. Yu, turning his head to look, Su Hen instantly took in a breath of cool air because the person who stopped him was none other than the mysterious Greycloak world spiritist. Stay right here. I will settle the debts with you later. After speaking those words, Chu Feng leaped forward and disappeared. After Chu Feng left, Su Hen's face was pale white from fear because he could hear, from Chu Feng's words, that the huge character seemed to be displeased with him. However, he could not understand when he offended such a huge character like him. But no matter what, he knew that most likely, he had attracted some troubles. Especially after he swept his gaze behind him and saw the corpses of the Shangguan family's elites who laid within pools of blood, the fear in his heart rose to the extreme. He truly experienced what cruel and merciless was called. That person was too scary. At the same time, within the Vermilion Bird Mountain range, Shangguanyu was currently running in the forest. His speed was strangely quick, and even though he was using his profound power to bind 4 people over his head, it did not affect his speed at all. Shangguanyu, put us down. My sister can't take this anymore. Within the profound power cage, Su Ro was currently tightly hugging Su Mei. Perhaps it was because the road was too jolty, or maybe because Shangguanyu's pressure before was too fierce. Su Mei's current complexion was ghastly white and her lips were dry. She had already lost consciousness. Shut up. If you speak any more rubbish, I'll kill both of you right now. Shangguanyu was burning up in the flames of fury. He did not even have enough time to escape for his life, so how could he care about Su Ro and Su Mei's life? The reason why he grabbed the 2 of them as well was because he wanted to have a bargaining chip that could possibly protect his life. But suddenly, a strong spirit formation was laid in front of them, and at the same time, several spirit formations also appeared everywhere and they were currently surrounding Shangguanyu. How is this possible? He caught up so quickly. Seeing that, Shangguanyu was aware that the situation was not good and he quickly extended his hands towards Su Ro and Su Mei, who were bound by him, and he wanted to use the 2 girls for coercion. Whoosh! However, when a ray of light flashed past, the profound power that restricted the 2 was broken. Not only did Su Ro and Su Mei disappear, even his 2 grandsons, Shangguan Tian and Shangguanyu, escaped from his controlling range. Grandfather, save me. Suddenly, a miserable voice rang out. After looking over, Shangguanyu couldn't help but be greatly shocked. Both of his grandsons laid nearby, and behind them stood a single person. It was the Greycloak World Spiritist. No need to beg for help. In this place, no one can save you. All of you will die. Chu Feng calmly smiled, then suddenly raised his foot. With a bang, Shangguanyu's head became watery blood under his foot. Like a watermelon, his head was stepped and shattered in pieces by Chu Feng. You bastard! I will kill you. Seeing that his own grandson died just like that, Shangguanyu instantly grasped onto insanity. As he madly howled, he started attacking fiercely at Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng only coldly snorted while facing Shangguanyu's attacks. He pointed at him, and flicked his finger. A faint white-colored gas streaked through the air. Not only did it pierce through Shangguanyu's martial skill, it also pierced through Shangguanyu's body. With a single strike, it made the powerful person who was at the 6th level of the profound realm throw up blood and forced him to powerlessly lay on the ground. How is this possible? How is this possible? Shangguanyu's face was like ash. Originally, he felt that he might have had a few chances for victory if he used everything he had, but when the white-colored gas went through his body, only then did he realize how great the difference between him and his opponent was. From the start, he was fated to lose. You're next. After defeating Shangguanyu with the White Tiger slaughtering technique, Chu Feng did not directly attack Shangguanyu anymore. He cast his gaze towards Shangguan Tian. He cast his gaze towards the male who once forced him to a point where there were no roads up to the sky nor any doors down to the earth. However, there was quite a dramatic change when the situation today was compared to the situation which happened that day. Who are you? My Shangguan family has no grievances nor hatred towards you. Why do you need to completely wipe out my Shangguan family? Shangguan Tian loudly howled. He was bitter. Bitter that he would die just like that. So, he really wanted to know who exterminated his entire Shangguan family. In reality, not only Shangguan Tian, even Su Ro, who was nearby, tightly stared at Chu Feng because she was also curious what kind of person the Greycloak World Spiritist who exterminated the Shangguan family was. Hey! After hearing those words, a mocking laugh came from the Greycloak. However, when the laughter rang out, no matter if it was Shangguan Tian or Su Ro, both of their expressions changed greatly. Because that laughter was no longer the voice of an aged, old man. Rather, it was the voice of a young man. The most important thing was that the voice was quite familiar. Chapter 209, Beast. Chapter 209, Beast. This voice, can it be? Su Ro instantly reacted to that because she could not get any more familiar with that voice. However, after thinking for a bit more, she felt that it wasn't possible. Even if that person had more talent, it would not be possible for him to have so much growth in such a short period of time. As for Shangguanyu and Shangguan Tian, they were stupefied as well. Although they could not confirm who the person in the gray cloak was, from his laughter just now, they could tell that it was a voice of a young man. Yet, how could such a powerful person be only a young man? Today, I will let you understand your deaths. Under their gazes of intertwined shock and curiosity, Chu Feng extended both his hands and gradually took the hood off his head. His handsome countenance appeared in front of the three people. Chu Feng, it really is you. At that instant, Su Ro couldn't help but yell out in surprise, and her pair of beautiful eyes kept on glittering. She never would have thought that the person who defeated Shangguan Yu and could use Greycloak spirit formations was truly Chu Feng. The truth came too abruptly, and she felt that it was a bit difficult to believe. How is this possible? Didn't you already? However, compared to Su Ro's difficulty in believing, Shangguan Tian's face was already filled with fear, because he clearly remembered that Chu Feng was forced into the Dragon River by him, so he should have already been dead. How was it possible that he appeared here? He even became so strong in such a short amount of time. As he looked at Shangguan Tian's and Shangguan Yu's shocked expressions, Chu Feng only indifferently smiled, and said to Shangguan Tian, "Do you remember the words that I told you that day on the suicide cliff? I told you that you should pray that I would die just like that. Or else, I would undoubtedly come back to find you. On that day, it wouldn't be the end of you, Shangguan Tian. It would be the end of your Shangguan family." After hearing Chu Feng's words, Shangguan Tian's face was already like ash. He finally knew why he had a bad premonition in the instant that Chu Feng jumped from the cliff. "Friend, do we have any misunderstandings between us?" Shangguan Yu feebly said when he saw that Chu Feng was going to attack Shangguan Tian. "Misunderstandings? Originally, I had no grievances nor hatred towards your Shangguan family. However, you had to kill me no matter what. Everything today were debts that your Shangguan family owed me. However, I, Chu Feng, just collected them with higher interest." After speaking, Chu Feng raised his hand and palmed. Shangguan Tian became a pool of blood, and quickly after, Chu Feng flicked towards Shangguan Yu. The white tiger slaughtering technique, which had peerless attacking power, tore through the air and howled before taking away Shangguan Yu's life. After killing the people from the Shangguan family, Chu Feng quickly went over to Su Ro. When he looked at Su Mei, who had a ghastly white face and weak aura, a hint of worry emerged onto his calm face. However, after using his spirit power to examine her, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Although Su Mei was injured, it was not serious. She would quickly heal after 10 days of rest. But even so, Chu Feng still carried Su Mei away from Su Ro's embrace. He took out some healing medicine and caringly fed them to Su Mei by helping her refine them. "Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Finally, Su Ro, who remained silent for a long while, spoke. Chu Feng raised his head, and he discovered that the grand beauty who had a fox-like face was tightly staring at himself with her pair of enchanting eyes. There even seemed to be a bit of grievance on her face. "I have a world spirit in my body, and I established a contract with her already. She can lend her power to me, and my real cultivation right now is the second level of the origin realm. As for the cultivation that I displayed earlier, which was at the first level of the profound realm, it was the power that the world spirit lent to me." Chu Feng did not hide anything. After all, Su Ro was his first woman and he trusted her quite a bit. The explanation that I wanted wasn't that. Su Ro's beautiful eyes glittered, but no one knew what she was thinking. "Not that." "Oh, I know." Chu Feng was first taken slightly aback, but then after some thinking, he smiled and said, "They were from the Void School. I promised them that I would lay a spirit formation for them, so they were willing to risk their lives for me." "Also not that." Su Ro's face seemed to be more and more wronged, and one could even see flickering tears within her beautiful eyes. Her clean white teeth kept on lightly biting her alluring lips. "Then, what is it?" Chu Feng was completely puzzled. "Chu Feng, you bastard." Suddenly, Su Ro's jade-like hands waved and a clear slap ferociously landed on Chu Feng's face. After being slapped, Chu Feng was still bewildered. "I knew that you were this kind of person. The words you said were all lies. On that day, you clearly said that you would marry both me and Little Mei, but now why did you only propose a marriage to Little Mei and leave me on the side?" Su Ro stood up, and as she pointed at Chu Feng, she complained about her grievances. Her charming face was already full of tears. At that instantly, only then did Chu Feng suddenly understand. After half a day, the attracting beauty was jealous. Jealous of her own sister, Sume. Eggy, lend your power to me again. Chu Feng yelled in his heart. What for? Eggy was currently looking at the liveliness and she was confused about Chu Feng's plans. Quickly. Chu Feng was quite anxious. In response, Eggy could only lend her power to Chu Feng. After all, Chu Feng was her master and besides, she also wanted to know what Chu Feng wanted the borrowed power for. However, when Chu Feng did the following actions, Eggy was completely speechless. Suddenly, Chu Feng stood up and put his arms around Su Ro's waist and embraced the grand beauty. Without saying anything else, he kissed Su Ro's alluring lips. At the same time, another hand was restlessly touching Su Ro's attractive body. Bastard, let go of me. At first, Su Ro even tried her best to struggle, but how would she even be able to do anything against Chu Feng? Gradually, she thoroughly surrendered from Chu Feng's gentle attacks. Right beside Sume, Chu Feng pushed Su Ro to the ground. The two of them took off their clothes and two naked bodies interweaved with one another. Although at the first time, it was forced, this time, in reality, Su Ro was willing. From Su Ro's completely red face, one could see the light of her happiness. This time, she was willing in her heart, and she gave her own body to Chu Feng. But even so, Eggy still gave Chu Feng an evaluation, beast. Chapter 210, Advice. Chapter 210, Advice. On that day, within a certain forest in the Vermilion Bird Mountain Range, a strange scene happened. Two voices of a male and a female rose up and down and they endlessly rang out. Occasionally sharp, occasionally deep. Sometimes like the simultaneous cry of 100 birds, sometimes like the roar of a fierce tiger towards the skies. That lasted for a good half day. Luckily, Northwest One passed that place or else their souls would be scattered away from fear and they would no longer be able to take care of themselves, and from then on become a disabled person who had hemiplegia. Within the forest, Shangguan Yu's, Shangguan Tian's, and Shangguanya's corpses were no longer there. As for where they went, naturally, they were dealt with by Chu Feng. Of course, their source energy was absorbed by Eggy. Chu Feng's upper body was naked and he laid on the grass. Within his embrace was Su Ro, a charming big beauty. At that instant, on Su Ro's white, soft, and smooth body, there was even a red-colored bride's clothes. When the light wind brushed past, the red dress would occasionally get lifted up and barely, one could see her straight and long, snow-white beautiful legs and her round, smooth, yet firm twin peaks were extremely attracting. However, the most attracting thing was still Su Ro's lovable appearance. Perhaps only within the embrace of those who she loved could such a strong lady be so sweet. As for to what degree? She was simply like a small child as she obediently leaned into Chu Feng's embrace. She even used her fine and long fingers to draw circles on Chu Feng's chest. Okay, it's time to get up. Or else, when little May wakes up and see us like this, I would really not know how to explain it. After a good while, Su Ro gently pushed Chu Feng away. However, a single word was written on her charming face. Unwillingness. Then let's do it together. Chu Feng showed all his teeth as he smiled and said. No. Little May is still young and you cannot touch her. Seeing that, Su Ro fiercely pinched Chu Feng's arm. Haha, just joking. Chu Feng chuckled then got up to wear his clothes. As he wore them, he said, for now, don't tell anyone about me being a Greycloak world spiritist. Not even to little May. Su Ro helped Chu Feng tie up his clothes and sweetly nodded her head. Also, I will marry you too, sister, but it will not be too soon. From how I, Chu Feng, do things, it is fated that I will make a lot of enemies. So, while I still feel that I'm not strong enough. I understand. Su Ro first lightly covered Chu Feng's mouth, then like a little bird relying on a person, she went into Chu Feng's embrace and took her charming face and tightly stuck it to Chu Feng's chest and said, no matter how long you will take, I will wait for you. I will wait for you to marry us sisters. After hearing those words, Chu Feng also smiled in happiness. He opened his arms and tightly hugged the beauty and enjoyed the short period of hidden love. When Chu Feng and Su Ro, the two lovers, were inseparable in the Vermilion Bird Mountain Range, everyone in the Vermilion Bird City were anxious. The Shangguan family's corpses were everywhere outside of the city lord's residence. Blood dyed the land red, and especially when the sun was setting in the west, as the blood was shown by the sunlight, they seemed even more red, and it was truly frightening after one saw it. With a single glance, they would be scared out of their minds. A cowardly nobleman passed that place, and he even directly lost consciousness from that. However, that was not even anything when it was compared to the Shangguan family's residence. At that place, blood truly formed rivers. On that day, 13,241 Shangguan family members were all killed, and not a single life form remained. No one knew who the person who did that was, but they knew that he was a Greycloak world spiritist. He even had a well-known name, Mr. Greycloak. Within the main hall of the city lord's residence, Su Hen was sitting on the seat for the leader. Su Long and the other elders from the city lord's residence all gathered at that place. Uneasiness filled their faces, but they did not know what to do. Not only were they worried for Su Ro and Su Mei, they were even more worried about Mr. Greycloak. After all, Mr. Greycloak told Su Hen in front of the crowd that he had debts to settle with him. So, Su Hen was very worried. Especially after the Shangguan family was washed by blood, he was truly worried what Mr. Greycloak would do to the Su family. "Milord, milord." Suddenly, in complete fear and panic, a guard walked in. What happened? When they saw that, everyone in the hall stood up solemnly as though they were meeting a huge enemy. Droplets of sweat that were as big as beans couldn't help but slide down their foreheads. "Th. They're back." After speaking those words, the guard pointed outside the main hall. After looking over to that direction, everyone couldn't help but rejoice. They saw Su Ro, who was wearing the bride's clothes, slowly walking towards the main hall while she was carrying Su Mei, who lost consciousness. "Sister, you two are fine. This is great." Seeing that, Su Long was greatly happy, and he quickly went over and took Su Mei from Su Ro's hands. Then, he lovingly examined her as he was afraid that she was injured. "Rower, then what about Mr. Greycloak? How about Shangguan Yu? What happened to him?" Su Hen also walked over, but he was not truly worried about his own daughters. He only cautiously swept his gaze outside. "This is for you from Mr. Greycloak." Su Ro did not respond. She only gave a folded paper slip to her father. "I'm tired, so I'm going to rest." After giving the paper slip over to Su Hen, Su Ro first shot a glance of resentment at Su Hen before walking towards her own room. Su Hen did not say much when he faced that scene. After all, today, he was in the wrong. In order to protect the Su family's foundation, he almost cut off his two daughters' happiness. Although tainting the Vermilion Bird City with blood by Mr. Greycloak coming over and exterminating the Shangguan family was very bad luck, in reality, he did not feel that it was a bad thing. At least Mr. Greycloak helped him finish off a huge enemy. After knowing that Su Ro and Su Mei were safe and well, everyone in the city lord's residence boiled with discussion. Although, on the surface, the Vermilion Bird City faced a bloody disaster, his city lord's residence was completely unharmed. So to them, it was really something worthy of celebration. Even if the Qilin Prince's mansion investigated because the Shangguan family had connections with the Qilin Prince's mansion, it would not involve the Su family. Besides, an insignificant Shangguan family was not worth it for the Qilin Prince's mansion to cause enmity with a Greycloak world spiritist. When Su Hen returned to his own palace when it was deep into the night and when everyone was silent, he stood near the window and looked at the bright moon outside. His heart was extremely uneasy. Up until now, he did not have the courage to open up the paper slip within his hand. He did not dare to look what was written on it. However, escaping was never a way, and Su Hen deeply understood that reasoning. So, he gradually closed his eyes. First, he breathed deeply for a while, then he opened his eyes and also opened the paper slip. When he saw the content in the paper slip, his face changed multiple times. Occasionally green, occasionally purple, occasionally happy, occasionally anxious. After a long while, he inhaled a breath of cool air and happiness, and sorrow emerged onto his face. Although there were only a few simple words on the paper slip, it revealed many meanings. If you dare to marry Su Ro or Su Mei off to anyone else, your Su family will be the next to be exterminated. Chapter 211, Two Big Things. Chapter 211, Two Big Things. The news of the Shangguan family being slaughtered within the Vermilion Bird City quickly spread throughout the Azure Province. Even the ruler of the Azure Province, the Qilin Prince's mansion, and the #1 school in the Azure Province, the Lingyun School, sent powerful people over to the Vermilion Bird City, and they wanted to investigate everything. The reason why they had such big movements was not because of the life or death of the Shangguan family, which was so eye-grabbing. In actuality, the Greycloak world spiritist who exterminated the Shangguan family became the topic of focus for people. Greycloak world spiritists. In the current Azure Province, there were only 2 known. So, the value of Greycloak world spiritists in the Azure Province was extremely high. All sorts of powers wanted to pull a Greycloak world spiritist into their own power. Even if they could not pull them in, they would want to at least be on good terms with them and start up some relationship. But sadly, after that day, Mr. Greycloak completely disappeared. No one knew where he was, but something that could not be denied was that the matter was certainly one of the 2 big things that shook the Azure Province. The other big thing was that within the thousands of schools in the Azure Province, something happened to one school that could rank as one of the top 3 in the Azure Province. That school was called the Plum Flower School. It had an extremely good relationship with the 2 huge overlords of the Azure Province, the Lingyun School and the Qilin Prince's mansion. Its foundation was extremely strong as well. The weakest core disciples of the Plum Flower School were at the Origin Realm, but many already entered the Profound Realm. There were innumerable experts within the Elders, and it could be said that powerful people were like wood in forests. The head of the Plum Flower School, Plum Flower Jinren, was a person who lived for 99 years, had the cultivation of the 9th level of the Profound Realm, grasped several rank 6 martial skills as well as special methods. He was truly at the peak of the Profound Realm, and he only needed a step to walk into the Heaven Realm. He was one of the most famous big characters in the entire Azure Province. However, such a powerful school like that was massacred a few days ago. Within the Plum Flower School, not a single life remained from the several million disciples. Even the buildings that had towered for several hundred years all became ashes. The huge Plum Flower School became an ocean of flames, and those flames were fierce. Even the Lord of the Qilin Prince's mansion, and also the head of the Lingyun School, could not step into it. Such terrifying ocean of flames made people associate it with the ocean of flames that appeared within the desert a few months ago. It was said that several months ago, within the desert, the tomb of the Imperial Sky Sage, who was the #1 expert who went wherever he wished to within the Azure Province 100 years ago, appeared. When that news got spread out, the Qilin Prince's mansion and the Lingyun School, and also various great powers of the Azure Province sent strong people out to investigate it, but they were obstructed by the ocean of flames and they had no way of going near. At that time, some people who did not believe in the evil wanted to forcibly charge into the ocean of flames, but before even getting close, they were burnt into ashes. Up until now, the ocean of flames were still burning. Even the rainstorm 2 months ago could not extinguish the flames. In contrary, it was as though the rain was adding fuel to the flames. It was extremely strange. Some people said that they saw a male who looked like a beggar walk out of the ocean of flames as he spoke gibberish, yet he was not burnt at all. People felt that news like that was made up. Even the strongest characters in the Azure Province could not step into the ocean of flames, so how could someone walk out and not be harmed at all? So, that information was taken as a joke and no one cared about it. But the weirdest thing was on the day that the Plum Flower School was annihilated, there were people who also saw a beggar walk out the Plum Flower School. After the Plum Flower School got destroyed, some people saw the beggar who was outside of the Plum Flower School. That beggar was not injured at all, but he was just a bit insane. Some people were curious and they felt that perhaps the beggar knew some truths. So, they went up and asked him about the Plum Flower School. However, just after they opened their mouths, the beggar disappeared and could not be seen. People did not even see how he left. When people got hold of that news, instantly, there were huge reactions and everyone felt that the ocean of flames in the desert was related to the ocean of flames in the Plum Flower School, and it was very possible that it was done by the mysterious beggar. Immediately, powers from everywhere searched everywhere. They wanted to find that beggar because he would not actually be a beggar, but an expert who had extremely strong strength. He would be at least of the Heaven Realm, and some people even suspected that he was a martial lord. Martial lord. If that news arrived at the Jiang dynasty, even they would be shaken. They were powerful people that didn't even exist in the Jiang dynasty. Such a character would flip the entire continent of the 9 provinces upside down. However, only powers with strong strength such as the Lingyun School and the Qilin Prince's Mansion could participate on those matters. Others could only look at the liveliness, so even though the 2 big things shocked people, powers such as second-rate schools did not change at all. In fact, the second-rate school, the Void School, remained normal and usual. The disciples that should be cultivating were cultivating, and the elders that should be lecturing were lecturing. Only the core zone was completely silent. Several days ago, the head of the school personally ordered all core disciples to leave the core zone and also the core zone to be locked up for building repairs. As for why it needed to be locked up, naturally, it was Mr. Greycloak's promise. He was going to set up a spirit formation array in the core zone. Just in case, if there were enemies who invaded in the future, they could protect the most important foundations. After several days of laying, Chu Feng finally finished the spirit formation array. Even though he lacked the cultivation and had insufficient spirit power, which caused the spirit formation array to have flaws, there were absolutely no problems for it to block the attacks from a person at the 3rd level of the profound realm. Within the head of the school's eyes, that spirit formation array was simply perfect. So, as he was touched, he even gave Chu Feng a huge gift. 20 high-quality profound medicine. That was certainly a huge gift. After all, the Void School was only mediocre within second-rate schools and its strength was far from the Azure Dragon School's strength. Besides, 20 high-quality profound medicine were still extremely precious for the Azure Dragon School. So from that, it could be seen that the Void School truly, greatly bled. Even if they didn't completely empty their storages, it would be pretty close. School head, this present is too valuable. After all, since you helped me, you also suffered from quite a few losses. It is completely reasonable for me to set up a spirit formation array for your Void School. As he looked at the 20 high-quality profound medicine, although Chu Feng's heart was moved, he did not immediately accept it. Ah, Mr. Greycloak, they aren't compensation for the spirit formation array. They are just some tokens of respect from my Void School. I know that my Void School, which is a petty little second-rate school, isn't qualified for you to remain here to be a guest elder in my Void School. However, my Void School still hopes to befriend you. If possible, I hope that we can become friends. The head of the Void School was quite honest and he spoke his true thoughts. That's fine. Since it is like this, I will take the offer. Chu Feng smiled and put the 20 high-quality profound medicine into his cosmos sack. How precious were high-quality profound medicine. Even the World Spirit Guild did not give out such a precious gift when they were trying to rope Chu Feng in. Of course, it could not be denied that the top-quality white-headed eagle that the World Spirit Guild gifted to Chu Feng was also extremely precious. In terms of price, it would most likely not be any lower than the 20 high-quality profound medicine. However, how big was the World Spirit Guild? A single top-quality white-headed eagle was truly only a hair from 9 oxen and not even worth mentioning. However, to the Void School, 20 high-quality profound medicine was possibly their accumulations of several years. So at that instant, Chu Feng was extremely happy and he had great impressions towards the Void School. He hiddenly decided, when he flourished in the future, he must also help the Void School out. Chapter 212, Blade of the Void Dragon's Cry. Chapter 212, Blade of the Void Dragon's Cry. After laying the spirit formation array, Chu Feng wanted to leave the Void School, but he could not as the head of the school had to invite Chu Feng to a departing meal. As it was hard to refuse great hospitality, Chu Feng could only stay there for another day. On the night of that day, the head of the school set up a feast for Chu Feng in the most sacred place in the Void School. On the top of the Void Tower. School head, the shape of this Void Tower is quite strange. I wonder who created this. As Chu Feng drank wine and ate food, he looked around. He discovered that the location of the Void Tower was quite nice. As they sat on the top, they could see the entire Void School. It was especially beautiful when it was night. Also, the construction style of the Void Tower was quite special. The main body looked like sword hilt, but the important part was that it was golden colored. Under the illumination of the moonlight, it flashed with light, yet the golden color was not a single hole. There were pieces, like the scales of a dragon. Golden-colored dragon scales. It was quite beautiful. Looking from afar, it seemed like a golden-colored blade that stabbed into the mountain and became one with the Void School. It joined together with the mountain, and it joined extremely naturally. It could even be said to be flawless. It did not even look like a construction but something created from nature. With the world spiritist's special gaze, Chu Feng could see that the Void Tower was not simple. Especially as he was on the top of the Void Tower and looking around, he felt that it was even more likely that the Void Tower had some secrets hidden within it. So, he wanted to investigate a bit. Oh, this Void Tower was personally built by my Void School's founder, Void Jinren. Actually, the entire Void School was his old man's work. The head of the Void School said. On the topic of my school's founder, he was quite the character of his generation, but, as the founder was mentioned, a manager elder couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, 1,000 years ago, my school's founder was a character who went freely around the continent. The trivial Azure province could not contain him, and at that time, my Void School was also quite famous in the 9 provinces. It was abnormally prosperous, and the Lingyun School today cannot even be compared to it. But sadly, he was quite unlucky. My founder met the founder of the Azure Dragon School. And because enmity was formed between the two of them, they fought at the summit of the Imperial Court. At the end, he was defeated by the Azure Dragon founder's hands. From then on, my founder could not rise again from that fall. At the end, he passed away with grudges in the Void Mountain Range. Up until now, people only remember the founder of the Azure Dragon School 1,000 years ago, the peerless Azure Dragon founder who went where he wished in the continent. In that era, he was also a character whose name spread across the continent. However, no one today remembers my Void School's founder, or else my Void School would not be in such a desolate area. Another manager elder kept on sighing. It is useless to harbor grudges. In every time period, people only remember the strongest person. It could only be said that our founder was born in the wrong time and met a monster-like opponent like the Azure Dragon founder. Besides, the desolation of my Void School cannot be blamed on the founder. He once said that the unique martial skill he created remained in the Void Tower and it awaited for a fated disciple to take it. It's only due to the fact that we're useless and unable to comprehend the unique skill that the founder left behind. Otherwise, how could the Void School be so lonely? What schools stressed weren't how powerful their founders were. It stressed whether the following generations could surpass their seniors or not, and whether or not they could cause the school to flourish. If that wasn't the case, the Azure Dragon School wouldn't have declined to this stage, and the Lingyun School wouldn't have become the #1 school in the Azure province. The head of the Void School helplessly shook his head. Unique martial skill. After hearing those 3 words, Chu Feng's eyes lit up and he asked, I wonder what unique martial skill was left behind by the founder. This, in response, the 2 manager elders were first taken slightly aback, then they seemed to be in a difficult situation. On the other hand, the head of the Void School indifferently smiled and said, my school's founder was an expert of the Heaven Realm back then. Although his fame was not as big as the Azure Dragon founder's fame, he was still a character who ranked in the top 10 in the entire continent of the 9 provinces. When he was quite aged, he had a moment of enlightenment in the truths of martial cultivation. He created a unique martial skill, the Blade of the Void Dragon's Cry. The Blade of the Void Dragon's Cry was a rank 7 martial skill, but it was said that if it was mastered, it could be comparable to rank 8 martial skills. Its might would be enough to frighten the skies and shake the ground. Even in the current continent of the 9 province, it is still a transcendent skill. As he mentioned the Blade of the Void Dragon's Cry, the head of the Void School was quite proud. His spit flew everywhere, light and colors overflowed from his face, and if he were a person, you could tell that he was extremely excited and happy. However, his high spirits were suddenly all gone when he spoke the last sentence. But sadly, the Blade of the Void Dragon's Cry has only been used by my founder's hands. Although there were records about the power of it, no one actually saw what it looked like. Helplessness was all over the face of the Void School's head. Perhaps it is only a legend. After all, who can record the things that happened 1,000 years ago so clearly? One of the manager elders bitterly laughed. Impossible. The Blade of the Void Dragon's Cry certainly exists. The past events by the founder are real as well. Another elder suddenly stood up and he was a bit emotional. Insolence. In front of the Mr., what propriety is this? The head of the Void School was angered as he felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. Let us not mention the past. Today, if we're not drunk, we do not leave. Seeing that, Chu Feng raised his wine cup and he wanted to smooth out the mood. As for the three others, naturally, they didn't dare to not give face, and with a single gulp, they finished off a big bowl of wine. In that night, the four people who were there drank quite a bit. Especially the head of the Void School and also the two manager elders. They were truly drunk. However, Chu Feng was not. When it was deep into the night and when people were silent, Chu Feng secretly returned to the Void Tower. To the Void School, the Void Tower was a sacred land, so normally, not only did no one live there, elders and disciples were not permitted to enter. Therefore, no one would know that Chu Feng came to that place. At that instant, the doors of the Void Tower were locked tight and there were even mechanisms and formations. But to Chu Feng, who was a Greycloak world spiritist, it was extremely simple. With a small and clever spirit formation, it easily opened the locks without damaging them in any way. After successfully entering the Void Tower, Chu Feng took the world spirit compass out and imbued his spirit power into it. He started to search diligently. As for what he was searching, naturally, it was the unique martial skill that Void Jinren left behind, the Blade of the Void Dragon's Cry. Chapter 213, Void Jinren. Chapter 213, Void Jinren. The Blade of the Void Dragon's Cry was in the Void Tower. However, starting from 1,000 years ago and after the founder of the Void School, Void Jinren, passed away with grudges, no one else in the Void School could grasp that martial skill anymore. In reality, no one even saw what the martial skill looked like. With world spiritist methods, Chu Feng went up and down the Void Tower, and searched back and forth many times. However, he could not find any traces of the Blade of the Void Dragon's Cry. That made Chu Feng anxious. Because, with the eyes of a world spiritist, he could tell that the Void Tower was very special and he knew that there must be something hidden within the tower, and after hearing the school head's words, Chu Feng felt that most likely, the thing that was hidden was the Blade of the Void Dragon's Cry. However, in front of his eyes, Chu Feng could not find it even if it depended on his life, so naturally, it made him anxious. After all, the Blade of the Void Dragon's Cry was not a simple martial skill. It was created by a Heaven Realm expert and it was a rank 7 martial skill that did not exist within the Azure Province. Also, it was not a simple rank 7 martial skill. It was a rank 7 martial skill that was infinitely near a rank 8 martial skill. Of course, since Chu Feng knew that such a martial skill existed, he would want to get it within his hands because as long as he grasped that martial skill, undoubtedly, it would be one of the trump cards that could protect his life in the future. Thinking to that point, Chu Feng searched in detail once again. But it was useless as after the whole night, he had no harvests. Not to mention the cultivation method of the Blade of the Void Dragon's Cry, he could not even find a single strand of hair. Will I, Chu Feng, really have to miss such a good opportunity with the Blade of the Void Dragon's Cry? Chu Feng stood on top of the Void Tower, and as he looked at the faint light that came from the east, his heart was full of regret. In that entire night, Chu Feng truly used everything he had and used every single method he could. So, the situation was already set. No matter how much more time Chu Feng spent to search, it would be for nothing. Saying it with Eggy's words, Chu Feng's ability was not enough and his spirit power was not sufficient, so he had no way of observing everything the Void Tower hid. However, when Chu Feng's spirit power grew to the point in which he could see through the Void Tower, how great of a use would a rank 7 martial skill have to Chu Feng? You are not a disciple from the Void School. Suddenly, an aged voice came from behind Chu Feng. Who? After hearing that voice, Chu Feng was shocked. He first leaped forward, and only after dozens of meters did he turn around and sweep his gaze forward. Although the gaze did not seem to be important, Chu Feng was instantly frightened because an aged old man who had white hair stood in front of him. That old man was short and he had wrinkles all over his face. His appearance did not seem out of the ordinary, but his body emitted a special type of aura. It was an aura that belonged to those who cultivated to a certain realm. The most important thing was that the old man's body was translucent. It meant that he was not a complete life form but a consciousness. A consciousness that was able to avoid Chu Feng's spirit power. Chu Feng, careful. This is a consciousness from a Heaven Realm expert. Although after being worn down for many years and it is extremely weak, it should not be underestimated. Eggy nervously reminded. Senior, I wonder you are. Chu Feng respectfully asked. Such a strong consciousness would not appear for no cause or reason at all, so immediately, Chu Feng associated him with a person. It was the founder of the Void School, Void Jinren. Although it was quite inconceivable for a heaven realm consciousness to live for 1,000 years, the only person Chu Feng could think of was that person. I never would have thought that after such a long time, a decently talented person finally came, yet was not part of my school. Ah, whatever. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. The old man did not answer Chu Feng's question. He only helplessly sighed, then said to Chu Feng, "Boy, I'll pass the cultivation method for the blade of the void dragon's cry verbally down to you. As for how much you can remember and whether you succeed in cultivating it will all depend on your talent and luck." After that, the old man started to narrate the cultivation method to Chu Feng, and Chu Feng quickly listened to it seriously and diligently remembered everything with his heart, in his heart. The old man did not speak over 100 phrases in total, but every single phrase was very fine and detailed. To completely understand it required extremely high comprehension power. When the old man finished speaking, Chu Feng was incomparably joyful in his heart because he knew what the old man passed him down was undoubtedly the blade of the void dragon's cry. "Senior, thank you for passing your unique skill down to me." After firmly memorizing the cultivation method in his heart, Chu Feng paid his respects to the old man. "No need to thank me. I just don't want my unique skill to be lost. Also, if you don't have anything else, leave. Don't disturb my peace again." After speaking, the old man waved his sleeve and he disappeared without leaving any traces. "Eggy, do you think the old man was Void Jinren?" Chu Feng asked as he walked out of the Void Tower. "It's extremely likely that it is him," Eggy replied. "But didn't you say that the period of existence for consciousness was limited, and heaven realm consciousnesses could not live past 1,000 years? Chu Feng asked in confusion. "That is indeed true, but there are always exceptions for everything. Although consciousnesses still grasp a certain amount of power, after all, they are virtual bodies. Perhaps through special treasures or methods, they can extend their period of life. This Void Tower is quite special, and maybe because of that, it let Void Jinren's consciousness exist for a longer period of time. However, I feel like the reason why Void Jinren wants his own consciousness to exist is not only because he doesn't want his unique skill to be lost. It is more because he's thinking for himself," Eggy said. "Thinking for himself? What do you mean by that?" Chu Feng got more and more curious. "When you knew about Void Jinren, your first thought was to get his unique skill, the blade of the void dragon's cry. However, my first thought was to absorb the source energy from his corpse. But just now, I dispelled that thought." Eggy giggled and relied. "You mean?" Chu Feng suddenly understood. "That's right. This Void Jinren should be guarding his own corpse because he doesn't want his source energy to be taken away by world spiritists after he died. So, with special methods, he let his own consciousness survive. But looking at how he is, I'm guessing that he can't go on for much longer. Within 2 years, he will certainly completely disappear. At that time, it would not be late for us to take away his source energy." Eggy evilly smiled and said, "You little girl." Chu Feng could only show helplessness after hearing Eggy's thoughts. Since he thought that the head of the Void School would certainly personally send him off as he left, after leaving the Void Tower, Chu Feng did not directly leave but returned to his own resting palace. Why is he here? Was it discovered that I snuck into the Void Tower? However, before even nearing the palace, Chu Feng couldn't help but be taken aback because with his spirit power observations, the head of the Void School was currently standing at the entrance to his palace and he seemed rather anxious. Chapter 214, News of Death. Chapter 214, News of Death. School head, why have you risen so early today? Although suspicions were raised in Chu Feng's heart, he still walked over relaxedly because he was not afraid of the head of the Void School. Perhaps it sounded quite bad, but with Chu Feng's current strength, other than the old monster hidden inside the Void Tower, no one could stop him in the Void School. "Mister, it's great that you're back. I received a letter just now and it was mentioned that it should be given to you. I was worried that your news was exposed so I immediately came here to find you." The head of the Void School nervously gave the letter to Chu Feng. After seeing the letter, Chu Feng's heart also tightened because the letter was very special. Only those who had quite good relationships with the head of the Void School would have letters that were valued by the Void School. Those letters also immediately get sent into the head of the school's hands. As for that letter, it was actually given to Chu Feng by the head of the Void School, and given to Su Rou by Chu Feng because he was worried that after he left, Su Rou and the others would be met with any troubles. So, Chu Feng told Su Rou where he was, and also told her if she met with any problems, send the letter to the Void School. Nothing else was permitted to be written in the letter. The only thing required was, to Mr. Greycloak, and it would be fine. After Chu Feng opened the letter, there were indeed those words in it, and it was Su Rou's handwriting. It's nothing, just a friend. Chu Feng smiled at the head of the Void School and explained. After that, he took his leave and he did not need the school head to send him off. He quickly left the Void School and went to the place that was pre-appointed with Su Rou. It was a small tavern, and because the location was rather good, there were many guests that came in and out. The beauty Su Rou sat inside it, so naturally, she became the focal point of people. In fact, next to the table that Su Rou was sitting on were several people who did not have eyes. At that moment, white foam came out from their mouths and they were heavily injured. Of course, they received violent attacks from the result of some teasing. But even so, it was still unable to stop those males from admiring Su Rou's prettiness. That was the attraction power of beauties. I have something to speak with this lady. Everyone, please help out and give us two a clear space. Suddenly, a voice exploded like thunder. Even the wine bowls on the tables trembled everywhere. That change caused everyone in the tavern to panic. How did they even dare to say half a word of no? Every single person rolled and climbed out because they could tell that Chu Feng was a martial cultivating expert. A person like that was not someone whom they could offend. What happened? When everyone left, Chu Feng carefully looked at Su Rou. He discovered that Su Rou's face was extremely ugly, so something big must have happened. Chu Feng. You must remain calm. Su Rou went in front of Chu Feng and her pair of beautiful eyes were full of worry. What happened? Chu Feng felt uneasiness. He was aware that the matter was very possibly related to him. The Golden Purple City has been massacred. Other than the young generations who went out to cultivate, everyone else in your Chu family has been killed. Su Rou said those words with great difficulty. When those words were said, Chu Feng stepped 3 steps back. Instantly, his face turned deathly white and his breathing quickened. Chu Feng, are you okay? Seeing that, Su Rou quickly went up to support Chu Feng and she was even more worried. At that moment, Chu Feng's body quivered. A bit. Only after a good while did he calm down. He asked with a deep voice, how about my father? My elder brother? Chu Yu and the others, are they fine? Your elder brother is still in the Lingyun school cultivating. Chu Yu and the others are in the Azure Dragon school, so all of them are fine. But your father, Su Rou did not finish her words. However, Chu Feng already understood her meaning. He closed both of his eyes, and in that instant, 2 streams of tears already slid down his face from his eyes. His body, which he just calmed down, trembled once again and it became even more intense. I will return to the Golden Purple City. Chu Feng walked out of the tavern and he whistled at the sky. After a cry rang out, a huge white-headed eagle slid down from the sky like an arrow. Whoosh! Before even letting the white-headed eagle land, Chu Feng leaped up and jumped onto the white-headed eagle. I will come as well. Su Rou also leapt up and hugged Chu Feng's waist. After another long cry from the white-headed eagle, it rose into the sky. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, they disappeared into the distant horizon. The Golden Purple City, the second-rate city, was massacred. After getting that news, the lords of the nearby cities immediately rushed there. Even the city lord of the Vermilion Bird City personally went towards the Golden Purple City. In the instant that the city lords entered the Golden Purple City, their faces couldn't help but greatly change because at that very moment, the Golden Purple City could only be described with several words. The most fitting were, a sight too appalling to look at. When Chu Feng massacred the Shengguan family, he only massacred their family. But the Golden Purple City being massacred was the entire city. Within the Golden Purple City, no matter if they were high-ranking officials, noble clans, or even commoners, not a single person lived. Although the blood already dried out, the gods could still see the dark redness. Blood splattered everywhere, and after entering the city, a strong stench could be smelt. It was the smell of blood. Who could have possibly done this kind of thing? A tall city lord who just arrived was enraged after he saw that scene. They came for the Chu family. Just at that time, a slightly fat male walked out of the city. He was also a city lord from a neighboring city. Chu family. The tall and big city lord expressed confusion. It's the family of Chu Feng. The slightly fat city lord replied. Chu Feng. That young man. How did you know that they came for the Chu family? The tall and big city lord closely questioned. You will know after entering. The slightly fat city lord pointed towards the city. In response, the tall and big city lord quickly went down the horse and walked into the city. The guards behind him closely followed, but after they entered the city, they stood where they were and shock filled their faces. In the golden purple city's plaza, a tall and big frame was erected there. Under the frame were corpses that were all over the place without order. Several heads were hung on top of the frame. They were all people from the Chu family. In the plaza, there were even several huge words written with blood. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Chu Feng touched my brother, so I annihilate his entire family. Chapter 215, Devastating Sorrow. Chapter 215, Devastating Sorrow. It's a white-headed eagle. As they looked at the huge white-headed eagle in the sky, not a single person who were there didn't tighten their hearts. What was a white-headed eagle? Naturally, all of them knew. It was an extremely precious thing. Even the Vermilion Bird City did not have a white-headed eagle, so what kind of person would they be if they were able to ride such an object? Was it possible that the people who massacred the Golden Purple City came back? When they thought of that, they felt frightened and alarmed. But after the white-headed eagle landed onto the ground, not only did their uneasiness disappear, they even rejoiced because the two people who sat on the white-headed eagle were not big enemies. It was the second lady of the Vermilion Bird City, Su Ro, and also the young genius who shook the Vermilion Bird City, Chu Feng. It's the second lady. This is great, the second lady is here. We now have a backbone. After seeing Su Ro, several city lords quickly went over to welcome her. Their cultivation were at the peak of the origin realm, so if the people who massacred the city came back, they would truly have no way of fighting against it. However, Su Ro was an elder of the Azure Dragon School and she was a genuinely powerful person in the profound realm. So, since Su Ro appeared, naturally, they felt a bit more safe. Chu Feng, you must be strong. At the same time they welcomed Su Ro, the several city lords did not forget to console Chu Feng. They were deeply afraid that a young man like him would be unable to endure the strike that was coming up. Chu Feng nodded towards their good intentions and he forced a light smile out before pushing the crowd away and walking towards the plaza. When he was in the air, he already saw the huge words written in blood. He knew that the calamity was initiated by him. He walked into the plaza and he looked at the heads hung on the tall frame. The oldest were aged old people, the youngest were little children. When he looked at every single familiar face, Chu Feng's heart truly felt as if a knife was stirring it around because the death of those people were caused by him. Suddenly, Chu Feng's body violently shook and his heart was as though a knife pierced through it. The tears that he forcibly held up within his eyes instantly erupted out uncontrollably. He saw a familiar face. It was the person who raised him for 15 years, his father, Chu Yuan. Next to him was the former family master of the Chu family, Chu Yuanba, as well as Chu Yu's father, Chu Rini. Those who treated him well in the past, or those who treated him not well in the past were all dead in front of his eyes. They died because of him. Sorry, I killed all of you, I killed all of you. Suddenly, Chu Feng knelt on the ground and he ferociously banged his head down. Strong power caused the black rock to form a deep indentation. As the rock fragments flew, they interweaved with his tears. Chu Feng, don't do this. It has already happened and you can't change anything by doing this. Seeing that, Su Ro quickly went up to pull Chu Feng up, but she could not even move him. Later on, she did not obstruct him anymore. She knew how much pain Chu Feng must be feeling as his own family were all killed because of himself. That feeling was enough to cause a person to collapse. That self-blame caused enough pain for him to wish to die. Just like that, Chu Feng knelt for 3 days and 3 nights. On the fourth day, the Vermilion Bird City's army arrived. Su Hen hurried over, and Su Mei also followed. When they saw that scene, and saw Chu Feng like that, every single person's heart ached, yet they did not know how to comfort him. When it was noon on the fourth day, the Chu family's young generation who cultivated in the Azure Dragon School also hurried over. Father. Mother. Ah. When Chu Wei, Chu Cheng, Chu Zhen, Chu Yu, Chu Shui, and the others entered the Golden Purple City and saw their own parents' heads being hung up, all of them lost control. All of them leaped over and wailed with devastating grief. Chu Shui even passed out on scene, being unable to accept that fact. Chu Feng, you bastard. If you didn't stir up troubles everywhere, how would my Chu family end up like this? Give my parents back to me. Some people even lost their minds when they saw the wretched deaths of their family. They ran over to Chu Feng, beat, kicked, clawed, and bit him. As he faced their violent attacks, Chu Feng did not dodge or avoid them. He knelt perfectly straight where he was. He was willing to receive the strikes and curses without making any sound. Enough. This matter wasn't Chu Feng's fault. If you have the ability, go find the people who killed your parents and collect your debts from them. What are you even doing here by hitting Chu Feng like this? At that moment, the most rational person was Chu Wei. As the eldest in the young generation of the Chu family, he forcefully endured the pain of losing his family and stood up. He pulled the people who were being unreasonable to the side and even consoled Chu Feng. Chu Feng, don't need to blame yourself too much. You must remain strong, because the only person who can avenge my Chu family is you. However, Chu Feng did not reply, as though he didn't hear what Chu Wei said. He only continued to kneel where he was, and his expression made one's heart ache. Only then did people discover that Chu Feng did not even blink once for such a long period of time. Both of his eyes were full of self-blame as he looked at the Chu family members who were dead. Chu Feng, are you okay? Don't scare us. Seeing that, Chu Yu also went over. At that instant, what flowed out of Chu Feng's eyes were not longer tears. It was blood. Tears of blood. When one reached the point where they could die from the sorrow, and when their tears were all drained, the only thing that could flow out were tears of blood. Chu Feng, what are you doing? Don't trample on yourself. You won't help them by doing this. You will only harm yourself. Su Ro ran over and worry was everywhere on her face. Chu Feng, what are you doing? Don't be like this. Su Mei also ran over, but she wasn't as calm as Su Ro, and tears filled her face. However, no matter who went up to urge him, they could not move Chu Feng. It was as if he was possessed by a demon, and he kept on kneeling there. He allowed the tears of blood from his eyes to flow down his face and to dye his clothes wet. At that very instant, not to mention those who were always worried about Chu Feng, even the people from the Chu family's young generation, who hated Chu Feng because their family died, had indescribable sorrow and started to go up to urge Chu Feng. But it was useless. No matter who spoke, it was useless. Only when the sky became dark did Chu Feng's eyes slowly close shut, and with a poof, he fell onto the ground. Finally, because the pain of his sorrow surpassed his limit, he lost consciousness. He remained in a coma for 2 days and 2 nights. When his consciousness returned and when he opened both of his eyes, he found out that he was laying on a bed. It was a temporary military tent. There wasn't too much space in the tent, but Chu Feng could see a figure hurrying back and forth. It was Su Ro. Su Ro, the lady of the city lord, was currently cooking up some medicine. Without much thinking, Chu Feng knew that it was for him. Chu Feng originally wanted to get up, but he suddenly discovered that something was pressing on his chest. Only then did he notice that Su Mei laid in front of his chest and was currently sleeping. She slept very soundly, and it could be seen that she was extremely tired and exhausted. There were even traces of tears on her face. At that instant, Chu Feng's heart couldn't avoid hurting a bit. He knew that the little beauty must not have been well for the past few days, and she must have been deeply worried about him. You knelt for 3 days and 3 nights, so she stood along with you for 3 days and 3 nights. Even when you passed out, she was still always by your side. Su Ro walked over. Chapter 216, Arena of Carnage. Chapter 216, Arena of Carnage. How long did I sleep for? 2 days. What about Chu Yu and the others? For the sake of their safety, they are being sent back to the Azure Dragon School with escorts. Your family has also been buried. They must really hate me now. If I considered the consequences of my actions, they wouldn't have died because of me. Don't blame yourself anymore because there's no use in that. This cannot be blamed on you. It can only be blamed on the people who attacked so despicably. They could not kill you, so they killed your family. This is a plot. They intentionally want you to blame yourself and to feel guilt. Do not get tricked by them and don't be destroyed by their schemes. Su Ro tightly grabbed onto Chu Feng and she was extremely afraid that Chu Feng could not undo the knot in his heart. Don't worry. I, Chu Feng, am not that weak. Right now, I just want to know who did this. Bone-piercing coldness emerged into Chu Feng's eyes. Actually, in his massacre, there is a survivor. The city lord of the Golden Purple City did not die. With special methods, he faked his death and survived. He also saw the people who massacred this city. Su Ro slowly said. Who? Who was it? Chu Feng was a bit agitated. Don't get too stirred up for now and don't wake little Mei up. Come out and I'll tell you then. Su Ro worriedly looked at Su Mei who was laying on Chu Feng's chest while still sleeping sweetly and walked out the tent. So, Chu Feng carefully carried Su Mei onto the bed, and after covering her with the blanket, he walked out of the tent. This time, before Chu Feng spoke to ask, Su Ro took the lead and spoke. It was the 5 Tiger Village. It is a fortified mountain village, and there are 5 leaders. All of them are experts in the profound realm. This fortified mountain village is a bandit's nest. All of them do things that cannot be exposed to gain large amounts of reward from it. The 5 Tiger Village is a headquarters by itself. It is located in a special area, being on the border of my Vermilion Bird City as well as the Black Tortoise City. So, my father have never taken care of them. After all, they were a power that was not weak. If he needed to remove them, it would not be simple, and if it wasn't dealt with well, he would even get retaliated on. However, this time, my father is determined to remove the 5 Tiger Village. He has already assembled the army from my Vermilion Bird City and he is currently heading towards the 5 Tiger Village. Do you know where the 5 Tiger Village is located at? Chu Feng asked. Su Ro nodded her head. Bring me there. After speaking, Chu Feng summoned Little White over. The two of them rode the white-headed eagle. With the fastest possible speed, they rushed towards the 5 Tiger Village. The 5 Tiger Village was a bandit's nest. The people in it raped and pillaged, and there was no evils that they did not do. The people in the fortified mountain village called each others as brothers. The 5 tigers were the leaders. There weren't many people there, only near 1,000. The strongest were at the profound realm, and the weakest were at the origin realm. Their strength was quite strong and underestimation was not permitted. A few days ago, the 5 Tiger Village received a huge business, and currently, they were celebrating after a great success. Some drank beer and ate meat, while others abused the females they plundered. No matter how much more miserable the females painfully yelled out, not a single person expressed sympathy. Even when they were abused to death, no one would feel any pity. Because those people were a group of bastards. They did all sorts of heartless things and they did not have a single bit of humanity within them. Suddenly, a white-headed eagle came down from the sky and it caused the noisy laughter to quiet down. Everyone's gazes were attracted by the 2 people on the white-headed eagle. Especially when they saw the female who wore white clothes, the group of beasts even started drooling. They had played around with innumerable females, but they had never seen such a beautiful girl. As they looked, they simply could not stop. Their beast-like nature was stirred up. Some people who did not grow eyes were even eager and they wanted to rush over to strip the long skirt off the white-clothed beauty. I wonder what you 2 came here for. Suddenly, a clear and loud voice rang out and 5 figures walked out from the crowd. Every single person was tall and big. Dragons and phoenixes were drawn on their bodies. There were silver rings hanging on their ears and noses, and there were even several alluring females with incomplete clothing on their bodies next to them. They were touching and nibbling on the 5 tigers' bare muscles and doing lowly actions. They did not even care about the gazes of others and they acted quite wildly. At the same time that the 5 people appeared, everyone else in the 5 Tiger Village calmed down because those 5 people were the leaders of the 5 Tiger Village, the 5 Tigers. Who let you to do the case in the golden purple city? The cold glare from Chu Feng's gaze shot everywhere, and he was trying his best to control his bloodlust. Kill them. After hearing Chu Feng's words, the leader of the 5 tigers knew that something was wrong. He did not waste any words, and he directly ordered them to kill Chu Feng and Su Rou. At the same time that the leader of the 5 tigers spoke, Chu Feng already started attacking. He raised his hand and palmed. Instantly, several people were shook into pieces and became pools of blood as they sprayed over the people who were behind them. Following that, Chu Feng palmed again, and several more people became pools of blood as they died wretchedly by Chu Feng. At the same time, Su Rou also attacked. Similarly, her attacks were abnormally fierce, and every strike drew blood. Every time she attacked, several people would die, and there was no mercy. Damn it, these two are in the profound realm. Seeing that things weren't going well, the 5 tigers did not fold their hands away and watch on the side, and they started to attack Chu Feng and Su Rou. The 5 of them had the cultivation of the first level of the profound realm, and the martial skills they were skilled in were very vicious. However, in front of Chu Feng, who borrowed Egyi's power, they were simply like 5 pieces of trash. Chu Feng did not even use martial skills. With a casual punch, his profound power overflowed, and it was extremely tyrannical. It easily dissolved the combined attacks from the 5 people, and at the same time, the 5 of them also flew back. When they slammed back down onto the ground, bones all over their bodies cracked and countless bones were snapped. Even half of their internal organs were damaged. All of them spit out blood, and they were heavily injured, without any more power to stand back up. Quickly run. After seeing their 5 leaders get destroyed from one punch by someone, the 5 tiger village members who were full of confidence previously were instantly terrified so much that their souls flew away. How would they dare to continue attacking Chu Feng and Su Rou? They turned around and ran out the mountain village. Today, all of you will die. However, with the wave of Chu Feng's big sleeve, a huge spirit formation descended from the skies and enveloped the entire mountain village. No matter how the members attacked the spirit formation, they could not move it in the slightest. The spirit formation was laid when Chu Feng entered the mountain village. It was a strong spirit formation, and its goal was to prevent them from escaping, because today, Chu Feng was absolutely not leaving a single person alive. From then on, the 5 tiger village that was enveloped by the spirit formation was as if it was an arena of carnage. The people who normally did nothing but evil fell one after the other, and every single death was more miserable than the previous. When blood converged into rivers and corpses stacked into mountains, after the massacre in the 5 tiger village, only 5 people remained. Those 5 people were the 5 leaders of the 5 tiger village. I'll ask again. Who prompted all of you to do it? Chu Feng swept his icy gaze at the 5 people who laid on the ground with deathly white faces. What are you talking about? We don't even understand. One of them howled very innocently. You don't understand? Sure, don't understand. Chu Feng stuck his hand out and pressed it onto his head. Following that, the lightning that encircled his hand drilled from the head into his entire body. At that moment, that person painfully howled out. Chapter 217, Who's the Mastermind? Chapter 217, Who's the Mastermind? The merciless third thunder style created countless little lightning snakes. They were tearing his skin inch by inch, and burning his flesh bit by bit. They were destroying his bones, wrecking his organs, and insanely devastating every single part of his body. That feeling of pain was indescribable. Only those who personally experienced it could understand. The wretched wail, which was like a pig being slaughtered, kept on sounding out. Birds flew and beasts escaped in all directions. That was intentional by Chu Feng. As he remained awake, he would feel the torture from his body, and Chu Feng wanted him to taste all kinds of pain before cutting off his life. As he was being destroyed by the lightning, the powerful person at the first level of the profound realm finally became charcoal-like after all the burning. There was not a single inch of undamaged place on his body. That period of time was certainly something that he never wanted to experience, because it was the hardest event to bear in his entire life. But luckily, the current him already breathed no more. After killing that person, not only did the flames of anger in Chu Feng's heart not diminish, it even increased, because even though he knew that those people were the culprits behind his Chu family's massacre, they were not the mastermind. So, he extended his palm, which was full of lightning, towards another person. It was Gong Luyun. Gong Luyun from the Black Tortoise City. He hired us to massacre the Golden Purple City. This time, before letting Chu Feng do the deed, that person confessed. This hero, please spare us. This is the reward that Gong Luyun gave us and we'll give all of it to you. The leader of the 5 tigers took his own cosmos sack off and shot a glance at the 3 others who still survived. Hero, please spare the lives of us 3. This is everything we've accumulated and please accept them. Seeing that, the 3 others also forcibly sat back up, and with a petty attitude, they gave their cosmos sacks to Chu Feng. You killed my family, yet you want me to spare your lives. A debt in blood must be paid with blood. Those words were written by you, right? Do you not understand the principles behind that? Chu Feng coldly smiled, and his smile was extremely terrifying. You're that Chu Feng. After hearing Chu Feng's words, the remaining 4 tigers' expression changed greatly. The colors of their faces instantly turned deathly white and they powerlessly laid down. They knew that a disaster truly arrived. Chu Feng did not reply. He clenched one of his hands and a golden-colored longsword was condensed out. With the streak of a golden light, 8 arms fell onto the ground. As they saw that their own arms were cut off by someone, the 4 tigers painfully cried out. However, that was not the end. It was only the beginning. Chu Feng held the golden-colored longsword and madly stabbed the 4 tigers. He sliced open their skins, cut off their tendons and veins, and Chu Feng was endlessly pricking their most sensitive nerves yet keeping them awake. He let pain that was hard to unendurable engulf their bodies one wave after the other and let them be filled by the most cruel tortures in the world. You bastard! Kill us if you dare! Within a blink, the infamous 4 tigers had their blood and flesh muddled together by Chu Feng. It made them want to die instead of live from the pain, and they wanted Chu Feng to kill them. Want to die? How can it be so easy? I want all of you to wish to live but cannot, and wish to die but cannot. How could Chu Feng, who was burning with flames of anger, so easily let them go? Not only did he not stop, he even became fiercer. Chu Feng, that's enough. Look at the time. My Vermilion Bird City's army will arrive quickly, so we have to leave this place soon as well. As she looked at the 4 tigers who completely became bloody humans, even Su Ro's heart could not bear it. Even if they die, they will not die with a complete corpse. Chu Feng coldly snorted and the golden sword in his hand slashed randomly. As the golden glare shot in all directions, the corpses of the 4 tigers started to fly everywhere. Even their source energies were absorbed by Chu Feng for Eggy. They truly died with incomplete corpses. Gong Luyun. I never would have thought that you would be so ruthless. You dare to secretly kill my family. Originally, I even thought of letting you live for a bit more. But now, it seems that not only do you need to die, your Gong family needs to die as well. After thoroughly finishing the 4 tigers off, Chu Feng looked around to confirm that he did not leave anyone living. Then, he dissolved his spirit formation and rode Little White away without caring about his surroundings. After knowing who the mastermind was who directed the attack on his family, it was not possible for Chu Feng to wait another instant. He wanted to quickly kill that Gong Luyun as an offering for his Chu family members as well as the souls of the several 100,000 people from the Golden Purple City. So, what Chu Feng needed to do was to search for the whereabouts of Gong Luyun. On the second day that Chu Feng and Su Ro left, the army from the Vermilion Bird City finally arrived outside of the 5 Tiger Village. Since they knew that people in there were criminals who ran for their lives, they did a strict arrangement and formed an impenetrable circle that surrounded the village as they went closer and closer to the 5 Tiger Village. However, as they neared the 5 Tiger Village, the Vermilion Bird City's army were more and more uneasy. Why was the 5 Tiger Village that should have been noisy so silent? It was simply not normal for it to be so quiet. At first, they even suspected that it was possibly a trap. However, later on, they discovered that it wasn't a trap because they smelled something. The smell of blood. "Milord, what should we do?" The smell of blood always made people fearful because it was a signal that represented danger. So, at that instant, the powerful people from the Vermilion Bird City were also slightly afraid and everyone cast their gazes towards the city lord, Su Hen. At that moment, Su Hen's deep thoughts were unstable. Such a strong stench of blood meant that a lot of people died. At least, it meant that a huge battle happened within the 5 Tiger Village, so even he did not know what kind of dangers were in it. But after thinking for a while, he still ordered, "Kill! Kill!" After Su Hen spoke, everyone loudly yelled and the word "kill" resonated in the mountain forests. Even the ground rumbled. The army of the Vermilion Bird City, under the lead of Su Hen and various other powerful people, rushed into the Five Tiger Village with a burst of courage. However, after rushing into the Five Tiger Village, all of them were dumbfounded and they were completely stupefied by the scene in front of them. Chapter 218, Dangerous Person. Chapter 218, Dangerous Person. The scene in front of their eyes could only be summarized with one word. Cruel. Even more cruel than the Golden Purple City because every single people's death there was that horrifying. It made people unable to look straight at it. If it was said that corpses filled the ground in the Golden Purple City, then at that instant, in the Five Tiger Village, it was hell. There was not a single complete corpse. Only incomplete skeletons remained other than pools of blood. Even the people from the Vermilion Bird City who experienced the battlefields found it hard to bear that scene. Even Su Hen's face changed quickly. As for the guards of the Vermilion Bird City, some trembled, some threw up while kneeling on the ground, and some even directly lost consciousness out of fear. Even after losing consciousness, white foam came out of their mouths and their bodies were violently twitching. It could be seen that they were extremely terrified. Did they get silenced? What kind of person could be so cruel? It seems like Chu Feng has met with big trouble, so it seems that Little Ro and Little Mei must be kept at a distance from him. Su Hen tightly frowned. He did not know that it was done by Chu Feng, and he even thought that it was all done by the mastermind who directed the Five Tiger Village in order to silence them. As he looked at that wretched scene, he could imagine what kind of dangerous person that mastermind must be, yet Chu Feng angered such a person. Naturally, he did not want to be affected as well. Within the Black Tortoise City, security was tight and all the guards in the city were dispatched. Many experts in the Black Tortoise City who closed themselves behind doors for cultivation also came out. The reason why all that was happening was because within the territory of the Black Tortoise City, an extremely dangerous person appeared. No one knew what that person's real appearance was because those who saw that person's appearance were killed, and the people who were killed were all people from the Gong family. What status did people from the Gong family have? They were the rulers of the Black Tortoise City. The people who were killed were even high-ranking characters who had quite some status in the Gong family. Clearly, someone was provoking the Gong family and becoming a huge enemy. The experts from the Gong family were endlessly being killed and the dignity of the Gong family was being challenging in their own territory. Naturally, the Gong family could not possibly tolerate that, so this time, the Gong family truly dispatched a large group of people and they vowed to apprehend the culprit. Damn it! Who are you to dare to repeatedly attack my Gong family? Within the unmarked graves outside of the Black Tortoise City, a middle-aged male who wore sumptuous clothing laid on the ground. Blood filled his mouth and fear filled his face. Surrounding him laid almost 100 Black Tortoise City guards. However, those people did not breathe anymore. He was a Gong family member and he had the cultivation of the third level of the Profound Realm. He was sent by the Gong family to search for the culprit who hiddenly killed the other Gong family members. On that day, finally, he met that culprit. However, he never would have thought that he would be so strong. So strong that even him, who was at the third level of the Profound Realm, was completely powerless in front of him. Tell me where Gong Luyun is. Chu Feng wore a flax robe, and in those days, he was lingering near the Black Tortoise City and slaughtering one Gong family expert after the other. His goal was not revenge. His goal was to find the whereabouts of Gong Luyun. Sooner or later, he was going to exterminate the Gong family. However, he was not impatient. At that moment, the person he wanted to kill the most was Gong Luyun, the person who hiddenly killed the people from his Chu family. If he did not kill Gong Lion, it would be extremely hard for him to dispel the hatred in his heart. So you came for Gong Luyun. Kill me. Even if I die, I will not tell you where Luyun went. That person from the Gong family was quite unyielding. Chu Feng was already prepared for that reaction because it was not the first time that he met such an answer. It could be seen that everyone who Chu Feng killed before refused to answer that question. It had to be said that the Gong family was quite courageous and unyielding, and it was something that was quite rare. However, when people like them became enemies, it was a very troubling thing, and after a few days of observations, Chu Feng discovered a problem. No wonder the Gong family was quite valued by the Qilin prince's mansion. The foundation of the Gong family really was the stronger one within first-rate cities. It could be said that the Black Tortoise City surpassed the Vermilion Bird City quite a bit. So strong that the current Chu Feng could only linger around the outskirts of the city, and it was very hard for him to enter the city itself. Chu Feng felt that inside the city, there were characters that even he could not suppress. If you want to die, I can grant you that wish. But before you die, I will let you suffer torture. You've seen the Gong family corpses, right? I will make you several times more miserable than them. A flash came from Chu Feng's sleeve and a sharp dagger appeared. After seeing the dagger which glared, the powerful Gong family person couldn't help but swallow some saliva. He recalled the Gong family members who were killed by Chu Feng before. Indeed, they were extremely miserable. Just by looking at their corpses, one would tremble even though it wasn't cold. It could be imagined how they were tormented before they died. If I tell you, can you spare my life? The Gong family member's gaze glittered, and as he trembled, he said those words. I can spare your life. In response, Chu Feng unhesitatingly promised. Truly. The Gong family member was a bit suspicious. I have always spoke the truth. Even though Chu Feng's face was concealed, one could still see the sincerity in his gaze. Lu Yun was invited to the Valley of 100 Bends to participate in the heroic hunt that happens once every year in the Azure Province. The peak disciples of the many schools in the Azure Province went to participate in this hunt. The Gong family member said in a low voice. Chu Feng had heard of the heroic hunt before. It was a huge thing that happened once a year in the Azure Province, and only the top disciples of various schools could participate in it. So, Gong Luyun being able to be invited made Chu Feng a bit surprised. Because those who were able to be invited to the heroic hunt were mostly top disciples of first-rate schools. Almost no disciples from second-rate schools received invitations. How many days are left to the heroic hunt? Chu Feng quickly asked. There are 3 more days until it starts. The Valley of 100 Bends is very far from here, and after the hunt starts, schools from various places will work together to seal the entrance. You won't get there in time. The Gong family member reminded. No need to worry about that. Chu Feng sneered, and the dagger in his hand flashed past. The Gong family member's face instantly changed greatly, and he quickly covered his neck area, but he could not stop the blood that was gushing out from his neck. He said with a furious face, You went back on your word. If you had to blame something, you could only blame your foolishness. Chu Feng's gaze became even more eerie, and a boundless attraction force surged out from his body and rushed into the body of that Gong family member. At that instant, the Gong family member opened his mouth and started to painfully scream, because he could feel that the most important thing in his body was being absorbed by a terrifying power. Source energy. His source energy was being absorbed by Egyi, who was in Chu Feng's body. The absorption of a dead person's source energy could not be felt, because they were dead. However, when a person's source energy was being absorbed when they were alive, it was extremely painful. Even more painful than having their blood all sucked dry from their body. After killing the Gong family member, Chu Feng collected all the cosmos sacks from everyone who was there. However, after some inspection, he extremely displeasedly curled his lips and said, A bunch of poor bastards. Chapter 219, Gathering Area of Powerful People. Chapter 219, Gathering Area of Powerful People. The white-headed eagle was flying in the clouds. With its speed, it wasn't hard for them to arrive at the Valley of 100 Bends within 3 days. Chu Feng sat on the white-headed eagle, but he wasn't staying idle. He was doing some preparations. Preparations for entering the Valley of 100 Bends. The heroic hunt in the Valley of 100 Bends was extremely famous in the Azure Province. The Valley of 100 Bends was a very special place, being a sacred land of medicines. Not only were the large amounts of spiritual and origin medicines within it, there were even many profound medicines. However, the Valley of 100 Bends was usually closed off. It would only open once a year for the outstanding disciples from the Azure Province's various schools. They would enter the hunt, and as for how much resources they could get, it all depended on their abilities. In short, the Valley of 100 Bends did not belong to any power, but to the entire Azure Province. So, as long as the disciples from various schools had strength, they could enter. But there was one thing. If someone wanted to enter the Valley of Hundred Bends to participate in the heroic hunt that happened once a year, it was a must to have sufficient strength, and they needed to register with their real name. Chu Feng could not participate in the heroic hunt with the identity of Mr. Greycloak. So, he had to enter with the identity of Chu Feng. That identity only had the second level of the origin realm as his cultivation, so even he used all of his battle power, it would still be quite challenging for him to pass the heroic hunt exam. So, Chu Feng had to increase his cultivation. In the past days, he grabbed quite a few belongings from others. To normal people, perhaps they were treasures, but to Chu Feng, they weren't much because the only things that assisted his cultivation were only the 20 high-quality profound medicine that the head of the Void School gave him. Only those had some effect towards him. A single profound medicine was refined and the strong profound power quickly spread throughout his body. However, it couldn't do anything to Chu Feng's dantian. With a single gulp, it swallowed the burst of profound power. These guys must have been born on the year of the wolf. You swallow spiritual energy with one gulp, you swallow origin power with one gulp, and you still swallow profound power with one gulp. Damn, what on earth can feed you guys full? Chu Feng felt quite helpless. Even though there were only 8 divine lightning in his dantian, their appetite got bigger and bigger. That made him feel more and more pressure. Only after Chu Feng refined the 5th high-quality profound medicine did he feel some change happening to the origin power in his body. After his cultivation increased by a single level, Chu Feng felt even more helpless. How precious were profound medicine! They were greatly beneficial towards powerful people in the profound realm. But him, a person at a mere second level of the origin realm, needed to refine 5 of such treasures in order to have a breakthrough into the 3rd level of the origin realm. That made him quite speechless. But luckily, what came after was quite nice. After refining the 15 other profound medicine, Chu Feng felt that he was going to have a breakthrough again. So, he swallowed everything that he had on him that would help his cultivation into his stomach all at once. Finally, after nearly exhausting his stock, he successfully made another breakthrough and he entered the 4th level of the origin realm. 4th level of the origin realm. It should be enough to participate in that heroic hunt, right? After some calculations, with his current cultivation and the methods he grasped, it was not a problem for him to fight those at the 8th level of the origin realm. If he also used the power of the golden-colored lightning and raised his cultivation to the 5th level of the origin realm, those at the 9th level of the origin realm did not even need to be mentioned. If Chu Feng used all his power and used all his abilities, it was still possible for him to fight a powerful person at the 1st level of the profound realm. From what he knew, if one did not receive an invitation, they were required to pass a series of exams in order to be qualified to participate in the heroic hunt. However, they still needed at least the power from the cultivation of the 1st level of the profound realm in order to pass that. So, Chu Feng also felt the pressure. After all, he did not want to expose his other methods too early. After hurrying for 2 days, finally, Chu Feng arrived near the Valley of Hundred Bends. To avoid any unnecessary troubles by riding the top-quality white-headed eagle, he hiddenly landed in a certain area and walked towards the Valley of Hundred Bends. The Valley of Hundred Bends was actually a huge primitive area. There were valleys, mountain ranges, forests, rivers, swamps, and it was extremely vast, but also extremely beautiful. However, that beautiful scene in the Valley of Hundred Bends could only be seen for a few days every year. Of course, that treatment was only enjoyable for those who could actually enter the Valley of Hundred Bends. Quickly look there. Even a little child is here for the liveliness. That's true. Look carefully at his clothes that he is wearing. I don't recall seeing that before. He wouldn't be a disciple from a second-rate school, would he? Whatever, who cares about him? He's not afraid of losing face, so why do we need to mind? There was no need to conceal his identity by appearing at that place, so Chu Feng wore the clothing for the Azure Dragon School's core disciples. Something that he was helpless towards and could not be avoided were the mock from people. Chu Feng already gotten used to that type of mock. In any big occasions when he met some disciples from some first-rate schools, he would always receive their mock. Besides, it was the heroic hunt where many excellent disciples from various schools gathered. Chu Feng followed the 2 disciples from a first-rate school who mocked him before and entered the same examination location. When they entered, the 2 people always used gazes of disdain to stare at Chu Feng from start to finish. However, when the three of them left the examination location, the gazes of the two completely changed. They were not longer gazes of disdain, but gazes of shock. Shock that was extremely complicated and hard to express. As for why such change happened, that was because the two of them, who were disciples from a first-rate school and also had the cultivation of the 8th level of the origin realm, both failed the exam. As for Chu Feng, a disciple from a second-rate school who only had the cultivation of the 4th level of the origin realm, passed, and he passed very effortlessly. After that, Chu Feng arrived at a conclusion, and it was that the exam wasn't as hard as it was said to be. Of course, he neglected the fact that he was a monster. After passing the exam, Chu Feng gained the qualifications to enter the Valley of 100 Bends. After entering it, he first saw a huge, tall, and magnificent city. The city was built within mountains and rivers, and it was indeed very beautiful. Chu Feng spread out his spirit power, and at the end, he got a surprising result. There were a large number of powerful people gathered within the city. People in the profound realm were uncountable, and there were also many people at the peak of the profound realm. Indeed, many huge characters from the Azure province gathered there, as well as many peak geniuses from various schools. Not a single person was simple. Southwest at that place, he needed to be careful and cautious. He was not allowed to have half a point of carelessness. Chapter 220, Meeting of Enemies. Chapter 220, Meeting of Enemies. The tall, big, and beautiful city wasn't actually that big, but it was extremely delicate. It was created on the peak of the mountain range, and surrounding it were huge waterfalls that went down the valleys. The sunlight shone through the mist and a 7-colored rainbow bridge appeared. Cranes circled and passed above the rainbows, and it was quite aesthetically pleasing. Looking over at that scene, it seemed just like a realm for saints. No wonder people said that the scenery in the Valley of 100 Bends was peerless in the world. At least, in Chu Feng's eyes, it was the most beautiful place that he had ever seen before. Of course, the scene in front of him was only a corner of the Valley of 100 Bends. It was truly only a corner because the place was only the outskirts of the Valley of 100 Bends. Although everyone who prepared to participate in the heroic hunt could temporarily rest there, the luxurious palaces could only be used by the greater characters from various powers. On the other hand, the disciples were waiting in a supersized plaza that was located on the peak of a cliff. Chu Feng spread his spirit power out, and he wanted to find the whereabouts of Gong Luyun. As he walked, Chu Feng was actually quite shocked because within the people who gathered there, other than himself, almost everyone were experts in the profound realm. They were young geniuses of their generation. In terms of real cultivation, Chu Feng truly wasn't much in the group of people because those people were true geniuses. Almost everyone grasped special methods, and if any one of them came out, Chu Feng would have quite some difficulty if he wanted to defeat them. As for those who could suppress Chu Feng, innumerable. However, the relationship of those people weren't too friendly. Most of them formed groups of 3 or 5, but there were also groups with a large number of people. For example, the disciples from the Lingyun school, as well as the young generation from the Qilin prince's mansion. Those two groups of people represented the two strongest powers in the Azure province. They had the most number of people, so they would have the most number of elites. Every single power would show respect at a distance as they were deeply afraid of offending the endlessly proud people. Finally, I found you. Suddenly, 2 fists in Chu Feng's sleeve tightly clenched and killing intent instantly emerged into his eyes. He quickly walked towards an area in the plaza. A large group of people gathered in that area. All of them surrounded a young person who were around 20 years old. There were males, and there were females. The females were beauties, but in between their eyebrows was proudness. The appearances of the males were all different, but the strength they possessed was not ordinary. All of them were at the profound realm, and most of them came from first-rate schools. But exactly because of that, when a rather handsome male wore the clothing of a second-rate school, he seemed quite off when he was in the group. As for who that person was, naturally, it was the #1 disciple in the Azure Dragon School, the son of the Black Tortoise City's lord who hidden instigated the 5-tiger village, Gong Luyun. Although disciples from second-rate schools should have been looked down upon by countless people there, Gong Luyun was not seen by any gazes like that. Instead, within the gazes of males, there was admiration. Within the gazes of females, there was adoration. The group of people chatted and laughed together, and some people even praised Gong Luyun openly. From that, the reason why Gong Luyun wasn't looked down was stated there. Brother Gong, I really have to congratulate you. You actually became the foster grandson of Mr. Lin Ran. In the future, you need to take care of us more. Some people said with admiration all over their face. Brotherly, you're too polite. Gong Luyun courteously smiled. Ah, Brother Gong, no need to be so modest. Who doesn't know that Mr. Lin Ran is a powerful person at the peak of the profound realm? He is the head manager of the Lin clan in the Qilin Prince's mansion, and many people from the Qilin Prince's mansion want to set up a relationship with that old man, yet they can't. But today, he recognized you as his foster grandson. This would arouse the admiration of quite a few people. Another male with a more rougher face chuckled and said, What use does admiration have? Mr. Lin Ran recognized Luyun as his foster grandson because his has quite good eyes. Brother Luyun is young, but he is already at the second level of the profound realm. His battle prowess is not ordinary, and he can defeat the strong as the weak. Even those at the third level of the profound realm cannot defeat him, and his future achievements are simply unmeasurable. An alluring female went close to Gong Luyun. That's right. Brother Gong is a true genius, and we truly admire you from the bottom of our hearts. However, with his talent, it is quite undeserved for Brother Gong to enter the Azure Dragon School. Another female went close to him as well. Yeah. I heard that there was a brat who did not have eyes in the Azure Dragon School, and he dared to challenge Brother Gong. Something about taking your life after 1 year. Ah, I really don't know where that brat got his confidence from. Is it true or false? There's actually something like that. Brother Gong, was what he said true? Ho, the world is huge, so there are all sorts of people in it. When facing a person like him, I, Gong Luyun, feel that it is not worthy for me to pay attention to him. However, he was so aggressive that I had to accept his arranged battle. He is but a little minion, so no need to worry everyone. Gong Luyun smiled and waved his hand. So that means it's true. Brother Gong, who is that brat called? If you don't feel well to attack those from the same school, I'll give a lesson to him for you. Yeah, he came from the same school, yet he dares to be disrespectful to the number one disciple. These kinds of people truly aren't educated, and they should get a beating. After knowing that such a thing happened, everyone curiously asked more about it. Gong Luyun, you're living comfortably, huh? Just at that time, a voice suddenly rang out into the crowd. As they looked towards the origin of the voice, everyone couldn't help but be taken aback because they discovered, from nearby, a young man stood there. He was indeed a young man, and from his face, he did not seem to be over 15 years old. Although the heroic hunt was a prospering period for the Azure Province's young generation, most of them were young adults, and when such a tender young man appeared in that place, it made everyone quite shocked. Especially when the young man's clothing was exactly the same as Gong Luyun, being also from the Azure Dragon School. That made people even more shocked. They were also quite curious who he was. Even you entered here? Gong Luyun tightly frowned, and surprise appeared in his gaze. Naturally, he recognized who the young man in front of him was. It was Chu Feng, who arranged a fight after 1 year. When Gong Luyun discovered that Chu Feng's cultivation became the 4th level of the origin realm, the bit of surprise in his gaze became more serious. If even a foster grandson like you can enter, why can't I? Gong Luyun, I came here for no other reason but to remind you. After entering this valley of 100 bends, you better be careful. Careful, as after you finish all your evil deeds, you receive retribution. After speaking those words, Chu Feng waved his big sleeve, then turned around and left. Brother Gong, who is that person? Why were his words so unpleasant? Seeing that, everyone quickly questioned. Didn't you just ask who the brat who arranged a battle with me was? Gong Luyun lightly smiled and said. It wouldn't be him, right? Everyone was greatly shocked. That's right. He's that bastard brat. When Gong Luyun spoke those words, he was gnashing his teeth, and a cold glare appeared in his gaze. Chapter 221, Falling into a Trap. Chapter 221, Falling into a Trap. He's that brat who doesn't have eyes. After hearing those words, the surrounding people expressed a bit of shock. No wonder he dared to so arrogantly challenge Brother Gong. If he is able to mix into the heroic hunt with the cultivation of the 4th level of the origin realm, it seems that this boy still has a bit of skill. But some people also felt that Chu Feng was indeed not simple. When he heard that someone approved of Chu Feng, Gong Luyun coldly snorted and obvious dissatisfaction appeared on his face. Luyun, since this brat dares to come here to challenge you, he is simply looking to walk onto his road of death. I'll help you track him, and after he enters the Valley of 100 Bends, I'll help you finish off this brat. Seeing that, the alluring female pulled Gong Luyun to the side and said in a low voice. Sister Wang is right. He can come in, but he will not come out. Just at that time, the group of people gathered together and some killing intent emerged onto their faces. This isn't too good, right? When he saw that, Gong Luyun hesitated a bit, but he did not refuse. Brother Gong. When people like him fight with you, you only need one strike to make him disappear like a strand of smoke. Killing him is only a matter of time. However, these kinds of people are like dogs. If you don't slaughter him, perhaps he would jump out and bite you. So, do not be too kind towards people like him, and it's best to finish him off earlier. Seeing that Gong Luyun had some hesitation, some people started to urge him one after the other. Then sorry to trouble all of you. I, Gong Luyun, will remember everyone's loyalty and I will certainly repay all of you in the future. Some people were on friendly terms with Gong Luyun, so he didn't push it away anymore. He only clasped his hands together towards the crowd with a touched face. Just the work of raising a hand. After Gong Luyun expressed that, the group of people were incomparably happy. After all, from what they saw, even if Chu Feng had talent, he was only a little character. It was simply too easy for them to kill Chu Feng. However, if they killed Chu Feng, their relationship with Gong Luyun could be advanced to another stage. That brought along quite a few benefits, so naturally, they did not shrink away from it and they wanted to finish off the trouble in Gong Luyun's place. The heroic hunt was quite special. Many hunts started in the morning, but this heroic hunt was fixed to start when the sun came down. After almost a day of long waiting, the sun finally descended from the tall skies down to the west. Mountains, and the grand occasion that happened once a year in the Azure province, the heroic hunt, was finally going to start. There were many people who joined the heroic hunt and there were at least several thousand people. However, after that number of people entered deep into the Valley of 100 Bends, they disappeared like a stone thrown into an ocean because the Valley of 100 Bends was simply that vast. So, if someone had ill intents towards a certain person, they had to tail that person in the instant they entered the Valley of 100 Bends. Otherwise, it was like fishing a needle in an ocean if they wanted to find a person in the Valley of 100 Bends. Coincidentally, behind Chu Feng were a group of people who were exactly like that. There were roughly 20 people in that group and many of them were at the first level of the Profound Realm. Several people within the group were even at the second level of the Profound Realm. Some people in that group even had spirit power, so they could lock onto Chu Feng but not expose themselves. But all of that was useless. Chu Feng already discovered them when they thought that they were tailing him undetectably and were waiting for the time to finish him off. No matter how better their concealment was, they had no way of escaping Chu Feng's Greycloak World Spiritist's detection power. Actually, not only did Chu Feng discover Gong Luyun and the others who were in the young generation, he also discovered some people in the old generation. Those old people secretly followed Gong Luyun and the others. They were undoubtedly there to hiddenly protect Gong Luyun and the others to prevent them from meeting any unnecessary troubles. Chu Feng was not afraid when he faced that. Rather, everything was within his expectations. The reason why he showed himself to greet Gong Luyun after he discovered where his whereabouts were was because he wanted Gong Luyun to have killing intent towards him. So, that way, Gong Luyun would follow him to a more desolate location before attacking him. The reason why Chu Feng participated in the heroic hunt was not for the profound medicine. It was to kill Gong Luyun. So, if he wanted to find a place where he would not be disturbed in order to kill Gong Luyun, he had to lead Gong Luyun and the others to a place where he himself felt satisfied, and not where Gong Luyun, who was secret tailing him, felt satisfied. Whoosh, feeling that the time was almost right, a flash appeared under Chu Feng's feet and he used the Imperial Sky technique. Instantly, his speed increased by several times and after a blink, he disappeared from the palms of Gong Luyun and the others. Damn it. This brat's speed is too quick and I lost him. Suddenly, the alluring female stopped her steps forward and she lightly frowned. Really? Sister Wang, you're a world spiritist. You lost that damn brat. Everyone understood what happened after hearing those words. Is it possible that we were discovered by him? Someone suggested that suspicion. That's possible. After all, he also has spirit power and he was accepted as the final disciple by my Azure Dragon School's Zhuge Liuyun. However, I never would have thought that he could discover that Sister Wang was following him. Gong Luyun gravely said. Now what? Someone raised a question. What else? The person is lost, and in addition, when the sky goes dark, it would be too difficult to try and find him. What we should do now is to go deeper into fine profound medicine. Someone suggested. It seems that we can only do that. Although they were extremely unwilling to, at that moment, they agreed to break up. Brother Gong, don't worry. If that brat meets me, Fu Xiaojie, I will certainly help you finish him off. A male who had a rather rough appearance clasped his hands towards Gong Luyun. Thank you, Brother Fu. Gong Luyun smiled, but he could not conceal his disappointment. After knowing Chu Feng's extraordinariness, he became more and more uneasy. Especially after meeting him again. He felt that he could absolutely not give Chu Feng any more time to continue developing. Or else, when the day of the arranged battle arrived, the person who would need to suicide would be himself. Everyone, I will take my leave now. The rough-looking male who called himself as Fu Xiaojie clasped his hands again, then hurriedly rushed deeper in. Everyone, I, Gong Luyun, have remembered all your good intentions. The Valley of 100 Bends has ample resources, and since everyone came here, you must have good harvests. Don't waste any more time here and let us scatter. Even though he was disappointed, Gong Luyun still smiled towards everyone to express his gratitude. Whoosh, however, just at that time, a strong wind suddenly lifted up and a black silhouette abruptly came flying over. With lightning speed, it rushed out from the forest and at the end, it landed next to Gong Luyun and the others. What's this? Everyone was surprised at that change and they even thought that it was a monstrous beast attacking. So, they quickly backed away to the side. However, when they cast their gazes at the black silhouette, not a single person's face did not change greatly as fear emerged onto their faces. That black silhouette was not a monstrous beast. It was a person, and it was even a person they were familiar with. It was Fu Xiaojie who just left first. But at that instant, Fu Xiaojie's brain already left his neck. There were several big, bloody holes dug out from his chest and all of the organs in his body were no longer there. As for his brain, it was stuffed into the bloody holes in his chest. His death was abnormally horrifying. Chapter 222, Gold-Armored Old Man. Chapter 222, Gold-Armored Old Man. What happened? Who did this? Fu Xiaojie's death was too terrifying. Even though the people who were on scene were ruthless, and even though every single person had touched blood before and every single person had life debts that they carried on their backs, when they saw that scene, they would tremble even though it wasn't cold and chills would go down their spines. Fu Xiaojie was a person at the first level of the profound realm. Who could kill him in such a short period of time with such cruel methods? There wasn't even any cry of pain, so how scary would the person who killed him be? Just at that time, 3 aged figures rushed out from the forest behind the crowd. They were people from the old generation who hiddenly protected the young generation group. Since the 3 of them heard a cry of surprise earlier, they determined that something must have happened. When they saw that scene, they also tightly frowned and their faces changed greatly. Lord Elders, it's great that you've come. There are dangers in this Valley of 100 Bends. After seeing the 3 old people, Gong Luyun and the others quickly went close to them. Although the 3 old people came from different schools, all of them had the cultivation of the 5th level of the profound realm. That kind of strength was not weak within the Azure province. So, after they appeared, the terrified core disciples were as though they saw their savior. What kind of person dares to do this type of thing? One of the elders yelled his throat out from the direction that Fu Xiaojie flew out from. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Immediately after he spoke, stepping sounds gradually rang out. A person was slowly nearing from the dusky forest. In that instant, everyone's heart were raised to their throats. Gong Luyun and the others stood behind the 3 elders and without moving their eyes away, they stared forward because they knew that the culprit who killed Fu Xiaojie so cruelly was going to appear. Under the gazes of the crowd, Chu Feng slowly walked out from the forest. However, the current him already changed his clothes. He put the world spirit grey cloak on himself and he borrowed Eggi's power as he emitted the might of a powerful person in the profound realm. It was no longer the petty young man Chu Feng. After a short period of time, he became the great character whose name spread throughout the Azure province, Mr. Greycloak. You are. After seeing Chu Feng, not to mention the disciples, even the three elders' expression changed greatly because all of them simultaneously thought of the mysterious Greycloak person who slaughtered the Shangguan from an earlier period of time, Mr. Greycloak. Senior, I wonder if you are Mr. Greycloak. One of the elders went up to Chu Feng and paid his respects. Boom! Without even speaking, Chu Feng raised his hand and palmed. When that palm was thrown out, it sent out the power of 300,000 caddies. As the old person at the 5th level of the profound realm was caught off guard, he instantly became a pool of blood and exploded in front of the crowd. Boom! Another palm went out as Chu Feng palmed again. Similarly, another person became a pool of blood and died violently. Senior, we have no grievances nor hatred between us, so why do you attack? Ah! Another person loudly yelled, and before even finishing speaking, he exploded from Chu Feng's palm. From then on, Chu Feng threw out several more palms and every single palm created absolute power. There would always be a person who died from it. There was no one there who could stop him. They even had no way of dodging as they looked at themselves being split into multiple pieces, and they could not even keep a complete corpse. Run! After seeing the blood spattered all over their bodies, finally, someone reacted to it, spun around, and wanted to escape. But how could Chu Feng give them a chance to escape? He turned his hand in the air and grabbed. Strong suction power spread out, like a formless cage, as it bound the disciple who wanted to escape earlier. In an instant, he was pulled towards Chu Feng's palm. This time, he was not directly hit into a pool of blood. He was only forcibly being absorbed by Chu Feng's power that came out from his palm. The pain of his flesh being condensed bit by bit made him endlessly cry out in miserableness as he unceasingly wailed. You demon! I'll kill you! At that moment, from the three elders, only one still survived, and the person who was forcibly being refined by Chu Feng was a disciple from his own school. That made him furious. Not only did he not escape, he even started an extremely strong attack. The strong profound power was like the tide as it surged out from his body and it condensed into a huge chariot in front of him. That chariot was as though it pressed down on void. It made rumbling noises and the ground trembled. Flames lit up in the air from friction. The strong might seemed like it could crush everything, and even the mountains could not stop the collision. However, such a strong martial skill, the full-powered strike of a person at the 5th level of the profound realm, was not even put into Chu Feng's eyes. With the wave of his arm, 6 spirit formations were condensed out and they surrounded from all directions and enveloped the chariot within them. The spirit formations quickly shrunk and the strong pressure finally pressed the profound power chariot, which had extremely strong might, into dust as it disappeared in the air. Heavens, is this guy even a person? This is the power of a Greycloak world spiritist. As they faced that scene, almost everyone who was there were stupefied because they personally experienced the strength of Mr. Greycloak. Whoosh! But as everyone were staring blankly at that, a figure who was on the ground suddenly leaped out and escaped towards the road that they came from. Seeing that, Chu Feng's expression changed greatly as well because the person who was escaping was none other than the person who he wanted to kill the most, Gong Luyun. A group of trash wants to take my life. All of you should die. Chu Feng was enraged. He no longer killed them off one by one, but with a thought, his entire body became lightning. As the lightning surged, it lit the dark forest into day. Under the shine of the white light, the boundless lightning finally became a huge lightning python. With a single gulp, it swallowed everyone who still survived. Even the old person who was at the 5th level of the profound realm was not let off. After completely burning everyone who was there all at once, Chu Feng used the Imperial Sky technique and chased after Gong Luyun with extreme speed. However, after chasing for several miles, Chu Feng's face suddenly changed and he tightly frowned. He discovered that Gong Luyun, who used all his power up to escape, stopped running and he stood where he was. At the same time, a person appeared next to Gong Luyun. Obviously, that person was a cultivator. However, Chu Feng could not detect what stage of cultivation he was at. So, he was clearly a powerful person. A powerful person who Gong Luyun believed could protect him, or else he would not have stopped escaping and waited there for Chu Feng. As for Chu Feng, he did not stop moving and he continued chasing. Finally, he arrived at the place where Gong Luyun stopped at. At that instant, the figure of an old man also appeared within Chu Feng's line of sight. That old man had hair as white as snow, and a gaze that was like a torch. He wore golden-colored armor, and on the chest area of that armor, there was even a domineering qilin engraved on it. The current him stood where he was with both of his hands behind his back. He was lightly smiling at Chu Feng, and the slightly squinting gaze was endlessly assessing Chu Feng. Behind him was Gong Luyun, who hid there with terror all over his face. Chapter 223, The Might of Secret Skills. Chapter 223, The Might of Secret Skills. I am head manager Lin Ran from the Qilin Prince's mansion. Although I don't know how Luyun and the others offended you, Mr. Greycloak, I do hope that you, a person of high status, can forgive the offenses by this person of low status and spare him once. The old man who named himself as Lin Ran kindly smiled at Chu Feng. As he spoke, he was not humble nor arrogant, and he already recognized that the person in front of him was Mr. Greycloak, who slaughtered the Shangguan family. When that old man appeared, Chu Feng couldn't help but tightly frown, because even he had heard of the name of Lin Ran. He was one of the most powerful people in the Qilin Prince's mansion, being an expert at the peak of the Profound Realm, and he was one of the most famous great characters in the entire Azure province. Chu Feng did not know why such a character recognized Gong Luyun as his foster grandson and loved and protected him so much, but he knew if Lin Ran was truly going to protect Gong Luyun, this time, it would be difficult for him to even touch Gong Luyun anymore. However, when he saw the hated enemy who exterminated his family, Chu Feng's fury already won over his reasoning, so how could he think about it so much? He did not care about Lin Ran, and he raised his palm. Strong profound power became an invisible huge wave as it slammed towards Lin Ran and Gong Luyun. The boundless profound power caused devastation in the air. The strong might shook the nearby trees as if a peak of a mountain was descending from the skies and forcing itself over. It seems like Mr. Greycloak is unwilling to give me, Lin Ran, face. But as he faced Chu Feng's palm, Lin Ran only disappointedly shook his head. Following that, a cold glare flashed into his gaze, and with a simple flick from his big sleeve, profound power that was several times stronger than Chu Feng's emanated out, and it easily dissolved Chu Feng's palm attack. After dissolving Chu Feng's strike, Lin Ran did not stop. He lightly pointed at Chu Feng, and the profound power in front of him quickly condensed. They formed into thousands and thousands of arrows that were like rain and explosively shot towards Chu Feng. It was not a martial skill. When one had complete control over their profound power, they could freely use profound power to condense it into actual substances. Originally, it was something that only those at the Heaven Realm could do, but some people could also do it if they were at the peak of the Profound Realm. 8th level of the Profound Realm. At that instant, Chu Feng was shocked. Although the 8th level of the Profound Realm wasn't truly the peak of the Profound Realm, with Chu Feng's current cultivation of the 1st level of the Profound Realm, he could really not fight against that person. However, he had no way out. So, with a thought, he condensed several gray-colored spirit formations in front of him to block Lin Ran's attacks. Boom 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 boom, but Chu Feng's indestructible spirit formation instantly collapsed under Lin Ran's casual attacks. It was as weak as tofu, and it could simply not even take a single strike. Chu Feng, quickly escape. The distance in strength is too big and you cannot defeat him. Eggy's voice rang out in Chu Feng's brain. However, how could Chu Feng, who was filled with bloodlust, back away? With a flash under his feet, he was able to use the Imperial Sky technique however he wished to, and he dodged Lin Ran's attacks with light-like speed. While closely following that, Chu Feng flicked his finger at Lin Ran. The roar of a fierce tiger also came along with it. The White Tiger Slaughtering Technique. The secret skill had already been used by Chu Feng. Although it was only a faint, white-colored gas, the might it gave out was enough to shake the world at that place. This might, it's a secret skill. As he faced Chu Feng's White Tiger Slaughtering Technique, Lin Ran's expression changed greatly, but he was not afraid. He was excited. When he faced the secret skill, which was hard to find in the world, he was endlessly excited. Seeming to know the strength of the secret skill, or possibly feeling the power of the White Tiger Slaughtering Technique, Lin Ran, who was at the 8th level of the Profound Realm, did not forcefully take Chu Feng's attack head-on. With his big hand, he grabbed Gong Luyun's shoulder, and as his body floated, he disappeared and he dodged it. Rumble rumble almost at the same time that Lin ran and Gong Luyun dodged, the white tiger slaughtering technique landed on the place where Lin ran was previously. Although it seemed to be insignificant gas, when it collided with the ground, it instantly became a domineering stream of gas. It destroyed the land and made it into a mess as a finger-wide deep hole extended down. No one knew how many meters it continued for. Haha, what a great secret skill. Truly, it cannot be found after searching the entire world, but getting it did not require any work. Just at that time, Lin ran and Gong Luyun appeared nearby. As he looked at the might caused by the white tiger slaughtering technique, Lin ran insanely laughed. Whoosh 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 almost at the same time that the two of them appeared, Chu Feng's spirit power already locked onto their position. He flicked his fingers at the same time and 5 white-colored gases were madly shooting through the air. As it went over from multiple locations, he attacked again. Roar! If it was said that a single row of gas was like a single claw from a white tiger, the 5 gases would be like a white tiger's paw. As the sharp claws slammed out, not only were the 5 white-colored gases there, hiddenly, one could even see a huge paw of a fierce tiger appearing in the air as it flew towards the two people. That might was several times stronger than before. Even the ground started to violently tremble and countless cracks appeared. The nearby trees also started to violently sway and some even snapped into two as the fragments they flew away. Such strong might. Haha, I like it. That might already stupefied Gong Luyun from fear, but Lin Ran got even more and more insane. This time, he did not immediately dodge. He only waved his big sleeve, and kept on swirling it. He wanted to try and block it. I'll let you experience my Qilin Prince's Mansion's Qilin Shield. As his big sleeve waved around, layers of profound power also appeared and it became a huge shield in front of him. That shield was circle-shaped and it had the diameter of 10 meters. It seemed to be made out of steel, but it was formed by profound power. Around the shield were sharp teeth, and in the middle of the shield was a head of a Qilin which had its teeth showing. After the shield appeared, it started to continue swirling and as it swirled, it caused some hurricanes. Not only was it an indestructible shield, it was also an invincible sharp weapon. It was a rank 6 defense martial skill. When it was in Lin Ran's hands, it displayed the might that it should have and it was currently forcing the claws of the white tiger back. At that moment, they were going to collide. In that instant, no matter if it was Chu Feng or Lin Ran, both of their gazes were tightly locked on the Qilin shield as well as the white tiger slaughtering technique. No matter if it was Chu Feng or Lin Ran, they wanted to experiment which one was stronger and which one was weaker between the secret skill and the martial skill. Boom! Finally, the two of them collided together. However, the result was both expected, yet also unexpected. In front of the white tiger slaughtering technique, the strong Qilin shield did not even remain there for half a second. Instantly, it shattered and the white tiger slaughtering technique was not damaged at all as it continued attacking Lin Ran and Gong Luyun. Whoosh! At that instant, even Lin Ran's face could not remain calm. As he faced such a powerful white tiger slaughtering technique, he had no choice but to quickly dodge and he did not dare to continue holding it back. Rumble 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 this time, when the white tiger slaughtering technique collided with the ground, it formed a huge palm mark. It was not a simple palm mark. It was the palm of a tiger, the paw of a tiger. The huge paw mark had the diameter of 10 meters and it deeply imprinted itself on the ground. However, the deep paw mark was not all. 5 small yet deep holes continued extending and the end of them could not be seen. Chapter 224, Resisting the Air to Walk. Chapter 224, Resisting the Air to Walk. The might of secret skills are indeed peerless in the world. Mr. Greycloak, I wonder if you can tell me where you found this secret skill. This time, Lin Ran appeared behind Chu Feng and he waved his big sleeve. Another Qilin shield was condensed out and with that terrifying might, it pressed towards Chu Feng from behind. It had to be said that Lin Ran's speed was too quick. The speed that he condensed a martial skill out surpassed his imagination, and even with Chu Feng's current spirit power, he couldn't even match his pace. Damn it. As he faced such a strong Qilin shield, Chu Feng could only fight against it with the white tiger slaughtering technique. However, when he wanted to link with the white tiger in his body and when he wanted to use the white tiger slaughtering technique again, he discovered that the white tiger in his awareness disappeared. What is happening? His strongest method, the white tiger slaughtering technique, was currently unable to be used. That made Chu Feng panic as he quickly dodged. However, just after Chu Feng dodged, the Qilin shield also abruptly changed directions and pressed towards Chu Feng again. This time, its speed was even quicker. Whoosh! Under that kind of situation, Chu Feng did not dare to have any bit of hesitation anymore. He used the Imperial Sky technique to the extreme and rushed deeper into the Valley of 100 Bends. Lu Yun, you wait here. Seeing that, after telling Gong Lu Yun that, Lin Ran chased after Chu Feng and he loudly said, "Mr. Greycloak, where's the need to leave so quickly? Why not tell me about that secret skill? Damn it, what is happening? Why can't I use my secret skill?" Chu Feng was quite anxious. The only thing that Lin Ran was fearful towards was his white tiger slaughtering technique. However, at that moment, he could not use it. That made Chu Feng lose the only thing that made him qualified to fight against Lin Ran. Idiot. Secret skills are extremely special and they have life. They aren't controllable by profound power. Although your cultivation has been raised to the profound realm after borrowing my power, in reality, you are still in the origin realm. So, it would not let you abuse its power. Right now, you can only use the secret skill to this degree and this is the limit. I'm afraid that for today, it will be impossible for you to use the secret skill again. Eggy solemnly reminded. So there's actually something like this. Damn it. After knowing the truth, Chu Feng was both angered and annoyed. His hated enemy was so close, but not only did he have no way of killing him, he was even forced to escape. That truly forced him to hold his grievances back. However, he could not do anything about it. Who told him to have insufficient strength? If he didn't rely on Eggy's power and only used with his own cultivation, not to mention fighting Lin Ran, even Gong Luyun could force him to his current state. Chu Feng, this isn't going to work if this goes on. Let me control your body. Chu Feng used the Imperial Sky technique to the extreme, but the difference in speed between him and Lin Ran was currently being pulled closer. Lin Ran was too strong. In front of such cultivation, Chu Feng was truly too weak, and in that situation, Eggy wanted to jump in. No. I won't let you be injured again because of helping me. When Eggy used the power of Azura, her spirit almost got extinguished, so Chu Feng immediately refused. You idiot. I won't work my life out as much as before. Quickly give me your body, or else you will die, and I won't live as well. Eggy refuted. No. From now on, it will be my turn to protect you. Even if I die, I will die in front of you. Chu Feng was incomparably stubborn, and after speaking, the light under his feet became even more bright and his speed increased even more. Mr. Greycloak, it's best if you tell me the origin of the secret skill before leaving. Seeing that, Lin Ran was not hurried at all. He changed his technique and dissolved the powerful Qilin shield. He then turned his hand over and grabbed. Extremely cold gas appeared and the cold air quickly spread everywhere. All the flowers and grasses that it passed were all frozen solid. Even the tall and big trees had a layer of frost on it and it lost its life. This aura, it's a rank 6 martial skill. Chu Feng turned his head to look and he couldn't help but be frightened. Behind him, vast cold air engulfed everything. It was like an invisible monster and with bone-piercing cold air, it was heading towards Chu Feng to swallow him whole. From the pressure, Chu Feng could feel that it was undoubtedly a rank 6 martial skill or else even Lin Ran could not create an attack with such might. At that instant, Chu Feng could only activate the golden-colored lightning in his blood and he raised his cultivation to the second level of the profound realm from the first level of the profound realm. Then, he put all his power into the Imperial Sky technique to try to escape once again. But it was in vain as the area of the cold air was extremely big and its speed was extremely fast. As Lin Ran neared, the cold gas also quickly neared Chu Feng. In that situation, Chu Feng was quickly going to be engulfed by it. Give up. It is impossible for you to escape from my cold ice atmosphere. Lin Ran revealed his teeth and showed a face that displayed that he was going to get what he wanted to get. Damn it. Will I, Chu Feng, be defeated here? No. I will not be defeated. I still haven't taken revenge. I still haven't found my family. How can I possibly die here and be defeated by such a person? Wouldn't I shame my family? Chu Feng yelled in his heart, and at the same time, the profound power in his body revolved and quickly went along special meridians. He was making a breakthrough. A type of breakthrough that he attempted many times, but never succeeded. It was the true obscurity of the Imperial Sky technique. Let me see where you're going to escape to. Lin Ran neared once again, and the cold air followed him. From behind, it surrounded Chu Feng, and it also sealed the path forward. Chu Feng was completely surrounded and he could go nowhere. Bang! Just at that time, Chu Feng suddenly tapped the ground with his legs. Like an arrow leaving the bow, his entire body shot up into the sky. Humph. You think that you can escape like that? Unless you can fly, you will be engulfed by my cold air. As he saw Chu Feng leap into the sky, Lin Ran only sneered, and without hurry, he controlled the cold air to form a huge net underneath. He waited for Chu Feng to fall back down so he could catch Chu Feng completely. But then, the magical scene happened. When Chu Feng's legs were in the air, he kept on walking. After every step, his entire body would rise a bit more. After walking for a while, not only did he not fall back down, he even went higher and higher. The distance between him and the ground was already 100 meters. How was that even a simple leap into the sky? He walked on air. He resisted the air and walked. Lin Ran, I will take your life when we meet next time. Chu Feng turned his head around and left those words behind with an aged voice before walking on air and quickly heading towards the distant horizon. The current Lin Ran was already at a loss on the ground. He blankly stared at the night sky, which contained bright stars as well as the body that was going further and further away. On his aged face was shock, and only after a good while did he slowly come to his senses as he said quietly, He really can fly. Chapter 225, Temple Hall in the Clouds. Chapter 225, Temple Hall in the Clouds. Within a certain forest in the Valley of 100 Bends, a layer of ice condensed on the trees and grasses. Cold air lingered around and it filled the area. Lin Ran was still standing in the middle of it while raising his head to look at the starry night. His chest rose up and down and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Only after a good while did he slowly calm down. He clearly isn't in the heaven realm, yet he can resist the air and walk. Did he grasp the Imperial Sky Sage's unique skill? Lin Ran tightly frowned, but he did not continue chasing. He only turned around and went back. It wasn't that he didn't want to chase, since after seeing all of Chu Feng's methods, he hated himself for not taking everything that Chu Feng had for himself, but sadly, he truly could not do anything about Chu Feng, who could walk on air. Lin Ran returned to where Gong Luyun was. He discovered that the paw marks as well as the huge claw holes were still there. However, compared to before when he left, change happened. 6 small water pillars were currently spraying out from the claw holes. A single finger contained so much power. These tunnels linked to the underground water streams. Lin Ran tightly frowned and shock filled his gaze. Grandfather, did that person really use a legendary secret skill? Seeing that, Gong Luyun went over to ask because he still remembered the terrifying might that Chu Feng displayed earlier. Although I haven't personally seen it, I have researched secret skills. No matter if you look at it in terms of the might, or the power, what Mr. Greycloak used was undoubtedly a secret skill. Also, not only did that person grasp a secret skill, he also grasped a very powerful bodily martial skill. Lin Ran's face was full of admiration when he remembered the scene in which Chu Feng walked on air. Originally, he thought that with his high cultivation, he could have completely suppressed Chu Feng, but it was in vain, as the methods Chu Feng grasped were mysterious to the extreme. It truly made his heart itch, and it was quite intolerable. He grasped other methods. What kind of methods? Gong Luyun expressed curiosity. No need to ask about that. After all, those are the methods of other people. If, in the future, I can get a secret skill, I will certainly pass it down to you. Luyun, although your talent is not bad, it isn't the best in the continent of the 9 provinces. When you do things, you must do them to a certain level. That Mr. Greycloak would not attack you for no cause or reason. He must have some sort of relationship with Chu Feng, so it's better if you be more careful in the future. Lin Ran reminded. That mysterious Mr. Greycloak is related to Chu Feng. He felt that it was quite strange when he thought that Mr. Greycloak, who grasped so many special methods, was related to Chu Feng. Gong Luyun had no way of accepting it. Although it's just a guess, it is extremely possible. Even I will find it hard to catch Mr. Greycloak if he snuck into this place, and even if I report back to the prince's mansion, I'm sure that they can't do anything about him. According to the rules, with my status, although I can protect all of you as you come in, I cannot stay for a long time. To avoid any more attacks on you, it's best for you to abandon this hunt. Lin Ran said. Grandfather, this, after hearing those words, Gong Luyun's face greatly changed. Know this or that? Is your little life important, or is this tiny bit of profound medicine important? Do you want to become the same as your dog-like friends and become a heap of broken flesh and pool of blood? Lin Ran sharply yelled, and then added, with me here, are you afraid that you won't have any cultivating resources? Don't worry. I have already applied towards the mansion's lord to let you join my Qilin prince's mansion. At that time, I can pass all my abilities down to you. Thank you, grandfather, for your benevolence and kindness. After hearing those words, Gong Luyun went from misery to happiness, and his happiness was quite unexpected. The Qilin prince's mansion was the true overlord of the Azure province. Go return, I'll hiddenly protect you. Lin Ran smiled and waved his hand. He was quite kind and his gaze was full of love. Of course Gong Luyun did not dare to refute. With a happy mood, he went back onto the road that he came from. He who had Lin Ran hiddenly protecting him did not have a single trace of worry. After Gong Luyun went far away, Lin Ran took out a letter from his chest pocket. After opening the letter, there were a few rows of graceful characters. Lord Lin Ran, do you remember a female who saved your life 20 years ago outside of the Black Tortoise City, and also lost her chastity to you? Although I am currently the wife of the Black Tortoise City's lord, Luyun is the child between you and me. He is not the son of Gong Changshan. He is your child. Originally I didn't want to mention this matter to you. Because after all, to you, a female like me is not even worth mentioning. However, at the end, Luyun is your child. Gong Changshan is too stubborn and he had to send Luyun to the second-rate school, the Azure Dragon School, to cultivate, and he wasted Luyun's good talent for nothing. I hope that you, Lord, can see Luyun as your own flesh and blood to bring Luyun away from the Azure Dragon School and to give him a better future. After reading it, Lin Ran reluctantly folded the letter back. He did not put it in his cosmos sack, but back into his chest pocket and reminiscently said, I've searched for you for 20 years, but I never would have thought that you gave me such a surprise in addition to finding you. Don't worry, I won't let our son be someone who will not be known. As Lin Ran thought about his own lover, Chu Feng was still walking in the air. At that moment, he already arrived in the clouds and he was running within them. He was like a dragon, going up, going down, and endlessly turning over. Haha, this is the feeling of walking on the air. It's too refreshing. Chu Feng was incomparably joyful. Although it wasn't the first time that he flew into the air, when compared to sitting on the white-headed eagle, clearly, it was quite a bit better when he himself went towards the horizon as he wished. What's that? Suddenly, borrowing the light from the moon, Chu Feng discovered a mountain peak, and that mountain peak did not enter the clouds. Also, on the summit of the mountain peak, Chu Feng saw light. Vaguely, it seemed like a building, and after nearing, indeed, there was a temple hall. Someone lived there. Chu Feng couldn't avoid being shocked because he discovered that the mountain peak was abnormally steep. It simply rose up perfectly straight like a ladder to the heavens. That shape. That height. Without a certain cultivation, it would be very difficult to climb to that place, let alone the temple hall built on the summit of the mountain peak. After all, the Valley of 100 Bends was a forbidden land. Every year, it would only be opened for a bit over a dozen days. After that, no one was allowed to enter, so who would build a temple hall in that place? Part 3 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.